Chapter 1. Released. 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent these 100 millennia? In front of the city of the White Emperor on the Tianyuan continent, a hunched old man, clad in rags and barefoot, gazed at the three characters spelling out White Emperor City, tears streaming down his face. The old man's name was Lu Chuan, an unfortunate traveler from another realm. Upon his arrival, Lu Chuan had inadvertently activated a system. Initially, he believed he would ascend to the pinnacle of existence, only for the absurd system to misplace him in a terrifying realm of cultivation. Instead of transitioning to a high martial world, Lu Chuan was ensnared in a nightmarish plane of rigorous training. What made matters worse was that the system, in its misguided attempt to ensure the host's safety, confined Lu Chuan in a small dimension for a staggering 100,000 years. Yes, a whole century of millennia. The derisive system failed to align with the cultivation framework of this world, compelling Lu Chuan to incessantly practice swordsmanship from the high martial realm. After a full 10,000 years, Lu Chuan became the most formidable sword god in history, yet he also morphed into a mental wreck. Moreover, there was a most unfortunate aspect. Lu Chuan had aged. The system could emulate the longevity of the high martial world, but it was powerless to halt the ravages of time. Now, having finally emerged from his confinement, Lu Chuan's foremost desire was to seek the cultivation sect of this world and procure elixirs to restore his once handsome visage. You are already the mightiest sword god across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even cultivators would be no match for you. Why weep and wail like a child? Beside Lu Chuan stood a diminutive donkey, which spoke with an air of authority. This emaciated creature bore a malnourished appearance. Most striking was its eyes, one gazing straight ahead, while the other glanced askew, radiating an aura of wisdom. This donkey was none other than Lu Chuan's troublesome system, manifested in the form of a donkey, affectionately named Fu. In an effort to prevent Lu Chuan from descending into madness during his prolonged confinement, the system had taken on this guise, accompanying him for 100,000 years. Yet, this companionship seemed to serve little purpose. As for the dynamic between man and donkey, well, chatty little thing. With a swift motion, Lu Chuan unleashed a punch that struck a Fu squarely in the eye. The unfortunate Fu, caught off guard, spun in midair, performing a full 720-degree rotation before landing. You old fool. Without me, would you have achieved your current stature? A Fu grumbled as he picked himself up, his eyes seemingly imbued with even more wisdom. Were it not for your incompetence, I would not have become what I am today. Lu Chuan retorted, extending his hand to unleash a terrifying force that drew a Fu into his palm. Crack! A Fu's neck twisted a full 360 degrees, rendering him limp and listless. Get out of my sight! Lu Chuan kicked a Fu away with disdain. You old fool, just you wait. A fussed, distant threats echoed through the air. Crack! Ah! A sharp pain resonated in Lu Chuan's waist as he grimaced, clutching his hip. Due to his advanced age, every movement posed a risk of fracture. After a prolonged moment of recovery, Lu Chuan finally steadied himself and cautiously made his way into the White Emperor City. The White Emperor City, according to the ramblings of that foolish donkey, is the most prosperous city in the western region of the Tianyuan continent, where one is most likely to encounter cultivators. Lu Chuan, at present, harbored no thoughts other than a fervent desire to restore his youth. What a delightful aroma! Upon entering the city, he was captivated by a waft of fragrance, and it struck him that he had not savored worldly cuisine for many long years. In his small realm, he had subsisted solely on the potent elixirs bestowed by the system. Waiter, bring forth the finest delicacies and beverages. Lu Chuan strode into an opulently adorned tavern, exuding the air of a wealthy patron, and called out with authority. The waiter, taken aback, stared blankly at the imposing figure of the old beggar, unsure of how to respond. What are you dawdling for? If the master is pleased, you shall not be left wanting. Lu Chuan shook the tattered bag at his waist, from which emanated the sound of metallic clinks. The waiter's expression brightened, and he hurriedly ushered Lu Chuan inside. Where did this beggar come from? Is this how you conduct business? What on earth is that smell? Did he just crawl out of a latrine? Waiter, throw this old man out. Is this place meant for dining? The odor emanating from Lu Chuan incited the displeasure of the other patrons. Observing the disdainful glances and muffled comments, Lu Chuan tilted his neck, a nervous twitch flitting across his lips. A surge of fierce energy radiated from his aged form. In unison, the patrons were struck with goosebumps and hastily fell silent. Go on, speak. Why have you ceased? Bah, mere trifles. Lu Chuan spat vehemently and unsteadily found a seat by the window. Hey, young lady, bestow upon me a smile. Noticing two elegantly dressed women at the adjacent table, their faces veiled and figures graceful, he could not resist flirting. Hey, if you won't return the favor, then allow me to smile at you. He. Lu Chuan grinned widely, revealing his gap-toothed smile, akin to a mischievous imp. Scoundrel! One of the women, clad in a flowing yellow gown, could not help but roll her eyes in disdain. The other woman gently shook her head, signaling her companion to refrain from engaging. Waiter, bring a feast for these two beauties and put it on my tab. Seeing the two women merely sipping tea without ordering any food, Lu Chuan called out grandly. Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed elder, but my sister and I shall only be here for a short while there is no need for you to go to such expense. The woman in the blue gown stood gracefully, offering a polite bow to Lu Chuan, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Old bones, it is but a trifling sum, do not concern yourself. Waiter, bring the dishes. Certainly. The waiter, observing the bulging bag at Lu Chuan's waist, felt he had encountered a generous patron and anticipated a substantial tip. The food arrived swiftly, and Lu Chuan dove in, devouring it ravenously. The sight of him eating like a starving ghost left the other patrons in astonishment. Eat. Why are you not eating? Is it a matter of pride? Amidst his merriment, he noticed the two women sitting before a table laden with food, yet they did not lift their chopsticks, igniting Lu Chuan's eccentricity once more. Sister, does this old fool appear to be lacking in sanity? The woman in the yellow gown's eyelids twitched with irritation. The woman in the blue dress chuckled softly. It's fine. After all, it has been quite some time since I last indulged in worldly delights. It wouldn't hurt to sample them again. What? Although Lu Chuan's age was somewhat unseemly, his martial prowess had reached its zenith. Despite his tremulous demeanor, he was, in truth, sharp of hearing and sight, and his appetite was as hearty as ever, though his aging limbs were not as resilient as they once were. He absorbed every word of the exchange between the two women without missing a beat. Disregarding his meal, Lu Chuan swiftly approached their table. Are you celestial sisters? Get lost. What celestial sisters? The woman in the yellow dress covered her nose, her face contorted in disgust. The typically composed woman in blue began to exhibit signs of anxiety, glancing upstairs. At that moment, a young man with slicked back hair appeared at the top of the stairs. Upon hearing Lu Chuan refer to the two women as celestial sisters, the young man hesitated for a moment, before seemingly coming to a realization and promptly leaping out of the window. Chapter 2. The gentle spring rain, alas, do not depart. As the enchanting fairy sister vanished from sight, Lu Chuan hastily seized a roasted chicken and brought forth a cloth bag from his waist, placing it upon the table. Waiter, the payment is within the bag, and there is ample gratuity for you. In an instant, Lu Chuan too disappeared, leaving the waiter to gaze at the bag on the table with a look of elation. Upon opening the bag, the waiter's joy swiftly transformed into bewilderment. Instead of silver coins, he found a collection of small, silver pills, each the size of a thumb. Stunned, he sat on the stool, his mind buzzing in confusion. The old beggar had devoured 3 months' worth of his wages, only to exchange it for a pouch of worthless pills. At this moment, the waiter remained unaware that these pills would pave the way for his legendary journey. Why did she run off so swiftly? Lu Chuan stood on the bustling street, furrowing his brow. Merely a few seconds had passed, yet the fairy sister had completely disappeared. Blast it! His eyelids twitched, and with a roasted chicken in his left hand, he pointed his right hand like a sword towards the heavens. A gentle breeze suddenly arose, joyfully sweeping across the entirety of Baidu City. Is it raining? In the next moment, from the previously bright sky, a fine drizzle began to fall. Passers-by gazed upward at the blazing sun while observing the incessantly descending raindrops, utterly perplexed. Strangely, this rain penetrated awnings, high-rise buildings, and all barriers. It landed upon the shoulders of everyone, yet not a single garment was dampened. The gentle spring rain was the manifestation of Lu Chuan's sword intent. In Baidu City, at the Lord's mansion, the atmosphere was lively today, for guests had arrived at the Minghua Pavilion. The Lord of the city, however, lacked the influence to invite cultivators as guests. The reason for the Mingwe Pavilion's presence was due to a series of heinous incidents recently plaguing Baidi City. Over 100 young maidens had mysteriously vanished, leaving the Lord in a state of utter despair, completely at a loss. Ultimately, he could only suspect the interference of malevolent cultivators and reported the matter to the Mingwe Pavilion. The two women Lu Chuan had encountered at the tavern were indeed disciples of the Mingwe Pavilion. They were tracking a suspect when Lu Chuan inadvertently alerted their quarry. As the Lord was reporting the details of the case to the Mingwe Pavilion's disciples, he stared blankly at the small rain that penetrated the rooftop and fell upon his shoulders. What is this? A woman clad in a flowing white dress and a veil, whose silhouette was enough to inspire fervent thoughts, reached out her hand to catch the falling rain. However, upon touching her skin, the raindrops transformed into a gentle breeze. Sword intent. Though the veil concealed the woman's face, the shock reflected in her beautiful eyes spoke volumes. Gather everyone back. The situation has changed. There may be a terrifying sword cultivator in the city. This sword intent is unlike anything we have encountered, beyond our capacity to handle. Master Uncle. At that moment, a charming girl with a round face burst into the conference hall, her expression fraught with urgency. Master Uncle, I cannot reach Sister Shiyun or Junior Sister Luoluo. Immediately notify the sect. An unknown sword cultivator is present in Baidi City. Recall the others and forbid any reckless actions. I shall go find Shiyun and Luoluo. On the street, Lu Chuan stood with closed eyes, absorbing the information relayed by each drop of sword rain. Soon, he traced the aura of the two women he had encountered earlier. However, the energy returning from the sword rain was chaotic. It seemed the two were embroiled in some trouble. Do not harm my celestial sister, Lu Chuan declared, flicking his tongue and stirring his weary limbs before launching forward like a cannonball. In the western city, within an expansive estate, a youth with slicked back hair and a smug expression gazed at two women bound like Zongzi. TSK. The fairy of the Mingwe Pavilion truly lives up to her reputation. Just the sight of her figure is irresistible. He leered as he eagerly pulled down the veil of the woman in blue. Beneath the veil, her nearly flawless visage left him momentarily dazed. Who are you? Why do you possess the soul-binding rope of the 100 Ghosts sect? Despite her capture, the woman in blue remained remarkably composed. The 100 Ghosts sect was notorious across the Tianyuan continent for its malevolent practices, often involving blood sacrifices and the summoning of demonic entities. Such a cult was universally reviled. Yet they hid away in obscurity, making them elusive and hard to confront. What do you think I am? The youth replied with a smirk, casting a spell that tightened the ropes binding the woman. Both women grimaced in pain, and the youth's eyes gleamed as he beheld their curvaceous forms. The soul-binding rope was a signature artifact of the 100 Ghosts sect, crafted from the tendons of wronged souls mixed with various materials. It could not only ensnare the body, but also inflict harm upon the spirit. I'm so sorry, senior sister, the girl wept, unable to contain her sorrow. Had she not recklessly entered this estate, the woman in blue would not have been ensnared alongside her. Oh, little beauty, do not cry. Your brother will treat you well. The youth taunted, reaching out to touch the girl in yellow. Beast, if you have any grievances, direct them at me. The woman exclaimed vehemently, struggling fiercely. Yet, with each movement, the ropes constricted tighter. So eager are we? Then let us begin with you. The youth shifted his focus, extending his hand toward the bosom of the woman in blue. With gritted teeth and eyes brimming with despair, she wept uncontrollably, just as the youth's hand neared her chest. An aged voice echoed behind him. The sound was remarkably clear, as if whispered directly into his ear. Indeed, a weathered face, marred by wrinkles and adorned with a greasy smile, appeared bizarrely close. The stench from the elder was overwhelming, nearly causing the youth to faint. His body bristled with fear, goosebumps prickling his skin. When had this man appeared beside him? Why had he sensed nothing? Why had the formation set in the courtyard not been triggered? These questions swirled in the youth's mind, overshadowing even the thought of escape. Well done, young man. You certainly have an intriguing taste. The sound of a slap resounded. In a moment of shock, a heavy slap landed on the boy's rear, nearly drawing tears from his eyes. This sudden strike jolted him back to reality, prompting him to swiftly evade. As he steadied himself, he beheld an old beggar, palm raised, gazing at him with a mischievous expression, seemingly savoring the sensation of the earlier slap. Who but Lu Chuan, this eccentric, could engage in such absurd antics? Young man, you ought to maintain your physique. Your rear lacks the necessary firmness, Lu Chuan remarked with a grin, taking a bite of the roast chicken he had brought from the tavern. Do you wish to partake in this exquisite delicacy to replenish your strength? Who are you to interfere with the affairs of my 100-ghost sect? The boy retorted sharply, though his eyes darted nervously, betraying a desire to flee. Foolish pup, Lu Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes as he continued to gnaw on the chicken. Chapter 3. Clumsy yet arrogant. Seizing the moment while Lu Chuan indulged in his meal, the boy suddenly leaped onto the courtyard wall. Old fool, you shall pay for thwarting my endeavors. Just wait, he declared, but before he could finish his threat, a chicken bone hurtled through the air towards him. As the bone sliced through the atmosphere, it created a distortion in the air around it, enveloped in a hint of sword energy. Though lacking the vast might of a true sword, this concentrated essence was formidable. The boy heard a piercing whistle, and before he could react, a sharp pain struck his thigh. Glancing down, he was horrified to find a gaping wound, a bloody hole that traversed his leg. To his terror, the remnants of that sword energy lingered within the wound, gnawing at his flesh like a parasite, mercilessly carving into him. It took a moment for the excruciating agony to register, causing him to tumble from the wall, drenched in sweat as he frantically shoved life-saving pills into his mouth. Yet, those pills, which typically worked wonders, felt as ineffective as mere candy at that moment. I detest being called old fool, Lu Chuan said with a smirk as he tossed aside the chicken bone and turned his attention to the bound women. The events had unfolded so swiftly. Less than 10 seconds had passed since Lu Chuan's arrival and the boy's fall, leaving the two women in a state of bewilderment. Old man, the woman in the blue dress stammered, while the one in yellow stared blankly at Lu Chuan, recalling her earlier ungracious demeanor in the tavern. Lu Chuan chuckled, a mischievous grin on his face. Do not panic, divine sister. Answer me 2 questions, and I shall release you. Please, ask away, the blue-dressed woman replied, attempting to suppress her pain with a nod. Ah, that's the spirit. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a cherished virtue, Lu Chuan said, satisfied with her demeanor. Master, save me. Save me. The boy, now ravaged by the sword energy, howled in desperation, clearly unable to endure the torment any longer. Enough noise, Lu Chuan snapped, casually releasing a strand of sword energy to silence the boy. The blue-dressed woman raised her eyebrows, her eyes wide with astonishment as she observed the boy thrashing on the ground like a frantic fish. What astonished the girl in the blue dress was not Lu Chuan's whimsical mastery over the sword energy, but rather the complete absence of any fluctuation of true essence emanating from him. This indicated that the old man standing before her was not a practitioner at all. The notion of someone who was not a cultivator engaging in combat, like one, was utterly beyond her comprehension. First question, are you practitioners? The girl in the blue dress was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident as she nodded. Ha ha ha, heaven is aiding me. This comes effortlessly. Lu Chuan laughed heartily, his manic demeanor causing the girl to shudder involuntarily. Ahem, my apologies for my excitement, Lu Chuan coughed, continuing, second question, do you possess any elixir for rejuvenation? The girl in blue sighed in relief and nodded gently. Our Mingwe Pavilion has the illusionary beauty pill, but I must ask you to become my good friend. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chuan nearly fainted from excitement, grasping her delicate hand. The feel of his clammy, withered grip almost made her regurgitate her last meal. I shall untie you immediately, Lu Chuan declared, forming his fingers into a sword and lightly slicing through the binding ropes. With a resounding crack, the ropes snapped, leaving the girl in blue astonished. Was it truly that effortless? From this day forth, you shall be my good friend, Lu Chuan. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall rip their intestines out and strangle them. With a flourish, Lu Chuan placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of brothers. What a pity that you are a woman. Otherwise, I would certainly take you as my sworn brother. The girl in blue forced a smile, hesitant to move, fearful of the eccentric old man's unpredictable nature. Was it this brat who bullied you? Lu Chuan extended his hand, summoning the boy rolling on the ground. Today, I shall demonstrate how to use intestines to strangle a person. As he spoke, Lu Chuan gestured towards the boy's abdomen. The boy's mouth was sealed, silencing his cries, while his face paled from the spasms of his heart, which appeared to have momentarily ceased beating. Old man, please show mercy. The girl in blue urgently grasped Lu Chuan's arm. What? Lu Chuan lifted his murky eyes in confusion. The girl, shivering at his lifeless gaze, forced a smile and explained. You see, we are investigating the recent disappearances in Baidi City, and this boy may be connected to the case. Lu Chuan nodded. Just as the girl in blue began to relax, Lu Chuan's hand descended, and in the next moment, blood splattered. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils slowly dilating, losing their luster. What does it matter to me? Lu Chuan chuckled, pulling out a long string of intestines and wrapping it around the boy's neck. The girls in blue and yellow recoiled, nearly retching. They had witnessed death before, but they had never encountered such brutality. Up we go. Lu Chuan swung the intestines, launching the boy's increasingly cold corpse into the air like a kite. The intestines severed. The young boy's corpse was flung away. A chill ran down the spines of the two girls, prompting them to quietly distance themselves from Lu Chuan. How despicable! Such weakness, yet so arrogant, utterly insignificant. Lu Chuan wiped the blood from his hands, adopting a congenial demeanor as he grinned at the young women. Oh, you mentioned you were investigating the case of missing persons? Beneath this courtyard lies a multitude of corpses. Would you care to uncover them and see if they are those you seek? With that, Lu Chuan plunged his hands into the ground. As the girls pondered his intentions, the earth suddenly convulsed violently. A razor-sharp black sword aura sliced through the edges of the courtyard, carving out a vast circle. Arise! Lu Chuan exerted a slight force, and the entire patch of soil was uprooted. The two girls felt a shiver of dread and hastily took flight. Away with you! Lu Chuan seized the chunk of earth and hurled it into the distance. A piercing whistle echoed as the soil vanished from sight. What is this? The surface was torn asunder, revealing a colossal chasm beneath. A pungent wave of blood mingled with the stench of decay surged forth. Chapter 4. Hell on Earth Beasts. Beasts. Upon witnessing the horrifying scene within the chasm, the two girls found their fury too overwhelming for words, their voices reduced to hoarse cries of these two words. At first glance, a massive pool of blood occupied the center of the abyss, filled to the brim with thick, dark liquid that bubbled like boiling water, producing fist-sized bubbles. The edges of the blood pool were inscribed with intricate, eerie runes, and within sat an elderly figure resembling a zombie, eyes closed in tranquil repose. What shattered the girls' composure was the wall of the chasm. It was densely adorned with withered corpses. These were the remains of youthful maidens. The blood had been drained from them, leaving a ghastly pallor. Some bodies had begun to decay, emitting an odor that turned the stomach. How can this be? How can this be? The girl in the blue dress, upon witnessing this hellish tableau, broke down in heart-wrenching sobs. Beasts, pay for these children's lives. Unable to contain her rage any longer, the girl dashed towards the elderly figure in the blood pool. Just as she was about to strike, the zombie-like elder suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of brutal energy erupted, causing the blood in the pool to thrash violently and assault the young woman. Tears streamed down her face as she faced the oncoming torrent of blood without flinching. Her inner essence erupted, forming a protective shell around her akin to an eggshell, which collided fiercely with the rushing blood. With a deafening boom, the eggshell shattered, blood gushing from her mouth as her body was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string. As for Lu Chuan, his attention had inexplicably turned to the corpses of the girls. Professional, very professional. The blood isn't drained all at once, but rather, it trickles away slowly. As he mumbled to himself, the girl flew towards him. Watch out. Lu Chuan gently exerted a force to relieve the impact on the young girl, firmly catching her in his embrace. The girl's lips were stained with blood, her complexion pallid, and her tear-filled eyes implored Lu Chuan for help. At that moment, the old man from the blood pool slowly rose, emitting a series of piercing cackles reminiscent of a night owl. Ah, people of the Minghua Pavilion, you still meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Just in time, I am in need of some blood. Let me have yours. Old beast, by the way. At that instant, a streak of light fell from the heavens, landing squarely before Lu Chuan and the young girl. Master, you must stand up for them. The girl, upon seeing the suddenly appeared woman, could not help but burst into tears. By Lin, it has been so long. The Baiguay old man emerged from the blood pool. With each step, his emaciated figure blossomed into that of a robust man in his 30s. How dare you use the blood of countless maidens to nourish your body, which has been eroded by the heavenly Tao? Bai Lin seethed with fury, her essence surging within her. Are you contemplating a confrontation with me? You must think carefully. If we were to clash, how many lives would be lost in Baidi City? The Baiguay old man remained unfazed by Bai Lin's wrath, casually brushing off the dust from his new attire. Bai Linlin gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. By the way, I believe my disciple has been captured by you. I just heard his cries, surrender him, and I shall depart from Baidi City immediately, or else. In this tense atmosphere, it was surprisingly Bai Linlin's side that found themselves threatened. You shall not. Lo and behold, what a surprise. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, an astonished voice broke the silence. Lu Chuan, witnessing the Baigui old man's rejuvenation, nearly drooled and plunged directly into the blood pool with a splash, sending crimson droplets soaring into the air. All attention swiftly shifted to Lu Chuan. Meanwhile, the girl in the blue dress gently tugged at Bai Linlin, urging her to keep her distance from Lu Chuan. Old man, how did you regain your youth? Lu Chuan floundered in the blood pool, feeling no effect, and irritably inquired of the Baigui old man. Who are you calling old? The Baigui old man's expression darkened ominously. Huh? Lu Chuan squinted, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he chuckled. You, of course. Just a moment ago, a little rascal who disrespected his elders met his end at my hands. I tore his intestines out and strangled him to death. It was quite the gruesome sight. Oh, and when he died, he cried out for his master. Are you his master? By any chance? Hee. The Baigui old man felt a surge of rage, after finally finding a disciple with whom he resonated. The unfortunate lad was killed in such a manner? But soon, a smile returned to his face, for he sensed no trace of essence emanating from Lu Chuan, indicating this old fool was not a cultivator at all. Old man, apologize, and I shall spare your life. You little pauper. Lu Chuan, unable to contain his temper, leaped from the blood pool, lunging toward the Baigui old man with remarkable speed. The old man of the 100 demons narrowed his eyes. Lu Chuan's movements were exceedingly swift, and the distance between them was minimal, leaving him no time to cast his spells. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Lu Chuan, who had leapt high into the air, fell headfirst to the ground. Ouch, ouch, my poor waist. He had exerted himself too forcefully, nearly injuring his back. Old fellow, are you here to amuse us? The old man of the 100 demons sneered, revealing a large red banner. As the banner emerged, the entire void was instantly filled with howling winds and ghostly apparitions, creating an atmosphere of unease. Beware of the soul-summoning banner. Upon witnessing this, Bai Linlin prepared to intervene, but was firmly restrained by the girl in the blue dress. With a voice tinged with desperation, the girl pleaded, Master Uncle, I implore you, do not approach that mad old man. At that moment, a scrawny, emaciated donkey fell from the sky. Affu, my back is killing me. Seeing the donkey, Lu Chuan grimaced in pain. You truly are a victim of fate. Affu hurriedly scurried to Lu Chuan's side. What are you staring at? Get back to what you were doing. This is quite entertaining. Affu, with a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes, surveyed the crowd, grinning widely, ready to mock at every opportunity. That old man cannot escape. He will revert to his youth. Lu Chuan pointed at the old man of the 100 demons while lying on the ground. He is far younger than you. His vision is failing. I assentee it. As he spoke, Affu hoisted Lu Chuan onto his back. Who are you calling blind? Bang, bang, bang. In a fit of anger, Lu Chuan struck Affu's head several times, causing the donkey's head to explode. Chapter 5. I'll slay you. Such brutality, one misstep, and the donkey's head is shattered. The onlookers gasped in shock. Strangely, however, the exploded head of the donkey quickly reformed, defying expectations. Before we came, I mentioned we should keep a low profile. Once I align with the world template and activate the powers, don't be surprised if we wreak havoc. Reverting to youth will be the least of our concerns. Affu, accustomed to Lu Chuan's violent tendencies, nonchalantly offered his counsel. I'll handle the chaos. You take care of the slaughter, all right? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in irritation. With your bad back and lack of common sense, alongside a propensity for violence, it would be wise to keep a low profile. Besides, with your current state, what if you suddenly drop dead during a fight? Be reasonable. Affu earnestly advised. Who are you calling lacking sense? Speak up, who? Lu Chuan, fuming, landed 2 more punches on Affu's head. Enough. The old man of the 100 demons could no longer contain his fury and shouted sternly. This man and donkey duo had shown him utter disrespect. As a fearsome evil practitioner, he had never been subjected to such contempt. Let us perish together. With a flourish of his banner, he unleashed a torrent of black mist, obscuring the sky and the sun. Within the mist, countless ghastly heads howled mournfully, sending shivers down the spine of all who beheld them. The imposing presence was indeed intimidating, evoking an eerie and ghostly atmosphere. "Coach, I wish to learn this," exclaimed Lu Chuan, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the formidable scene. "Get lost, I want to do it," retorted a Fu, snorting disdainfully, ready to flee. "You think you can run? Heh, no one who has ever offended me, the elder of the 100 ghosts, has left unscathed." The elder chuckled, waving his banner once more, sending countless ghostly heads surging toward Lu Chuan. "You wretched scoundrel, you seek a beating. Charge and eliminate him." Lu Chuan unsheathed his wooden sword and gave a Fu a sharp slap on the backside. "You are a sword deity, the mightiest of the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Why must you engage in close combat like a brute?" A Fu shook his head in discontent, rejecting Lu Chuan's humiliating request. "I intend to slay him." As the ghostly heads approached, the donkey, embarrassed, refused to budge. With no other choice, Lu Chuan dismounted, trembling as he stood up. Supporting his back while brandishing the wooden sword, he cautiously advanced toward the elder of the 100 ghosts. "If you desire death, I shall grant it," the elder chuckled coldly. "Be careful." Bai Linlin could no longer contain herself and was about to intervene. However, the girl in the blue dress swiftly embraced Bai Linlin's waist. "Aunt, do not go forward, please, I beg you." Having witnessed Lu Chuan's brutality and strength, the girl did not wish for Bai Linlin to become involved. "What is wrong with you today, Xian?" Bai Linlin asked, bewildered. This delay allowed for further developments on Lu Chuan's side. A dense fog enveloped the area as numerous ghostly heads opened their gaping, dark mouths, biting into Lu Chuan's body from all sides. The sheer number of ghostly heads left no space unoccupied. A cruel smile crept across the elder's face. These ghostly heads could directly tear at the soul. The agony of the spirit was far more excruciating than that of the body. Yet, in the next moment, the elder's triumphant expression abruptly ceased. A look of bewilderment spread across his face, akin to a goose suddenly caught by the neck. Lu Chuan, despite being besieged by the ghostly heads, gradually moved closer to him, supporting his back. Upon closer inspection, a faint aura of sword energy enveloped Lu Chuan's form, rendering the ghostly heads incapable of inflicting any harm. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone so handsome?" Lu Chuan slowly raised his wooden sword, and a peculiar wave surged from his surroundings. At that moment, the very fabric of space visibly distorted. The elder's expression froze in astonishment, as if the space around them had solidified. Lu Chuan's sword bore no techniques. The passage of time had long erased any intricate maneuvers from his memory. Now, his swordplay was reduced to the most fundamental of actions. With a resounding slap, Lu Chuan struck the elder of the 100 ghosts across the face with the flat of his wooden sword. Indeed, it was a slap, an affront of the highest order. The impact reverberated through the air, and upon the conclusion of the blow, the space returned to normal. The elder, having been struck, not only lost a mouthful of teeth, but was also sent crashing into the wall like a cannonball. What just happened? Was the elder's first question upon regaining his senses. Having just been struck, he still had yet to regain his senses. Was it the old man's wooden sword that was too swift? No, absolutely not. His sword was visibly slow. The elder of the 100 ghosts struggled to emerge from the cave wall, agony etched upon his face and resonating from his mouth. He stood unsteadily, swaying like a drunken man. As for Bai Linlin and her companions, witnessing the elder's bewildered stance left their minds in a state of disarray. How could one return to youth? Speak of it, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. The reason Lu Chuan refrained from slaying the elder was to inquire about the secret of rejuvenation. But there was none. At that moment, Bai Linlin, shaken from her astonishment, took the lead in the conversation, asserting that he had always appeared this way. Lu Chuan was filled with questions. What had transpired with the elder moments before? Bai Linlin, gazing at the dazed 100 ghosts elder, began to mock him. They engaged in heinous deeds, their bodies eroded by the celestial aura, leading to gradual decay. Only through nefarious practices could one restore their former appearance. What? Lu Chuan was momentarily stunned, trembling with anger. Had he truly been deceived by this scoundrel? Enraged, Lu Chuan swung his sword at the elder. In that instant, all sound vanished, and every glimmer of light was consumed by a dark wave of sword energy. In that moment, it seemed as if the cosmos was reduced to that crescent of black sword energy. The elder was paralyzed with terror, feeling a tremor that resonated with his very soul. He wished to flee, yet discovered that any movement drew him irresistibly toward the sword energy. Such a bizarre phenomenon left him frozen in place, mouth agape, attempting to utter words of supplication. However, he resembled a fish out of water, helplessly gasping without a sound. The dark sword energy, like a black hole, absorbed everything. Thus, the elder beheld, with wide eyes, the slow-moving sword energy approaching him. He heard the sound of blood surging from his veins, a sound he had once relished, akin to the whisper of the wind. And so, the elder of the 100 Ghosts perished, a veteran of the 100 Ghosts sect, a figure of terror, a man whose life was steeped in malevolence and who had evaded numerous purges, a cultivator of the fifth realm, met his silent and unceremonious end. His body was cleaved in two, blood drained entirely from him. Chapter 6. The Minghua Pavilion Clap. Why are you all standing there in a daze? The crisp voice pulled by Lin Lin and her companions back from their stupor, still grappling with the somewhat fantastical sight of the elder's bisected form. Following the sound, the girl in the blue dress felt a sudden sharp pain on her backside, while Lu Chuan stood nearby, savoring the moment. The girl, a mix of surprise and fury, ultimately refrained from expressing her wrath upon seeing the elder's severed body. Thank you, Senior, for ridding us of this menace, by Lin Lin deeply bowed to Lu Chuan. Oh, do not mention it. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am here for the illusory essence pill. I have resolved the matter. Now, may I have the pill? Bai Lin Lin cast a puzzled glance at the girl in the blue dress. The girl, suppressing the discomfort in her rear, recounted the earlier events. You foolish girl. Did you not clarify matters? Bai Lin Lin gently tapped the girl's head. The girl in blue, looking aggrieved, replied, I had not finished speaking when he interrupted me. Bai Lin Lin furrowed her brow slightly and bowed once more to Lu Chuan. Senior, there seems to be some misunderstanding regarding the illusory essence pill. Lu Chuan raised his voice, brandishing the wooden sword in his hand. Bai Lin Lin swallowed hard and hastily elaborated. Senior, please do not misconstrue. Shiyun has promised you, and we of the Minghua Pavilion shall not go back on our word. That is more like it. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction, sheathing the battered sword at his waist. Bai Lin Lin exhaled in relief. Senior, the illusory essence pill is a high-quality elixir, its concoction exceedingly complex and arduous. Currently, the Minghua Pavilion has no finished products. Lu Chuan nodded. I can wait, as long as it is not for too long. You are understanding, Bai Lin Lin bowed again. If possible, could we invite you to stay at the Minghua Pavilion for a while until the illusory essence pill is ready? Lu Chuan, with a hint of embarrassment, inquired. Will my meals and lodging be covered? I have no funds for food or rent. Of course, Bai Lin Lin affirmed. Lu Chuan gave a thumbs up, pleased. From now on, consider the Minghua Pavilion my good friends. Should you require assistance, simply mention my name. Bai Lin Lin felt a surge of joy, given Lu Chuan's exhibited prowess. He was likely at least at the sixth realm. If he were to take residence at the Minghua Pavilion, they would no longer need to act according to the whims of others. May I ask your esteemed name, Senior? Lu Chuan, that foolish donkey is called a fool. Bai Lin Lin then introduced herself and learned the names of the other two girls. The girl in blue was named Zhan Xiyun, and the one in yellow was Zhao Luoluo. The Minghua Pavilion is nestled within the ancient Gushan mountain range, centered around the towering Tianshui Peak, radiating across thousands of miles, with a disciple count exceeding 10,000. Despite such scale, the overall strength of the Minghua Pavilion is merely mediocre on the Tianyuan continent, often needing to navigate the favor of other major sections. Remarkably, the Minghua Pavilion is unique, comprising solely female disciples. This peculiar circumstance is linked to the sect's cultivation methods, which predominantly emphasize water attributes and are largely supportive in nature, rendering them unsuitable for men. Over time, this has led to the establishment of a rule against accepting male disciples. This place serves as a dreamlike sanctuary for countless male cultivators, especially since the Minghua Pavilion is home to 3 extraordinary beauties listed on the Rouge rankings, thus attracting the covetous eyes of many ill-intentioned individuals. Fortunately, the Minghua Pavilion is affiliated with the formidable Jinyuan sect, despite its questionable strength. It has enjoyed relative stability under the sect's protection in recent years. Today, within the discussion hall atop Tianshui Peak, a heated argument erupted, sparked by Bai Lin Lin's return with Lu Chuan and her desire for him to become a guest elder of the Minghua Pavilion. The guest elders are formidable practitioners who, unwilling to be constrained by the rules of sects, choose to affiliate themselves with certain establishments under this title. They typically receive offerings and intervene only when necessary. In truth, the role of a guest elder serves primarily as a deterrent. When actual trouble arises, they are often the first to flee. However, not just anyone can assume this title. Two conditions must be met. First, one must possess a significant reputation, capable of intimidating the unscrupulous. Second, one must not be lacking in strength, at least of the caliber of an elder aspiring to join the sect. Notably, the Mingyue Pavilion imposes an additional stipulation: guest elders must be female. As for Lu Chuan, his notoriety is negligible, yet his prowess is indisputable. However, castrating him would hardly fulfill the final requirement. It is inconceivable. The Mingyue Pavilion would never permit a male to reside within its ranks. In the conference hall, a woman clad in an ornate gown, her beauty strikingly captivating, fervently rebuffed by Lin Lin's proposal. This woman, known as Zheng Zhiyao, is a guest elder of the Mingyue Pavilion. Her agitation was palpable, and she was the first to voice her objections for a straightforward reason. The Mingyue Pavilion is a modest establishment with limited resources, with 3 guest elders already present. The addition of another would significantly diminish the monthly offerings each received. For years, the Mingyue Pavilion has never had a precedent for admitting a male. Was Bai Linlin intent on undermining the traditions established by their predecessors? As Zheng Zhiyao spoke, her fervor escalated, nearly confronting Bai Linlin directly. Bai Linlin, somewhat disgusted, wrinkled her brow. Zheng Zhiyao had clung to her position at the Mingyue Pavilion for several centuries, leveraging her relationship with the former pavilion master to amass considerable wealth. While one might argue about her accumulation of resources, it was her incessant meddling in the internal affairs of the pavilion that had long irked the disciples. Elder Zhao, you must understand that the Mingyue Pavilion does not refuse male disciples. It is merely that the practices are unsuitable, Bai Linlin countered sharply. Moreover, these are the internal affairs of the pavilion. It is not for a guest elder like you to dictate. Zheng Zhiyao's face flushed crimson with indignation as she pointed an accusing finger at Bai Linlin. Bai Linlin, when I was acquainted with your master, you were still in your infancy. Now you dare lecture me in the conference hall? Who do you think you are? Seated at the head of the hall was a regal beauty adorned in palace attire, resting her chin on her hand, observing the commotion with mild amusement. At first glance, she may not have seemed extraordinarily stunning, but upon further inspection, one found her allure irresistible. Her visage exuded an elegant grace, a paragon of refined beauty. This woman, not only the second most beautiful on the Rouge list, but also the current master of the Mingyue Pavilion, was Nangong Chushua. Elder Zhao, temper your ire. After all, she is but a child, lacking in understanding. Nangong Chushua interjected with a gentle smile, seeking to quell the discord between the two. Chushua, you cannot flout the rules. Should the world discover that a man has entered the Mingyue Pavilion, it would surely invite scorn. Zheng Zhiyao addressed Nangong Chushua by her name rather than her title. A considerable breach of decorum for a guest elder. Nangong Chushua nodded, a light laugh escaping her lips. While the reasoning was sound, the prospect of a sword cultivator capable of vanquishing the 100 ghosts was indeed enticing. Chapter 7. The death of the elder Zhao Zhiyao let out a cold laugh. The movements of the 100 ghosts elder are shrouded in mystery. The 3 upper sects have pursued him for over a century without success. Is it not rather hasty to conclude his demise based solely on a few words from Bai Linlin? Indeed, Nangong Chushua propped her chin on one hand, gazing at Bai Linlin. Elder Bai, do you possess any evidence that proves the 100 ghosts elder is dead? Bai Linlin nodded gently, retrieving the cleaved corpse of the 100 ghosts elder from her storage ring. Before departing from the White Emperor City, she had anticipated Zhao Zhiyao's protests and had taken the precaution of securing the elder's remains. Upon gazing upon the gruesome sight of the corpse, Zhao Zhiyao staggered back in fright, rendered speechless. What, are you afraid? Bai Linlin taunted, her words sharp as daggers. Elder Zhao, you must ascertain whether this corpse belongs to the 100 ghosts elder, lest you find faults with me later. Zhao Zhiyao gritted her teeth in anger. Nangong Chushua, upon seeing the body, was equally taken aback. It was evident that the 100 ghosts elder bore no other wounds, indicating that he had been cleaved in two without sustaining any prior injuries. Such a feat could only be achieved by someone possessing strength beyond the 6th realm. The cultivation system of Tianyuan continent encompasses 9 realms, with the elusive 3 realms of divine path existing beyond the 9th realm, rarely traversing the mortal realm. Above the 6th realm, one is already deemed a great cultivator. Nangong Chushua, merely at the 6th realm of Qianfa, was the sole representative of this level within the Mingyue Pavilion. Elder Zhao, do you have anything to add? The moment Nangong Chushua laid eyes on the corpse, her demeanor shifted, her tone losing its previous gentleness. Zhao Xiao took a deep breath, glancing at the other two guest elders, who turned their heads away, feigning ignorance. Linlin, where is that esteemed elder you mentioned? Let us go greet him together, Nangong Chushua said, rising and moving towards the door. At Isa Peak, Shiyun was temporarily attending to Elder Lu. Bai Linlin hastily followed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiao as she exited. You little brat, you infuriate me to no end. Zhao Xiao fumed, her temper flaring as she hurried after them. Eager to discover the identity of the one capable of slaying the 100 Ghosts Elder with a single sword strike. Isa Peak, adjacent to the main peak, was enveloped by a plant known as the Tianqing climbing tiger, rendering the entire mountain of verdant hue, hence its name. Listen here, ladies. One must not solely focus on maintaining beauty. Physique is equally paramount, a voice rang out. Take this girl named Xiao Xiao for instance. Her figure lacks sufficient curves, failing to meet certain expectations. And this girl named Xiaoling has somewhat sloping shoulders, detracting from her overall allure. Today's gathering is fateful. Allow me to impart to you a set of shaping techniques, a method of yoga. Pay attention and learn well. At Isa Peak, within a modest courtyard, a group of young women surrounded Lu Chuan, chattering incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. It turned out that upon Bai Linlin and the others returned to Mingyue Pavilion, Zhao Luoluo had spread tales of Lu Chuan's valor throughout the entire Isa Peak. The disciples of Isa Peak arrived upon hearing the news. Initially, upon seeing Lu Chuan's decrepit appearance, the girls felt a tinge of disappointment. However, they soon found themselves drawn in by Lu Chuan's incessant chatter, quickly mingling with the group of young maidens. The master is here. You should hurry. Zhang Xiyun called out as she entered the courtyard with the clothes she had washed for Lu Chuan. The moment the girls heard this, they scattered in an instant. Senior Lu, we shall return later to learn your yoga techniques, echoed the voices of the girls from a distance. Oh, the beauty of youth is truly the most delightful aspect of this world, bringing joy to both body and spirit. Lu Chuan inhaled the fragrance left by the girls in the air, his face alight with ecstasy. This enchanting scene caught the eye of Nangong Chushue and her companions, particularly Zhao Xiao, who looked upon Lu Chuan with disdain. Bailinlin, is this the person you recommended? In this day and age, it seems any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter Mingyue Pavilion. Zhao Xiao scoffed, her confidence suddenly bolstered, as she sensed no trace of true essence emanating from Lu Chuan. Even the mightiest cultivators of the divine realm could not achieve such a feat, implying that this old man was, in fact, not a practitioner at all. Nonetheless, Lu Chuan paid no heed to Zhao Xiao's derisive remarks, for his gaze was fixed upon Nangong Chushue. In a blur, Lu Chuan, disregarding his frail limbs, rushed to stand before Nangong Chushue, his murky eyes fixated on her, nearly bulging from their sockets. She radiated an unparalleled grace and beauty, possessing an aura befitting a queen. Nangong Chushue offered a gentle bow, her smile warm. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed senior. I am the head of Mingyue Pavilion. She then proceeded to introduce her companions. This is Bailinlin, the master of Isa Peak, and this is Zhao Xiao, a guest elder. Zhao Xiao huffed in annoyance at Nangong Chushue's introduction, feeling slighted to be mentioned after Bailinlin. Very well, you are poised and gracious. If I were younger, I would surely pursue you relentlessly. Lu Chuan lamented, shaking his head in dismay at his own aged physique. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. How audacious. One must consider their own standing. Zhao Xiao thought to herself, determined that Nangong Chushue must not allow Lu Chuan into Mingyue Pavilion, fearing the pavilion would become a laughingstock for taking in a lecherous guest elder. Who do you think you are? I'm speaking to your pavilion master. What right do you have to interrupt? Do you have any manners? Any decency? Lu Chuan was not one to be trifled with, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiao. Furious, she trembled, her stunning face turning a deep shade of anger. No one in Mingyue Pavilion dared to speak to her in such a manner. Uffed. Bailinlin burst out laughing at Zhao Xiao's constipated expression, reveling in the moment. Chushue, if you dare let this old man in, I will leave Mingyue Pavilion. Zhao Xiao threatened, her fury boiling over. Very well, collect your salary from Chushue Peak this month before you depart. To Zhao Xiao's surprise, Nangong Chushue agreed without hesitation. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward in an instant. How could Zhao Xiao bear to leave Mingyue Pavilion? Here, there was food to eat, clothes to wear, resources to obtain, and Most importantly, there was no need to struggle. Only someone with a troubled mind would contemplate departure. Chushue, I am doing this for your own good. Allowing such a lecher to enter Minghua Pavilion could lead to scandalous events. Zhao Jiao attempted to shift the topic. Damn it, you insufferable fool. Lu Chuan felt a surge of anger. This woman never missed an opportunity to disparage him. Chapter 8. Weak and petulant slap. Lu Chuan raised his hand and struck Zhao Jiao across the face. The sharp sound echoed, stunning everyone present. Although Zhao Jiao was sharp-tongued and venomous, she was still a practitioner of the fifth realm. How could such a simple, yet deeply insulting slap land upon her? You've been given face, you wretched woman. Didn't you hear me telling you to leave? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in disdain, wiping his hands on his clothing. You old hag, how dare you hit me? Zhao Jiao sprang up like an enraged rooster. Calling him an old fool repeatedly, she declared, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, it won't be a clean job. Lu Chuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at her, but as he took a step forward, his back suddenly gave a crack. Bang! Lu Chuan fell heavily to the ground, grimacing as he clutched his aching back. The onlookers were left bewildered, with only Balinlin pulling the others back, urging them to keep their distance from Lu Chuan. His pathetic display further confirmed Zhao Jiao's belief that this old man was no true practitioner. As for the slap he had just received, Zhao Jiao could only convince herself that it was due to her momentary lapse in vigilance. You old fool, unable to even stand straight. Yet you wish to enter Minghua Pavilion? You must be utterly confused. After mocking him, Zhao Jiao summoned her true essence, stepping forward with all her might to deliver a slap aimed at Lu Chuan. If this slap connected, it could very well obliterate any practitioner of a lower realm. Seeing Zhao Jiao intent on murder, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth on the ground. Nangguang Chushue couldn't help but wonder if the corpse brought back by Balinlin had indeed been split by this old man, who could hardly maintain his footing. Have you always been this bold? Lu Chuan glared at the approaching slap, rage igniting within him, transforming into a fierce resolve. He had always been the one to strike others. When had it become his turn to be struck? I'll skewer you. Lu Chuan spontaneously devised a sword technique, pressing his right hand firmly against the ground. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass filled the air. Zhao Jiao felt a sharp pain in her back, and her hand halted just beside Lu Chuan's face, unable to advance any further. She looked down, stunned at her chest, disbelief filling her eyes as if struck by a thunderbolt. An invisible ice sword had pierced through her protective aura, accurately penetrating her heart. Blood dripped from the sword tip, glistening like jewels in the sunlight. Bang! Zhao Jiao collapsed heavily, and until her last breath, she could not comprehend where that ice sword had come from. Only Nangguang Chushue, standing nearby, discerned some of the truth. The ice sword was crafted by Lu Chuan through the condensation of water from the air. However, Nangguang Chushue did not anticipate the immense power of this sword, which was potent enough to slay a fifth-tier cultivator. Nangguang Chushue's countenance darkened considerably. The death of Zhao Jiao was of little lament. Her demise could even be celebrated with firecrackers within the Minghua Pavilion. Yet, Zhao Jiao was not an orphan without kin. She had an elder brother named Zhao Wuji, an elder of the Heavenly Dragon sect. While the Heavenly Dragon sect was merely a sect of medium strength, it surpassed the Minghua Pavilion by a significant margin. This was the reason Zhao Jiao had, for centuries, brazenly plundered resources from the Minghua Pavilion, causing discontent among its members. And why Nangguang Chushue dared not expel her forcibly. Though the Minghua Pavilion enjoyed the protection of the Jinyuan sect, such protection came at a cost. If this incident were to provoke a confrontation with the Heavenly Dragon sect, it could severely weaken the Minghua Pavilion. Ouch, my old back. Lu Chuan groaned as he propped himself up with a wooden sword. Glancing at Zhao Jiao's corpse on the ground, he rolled his eyes in disdain. Weak and pretentious. Who gave you the audacity? Liang Jingru. He spat and kicked the corpse aside, not forgetting to utter a sneer. Rest assured, little girl, it was I who killed you. Whatever happens, I shall bear it. Stop sulking and smile. Lu Chuan, ever astute, sensed that the matter was far from over by observing the expressions of Nangguang Chushue and the others. However, he remained unfazed, for these cultivators were weaker than he had anticipated. Perhaps they had yet to encounter a true formidable opponent. With the death already a fact, blaming anyone was futile. Nangguang Chushue regained her composure and began to organize matters. Lin, take care of the body. Leave no trace, and keep it strictly confidential. Let us conceal this matter for as long as we can. She then addressed the two guest elders. Gentlemen, The Mingyue Pavilion shall double your salaries. As for today's events, you shall consider them unseen. Rest assured, Pavilion Master, we are all in this together, the two guest elders replied, nodding vigorously. Such a salary increase was a rare opportunity indeed. You may return now. I have matters to discuss with my esteemed senior. Once the others departed, Nangong Chushue gritted her teeth and stepped forward to support Lu Chuan, intentionally pressing his arm against her bosom. Senior, let us discuss the refining of the illusionary face pill. Lu Chuan's earlier performance had instilled confidence in her. While she could not discern his cultivation level, she was certain that he was a formidable cultivator of at least the 6th tier. If Lu Chuan were willing to stay at the Mingyue Pavilion, many issues could be resolved, even those concerning the Zhenyuan sect. Now, Nangong Chushue was resolute in her intention to keep Lu Chuan, regardless of the cost. Feeling the softness against his arm, Lu Chuan regarded this woman with newfound respect. Nangong Chushue managed affairs with remarkable efficiency and recognized that the fundamental solution to their problems lay in retaining him. There is no need for that. Lu Chuan gently withdrew his arm. Nangong Chushue was taken aback, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If there were any other way, she would not resort to such a humiliating approach. Yet, her overture was rejected. Do not demean yourself so, Lu Chuan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. As fate would have it, I find myself unoccupied of late. I may as well reside here amidst the picturesque mountains and clear waters, surrounded by so many charming young ladies, an idyllic retreat for my twilight years. Nangong Chushue paused momentarily, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. The world admired the grandeur of the Mingyue Pavilion, yet few recognized the hardships concealed within its walls. It is essential to understand that a woman, particularly one of exceptional beauty, bears the weight of sustaining such a vast establishment. How much humiliation and helplessness must she endure, which remains unseen by the world? Yet, this seemingly loquacious elder before her afforded Nangong Chushue the respect she rightfully deserved. Thank you, she murmured softly, stepping forward to support Lu Chuan, this time devoid of her earlier hesitations. Ah Fu, come and give me a back rub. Lu Chuan reclined in his chair, calling out to Ah Fu atop the roof. Beside him, Nangong Chushue wished to offer a massage, but was met with disdainful rejection. You ought to know your own state, old man. Ah Fu grumbled as he leaped down from the roof. Hey, you rascal. If I don't give you a good thrashing for a day, you start to get restless. Don't you? Chapter 9. This modest request, the illusionary essence pill, is a refined elixir, requiring a plethora of materials for its concoction. Most of these ingredients can be procured by our Mingyue Pavilion. However, 2 specific items can only be obtained within the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. As Ah Fu needed Lu Chuan's back, Nangong Chushue, standing anxiously to the side, spoke of the illusionary essence pill. Secret Realm? Lu Chuan exclaimed, kicking Ah Fu across the room and rising from his chair. Witnessing the donkey soar through the air like a cannonball, Nangong Chushue's heart raced with mounting apprehension. Indeed, a secret realm, a unique space abundant with rare treasures for cultivators to harvest. Is there something amiss with this secret realm? Lu Chuan, astute as ever, discerned her unease. With a resigned sigh, Nangong Chushue nodded. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm opens once every century. In recent years, our Mingyue Pavilion has dwindled in strength and competitiveness, and it has been an age since we last ventured within. Ah, I see. I thought it was something grave, Lu Chuan replied, shaking his head. No matter. I shall undertake the journey myself. By the way, Lu Chuan tilted his head. It opens once every 100 years. Surely you jest? This humble girl would never dare jest with an esteemed elder, Nangong Chushue hastily clarified, a chill creeping into her heart. Fear not. The time for the Maple Leaf Secret Realm's opening is but a few days away. However, there are peculiar barriers within the realm that prevent cultivators above the 4th realm from entering. Then there is no issue. Lu Chuan exhaled in relief. Fortune favored him, for he would not have to wait several years. Nangong Chushue hesitated, thinking he had not grasped her meaning, and reiterated, esteemed elder. Cultivators above the 4th realm cannot enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. What concern is that of mine? Lu Chuan scoffed lightly. I am no cultivator. What? Nangong Chushue stammered, though Lu Chuan exhibited no signs of true essence fluctuation. However, Nangong Chushue still regarded Lu Chuan as a practitioner. Otherwise, how could he have effortlessly dispatched Zhao Jiao? There was no need to delve into the matter further. She merely needed to be alerted when the time came. This issue was convoluted, and given their differing systems. Lu Chuan was disinclined to elucidate it to Nangong Chushue, despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind. She understood the importance of discretion and chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Senior, what do you deem an appropriate salary for your services? Now that Lu Chuan had formally taken residence in the Mingyue Pavilion, Nangong Chushue's primary concern revolved around the monthly remuneration. The Mingyue Pavilion was financially constrained, and if Lu Chuan proposed an amount beyond their means, it would pose a significant dilemma. Salary? Lu Chuan regarded Nangong Chushue with a curious expression, suddenly realizing. You mean wages? Nangong Chushue nodded, her heart racing with anticipation, hoping fervently that Lu Chuan would not demand an exorbitant sum. Do you have paper and pen? Observing the tension radiating from Nangong Chushue, Lu Chuan nearly burst into laughter. Yes, yes, yes. She hurriedly retrieved them from her ring. Lu Chuan accepted the paper and pen, reclining on the chaise as he began to write. Meanwhile, Nangong Chushue anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, envisioning various scenarios where Lu Chuan, dissatisfied with the terms, would depart in anger. If such an outcome were to transpire, she was at a loss as to how to resolve the ensuing issues for the Mingyue Pavilion. Room and board, and additionally, hire 2 attractive maidservants to prepare my bed and serve tea. He instructed, send someone to the city to procure these items for me. Once Lu Chuan completed his writing, he handed the paper and pen back. Nangong Chushue wiped the sweat from her palms, cautiously receiving the document. However, as she read the contents, her beautiful eyes gradually widened, ultimately settling into a state of bewilderment and disbelief. For on the paper were not the stringent demands she had anticipated, but rather a list filled with everyday necessities such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Senior, is this truly all you require? Nangong Chushue stammered, her bewilderment palpable. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. This is no insignificant request. The meat must be of the finest quality, the vegetables fresh, and the chilies must be spicy. Hurry and have someone purchase these. I am looking forward to a hot pot dinner tonight. Having consumed potent pills for countless years, he longed for such a meal. All right, I shall send someone immediately. With that, Nangong Chushue finally felt a sense of relief. Not long after she departed, Afu returned, his face aflame with anger. That kick sent me flying over 1,000 miles. If I weren't bound to this fellow, I would have taken ages to return. Should you dare utter a word, I shall make you rue the day. Lu Chuan interjected, his tone fierce before Afu could speak. Instantly, Afu's anger dissipated. He reflected on their history and resigned himself to the reality that he was used to being reprimanded. Old man, I wish to discuss something with you. Afu approached eagerly, his eyes gleaming with cleverness. Bah! Lu Chuan scoffed. What is there for us to discuss? Haven't you already caused me enough misfortune? One cannot say it that way. Such occurrences were never my intention. Afu replied, a sheepish grin revealing his prominent buck teeth. Moreover, after 100,000 years, have you not become invincible? Hee. Speaking of this matter, Lu Chuan was filled with confusion. Foolish donkey. Is it not said that the practitioners of this world can summon clouds with a flip of their hand and summon rain with a flick of their wrist? Each one more formidable than the last. Yet, why do those I encounter seem so lacking? Afu instantly became animated and began to explain. It is quite simple. Firstly, you yourself are exceptionally powerful. Your strength has long reached a transcendent realm. Secondly, this world is vast, comprising 14 continents. And the overall strength of the Tianyuan continent is rather inferior, lacking top-tier combatants. What did you say? Lu Chuan suddenly struck, gripping Afu's neck. Have you matched to the template of this world? Cough, 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 let go, let go. Afu's neck was nearly crushed. No, I haven't fully matched. Just gained a general understanding. The heavenly path of this world is incredibly strong. I cannot invade it. I knew it. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and released his grip. Afu shook his neck, furious. You, damn it, must you be so violent? This is a condition that needs treatment. Treat your own grandmother's leg. Don't bother me. I find you irritating. Lu Chuan comfortably squinted his eyes, basking in the sunlight. Hee, handsome fellow, don't be like this. Can we discuss something? A good thing. Absolutely a good thing. Afu, with his donkey-like grin, recklessly pressed closer. Good thing? Since the day I met you, there has been no good thing. Lu Chuan impatiently opened his eyes and stretched his arms. At this rate, if Afu does not know when to stop, he might receive another beating. Afu hastily jumped back and forced a smile. Let us discuss how to match the cultivation template of this world. If we succeed, I can also renew your external assistance. Wouldn't that be splendid? Chapter 10. The wise Fu. Lu Chuan scoffed and laughed. With your demeanor, do you actually have a plan? Of course. Upon sensing the potential, Fu's spirit soared. Let me explain it this way. You'll understand, and it will be simpler. Imagine the entire world as a computer. I am a virus, and the heavenly path is the firewall. Currently, the firewall is too formidable for me to penetrate, and there is a chance that the antivirus software will eliminate me. This analogy is rather intriguing. Lu Chuan could not help but feel intrigued. You flatter me. Fu proudly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Look at you with that foolish expression. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and asked, so, how can we breach the firewall? It's not about breaching, it's about deceiving. Fu grinned broadly, revealing his large front teeth. You will attract the attention of the heavenly path, and I will take this opportunity to access its backdoor. If successful, once the external assistance is activated, you will wreak havoc in this world. What a splendid idea, donkey. I never would have guessed you possessed such wisdom. Lu Chuan praised him with a kind expression. What I admire most is that your ancient world's 36 stratagems are truly a culmination of human wisdom. I am merely testing my skills this time. It is nothing of great significance. The donkey proudly raised its head toward the sky, exuding an air of impending flight. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, how can I attract the attention of the heavenly Tao? That is quite simple. Fu whispered conspiratorially into Lu Chuan's ear. You must unleash your full strength upon this Tianyuan continent, striking down several hundred or even 1,000 grand cities. In due time, despair will reign. Rivers will run red with blood, and mountains will be piled high with the dead. The heavenly Tao will naturally intervene to obliterate you. While the heavenly Tao concentrates its power to eradicate you, I shall stealthily invade. What do you think? Isn't this plan utterly flawless? Do you take me for a ruthless killer? Lu Chuan's voice rose in indignation. Fu appeared bewildered. Are you not? Lu Chuan harbored a profound propensity for violence. To put it plainly, he was mentally unhinged. For him, taking a life was as natural as eating or drinking. Thus, Fu's confusion was entirely understandable. Do you think I would believe a foolish donkey like you? Lu Chuan suddenly stood, seizing Fu and raising his fist to strike at the wise eyes of the donkey. Refuse to cooperate, and you shall await your doom by lightning. 10 minutes later, Fu struggled to rise from the ground, his donkey visage flattened. Your power does not belong to this realm, should you act recklessly. The heavenly Tao will surely take notice and strike you down, old fool. Oh, how frightful. Lu Chuan lifted his foot and sent Fu flying. Pathetic, you foolish creature. As dusk approached, Zhang Xiun and Zhao Luoluo arrived at the small courtyard. They had been dispatched by Nangong Chuxue to attend to Lu Chuan. The two young girls, upon entering the courtyard, were filled with trepidation, for Nangong Chuxue had explicitly instructed them to acquiesce to all of Lu Chuan's demands, no matter how rude. Lacking the means to refuse Nangong Chuxue's orders, they steeled themselves and entered. Where are the vegetables? Upon seeing familiar faces, Lu Chuan showed no trace of politeness. Yes, we brought them. Zhang Xiun momentarily froze, quickly snapping back to reality as she hastily retrieved fresh vegetables and various meats from her ring. Bang! Due to her nervousness, a piece of meat slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Senior, I apologize. I will clean it up immediately. Zhang Xiun trembled in fright and hurriedly crouched down. Hey, I'm not a monster. Why are you two so frightened? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and took the items from Zhang Xiun's hands. Shortly thereafter, with the pot on the fire and the ingredients sizzling, delightful aromas wafted through the courtyard. It has been a struggle. My palate has grown bland. Come, let us feast together. Lu Chuan filled the table with dishes, cheerfully inviting the two girls. The girls exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to react. Rest assured, I am of sufficient age. My interests in that regard are waning. So you need not worry. Though his words were coarse and blunt, they did provide a sense of relief for the two girls. Senior, let me assist you. I shall help as well. As the atmosphere gradually softened, the donkey, having just returned, lay on the rooftop with a look of profound resentment. As for the extraordinarily spicy hot pot, the two girls merely took a single bite and resolutely refused to lift their chopsticks again. Ultimately, a grand array of meats and vegetables was consumed entirely by Lu Chuan. The following days passed in tranquility. Perhaps it was due to Nangong Chuxue's prior admonitions. The young ladies from Isa Peak refrained from disturbing Lu Chuan any further. Zhang Xiyun and Zhao Luoluo also grew more familiar with Lu Chuan, gradually discerning some of his temperament. Lu Chuan's disposition was that of an unyielding tyrant, intolerant of any form of dissent. Even the slightest act of rebellion could incite his wrath to a murderous extent. However, as long as one complied with him, he could be quite amiable. Senior, the sect master has instructed me to inform you that we are to gather at Longyin Valley today, for in just a couple of days, the Maple Leaf Secret Realm will be opening. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiyun brought Lu Chuan some promising news. Ah, it's finally time. Little girl, do not forget to bring the pots, pans, and all the ingredients. Lu Chuan remarked while stretching his body, issuing instructions. Senior, are we really taking all of this to the secret realm? Zhao Luo's cherubic face was filled with confusion. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm was fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts. A moment of inattention could lead to dire consequences. Were they really going for a picnic? Would they not need to eat? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Zhao Luoluo, startled, quickly lowered her head and began to tidy up. Linlin, you will lead the team into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm this time. Do not engage in conflict with other sects, and ensure that Senior Lu's needs are well taken care of. At this moment, approximately 20 individuals had gathered at the martial arts arena of Tianshui Peak. These were the disciples selected by Nangong Chushue, who would accompany Lu Chuan into the secret realm. Due to insufficient strength, Minghua Pavilion had not entered the Maple Leaf Secret Realm for nearly a millennium. Without strength, they could not compete for resources. This was indeed a vicious cycle. If this continued, Minghua Pavilion would grow progressively weaker, ultimately facing extinction. Nangong Chushue had made a significant decision this time, selecting a portion of elite disciples to accompany Lu Chuan into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, viewing it as a trial. If these disciples could return safely, they would become the future pillars of Minghua. Chapter 11. The journey begins. Trouble arises. Senior has arrived. Someone shouted, and the arena fell into an immediate hush. The chosen disciples stretched their long necks, peering to catch a glimpse. A male guest elder had come to Minghua Pavilion, marking a momentous occasion, the first in nearly 1,000 years. This news had been the talk of Minghua Pavilion for days. However, Nangong Chushue had issued a strict command forbidding anyone from Isa Peak to disturb Lu Chuan. Had it not been for this edict, the threshold of that small courtyard would likely have been trampled. Anticipation filled the air, yet it was met with disappointment. An old man ambled into the arena, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of self-importance. Why is it an old man? The sisters from Isa Peak had claimed that the new guest elder was a formidable and striking figure. It is somewhat peculiar. The way one walks resembles that of a crab. Surely, one wouldn't be met with violence upon venturing out, would they? Hush, speak softly. I have heard whispers about the new guest. They possess a rather foul temper and have been known to consume children, 3 at a time, no less. As the girls engaged in their furtive murmurs, a sudden chill enveloped them. It was the gaze of Nangong Chushue that had turned their way, causing them to fall silent in an instant. Senior Lu. Nangong Chushue promptly approached, offering a graceful bow. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. When shall we depart? At any moment. Nangong Chushue exhaled in relief, for Lu Chuan appeared to be in good spirits. This humble girl has taken the liberty of selecting 20 disciples, hoping to accompany you into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. That's of no consequence. Lu Chuan understood Nangong Chushue's intent was for him to look after these young maidens. It was a trivial matter, and he did not decline. Thank you, Senior. Nangong Chushue was elated. With Lu Chuan's capabilities, he would undoubtedly safeguard these girls. She then imparted a few more instructions before nodding towards Bai Linlin. Bai Linlin produced a bamboo flute and played a delicate note. Soon, a clear, melodious call resonated from the distant mountains. A colossal azure bird, resembling a small mountain, soared upwards and swiftly arrived at Tianshui Peak. Senior, this is the sky-soaring sparrow nurtured by Minghua Pavilion. It possesses remarkable speed. We shall reach Longyin Valley within a day. As Bai Linlin spoke, she cast a fierce glare at the chattering girls. That bird is quite plump. It would make an excellent hot pot dish. Lu Chuan remarked, eyeing the sparrow's legs, wiping a bit of saliva from his mouth. Zhang Xiyun and Zhao Luoluo quivered in fright. The others, unaware of what a hot pot entailed, were oblivious. But these two, having cared for Lu Chuan for several days, certainly knew. Minghua Pavilion possessed but this one spirit beast capable of long-distance flight. If it were ever turned into a hot pot, any future endeavors would rely solely on their own wings, which could be utterly exhausting over vast distances. Just a jest. Look at how frightened you two are. Lu Chuan chuckled, shaking his head as he lightly placed his toes upon the head of the sky-soaring sparrow. Everyone gasped. This sparrow had a notoriously irritable temperament and did not permit anyone atop its head. True to form, the sky-soaring sparrow began to shake its head, attempting to dislodge the impudent elder. "Wretched beast, how dare you?" Nangong Chushua cried out, her voice laced with urgency. Yet, the sky-soaring sparrow, a venerable figure within Mingyue Pavilion, paid her no heed. "Foul creature, should you dare move that head of yours, I shall take you for a hot pot, and I dare you to test me." Although Lu Chuan's tone was light, there lingered a hint of jest. However, as a spirit beast, the sky-soaring sparrow had an acute sense of danger. At the moment the elder spoke, it sensed a wave of murderous intent. Its entire being trembled as if electrified. The sky-soaring sparrow understood that should it dare to shake its head, it would indeed be consigned to the hot pot. Though it had no comprehension of what a hot pot entailed, it certainly grasped that it was not a favorable fate. Observing the sudden silence enveloping the celestial sparrow, the young ladies widened their eyes in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected demeanor of this once unruly creature. When had it ever been so docile? A fleeting thought crossed their minds. Perhaps the elder radiated an air of newfound charm. Surely, he possessed genuine prowess. Otherwise, how could the esteemed lord permit a man to enter the moonlit pavilion? A delightful notion sparked among them. How splendid it would be if the elder could impart some wisdom regarding their cultivation. In no time, Lu Chuan's image grew larger in the eyes of the onlookers, a figure of discernment, an esteemed master to teach them the art of the sword. As he listened to the animated chatter of the adorned maidens, a profound sense of contentment washed over him. The moonlit pavilion was indeed a marvelous place. Merely gazing upon these young ladies each day could surely extend one's lifespan. As the celestial sparrow commenced its journey, a large head remained rigid, paralyzed by trepidation. "Elder, would you care to examine this topographical map of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm?" Bai Linlin inquired, presenting a map upon the sparrow's head. Lu Chuan cast a casual glance, instantly imprinting the entire map into his mind, not merely remembering, but engraving it, akin to a photocopier replicating an image. Whenever required, he could effortlessly retrieve this map for further study. Just mention a few points of caution, he replied nonchalantly, turning his attention to the scenic vistas along their path. Nangong Chushua nodded and began her discourse. To concoct the illusory face pill, 3 key herbs from the Maple Leaf Secret Realm are essential: the heavenly fragrance spirit fruit, the mystic ice flower, and the blood phoenix wood. These ingredients are scattered across 3 distinct regions, requiring considerable effort to obtain. Upon entering the secret realm, one will be randomly teleported. Thus, for safety's sake, we must convene promptly. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm opens for a mere 7 days. Should one linger beyond that time, they must await 100 years for the next opportunity to emerge. As Bai Linlin continued her explanation, a colossal streak of light surged past them from a distance. The luminous trail stirred a tempestuous wind, causing the celestial sparrow to veer off course. "What a lack of decorum," Lu Chuan remarked, rolling his eyes at the vanishing light. "Old fool, you've changed." Suddenly, a Fu appeared beside him, his wise eyes fixed on Lu Chuan, wearing an expression of disbelief. Given Lu Chuan's tyrannical nature, one would expect him to obliterate such an impudent streak of light. Yet, he merely muttered a curse and let the matter rest. Was it any wonder a Fu looked so astonished? "Shut that wretched mouth of yours. Your presence irks me. Depart." Lu Chuan lifted his foot and kicked a Fu aside, alarming the group of young ladies, who let out a chorus of shrieks. Just as they were still recovering from the shock of witnessing a Fu's abrupt flight, the earlier streak of light inexplicably returned. It positioned itself before them, forcing the celestial sparrow to halt. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, its true form was unveiled, a magnificent fish adorned with wings. Its size rivaled that of the celestial sparrow, yet its imposing aura was undeniably superior, belonging to an entirely different echelon. Chapter 12. Weak yet resentful, the Sea Tangqing fish. A creature of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Bai Linlin spoke with a pained expression, addressing Lu Chuan. The Beastmaster sect primarily focuses on taming beasts, boasting a strength that far surpasses that of the Mingyue Pavilion, with its disciples often displaying a domineering and unreasonable demeanor. They are frequent visitors to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Oh, isn't that Elder Bai from the Minghua Pavilion? A middle-aged man, standing atop a giant fish's head. Greeted Bai Linlin with a smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Bai Linlin cast a cold glance at the man, quietly explaining to Lu Chuan, Qian Shouyu, an elder of the Beast Master sect, is accompanied by a three-tailed golden leopard. He has a history of conflict with the Minghua Pavilion. Afterward, Bai Linlin looked up at Qian Shouyu and coldly remarked, "What is this? You from the Beast Master sect can go, but we of the Minghua Pavilion cannot?" Qian Shouyu scoffed dismissively, "Elder Bai, you've misunderstood. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm is an unclaimed domain accessible to all. But tell me, will you women be going there for free?" His words elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. It is well known among the cultivators of Tianyuan continent that the Minghua Pavilion is not adept at combat. While they may assist, engaging in resource competition would be tantamount to offering themselves as mere fodder. The Minghua Pavilion had once sent individuals into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, only to face utter annihilation. This has been the fundamental reason for their abstinence from the realm for a millennium. Bai Linlin's face flushed with anger, feeling somewhat helpless, for there was undeniable truth in his words. Observing her speechless, Qian Shouyu grew increasingly smug. A few years back, at the auction in Wuxiang City, your Minghua Pavilion acquired an item of mine. Isn't it time you returned it? Shameless. Bai Linlin's brows furrowed as she glared at him. That item rightfully belonged to the Minghua Pavilion, acquired through legitimate bidding. When did it become yours? Years prior, during the auction in Wuxiang City. Both the Minghua Pavilion and the Beastmaster sect had set their sights on the same item. However, the Beastmaster sect, having spent their funds on other precious materials, lacked the means to secure it. Ultimately, the item was won by the Minghua Pavilion. While this was the crux of the matter and not particularly significant, the Beastmaster sect, accustomed to its dominance, insisted that the Minghua Pavilion was targeting them. Henceforth, any opportunity would see the Beastmaster sect seeking confrontation. Qian Shouyu chuckled. "What need have you for a beast-taming artifact? Are you planning to display it?" Bai Linlin retorted through clenched teeth. "Does the Minghua Pavilion require your approval for what we procure?" At this moment, Lu Chuan, having grown bored of the spectacle, yawned. "Why are you even engaging with him? He is simply trying to provoke you. Just deal with him." It was then that Qian Shouyu noticed Lu Chuan, sprawled atop the head of the Tianqing sparrow. The bird's feathers were so fluffy that Lu Chuan appeared to sink into them. From an improper angle, one could scarcely see him at all. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, resembling a decrepit old man, Qian Shouyu couldn't suppress his laughter. "Oh, what a curious sight. When did the Minghua Pavilion start keeping men, especially an old fellow like this? If you're short on men, just say the word. We at the Beastmaster sect have plenty of strapping young lads. So there is no need for you to stoop to this level." His remarks once again sparked a chorus of laughter. Such words, when uttered in the presence of a group of young ladies, are undeniably cruel and excessively harsh. The disciples of Minghua Pavilion were filled with indignation. Yet their lack of strength rendered them powerless, on the verge of tears. "Qian Shouyu, do not take advantage of us." A sudden surge of murderous intent erupted from beside Bai Linlin, as if the very air crackled with tension. "If you wish to fight, then let us fight. What is with all this needless prattle? Just go ahead and tear that wretched mouth apart." Lu Chuan fanned the flames from the side. "Old fool, do you truly think she dares?" "Ha ha." Qian Shouyu's laughter was nearly choked from his mirth. "You little piece of filth, reveling in laughter, are you?" Lu Chuan suddenly erupted. This time, Lu Chuan's old back stood firm, surprisingly unyielding. Before Qian Shouyu's laughter could fully fade, the hunched old man was already before him. How swift! A jolt of alarm surged through Qian Shouyu as he prepared to channel his true essence. However, in the next moment, a gnarled, bony hand reached for his mouth. What followed was an encounter with brutality. That old hand seized his chin, the force so immense that it shattered his jawbone. No time to register the pain. A more savage act ensued. Lu Chuan's other emaciated hand plunged into his mouth, hooking the corner of his lips and pulling viciously. Half of his face was torn open, blood gushing forth, staining half of his body. The entire ordeal transpired too swiftly, even with half his mouth shredded. Qian Shouyu had yet to feel the pain. Communication is meant for dialogue, not for spewing filth. "You wretched creature, lack of upbringing." No sooner had the words left his lips than the other half of his mouth was similarly torn apart. Ack! Pain surged like a tidal wave, and Qian Shouyu finally let out a heart-wrenching howl. Lu Chuan scoffed. casually grasping Qian Shoyu by his hair, spinning him around to face the disciples of the beast sect. At that moment, Qian Shoyu felt a sword-like energy invade his body, his meridians instantly crushed to a pulp. There was no room for pleas. Even breathing had become a laborious task. Witnessing their elder's mouth fully torn apart, hanging grotesquely from his face, instilled terror among the beast sect disciples, their legs trembling in fear. Laugh now, why have you all ceased? Weren't you just reveling in merriment? Lu Chuan grinned, baring his teeth in delight. A bunch of worthless fools, weak and filled with hatred. How have such maggots managed to survive until today? Senior, we beg your pardon. It is our folly. Please do not hold it against us. Finally, someone mustered the courage to plead with Lu Chuan. Oh, how amusing. Lu Chuan replied with mockery. Just moments ago, you were calling him an old fool. Now you refer to him as senior. A pack of blind fools, wasting precious air. As Lu Chuan spoke, his expression suddenly shifted. A wave of ferocity surged forth. With a heavy stomp, he declared, bang. The giant fish, without so much as a whimper, met a gruesome end, its head exploding, the carcass plummeting downward. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the beast sect wasted no time, hastily retreating. If you enjoy running, then run swiftly. Lu Chuan gently waved his hand, and the blood gushing from the giant fish transformed into a sinister orb, hovering before him. Streams of sword intent emanated from Lu Chuan, enveloping the blood and shaping it into swords, which he directed forward. The blood orb morphed into dozens of long swords that soared through the air, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing disciples of the Wanshou sect. Chapter 13. Arrival at Longyin Valley. Notify the sect, we have been attacked by the Minghua Pavilion. Elder Qian has perished in battle. The escaping disciples of the Wanshou sect, relieved that Lu Chuan did not pursue them, hurriedly relayed the news to their sect. However, just as the communication talisman in their hands extinguished, they felt a series of subtle tremors ripple through the air. This disturbance was faint, easily overlooked by the unobservant. Suddenly, before they could even grasp the source of the tremors, a crimson sword pierced one disciple's chest, striking true to the heart. The sound of more swords slicing through flesh followed in rapid succession. Of the 38 disciples heading to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, none escaped. They were annihilated in an instant. Lu Chuan selected the tenderest flesh from the giant fish, cheerfully carrying it back to the head of the Tianqing sparrow. Appearing as nonchalant as a farmer returning from the fields, the young women, already shaken by his ruthless methods, only regained their composure when Lu Chuan set up a pot for cooking. Bai Linlin's face turned pale, fully aware of the means employed by cultivators. Those chosen for the Maple Leaf Secret Realm were primarily elite disciples of the sect, now brutally eliminated by Lu Chuan. With old grievances rekindled and new enmities forged, it seemed unlikely that the Jinyuan sect could protect Minghua Pavilion this time. Don't just stand there. Come and help with the hot pot. Lu Chuan called out cheerfully to the girls. Senior, this time Minghua Pavilion is likely in grave trouble, Bai Linlin replied, her voice tinged with distress. Before setting out, Nangong Chushue had repeatedly warned against provoking conflict. Yet here they were, creating a monumental disaster even before reaching Longyin Valley. What if the sky were to fall? Lu Chuan chuckled, lifting his chopsticks. Rest assured, your master is here. The sky will not collapse. This fish is exceptionally tender. Are you certain you do not wish to sample some? With the deed done and the fish slaughtered, what more could be said? Bai Linlin gritted her teeth, deciding that since they had come this far, they would deal with future matters later. Senior, do you still want the corpse of the giant fish? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. You may handle it yourselves. Thank you, Senior. Bai Linlin bowed and turned to the still reeling disciples. Xiao Xiao, take some people down to properly handle the giant fish's remains. The Hai Tangqing you possesses a faint ancient Kunpeng bloodline, rich in treasures. We must not let it go to waste. A charming young girl stood up, her expression more excited than fearful. She nodded, rest assured, Elder. They always bullied us in the past. They deserve their fate. Upon hearing this, the girls awakened from their stupor, their fear transforming into exhilaration. They chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling like little stars as they gazed at Lu Chuan. Bai Linlin forced a smile, pondering how this situation would ultimately resolve. Once everyone had tidied up, they enjoyed a sumptuous fish hot pot, with Tianxing even consuming the inner core of the Haotong fish. Everyone was filled with joy, yet only the world of the beast sect bore the scars of battle. On the following morning, They finally arrived at Longyin Valley. Legend has it that this place is the burial ground of a true dragon, and on rainy days, one can hear the resonant dragon's roar echoing through the valley, a phenomenon that lends its name to Longyin Valley. By the time Lu Chuan and his companions arrived, the valley was already teeming with no fewer than 1,000 people, representing over 30 sects, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The centennial opening of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm is a vital opportunity for these mid-sized sects to acquire resources, so the gathering of so many sects was quite understandable. The emergence of Mingyue Pavilion stirred quite a commotion. For the first time in a millennium, they had not sent representatives. Their sudden appearance was undeniably surprising. Of course, there was a significant reason behind this. The female disciples of Mingyue Pavilion were all youthful and radiant, leaving many smitten in their wake. In a realm where men outnumber women, they naturally drew considerable attention. Isn't that by Lin Lin, the peak master of Mingyue Pavilion? Indeed, it was she, reputed to have entered the 5th realm after merely a century of cultivation. A century, and she dares to boast? There's a prodigy from Haotian sect who reportedly reached the 5th realm in just 10 years. Why compare with mere prodigies when you could compare with the war god of the divine path's 3rd realm? It was said that Mingyue Pavilion had 3 unparalleled beauties. Yet none were in sight this time. Are you foolish? The 3 unparalleled beauties of Mingyue Pavilion consist of the Pavilion Master, an aloof elder, and one who is currently on an external excursion. How could she possibly be here? What a farce. Calling them unparalleled beauties when they are merely the back garden of Zhenyuan's sect. Brother, your words are misguided. Mingyue Pavilion must rely on a grand sect like Zhenyuan sect to survive. But didn't they claim Mingyue Pavilion lacked men? What about that old man? The onlookers, captivated by the beauty of the disciples, noticed Lu Chuan at the back, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance. Surely he isn't one of Mingyue Pavilion's people? It seemed unlikely. Mingyue Pavilion would not stoop to such a level as to admit an old man. Definitely not. If Mingyue Pavilion accepted men, I would be the first to abandon my sect and join them. Keep dreaming. Mingyue Pavilion has no cultivation methods suitable for men, and even if there were, would you dare? Your master would surely have your head for it. Wait a minute, something's off. Bai Lin Lin is bowing to that old man. What? Quickly, slap me awake. Bai Lin Lin, the peak master of the 2nd largest peak in Mingyue Pavilion, whose status was only subordinate to that of the pavilion master, was bowing to an old man. Did you notice? That old man lacks any fluctuation of true essence. He appears to be a non-cultivator. Is it possible? Bai Lin Lin is paying respects to an ordinary person? This is venturing into uncharted territory for me. Could this old man be her father from the mundane world? Otherwise, there seems to be no reason for this. The likelihood is high, yet bringing one's father to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, what an unusual maneuver. At this moment, the attention of the onlookers had entirely shifted to Lu Chuan. Curiosity aside, during such a sensitive period, no one dared to inquire too boldly. Elder Bai, it has been a long time. I trust you are well. Bai Lin Lin had just settled her group when a visitor arrived. It was Elder Zhao. Upon seeing him, Bai Lin Lin's expression involuntarily changed. The visitor was none other than Zhao Zhiyao's elder brother, the law enforcement elder of the Tianlong sect, Zhao Wuji. Bai Lin Lin was aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhao Zhiyao's demise at Lu Chuan's hands. How could she not feel anxious with her brother at the door? Zhao Wuji, a middle-aged man of imposing stature, bore a face full of flesh and donned a suit of black armor, exuding an aura of intimidation as he stood before the tent. Elder Bai, what brings you and your Mingyue Pavilion here? Zhao Wuji inquired, his voice resonating so powerfully that it made the entire tent tremble. Chapter 14. The Secret Realm opens. Gazing at Zhao Wuji, Bai Lin Lin steadied her emotions and forced a smile. The Pavilion Master has sent disciples for some practical experience. Remaining within the sect is not a viable option. Indeed, Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. It is essential to venture out. One cannot grow without experiencing some bloodshed. Elder Zhao's words brought a quiet sense of relief to Bai Lin Lin. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji asked, "By the way, I have not heard from Yao Yao recently. What is her situation?" Feigning a casual tone, Bai Lin Lin explained, "Elder Zhao, she has recently experienced a breakthrough and is in seclusion." "I see." Zhao Wuji smiled with satisfaction. "Then let it be so. Once you enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, merely explore without contending for treasures. Your Mingyue Pavilion is rather lacking in practical combat." "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhao," Bai Lin Lin replied, her expression somewhat grim. It seemed Zhao Wuji had come specifically to caution her about this matter, and his inquiry about Zhao Ziyao was likely an afterthought. Clearly, the more powerful sects had already designated their territories within the secret realm. This was to be expected. Those with greater strength could seize more. Without power, one has no voice. Who would concern themselves with camaraderie? How naive. Once within the Maple Leaf secret realm, it was imperative to conceal themselves and avoid exposure, hastening to gather at the Shueshua Valley. In the dead of night, Bai Linlin convened a meeting. Due to the barriers within the secret realm, those at the 4th stage could not enter. Bai Linlin, being at the 5th stage, was equally barred. Once inside the Maple Leaf secret realm, survival would depend solely on their individual skills. This time, Xiao Xiao would be in charge. It was not necessary for them to acquire numerous treasures, only to emerge safely. After Bai Linlin spoke, she turned her gaze to a quirky young girl. The girl, named Lin Xiao Xiao, was the chief disciple of the Isa Peak and Bai Linlin's personal student, renowned for her audacious spirit. Previously, when Lu Chuan had slaughtered the Wanshou men, it was this girl who exhibited the most courage. Lin Xiao Xiao patted her still-developing chest, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and nodded earnestly. Master, rest assured, I will definitely bring my junior sisters back safely. Bai Linlin shook her head, her eyes still filled with concern. The Mingyue Pavilion has not ventured into the Maple Leaf secret realm for over a millennium, and the harshness within is beyond the imagination of these youthful souls. Bai Linlin gazed at Lu Chuan, who was beside her savoring a hot pot with grease dripping from his mouth. She had long harbored a question. Why did Lu Chuan indulge so fervently in mundane cuisine? Practitioners typically abstain from worldly foods, as they can taint the body with impurities. Senior, do you have any words of advice? In a bid to ensure the safety of the young girls, Bai Linlin shamelessly sought to draw closer to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with his hand, and surveyed the group with a calm demeanor. Since I have promised your pavilion master to look after you, I will certainly not go back on my word. As he spoke, Lu Chuan lightly flicked his fingers. A series of barely perceptible, transparent, sword energies emanated from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping each individual. Each person received a strand of this sword energy, which would automatically activate in times of danger, providing a single chance for survival. This shall suffice. Find me within the secret realm, and you shall be safe. The group was elated. They had already witnessed Lu Chuan's extraordinary prowess when they had previously dispatched the Wan Beast sect's members with the ease of slaughtering livestock. Yet, a lingering question remained. How would Lu Chuan enter the Maple Leaf secret realm? No one dared to inquire, opting instead to wait for the morrow's revelations. Perhaps it was the tranquility before the storm. The night passed relatively peacefully. Senior, it is time to rise. In half an hour, the secret realm will open. Reluctantly, Lu Chuan climbed out of bed. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle rain had begun to fall in Longyin Valley, and an unsettling silence enveloped the area, broken only by an ominous aura that reverberated throughout. Zhang Xiun held an umbrella over Lu Chuan, while Bai Linlin led the group to the site of the Maple Leaf secret realm's opening at Longzue Cliff. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, the usually lively and spirited girls followed Bai Linlin in silence. Longzue Cliff was nearly filled with people. It was the sole passage into the Maple Leaf secret realm. Entering even a second earlier could yield a significant advantage. Such a location was naturally dominated by the more powerful sects, relegating Lu Chuan and his companions to the back of the line. The appearance of the Mingyue Pavilion drew considerable attention, particularly due to Lu Chuan's eccentricity in holding an umbrella, making him the focal point. Yet, no discussions arose. The overall atmosphere was dreadfully heavy. Everyone understood that the Maple Leaf secret realm was not merely a place abundant in resources, but also a ruthless testing ground and a battleground for the major sections. Each time, no more than 30% of those who entered the Maple Leaf secret realm emerged alive. This meant that out of the 1,000 entrants, fewer than 300 would survive. Despite the brutality, those who managed to escape would undoubtedly rise to prominence within their sections. Lu Chuan, however, was indifferent to the wait. He took out a meat bun and began to chew heartily. The secret realm opens. Just as Lu Chuan began to grow impatient, a resonant voice echoed from Longzue Cliff, drawing the gaze of all present to its source. A small black dot suddenly appeared in the air at the edge of the cliff. This minute speck began to enlarge at a visible pace, accompanied by an unusual ripple spreading through the atmosphere. Eventually, the dot expanded until it was just large enough for a person to pass through. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are decreed by heaven. Fellow Taoists, please. The deep voice resonated again. As the words faded, the crowd began to file into the black in an orderly manner. Lu Chuan found the scene intriguing and turned to the air beside him, inquiring, "Donkey, what is this space? Is it an alternate dimension or a fragmented little realm?" No sooner had he spoken than Ah Fu's figure materialized abruptly beside Lu Chuan. Ah Fu's wise gaze swept over the black, and with a broad grin revealing his tusks, he scoffed. "A little realm, hardly an alternate space. It's probably left behind by some cultivator." Observing the long line ahead, Ah Fu continued impatiently, "How long must we wait? Don't you have a sword technique specifically for cutting through barriers? Just slice that broken barrier." "Sword technique? What sword technique?" Lu Chuan replied, utterly bewildered. Ah Fu nearly spewed blood in exasperation. How could he have such an unreliable host in Lu Chuan, who had forgotten all that he had learned? "Enough, enough. Your senility is too severe. Just pretend I never said that." "Hey, who are you calling senile?" Lu Chuan retorted, kicking Ah Fu away. This minor episode lightened the atmosphere somewhat. Chapter 15. Come here, let me take a look. After waiting nearly 20 minutes at Dragon's Mouth Cliff, it was finally the turn of the last group, the Mingyue Pavilion, to enter the passage. However, just as the leader, Lin Xiaoxiao, was about to cross the black dot, an arm reached out to stop her. A strikingly alluring woman blocked the path of the Mingyue Pavilion members. The woman cast a sidelong glance at Bai Linlin and said in a sarcastic tone, "Bai Linlin, you must think carefully. The Mingyue Pavilion already has few disciples, and those with exceptional talents are even rarer. If all perish in the secret realm, you may not be able to bear the consequences. No need for your concern." Bai Linlin replied, her expression impassive. The woman smiled, unfazed by Bai Linlin's demeanor, and continued, "Your little junior uncle has been down the mountain for some years now. Why has there been no news?" Bai Linlin's expression darkened further. This woman, known as Bailey Dai, was an elder of the Haisha sect. However, Bailey Dai once held another title. She was the former leader of the Isa Peak of the Mingyue Pavilion. For various reasons, she had betrayed the Mingyue Pavilion 100 years ago and had taken with her several of the pavilion's already limited offensive techniques. This led to the leakage of the pavilion's methods, allowing many sects to develop countermeasures. The Mingyue Pavilion, already in a disadvantaged position, had been in decline ever since the outflow of its techniques began a century ago. Betraying one's sect is regarded as one of the most intolerable crimes in the cultivation world, and those who turn against their masters often become evil cultivators. Yet, Bailey Dai had somehow managed to gain protection within the Haisha sect, and even ascended to the rank of elder 30 years ago. The Moonlight Pavilion and the 100 Miles Butterfly are enmeshed in deep-seated enmity. Regrettably, the circumstances render them powerless, forcing them to suppress their grievances for over a century. Bai Linlin, witnessing the 100 Miles Butterfly obstructing the passage and engaging in futile disputes to hinder the disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion, seethed with anger. She understood the ulterior motive of the 100 Miles Butterfly was merely to delay their entry, rendering the disciples passive once they entered the secret realm, a malicious scheme indeed. 100 Miles Butterfly, how long do you intend to prolong this? The Moonlight Pavilion has shown you grace, even refraining from pursuing the grave crime of your defection. Yet you still seek to provoke us. You are nothing short of a thankless wretch. In her determination to expedite the disciples' passage into the secret realm, Bai Linlin boldly confronted the 100 Miles Butterfly, engaging in a public quarrel. The 100 Miles Butterfly scoffed, "What audacity! Nangong Chushue might wish to pursue this matter, but alas, she lacks the strength." "Step aside." Bai Linlin dismissed the verbal sparring. With a flick of her wrist, a white silk ribbon darted towards the 100 Miles Butterfly. Unfazed, the latter smirked and flicked her finger, unleashing a small red sword that shattered Bai Linlin's ribbon to smithereens. A flying sword. Bai Linlin gasped in alarm, instinctively retreating and summoning an invisible barrier of energy around her. The red sword, having obliterated her ribbon, hovered ominously before the 100 Miles Butterfly, refusing to pursue further. "How does it feel?" The 100 Miles Butterfly laughed triumphantly, wielding a flying sword acquired through the Moonlight Pavilion's secret techniques. Despicable, Bai Linlin's face flushed crimson with indignation. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Although the 100 Miles Butterfly was not a sword cultivator, the lethality of the flying sword was beyond what Bai Linlin, a mere novice, could withstand. Despicable? The 100 Miles Butterfly shrugged dismissively. "The wisest decision I ever made was to leave the Moonlight Pavilion. clinging to that dilapidated place, where my demise would go unnoticed. Step aside. What do you intend to do? We cannot fight or outwit you. Bai Lin was frantic. If they delayed any longer, the first entrants would have gathered, and the disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion might find themselves surrounded and slaughtered. Around them, 30 to 40 elders from various sects not only refrained from intervening, but appeared to revel in the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Lu Chuan, who had been squatting at a distance, finally finished his sumptuous breakfast. He accepted the mouthwash offered by Luo and gargled loudly. What is that old hag blocking the way for? Collecting tolls? With hands behind his back, Lu Chuan strolled over and immediately spotted the 100 Miles butterfly standing defiantly at the passage. You old crone, what are you? The 100 Miles butterfly's face darkened at being insulted. Senior, she seeks to delay the Moonlight Pavilion's entrance into the secret realm, Bai Lin, in her urgency, directly reported. If this drags on too long, the girls will be surrounded and slain. Senior, please think of a solution. Humph. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in derision. The Moonlight Pavilion is quite the soft target, isn't it? Anyone can come and squeeze it. Bai Lin, hearing this, felt a mix of anger and frustration, tears brimming in her eyes. Hey, little girl, why are you crying? Lu Chuan found himself both amused and exasperated. I am not. Bai Lin, consumed by rage and embarrassment, wiped her eyes and charged towards Bailey Dai, exclaiming, Get out of my way, you wretched hag. It is evident that Nangong Chushue has failed in her teachings. Allow me to rectify that. With a swift motion, Bailey Dai directed her crimson flying sword straight for Bai Lin's throat. In her fury, Bai Lin lost her reason and confronted the sword head-on. If struck, she would surely meet a grim fate. As the sharp aura of the sword approached, Bai Lin realized her recklessness too late. Withdrawing was no longer an option. She could only muster all her strength to withstand the impending blow. Just as it seemed that Bai Lin's doom was imminent, an incongruous voice interrupted. Come here, let me have a look. In an astonishing turn of events, the flying sword, which had been aimed at Bai Lin's throat, inexplicably veered away toward Lu Chuan. Onlookers stood in stunned silence. The flying sword was known as one of the most lethal magical artifacts in the realm, often said to be capable of killing upon contact. Furthermore, such swords typically shared a telepathic bond with their masters. It was unheard of for a sword to betray its owner mid-battle. This was nothing short of magical. Amid her shock, Bailey Dai hastily attempted to reassert control over the sword, but to her horror, she discovered that her connection to it had been entirely severed. Even more astonishing was the sight of the red blade halting 3 feet before Lu Chuan, quivering gently before swirling joyfully around him, like a child returning to its mother's embrace. Quite amusing, you foolish beast. This little thing possesses formidable sword energy, yet lacks any true sword intent, Lu Chuan remarked. His interest piqued as he observed the small sword. What a worthless trinket. Even a fart would possess more power than this. Can you not aspire to greater heights? A Fu materialized beside Lu Chuan, his eyes filled with wisdom and disdain. Damn it. Why do I find your voice so intolerable? Lu Chuan retorted, lifting a foot to kick a Fu off the cliff. Chapter 16. The Matching Miniature World Old Relic. Return my flying sword. Lu Chuan's playful banter with the foolish beast provoked by Li Dai, who, having lost her sword, was on the brink of madness. She lunged at Lu Chuan, desperate to reclaim her weapon. To everyone's astonishment, the red flying sword, acting of its own volition, turned and darted directly towards Bai Li Dai. Is this sword automatically protecting its master? How could this be? Who is this old man that he can command another's sword? This unbelievable scene left the spectators gasping in shock. With a resounding crash, the red sword collided with Bai Li Dai's protective aura, unleashing a terrifying burst of crimson sword energy that shattered her defenses and sent her flying. Is that all you've got? Lu Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes as he ambled toward the passageway. Noticing Lu Chuan's intention to leave, the red sword quickly returned, circling around him incessantly while emitting a buzzing sound, as if to plead for attention. What do you want? You're so weak. Why follow me? Lu Chuan said, casting an exasperated glance at the small sword. The sword seemed to understand his words, its entire form dimming in response. Enough, enough, stop crying like a little girl after just a few words. Lu Chuan scoffed, gesturing towards Bai Lin. Here, I bestow upon you a task. Protect this young lady well. When I return, I shall grant you some form of spirit. Bestow spirit? No one knew what that truly meant, not even Lu Chuan himself, for it was a spontaneous fabrication. The crimson little sword, previously dim, suddenly ignited with brilliance, as if imbued with boundless power. The small sword soared to Lin's side, its sword aura radiating fiercely. Let us go, let us go. Feeling somewhat bored, Lu Chuan waved his hand and stepped into the passage, prompting Lin Xiaoxiao and the others to hurriedly follow. Observing Lu Chuan, this old rascal, pass through the barrier without hindrance, the group began to murmur among themselves. Strange occurrences happen every year, yet this year seems particularly abundant. Naturally, Lu Chuan's seamless passage through the barrier relieved the group's anxiety. In their minds, Lu Chuan was undoubtedly a practitioner not exceeding the fourth realm. As for the earlier matter of the flying sword, who could say how to explain it? After Lu Chuan departed, the battered Bai Li Dai finally returned. Upon seeing her flying sword guarding Bai Lin, she nearly exploded with fury. However, this time Bai Li Dai had learned her lesson and refrained from confronting the situation head-on. After all, in comparison to her life, a flying sword held little significance. Yet, the animosity between them had deepened, and should they meet again, it would likely result in mutual destruction. The scenery beyond the passage surprised Lu Chuan. It appeared to be a vast grassland, lush and vibrant, stretching endlessly before him. Despite the absence of sunlight, visibility was ample, and one could even feel the warmth of light. A gentle breeze swept across the grassland, creating ripples that were utterly delightful. The moment was perfect, with a gentle breeze and just the right amount of sunshine. How intriguing, Lu Chuan mused, nodding with a smile as he delved into his consciousness, perusing the map that had been imprinted in his mind earlier. Soon, he reached a conclusion. This was indeed the Baichun grassland marked on the map, arguably the safest location within the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Not only was it safe, but it also boasted an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures. Is fortune finally on my side? Lu Chuan, who had endured a lifetime of misfortune, having been burdened with a dim-witted system, now sensed a shift towards better luck upon arriving in this world. Foolish donkey, match this little realm and gather those young girls together. Though Lu Chuan was notorious for his bloodthirsty nature, irascibility, and unreasonable demeanor, he also bore the weight of severe mental afflictions, perhaps even the onset of senility. Given how effortlessly he could forget learned knowledge, raising suspicions among others. Yet, no individual is devoid of merits. Everyone possesses at least one or two virtues. Lu Chuan's singular virtue was his unwavering integrity. His word was his bond. Having promised Nangong Chuxue to look after these young girls, Lu Chuan was resolute in ensuring their safe return. You certainly know how to command others. The donkey stood beside Lu Chuan, bearing its large tusks, its intelligent eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Bound to Lu Chuan, no matter how far he was kicked away, a Fu could always return to Lu Chuan's side in an instant. Thus, Lu Chuan, feeling rather idle, took to playing with a donkey to relieve his stress. He emphasized with a roll of his eyes. Understand this. You are not a human. You are merely a brain-damaged donkey. Ah Fu, while expressing his disdain, closed his wise eyes. Strange waves of energy emanated from Ah Fu, enveloping the entire small world. After a few minutes, Ah Fu opened his eyes, filled with distaste, and stated, "The matching is complete. This is a small world left behind by a practitioner, lacking a complete set of grand rules. The area of this small world is roughly equivalent to that of the planet you once inhabited." Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. The notion of a small world being the size of Earth was indeed unsettling. Interesting. It seems this small world harbors something hidden. I will transmit the information to you, Ah Fu declared, his eyes suddenly rolling back. On the pallid surface of his eyeballs, a multitude of mysterious runes swiftly appeared, flickering with an eerie green light. As the donkey performed a series of actions, a vast amount of information flooded Lu Chuan's mind, all pertaining to this small world. For an ordinary person, such an influx of information might have caused their mind to explode, but Lu Chuan, with his boundless consciousness, could absorb this volume of data. Subsequently, an extraordinarily detailed map unfurled within Lu Chuan's mind. The map was divided into 5 large regions, with Lu Chuan positioned at the center. It distinctly marked the locations of all rare treasures. This was what one might call a cheat. Moreover, the map displayed numerous red dots in motion, indicative of living entities. However, at the northernmost part of the map, there lay a patch of inky darkness, which Ah Fu's matching information did not identify at all. It seemed this location was where Ah Fu suggested something lurked. Lu Chuan was rather unconcerned, thinking to himself that whatever it was, he could simply crush it if it dared to provoke him. Can you be a bit more specific? It's all red dots. How am I supposed to tell which ones are the girls? Lu Chuan grumbled in dissatisfaction. Ah Fu's eyes bulged at this remark, exclaiming, "What do you take me for? Just providing a general overview is already a feat. I cannot detail appearances or genders. This is beyond my capabilities. If you can't do it, then get lost," Lu Chuan retorted, kicking Ah Fu away. Chapter 17. In truth, I am a swordsman after sending Ah Fu flying. Lu Chuan located a place called Flying Snow Valley on the map within his consciousness. He had previously heard by Lin Lin mention that they were to gather there. Upon examining the location of Flying Snow Valley, he found it was surprisingly close to that northern shadowy area, truly a fortuitous choice. It was not entirely fair to blame by Lin Lin for the selection. After all, she lacked Ah Fu's abilities to detect the anomalies of this small world. Having determined his direction, Lu Chuan set off towards Flying Snow Valley, ambling leisurely while enjoying the scenery. The scenery of this small world is far more exquisite than that of the foolish donkey confined to its own realm. After sauntering for approximately 2 hours and feasting his eyes on the views, Lu Chuan prepared to take flight directly to the Flying Snow Valley. A casual glance to his left revealed an astonishing sight, a ground strewn with corpses not far away. Intrigued, Lu Chuan approached, observing that the bodies were arranged in an eerily orderly fashion upon the grass. There were over 20 corpses, each exhibiting a bizarre death posture, having all transformed into desiccated remains with nary a trace of blood. Strangely, the air bore no scent of blood, yet these corpses were undeniably fresh. Lu Chuan recalled having seen these individuals just yesterday. They appeared to be disciples of a sect known as the Haisha sect. Judging by the intact condition of the bodies, it seemed they had offered no resistance, having been completely drained of their life essence. This was perplexing, as the cultivators entering this area possessed similar levels of power. If it had been a brawl among cultivators, such indiscriminate deaths seemed implausible. Was there some other sinister force at play? While pondering this, Lu Chuan disdainfully kicked at a corpse. After a moment's thought, he felt a surge of concern for the young women and swiftly propelled himself forward like a shooting star. The Flying Snow Valley lay to the north of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Unlike the central regions basked in the warmth of spring, the north was engulfed in the chill of winter. The entire landscape appeared barren and desolate, lacking any semblance of life. Following the map, Lu Chuan located the entrance to the Flying Snow Valley. "Senior." Upon reaching the entrance, a bright voice rang out. Turning, he was taken aback to see Lin Xiao. "Hey, you made good time," Lu Chuan remarked with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Xiao, slightly bashful, scratched her head. "I was just lucky. I randomly landed in the Flying Snow Valley." Lu Chuan glanced at the overcast sky, frowning as he inquired, "How long do you think the others will take to arrive?" Lin Xiao hastily produced a communication talisman and ignited it in her hand. "Everyone is making their way here. If all goes well, someone should arrive before nightfall." As she spoke, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. "Senior, the junior sisters have noticed something strange. Is it the corpses drained of blood?" Lu Chuan blurted out. Lin Xiao widened her beautiful eyes and nodded vigorously. "Senior, have you encountered them too? Show me their locations, and we shall find them. We cannot linger here," Lu Chuan instructed, casually gesturing before him. Soon, the surrounding air erupted with a series of explosive sounds as over 20 water swords materialized from the atmosphere. The already dry and frigid air felt even heavier now. Lin Xiao gazed at the spectacle with envy. In the Tianyuan continent, sword cultivators were renowned for their unparalleled lethality and held the highest status among cultivators. "Senior, are you a sword cultivator?" Lin Xiao could not help but ask. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Not quite. I would classify myself as a swordsman." "Not quite. Is there a difference?" Lin Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue. "Perhaps they're quite similar," Lu Chuan replied. In truth, Lu Chuan was uncertain, for upon entering this world, he had yet to encounter a sword cultivator. However, instinctively, he perceived a fundamental distinction between himself and these practitioners. "Jump on, let us depart." Lu Chuan gestured, and a water sword descended gracefully from above, landing before Lin Xiao. Observing the water sword before her, Lin Xiao's face flushed with excitement. Though practitioners of the fourth realm could soar through the skies, none could match the elegance of riding a sword. With great caution, Lin Xiao positioned herself atop the water sword. It proved far sturdier than she had anticipated, standing upon it posed no issue whatsoever. Which girl is closest? Lu Chuan inquired. 700 miles to the east. Lin Xiao indicated a direction. Steady yourself. If you fall and injure yourself, I shall not be responsible. Upon uttering these words, the water sword surged upward, startling Lin Xiao into a shiver, her focus entirely diverted to her footing. In contrast, Lu Chuan appeared rather nonchalant, casually sitting upon the water sword with an air of indifference. With over 20 water swords trailing a dazzling light, they hurtled eastward. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the 700 miles, and soon Lu Chuan spotted disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion on the ground. However, it seemed the girl was being pursued, her body drenched in blood, stumbling as she fled. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao, in a state of urgency, leapt from the water sword. Is she truly that fierce? Lu Chuan mused, hastily directing the water sword to descend. As soon as Lu Chuan reached the ground, he was encircled by several practitioners, identifiable as members of the Tianlong sect. Lin Xiao, clutching her injured junior sister, glared fiercely at these individuals, displaying no fear whatsoever. Amused, Lu Chuan found her spirit quite endearing, her fierce demeanor rather charming. Seeing the elderly Lu Chuan and the hovering water swords, the disciples of the Tianlong sect expressed some confusion, yet they paid it little mind. After all, only practitioners of the fourth realm or below were permitted here. Even if this seemingly frail old man were a fourth realm sword cultivator, their numbers placed him at a considerable disadvantage, rendering him inconsequential. Hand over the Chaos Star Herb, and we may let you go, one of them began, but his words were abruptly silenced. In an instant, a water sword pierced through his mouth, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display, the metallic scent saturating the air. The suddenness of this event left the other Tianlong disciples in a state of bewilderment. There's no time for idle chatter, Lu Chuan waved dismissively, and the remaining water swords suddenly unleashed their fury. The hapless disciples had no time to react before they were perforated like a hive of bees. Next where? Lu Chuan queried, unaffected by the carnage, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. Over there, 1,200 miles, Lin Xiao replied, her youthful innocence shaken by the brutality she had just witnessed. Onward, to the next. Lu Chuan chuckled, shaking his head as he directed the water swords towards the indicated direction. Chapter 18. The Red Leaf Master Help. Upon arriving at the location indicated by Lin Xiao, Lu Chuan beheld a throng of individuals below, desperately fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Among them was a maid from the Mingyue Pavilion. Caught in the chaotic rush, the panicked crowd cried out in terror, as though a monstrous entity were hot on their heels. In an instant, the fleeing mass came to an abrupt halt, compelled to do so by the earth beneath them, which had suddenly erupted. The ground trembled violently, and debris was sent hurtling into the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. Initially, the crowd managed to fend off the onslaught, but the sheer volume and force of the stones soon overwhelmed their defenses. One by one, they were struck down, their cries piercing the air as they fell to the ground. As Lu Chuan witnessed the imminent danger threatening the young maid from Mingyue Pavilion, he swiftly swung his right hand downwards. A water sword, howling through the air, descended with ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The water swords plunged into the tumultuous earth, forming an extraordinary sword formation. A chilling aura of sword energy surged forth from the formation, subduing the raging ground beneath. Yet, Lu Chuan gazed at the sword formation below with a look of bewilderment. When did I learn this? He pondered. In truth, Lu Chuan had not intended to create a sword formation. He merely sought to forcefully quell the chaotic earth with sword energy. However, to his astonishment, the water swords had inadvertently coalesced into a formation. This is the heaven-subduing sword formation, primarily used for sealing and suppression. You learned this a long time ago. I told you that you were suffering from senility, but you wouldn't believe me. You've forgotten everything you learned. A Fu chimed in at the opportune moment, offering an explanation to Lu Chuan. Enough of your nonsense. I have long since achieved the unity of man and sword, commonly known as the sword man. Everything in heaven and earth can be a sword. Why would I need these trivial sword techniques? Lu Chuan adamantly refused to acknowledge any signs of dementia. Senility is senility, no matter how grandly you phrase it. A Fu teased, unable to suppress a smirk. Damn it, I'll knock some sense into you. Lu Chuan, exasperated, struck a Fu on the head. A Fu plummeted like a shooting star towards the ground. Just as he was about to meet the earth with a thud, a massive, Gaping maw erupted from the ground, swallowing a fu whole. A wave of putrid, decaying scents, mingled with the stench of blood, instantaneously tainted the air. Senior, what devoured your donkey? Lin Xiaoxiao, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright. Good riddance to that foolish donkey. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes dismissively. You go tend to the young maid. I will investigate what that was, he instructed, descending to the ground and darting towards the torn earth. Sister, the terrified young maid, upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, sobbed as she burrowed into her embrace. Others gathered around, all eyes fixed on the frail Lu Chuan, fully aware that their survival depended on that seemingly decrepit old man. Lin Xiaoxiao shielded her junior behind her, casting wary glances at the others. Observing the sycophantic expressions on the faces of those around her, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of revulsion. Had nothing gone awry, her junior sister would undoubtedly have been subjected to their torment. Little sister Xiaoxiao, that esteemed elder is from your Minghua pavilion, is she not? One individual, recognizing Lin Xiaoxiao, greeted her enthusiastically. No, I do not know her. Do not feign familiarity, Lin Xiaoxiao firmly denied, pulling her junior sister to sit atop the water sword. It was evident to any rational observer that Lin Xiaoxiao was lying. As the last hope began to depart, the crowd hastily encircled Lin Xiaoxiao. Little fairy, as fellow practitioners, you cannot turn a blind eye to our plight, they implored. Indeed, our Tianlong sect shares a historical bond with Minghua Pavilion. Little fairy, if only you would speak a few kind words before that esteemed elder, we would be eternally grateful. As they spoke, their anxious glances darted toward the rear, their expressions betraying a palpable fear, as if some dreadful entity were approaching. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyelids twitched. She was witnessing the depths of human shamelessness. Every one of them had benefited from Minghua Pavilion, having seized its resources through unscrupulous means. Now, they had the audacity to approach her in an attempt to curry favor. I do not know her, and I do not recognize her. If you possess the courage, go speak to her yourselves. Lin Xiaoxiao resolutely maintained her stance. Why are you all not fleeing? Suddenly, a sarcastic female voice echoed from behind, accompanied by a nauseating gust of wind. As the voice faded, a woman clad in a blood-red robe emerged from the shadows. Her long, slender legs were tantalizingly visible beneath the flowing fabric, igniting the imagination. With a bewitching visage and an alluring figure, she exuded an irresistible charm in her crimson attire. It was the guardian of the 100 Ghosts sect, the enigmatic YearsNow. Upon sighting this woman, Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated in shock. Known as YearsNow, her true name remained a mystery. She held a position subordinate only to the leader within the 100 Ghosts sect, notorious for her treachery and adeptness in enchantment, with countless cultivators having fallen to her allure. Despite the Xiantian sect's numerous attempts to capture her, they had all ended in failure. After her initial shock, Lin Xiaoxiao was soon engulfed by a greater perplexity. It was said that YearsNow was a formidable practitioner of the 6th realm. How had she managed to enter the Maple Leaf secret realm? Little fairy, quickly summon that esteemed elder, or we shall all perish here. As YearsNow gracefully approached, the crowd was gripped by terror. Lin Xiaoxiao had no intention of speaking. It was not that she did not wish to, but rather that she did not dare to. With each step, YearsNow drew nearer, her lips curling into a seductive smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. The crowd lacked the courage to resist. They were simply not on the same level, and any attempt to confront her would lead to their demise. The immense pressure emanating from YearsNow made their legs tremble, and cold sweat soaked their garments. Even if I perish today, I shall not allow the prestige of my Tianlong sect to wane. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward, brandishing a magical artifact to confront YearsNow. Senior Brother Zhou is truly formidable. Despite the presence of Brother Zhou, we shall form a protective array for you. As one dares to step forth, the crowd rallies in fervent support. The Heavenly Dragon sect? That cowardly faction that preys on the weak? The charming Red Leaf Master chuckled, glancing at the bold individual who had emerged, covering her mouth in playful laughter. The words of the female demon are but nonsense. Our Heavenly Dragon sect has always championed the oppressed and acted with honor. How could we be accused of cowardice? The youth, brimming with righteous vigor, rebuked, though his gaze furtively flicked to his fellow disciples nearby. Chapter 19. The treachery of the human heart. I have a particular fondness for those with grit. The Red Leaf Master giggled sweetly. In that case, you shall be the first to face my wrath. Raising her delicate hand, a glimmer of crimson light coalesced at her fingertips. At that moment, the iron-willed youth suddenly launched an attack. Yet, his target was not the Red Leaf Master, but rather the unsuspecting Lin Xiaoxiao beside her. Accompanying the youth were two other disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Lin Xiaoxiao had her full attention fixed on the Red Leaf Master, leaving her vulnerable to the ambush. With two muffled thuds, the assailant struck, sending Lin Xiaoxiao hurtling through the air, landing directly before the Red Leaf Master. Seeing the formidable figure so close, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of fury and desperation. Coupled with the pain from the surprise attack, blood spewed from her mouth as her vital energy surged erratically. Despicable beasts. The other two disciples from the Mingyue Pavilion were momentarily stunned before erupting in furious curses. Yet, the onlookers paid them no heed. The youth scoffed, Lin Xiaoxiao. Since you refuse to call upon that old man for assistance, we shall have to make do with you. Brother, what a cunning maneuver. The others applauded the youth's strategy. That old man was clearly linked to the Mingyue Pavilion. Now that Lin Xiaoxiao was in peril, they had no doubt he would intervene. This tactic of harming others while benefiting oneself was executed with masterful finesse. Behold this so-called righteous spirit of yours, the essence of orthodox cultivation, Red Leaf Master mocked. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao's predicament, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression darkened profoundly. Over the years, the Mingyue Pavilion had sheltered her generation of new disciples so well that they lacked sufficient experience. Now, having fallen prey to treachery, she could only blame herself for her ignorance of the human heart's malice. Struggling against her injuries, Lin Xiaoxiao gradually regained her composure, mustering her vital energy to confront the Red Leaf Master. They are shameless and vile, yet you are not much better. I refuse to believe this world lacks righteousness. The Red Leaf Master gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's defiant visage, momentarily entranced, as if she saw a reflection of her younger self in the spirited girl. The Red Leaf Master shook her head with a smile. My dear girl, you are far too naive. This world is not merely black and white. The concept of justice only holds weight when backed by substantial power. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Lin Xiaoxiao regarded the Red Leaf Master with cold disdain, choosing not to utter another word. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot conspire together. Such divergent values render any debate on justice futile, akin to a chicken conversing with a duck. Very well, the Red Leaf Master said with a chuckle, shaking her head. It is rare to encounter someone like you these days. I shall not press you further. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to fully process the implications. A fleeting glimpse of red swept past, as the enigmatic figure of Hongye Jinren circled around Lin Xiaoxiao and charged toward the others. The crowd, utterly bewildered, found this behavior of the red-clad figure utterly incongruous with the brutal and bloodthirsty nature of a cultist. Run! Panic ensued, and everyone scattered in a frenzy, each individual seeking to escape. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. In the next instant, the earth within a radius of several miles was upheaved, revealing a colossal creature emerging from the depths below. This being was extraordinarily peculiar, a massive, round mass of flesh, its surface slick with a viscous secretion. A gaping red maw dominated almost half of its form, a striking exaggeration of nature. Beast, who summoned you? Return at once. Hongye Jinren barked at the monstrous entity. This creature, known as the Kongming Beast, typically possessed a strength equivalent to that of a 6th-level practitioner and was an insatiably gluttonous beast. Its voracious appetite knew no bounds, devouring anything that crossed its path. Hongye Jinren was, in fact, the master of this formidable beast. The inability of Zantiangong to capture her over the years was partly attributed to this creature. Despite Hongye Jinren's vehement commands, the Kongming Beast remained unmoved. A closer inspection revealed a drastic change in her expression. The beast was not defying her will but was, in fact, unable to return, as it was being held aloft by an unseen force. In comparison to the gargantuan size of the Kongming Beast, the individual who had lifted it appeared remarkably diminutive. Initially, Hongye Jinren had not noticed. Who else could it be but Lu Chuan? Moments earlier, he had descended into the cavernous opening the beast had created, dragging it forth. Despite his age, Lu Chuan possessed the strength to move mountains and fill seas. After all, he had consumed potent elixirs for an astounding 100,000 years, transforming even a mere pig into a being of immense strength. Bang! 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 As the ground remained unsettled, the water swords in the vicinity began to stir. Suddenly, over 20 water swords surged forth, howling as they impaled everyone except for the three from Mingwe Pavilion into the fractured earth. A few unfortunate souls were skewered through the head, meeting instant demise. Even Hongye Jinren, a formidable 6th-level practitioner, was not spared. A water sword pierced through her abdomen, pinning her to the shattered ground. The terrifying sword energy shattered her meridians, rendering her a mere husk of her former self, if she survived at all. "Senior," Lin Xiaoxiao cried out, her lips trembling as tears threatened to spill. "Do not weep. Observe how I slay this beast before your eyes," Lu Chuan replied cheerfully, lifting his hands and sending the Kongming beast soaring through the air. The poor creature, unable to resist, was swiftly cleaved into mincemeat by an onslaught of invisible sword energy. A rain of blood and flesh fell from the heavens. With hands clasped behind his back, Lu Chuan ambled over leisurely. Old man, we are all in the same boat. Have mercy, have mercy." The youth who had previously plotted against Lin Xiaoxiao found himself impaled through the thigh, the exploding sword energy tormenting his body and forcing him to scream in agony. "Ah, you truly flatter yourself. In the same boat? Do you even deserve such a title?" Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Suddenly, the sword aura within the youth's body erupted violently, reducing him to mere fragments, as a mist of blood permeated the air. "Oh!" The fragrance of blood. Lu Chuan inhaled deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. This grotesque display nearly terrified everyone into submission. No one dared to utter a word. Silently enduring the invasion of the sword aura, Lu Chuan stealthily approached the nearly lifeless figure of Master Hongye. "Hey, beautiful," he said, extending his frail, withered hand to lift her chin. However, at this moment, Master Hongye's heavily injured eyes had begun to lose focus, her demeanor suggesting she was on the brink of death. Faced with Lu Chuan's lewdness, she was utterly powerless to resist, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Observing her distress, Lu Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and withdrew his hand, wiping it on his clothing. "My hand is a bit dirty, but that shouldn't warrant such disdain. Please, don't cry." Was this truly a matter of cleanliness? The three young maidens from the Mingwe Pavilion appeared bewildered, questioning Lu Chuan's mental faculties. Chapter 20. Right and Wrong. Grudges and gratitude. Witnessing Master Hongye's profound suffering, Lu Chuan, with a sense of consideration, violently extracted the water sword that had pierced her abdomen. "I do not concern myself with right or wrong, only with grudges and gratitude. You could have killed that little girl earlier, yet you chose not to. In that case, I shall spare you this time." As he spoke, he retracted the invading sword aura from Master Hongye's body, leading to a slight improvement in her condition. Yet, her eyes remained devoid of any glimmer, shrouded in darkness. "Just kill me." Master Hongye forced a smile, despair evident as she closed her eyes. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. Her meridians had been nearly shattered by Lu Chuan's sword aura. Even if her life were to be preserved, she would be left a mere shell of her former self. From a lofty practitioner, she had fallen to the status of an ordinary mortal, destined to endure the trials of life and death. Master Hongye could not accept this. She would rather die here. "Hey, what a peculiar request," Lu Chuan observed, then gripped her pulse point firmly. "Do not touch me. Get away." Master Hongye suddenly opened her eyes wide, using every ounce of strength to scream in desperation. Originally, she had entered the Maple Leaf secret realm as a hunter, only to be swiftly dispatched by this decrepit old man, her meridians now rendered useless. How could she not go mad? Do you not understand manners? Do you not know to respect your elders and cherish the young? Lu Chuan's fist struck Master Hongye's nose, instantly flattening her once prominent bridge and causing blood to gush forth. With that blow, Master Hongye truly lacked the strength to challenge Lu Chuan any longer, collapsing to the ground. Resigned to her fate. "Ah, this is more like it. Given your state, why not behave a bit more appropriately?" Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction and pressed his finger once more against her pulse point. "Your figure and skin are well maintained, much better than those young maidens. Such a chest. Such a rear. TSK. As she felt the coarse touch on her wrist and listened to his frivolous remarks, images of Lu Chuan's wrinkled old face invaded her thoughts. The heart of Master Hongye was overwhelmed with disgust, reaching a point where he longed for death to free himself from his torment. Just as he mentally cursed Lu Chuan for his ancestry, a gentle sword aura unexpectedly surged into his body through his meridian. This aura lacked the wild intent to kill. Instead, it was a soothing force that nourished all living things. The sword energy coursed through his meridians, and miraculously, the shattered pathways began to mend themselves. What constitutes divinity? This is a true miracle. For cultivators, repairing damaged meridians is often an insurmountable challenge. Even if restoration is possible, it typically leaves lingering side effects. Yet, at this moment, this gentle sword aura not only rapidly healed the broken meridians, but also significantly strengthened them. Master Hongye sat up abruptly, his astonishment palpable as he gazed at Lu Chuan. The return of what was lost could be deemed one of life's greatest joys. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan appeared deep in thought, gazing at his withered hand, murmuring to himself, "I knew it. If I can take a life, I can surely save one." It unfolds just as I envisioned. At this juncture, Ah Fu chose to appear beside Lu Chuan. As for being swallowed by the Kongming beast moments ago, it was of little consequence, after all. Compared to Lu Chuan's own methods of self-harm, being devoured by a demon beast was hardly a matter of concern. Your sword aura had long since transcended the mortal realm, effortlessly flipping the extremes of life and death. However, I must admit, your recollection of this method of life and death reversal has pleasantly surprised me. It seems your senility is progressing in a favorable direction. You may remain silent, but no one will mistake you for a mute. Upon hearing the donkey remark on his senility, Lu Chuan felt a surge of anger. With a swift motion, he backhanded Ah Fu, sending him flying. Ah, what a relief. With Ah Fu dispatched, Lu Chuan's spirits instantly lifted. He waved his hand lightly, causing the water swords that had held everyone captive to suddenly unleash their power. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, quickly fading into silence. The onlookers assumed Lu Chuan would spare at least one evil cultivator and would not be overly harsh on them. However, they were utterly oblivious to Lu Chuan's principle of action. He never distinguished right from wrong, only grievances from favors. Earlier, a disciple from Tianlongmen had pushed Lin Xiaoxiao towards Master Hongye. Although Master Hongye did not strike Lin Xiaoxiao, he inadvertently saved her life. Such an outcome was unforeseen, highlighting the unpredictability of life. Like slaughtering pigs, Lu Chuan directed the water swords, preparing to depart from the scene. "Senior." At that moment, Master Hongye called out to Lu Chuan. "What is it?" Lu Chuan replied with a sidelong glance. "Are you taken by my charm and wish to offer yourself?" Master Hongye nearly spat blood in disbelief. Even if one were blind, they would not be drawn to an old man like him. How could such words escape his lips? Master Hongye forced an awkward laugh before adopting a serious demeanor. "Senior, if you have no business here, it would be best not to linger in the Maple Leaf secret realm." "What do you mean? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Before Master Hongye could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap to the face, sending him flying through the air, blood spraying forth. The resounding slap nearly cost the life of the esteemed Hongye. "Foolish dog," chattering incessantly, Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and departed with the three young maidens. After a considerable interval, Hongye managed to rise from the ground with great difficulty, his left cheek already misshapen from the blow. After stuffing his mouth with a handful of medicinal pills, his distorted visage gradually returned to normal. As he gazed in the direction Lu Chuan had taken, a mix of fear and complexity clouded his eyes. Perhaps this elder could bring an end to it all. Subsequently, Lu Chuan embarked on a journey to locate the scattered disciples of Mingyue Pavilion. Fortune favored him, as aside from the initial two unfortunate souls, he encountered little trouble with the others. By nightfall, he had successfully gathered everyone, not a single person missing. A bonfire was lit, and Lu Chuan began preparing dinner. The group huddled around the fire, listening intently as Lin Xiaoxiao embellished the events of the day. Upon hearing of sword flight, the little maidens' faces brimmed with envy. However, when Hongye's name was mentioned, their hearts raced with trepidation. They could not fathom how a practitioner of such caliber had arrived in their midst. When they learned of Lu Chuan's decisive blow against the female demon, their eyes sparkled with awe. Under Lin Xiaoxiao's colorful retelling, Lu Chuan swiftly transformed into an invincible, enigmatic elder who could vanquish all foes. Observing the chattering girls, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile, his face radiating joy. Chapter 20. The Legend of the Blood Demon. However, the light-hearted atmosphere did not endure for long. Soon, a strange wave swept through the entire Maple Leaf secret realm, akin to autumn winds scattering leaves. At some point, the night deepened to an extent that it seemed impenetrable, as if even a knife could not slice through it, nor a needle pierce. The flickering bonfire failed to illuminate even a meter around it. This suffocating darkness felt as if it were the cold, dark blood seeping from a corpse, sprawling across the heavens and the earth. The distant mountains lost their sharp contours, appearing as a blurred mass of flesh. Everything seemed to grow damp, as if the skin of trees and soil were beginning to rot, the air thick with a stifling aroma. "Senior." Lin Xiaoxiao's trembling voice pierced the heavy night. "Yes, I'm here," Lu Chuan replied softly. Those simple 3 words provided the maidens with a sense of reassurance, quelling their panic. Something was emerging. Lu Chuan rose, gazing northward. Slowly raising his weathered hand, a glimmer of cold light began to swirl at his fingertips. The white sword energy emanating from his fingertip pierced through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the surroundings. "There's nothing to fear. Eat, drink, and sleep as you will." Lu Chuan gently flicked his fingers, causing the point of white light to expand outward. The white sword energy formed an eggshell-like barrier, enveloping all the maidens within. The suffocating sensation that had gripped them dissipated without a trace. "Let us gather herbs tomorrow and then leave. This place is not safe," Lu Chuan said with a smile, affectionately ruffling the hair of the still trembling maiden beside him. "Senior." Lin Xiaoxiao leaned closer, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, her sweet smile brightening the atmosphere. The girl is quite whimsical, and Lu Chuan holds a deep fondness for her. Of course, this affection is devoid of romantic implications. It is simply the endearing regard of an elder for a junior. "If there is something on your mind, speak up." Lu Chuan nodded. "Hee, senior, your insight is unparalleled." Lin Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, showering him with flattery. Amused, Lu Chuan gently tapped her forehead, advising her to get to the point or rest if there was nothing to discuss. "There is something." "There is." Lin Xiaoxiao covered her forehead, a bit bashful. "Senior, could you take us to gather herbs tomorrow? Many from the other sects have perished, but the precious resources in the secret realm must still remain. The Maple Leaf secret realm is rich in resources, and if they could gather them all, it would be monumental news for the Minghua Pavilion. With these resources, the elixirs needed for the junior sisters' cultivation would be secured. Furthermore, any surplus could be exchanged for spirit stones and other supplies, ensuring the Minghua Pavilion would not have to worry about resources for at least 2 decades. What do you mean by something? It's not a big deal." Lu Chuan waved his hand. "Go rest. We shall set off early tomorrow." "Hee, you're the best, senior." Lin Xiaoxiao beamed, sitting beside Lu Chuan, closing her eyes to rest. However, that night was destined to be tumultuous. Hardly had Lu Chuan closed his eyes when the entire Maple Leaf secret realm trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. The silent sky, occasionally illuminated by fleeting lights, seemed to hint at the figures of cultivators. Lu Chuan, somewhat neurotic, could not tolerate even the slightest noise while sleeping, otherwise slumber would elude him. Infuriated by the disturbance, he sprang up, gazing into the distant darkness. "You girls stay here and remain within the protective aura of the sword energy. I shall handle that raucous troublemaker." As he spoke, Lu Chuan nervously twisted his neck, his eyes alight with ferocity. The girls were considerably alarmed by his demeanor, nodding like little chicks pecking at grain. In truth, Lu Chuan was not overly concerned for their safety, for they still had the sword energy he had bestowed upon them, which would automatically activate in the face of life-threatening danger. Stretching his back, Lu Chuan propelled himself upward like a cannonball. In the Maple Leaf secret realm, to the north, lay the Grave Star Plateau. This desolate expanse was devoid of any signs of life, with black mottled soil scattered everywhere, resembling the skin of a patient afflicted by disease. This cursed place bore no precious resources. Even cultivators seeking herbs would avoid this region. Yet tonight, at the heart of this plateau, dozens of figures stood silently, the air thick with a stifling aura of murderous intent. "Where's Hongya? Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet?" One who appeared to be the leader inquired casually. "Master." The left protector went to gather the blood of the cultivators, but for some unknown reason, we lost contact with her and have yet to receive any news. The leader pondered for a moment before beginning to arrange formations. "For this day, our 100 Ghost sect has been preparing for thousands of years. We cannot afford any unforeseen mishaps. As long as we successfully resurrect the Blood Ancestor, no one within the Tianyuan continent will dare to confront our 100 Ghost sect with disdain." Those slightly older cultivators, upon hearing the name of the Blood Ancestor, would likely be filled with terror. A millennium ago, an ancient demon known as the Blood Ancestor emerged abruptly, with no one knowing from whence he came. Initially, the so-called prestigious sects did not take him seriously, But within a mere 3 to 5 years, the blood ancestor astonishingly attained the formidable 8th realm, even striving towards the 9th realm. Not only that, but he also established the blood demon sect, swiftly absorbing half of the malevolent cultivators across the Tianyuan continent. The power of the blood demon sect expanded to a point where it could contend with the 3 upper sections. By the time the cultivators realized the threat, it was already too late. The blood demon sect unleashed a terrifying 3-month bloodbath. In that March, they commenced their slaughter from the southern regions of the Tianyuan continent, systematically annihilating various sections. Coupled with the bizarre methods of the blood demon sect that enhanced power through blood, the more deaths there were, the more blood flowed. The blood demon sect grew increasingly powerful. Within a month, they eradicated hundreds of sects in the southern regions. That march was a veritable mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Eventually, the 3 upper sects set aside their grievances and united to confront the blood demon sect at the Black Moon Abyss. Although they ultimately vanquished the blood demon sect at that perilous location, the upper sects suffered grievous losses. The heroes of that era were nearly all slain, leading to a significant disruption in their lineage. It took over 10,000 years to gradually recover to this day. The blood demon can be regarded as a supervillain who slaughtered an entire generation of cultivators. Anyone who hears those 2 words would surely tremble. Furthermore, after the downfall of the blood demon sect, not all perished. Some malevolent cultivators continued to survive. The 100 Ghost sect is a former branch of the blood demon sect. From the array, the leader commanded with a stern voice, officially commencing the resurrection of the blood demon. The surrounding dozens immediately dispersed, finding their designated positions. Chapter 22. The blood ancestor. As everyone took their places, a colossal formation swiftly materialized over the desolate land, encompassing an area of nearly 10 miles. The members of the 100 Ghost sect stood at critical points within the formation, and at the leader's command, they produced the prepared blood and poured it forth. A pungent scent of blood surged into the air as the crimson liquid flowed abundantly into the formation's intricate patterns, converging at the formation's heart. Streams of blood gathered continuously, the sheer volume suggesting countless lives had been sacrificed. Master. At that moment, the red-leafed sage appeared beside the leader, offering a respectful bow. Keep watch here, the leader instructed. Casting a glance at the red-leafed sage, without further elaboration, the sage's eyes darkened as he surveyed the enormous formation, lost in contemplation. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, the inflow of blood finally ceased. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from the formation's core, soaring into the heavens and staining the dark night with the hue of blood. Insufficient, insufficient, blood, blood, more blood. Ethereal roars echoed at the heart of the formation, the hoarse voices resembling beasts starved for days, filled with unrestrained fury. The leader, upon hearing this sound, revealed a fervent zeal in his gaze, akin to a devoted follower witnessing the descent of a deity. Death, sacrifice, the leader uttered in a subdued tone. Then, a scene of dread unfolded. A small black dagger shot forth from his sleeve, cloaked by darkness, swiftly lunging towards those standing within the array. With a muffled thud, one individual had their carotid arteries severed, blood gushing forth like the sound of a rising wind. After claiming one life, the dagger did not linger, darting towards the next target. By the time those within the formation reacted, nearly 2/3 had already fallen to the blade. The survivors attempted to flee, but it was too late. They were utterly incapable of evading the dagger's speed. In the blink of an eye, several more lives were claimed, leaving only one survivor. This last individual collapsed to the ground, realizing the inevitability of their demise, and began to scream in despair. Wu Sheng, you claimed that as long as there was sufficient blood, no sacrifice was needed. There is already enough blood. Why must we still be offered? The leader, referred to as Wu Sheng, scoffed. One must always guard against betrayal. After years of life and death, how can one remain so naive? Who is to blame? You beast. With the final survivor's wretched cries fading, the sacrificial rite commenced. Fresh, steaming blood was frantically drawn into the heart of the formation, along with their very souls. Spared no mercy. This is the terror of the sacrifice. Not only the annihilation of the body, but the obliteration of the spirit as well. The sacrifice is true obliteration, leaving no trace behind. Master of blood, the revered figure that sends shivers through all existence, your faithful acolytes await your return here. Wu Sheng gazed at the increasingly brilliant crimson light at the formation's core, descending into a frenzied state. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the ground around the formation cracked like a spider's web, splintering rapidly. The surging bloodlight intensified, casting a scarlet hue across the entire sky. Bang! Another resounding explosion followed, as a withered hand, resembling that of a corpse, thrust violently from the formation. The blood demon had resurrected. This once feared being, who plunged the entire Tianyuan continent into terror and wrought countless horrors, returned this night within the Maple Leaf secret realm. Boom! Another explosive sound reverberated, centered on the formation. The area enveloped by its power. The land for 10 miles shattered under a terrifying force, the earth collapsing, mountains losing their luster. Beneath the bloodlight, a desiccated figure, akin to a zombie, emerged from the wreckage. The entire secret realm trembled beneath his steps. With each stride, the very mountains quaked. Welcome back, ancestor. The last 3 members of the 100 Ghosts sect, overwhelmed by the celestial pressure, were compelled to kneel. Suddenly, a fierce gale roared, and the right protector of the 100 Ghosts sect was swept up by a terrifying force. This force propelled him before an elder. Spare me, ancestor. Spare me. If I can leave the secret realm, I will offer endless blood. The elder, with his emotionless gaze, watched as the right protector desperately begged for mercy. The elder's deep gray eyes shifted slightly, and his withered lips parted in a sinister cackle. I can hardly wait, ancestor. As his raspy voice fell, the right protector's body exploded, showering the surroundings with blood that transformed into a mist. Bathed in the crimson haze, the elder greedily inhaled, intoxicated, and closed his eyes in delight. Wu Sheng and the Red Leaf True Person, paralyzed with fear, knelt on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. They could only silently pray for mercy from this old demon. What year is it? After satiating himself with blood, the elder turned to the 2 kneeling figures and inquired indifferently. Wu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that his life was spared. Reporting to the ancestor, it is now the year 138 of the Tianyuan era. Over 10,000 years have passed since your sealing. Over 10,000 years. The elder gazed up at the pitch-black sky, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. The Tianyuan era? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his deep gray pupils constricted sharply. Wu Sheng, startled by the elder's reaction, could only stiffen his resolve and respond. Indeed, ancestor, it is the Tianyuan era. More than a century ago, the 3 supreme sects abruptly changed the era name to Tianyuan. Haraha! The elder's bizarre laughter echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's night call. Do you know under what circumstances the era name Tianyuan can be used? Wu Sheng, perplexed, replied. An era name is merely an era name. Is there some significance? Your subordinate is foolish and unaware. The elder cast his gaze afar, reminiscing. Only when a universally recognized prodigy is born can the era name be changed. This is the rule of the Tianyuan continent. However, it seems that such an era name has not appeared for 2 to 3 millennia. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng felt even more bewildered, as he had not heard of any extraordinary talent being born. Humph, what qualifications do you have to know? The elder sneered, casting a sidelong glance at the Red Leaf True Person. Noticing her enchanting beauty and devilish figure, the elder licked his lips with a crimson tongue. With a wave of his hand, the Red Leaf True Person was uncontrollably drawn before him. The elder grasped her neck, examining her closely. Indeed, a natural seductress, still untouched. A prime vessel. You shall serve me tonight. It would be hard to believe that the Red Leaf True Person, master of charm and adept at ensnaring men, was still a maiden. Chapter 23. Playing with flowers. The Red Leaf True Person struggled helplessly as the elder tightened his grip around her neck. Yet, in the face of his claw-like hand, her struggles appeared utterly futile. Suddenly, amidst her desperation, she produced a dagger and plunged it into the elder's neck. You wretched creature. The excruciating pain nearly drove the elder to madness, and he forcefully slammed the Red Leaf True Person to the ground. The already fractured earth trembled violently once more. The Red Leaf True Man spat out a mouthful of blood, on the brink of demise. The demon sealing dagger, the old man chuckled eerily, removing the dagger from around his neck. The gaping wound in his throat healed at a visibly rapid pace. Quite fascinating, he mused, toying with the dagger. Despite its name, this weapon was not forged, but rather a rare creation of the heavens, possessing formidable lethality against malevolent entities. Such artifacts were seldom encountered, typically found in desolate realms, making them exceedingly difficult to procure. It appeared that this woman had meticulously plotted to end his life. The old man shook his head with a smile, then crushed the red leaf true man's calf beneath his foot. Considering your fine cauldron, I shall grant you a few more days of life. The red leaf true man grimaced in agony, turning to the silent Wu Sheng beside him, and shouted frantically, Wu Sheng, what have you unleashed? While he is still incapacitated, you must eliminate him. Let him loose upon the world, bringing chaos and suffering to all living beings. Wu Sheng gently shook his head, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. I have tired of hiding and fleeing, to stand in the light. I must enable the old ancestor to take control of the situation. He bowed once more to the old man, pleading for the red leaf true man's life. You spineless fool, the old man scoffed. Let me finish my amusement first. Wu Sheng's fists clenched tightly, only to relax moments later. It is entirely up to the ancestor, he said, lowering his head in despair. Coward, the red leaf true man replied with a bitter smile. Wu Sheng, though we are deemed wicked by the world, we have lived by our own convictions. We seek only inner peace throughout our lives. If you unleash this demon, plunging the world into chaos, will your heart ever find tranquility? Enough. Wu Sheng erupted suddenly, his eyes wild with fury. To hell with your carefree existence. To hell with your peace of mind. Go ask those righteous souls if they would agree. The red leaf true man managed a wry smile, shaking his head in despair. She understood that her once battle-hardened ally had succumbed to darkness. Do you care for her? The old man scrutinized Wu Sheng, narrowing his eyes slightly. Attachment is not a virtue. His expression darkened as he waved his hand forcefully. In an instant, the garments of the red leaf true man were shredded, exposing her blood-stained, alabaster form to the air. Capture her, then kill her. Tell me, are you capable of such a task? The old man regarded Wu Sheng with icy disdain. Wu Sheng's lips trembled, ultimately. The madness in his eyes subsided, and he nodded resolutely. Very well. The old man grinned. This cauldron is yours. At that moment, the red leaf true man gazed up at the pitch-black sky, suddenly laughing aloud, for she saw a streak of white light racing toward them from the horizon. She recalled that loquacious, disreputable old man. His sword aura bore a similar hue. Let me share a secret with you. The red leaf true man chuckled joyfully, as if she had stumbled upon the most amusing revelation in the world. In the hidden realm, there existed a swordsman, one capable of turning the tides of life and death with his sword energy. The old man scoffed at such absurdity, laughing disdainfully. The reversal of life and death was a feat achievable only by cultivators of the third realm of the divine path. Yet, within the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, only the secluded peak of Kunlun in the far north was home to such a celestial being, indifferent to worldly affairs. Lu Chuan approached the enchanting red leaf real person, his eyes ablaze with longing. Oh, how extravagant! The peculiar, ancient, and astonishingly sardonic remark echoed in the ears of those present. Moments later, Lu Chuan's figure materialized not far from them. The expressions of the old man and Wu Sheng shifted dramatically, as they had failed to notice how this old fellow had approached so stealthily. Who are you? The old man inquired coldly, directing a sharp gaze toward Lu Chuan. However, at that moment, Lu Chuan's attention was fully captured by the red leaf real person. He lifted his gaze to her unclad form, and blood gushed forth from his nose. Such a stunning beauty, how delightfully playful, he exclaimed. Please, avert your gaze, don't look. As Lu Chuan's nose bled profusely, the red leaf real person felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, unable to move, tears streaming down her face. I didn't mean to. You were so brazenly exposed. How could I not look? Lu Chuan shrugged and gently flicked his fingers. A torrent of black sword energy surged forth, enveloping the red leaf real person in a suit of dark armor. The sight caused the old man and Wu Chang's pupils to constrict in shock. The mastery over sword energy displayed was indeed formidable, yet what puzzled them was the absence of any aura of true essence emanating from this old man. Not even a divine being of the third realm could achieve such a feat. Who are you? The old man narrowed his eyes, repeating his inquiry. I am your father. Lu Chuan quipped, wiping away the blood and casting a sidelong glance at the old man. Was that commotion caused by you? For heaven's sake. It's the middle of the night. Are you trying to shake the heavens and earth? Have you no sense of public decency? Hearing Lu Chuan's utterly uncouth remarks, the old man let out a low, cold chuckle. Suddenly, without warning, a red tentacle surged from beneath Lu Chuan's feet. The tentacle struck with incredible speed, emerging unexpectedly from the ground. A typical person would have surely been caught off guard. However, as the tentacle made contact with Lu Chuan. It was swiftly severed into dust by invisible sword energy. Interesting, indeed, the old man remarked, unable to suppress his laughter. You possess no aura of true essence, yet can unleash such formidable sword energy. This is truly remarkable. You scoundrel, striking an old man without honor, are you? Lu Chuan retorted, reaching for his waist. Yet, the next moment, he froze, realizing that his tattered wooden sword had been left in his resting place during his hasty departure. Did you forget your sword? The old man could not help but mock. A sword is the second life of a swordsman. How powerful can one be who forgets to bring their sword? Even though the old man could not decipher Lu Chuan's intentions, he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Chapter 24. Clumsy yet playful. Where is your sword? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he summoned his full essence. Although he had internally condemned Lu Chuan, he still readied all his strength for a lethal strike. When hunting a rabbit, even a lion exerts its utmost effort. Contempt and arrogance have always been the quickest paths to the abyss of death. A creature like the blood ancestor, who had lived for so long, surely understood this truth. As his essence surged wildly, a thick mist of blood erupted from the old man's body. The scope of this blood mist expanded rapidly, enveloping the area within several dozen miles in the blink of an eye. Where the blood mist passed, all life withered and decayed. At this moment, the land had descended into a lifeless hell. In the face of this potent corrosive blood mist, Lu Chuan stood unmoved. He slowly raised his frail, aged hand. Sword, he uttered softly, yet the next moment, his arm fell heavily as if deflated. Ah, forget it. I won't bother with a sword for a mere dead vegetable. Though the old man had been sealed for over 10,000 years and his strength diminished, he still possessed the prowess of a peak 7th realm practitioner. To utter such words against a peak 7th realm cultivator was an act of unparalleled arrogance and hubris. The ignorant are doomed to their fate. The old man cackled ominously and clenched his fist tightly against Lu Chuan. In the next instant, a thunderous sound resonated as a blood-colored coffin plunged rapidly from above Lu Chuan's head. Boom! The blood-colored coffin suddenly burst open, and a blazing crimson light erupted from within, dyeing the heavens and earth with a suffocating blood-red hue. Wu Sheng, upon seeing this blood-colored coffin, was drenched in cold sweat. Ancient texts of the 100 Ghosts sect had recorded the blood ancestors' formidable technique. The blood coffin, formed from accumulated filth, was capable of tainting a cultivator's essence and consciousness, even directly refining them. It was with this very method that the blood ancestor had slaughtered numerous experts in the past. Faced with the blood coffin, Lu Chuan remained still, showing no extraneous movements. He merely observed the old man's performance with interest, as if watching a monkey show, and even allowed himself to be enclosed within the blood-colored coffin. This nonchalant demeanor utterly infuriated the old man. With a wave of his hand, the coffin slammed shut. Today, I shall annihilate your soul, thus quenching my hatred. The old man hastily formed incantations with his hands, and at the same time, strange and mysterious runes began to manifest upon the blood-colored coffin. These runes flickered with intense red light in synchrony with the old man's incantations. Break! The old man shouted sharply. Boom! The entire blood-colored coffin exploded violently. A scorching wave of heat surged forth with the sound of the explosion. Billowing blood mist rose like a sandstorm, blooming into dazzling crimson flowers in the air. A visible shockwave swept across the sky alongside these enchanting blood blossoms. The entire world awakened to the horror of the moment. What an unimaginable terror it was. Upon witnessing this mesmerizing scene, Wu Sheng bent slightly, becoming increasingly respectful. Although somewhat unfamiliar, slaying an old dog was well within his capabilities. The elder, gazing at the epicenter of the explosion, cracked a withered smile of satisfaction. The dense mist of blood gradually dissipated. However, when he spotted the frail, stooped figure standing quietly at the center of the blast, the elder's heart constricted sharply. Beneath the blood-soaked coffin, this decrepit old man remained unscathed. Truly, a mere lackey, making a grand fuss, yet possessing minimal power. How absurd. Lu Chuan twisted his neck and began to move. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. In an instant, Lu Chuan appeared before the elder, leaving behind a trail of phantoms. So swift was his movement that the elder scarcely had time to react. Before the shock on the elder's face could fade, Lu Chuan's hand clamped down fiercely around his neck. How pathetic and foolish. Lu Chuan contemptuously curled the corner of his dry lips, and exerted his strength. A horrific tearing sound reverberated, sending chills down the spine. Half of the elder's neck was brutally ripped apart, blood gushing forth, exposing his trachea to the air in a grotesque display. The elder staggered back, clutching his neck in desperation. Yet, the blood would not cease. His once proud healing ability faltered at this moment. A surge of sword energy violently coursed through the wound, wreaking havoc upon his meridians. The elder's eyes, once filled with arrogance, now reflected only trembling fear. One must have decorum, especially at such a late hour, Lu Chuan chided. With that, he turned his back, losing interest in the elder. Soon, the elder collapsed heavily to the ground, blood streaming from him, his skin turning a ghastly pale. Lu Chuan's interest in the true immortal Hongye far surpassed that of the decrepit blood ancestor. He whistled provocatively at the stunned Hongye. Such a beauty. How about I sing you a song if you let me have another glance? Snapping back to reality at his brazen request, Hongye firmly declined. How stingy. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, preparing to depart when suddenly, his lower back emitted a sharp crack. Ah, damn it. Supporting his aching back, he sat gingerly on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Hongye, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of shock. A man who had just slain the blood ancestor was now incapacitated by back pain. Struggling to rise, she approached Lu Chuan and, seeing his grimace, realized he was not feigning. Senior, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. You are beautiful and kind-hearted. You shall live long, Lu Chuan complimented, indicating the direction he wished to go. Hongye couldn't help but roll her eyes at such exaggerated flattery. Summoning her meager reserves of true essence, she guided Lu Chuan away from the scene. Before departing, the revered Hongye glanced at Wu Sheng, who knelt trembling on the ground. The disappointment and disdain in her eyes were utterly unmasked. Lu Chuan did not trouble Wu Sheng, nor did he spare him a glance, as if he were merely a wisp of air. For the prideful Wu Sheng, this was an unparalleled affront. Yet what could he do? All returned to tranquility. Wu Sheng gazed at the corpse of the blood ancestor, feeling as though everything was somewhat surreal, as if the recent events were merely a fleeting dream. However, the pungent scent of blood in the air convinced him otherwise. This was reality, not a dream. Lost in thought, a drop of blood suddenly surged forth from the ground, entering Wu Sheng's body through his nostrils. Spare me, ancestor, spare me. Wu Sheng collapsed, writhing frantically on the ground, until his struggles gradually subsided. Ha ha ha. Disaster or fortune? After a long while, Wu Sheng slowly rose from the ground, his eyes now a deep gray, reminiscent of a corpse. He gently formed a spell, extracting several drops of blood from the shattered earth, blood that had flowed from Lu Chuan's nose moments earlier. Ha ha ha, my dear elder, we shall meet again. Wu Sheng chuckled ominously as he watched Lu Chuan depart. Chapter 25. Hongye's scheme. Oh dear, my poor back. Lu Chuan returned to the resting place, lying on the ground and groaning like a ghost. Lin Xiaoxiao instructed a few young maidens to massage Lu Chuan's aching back while she and others stood guard, vigilantly watching over Hongye. Which, you are not welcome here. Begone. Lin Xiaoxiao feigned a fierce demeanor, yet her adorably puffed cheeks made her look more endearing than menacing. You little girl, instead of thanking me for sparing your life, you act so ferociously. Hongye could not resist teasing the charming Lin Xiaoxiao. What Hongye did not realize was that Lu Chuan had left traces of sword energy on these young maidens. Had she acted against them, it would likely have been her demise. We are not of the same ilk. You should not linger here, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted angrily, wondering why her outburst seemed so harmless. Little sister, shall we discuss something? Hongye's beautiful eyes glimmered with intrigue, contemplating her next move. Discuss what? There's nothing to discuss. Being called little sister made Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks puff up in indignation. Hongye glanced at the reclining Lu Chuan and asked with a smile, Is the esteemed elder one of your Mingyue Pavilion members? Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao proudly lifted her chin. The elder is a guest elder of our Mingyue Pavilion. Hongye's heart soared with joy. Little sister, how about I join your Mingyue Pavilion? I am a practitioner of the sixth realm. What? Lin Xiaoxiao thought she had misheard. This wicked witch wished to join Mingyue Pavilion? Surely, this was a jest. If the upper three sects caught wind of this, they would likely scatter the ashes of Mingyue Pavilion to the winds. Little sister, do not be hasty in your rejection. The jovial Hongye Zhenren began to enumerate for Lin Xiaoxiao. Firstly, I am not a heinous villain. I have merely ensnared a few lecherous souls. Secondly, upon joining the Mingyue Pavilion, I shall undoubtedly adopt a new visage, so there is no cause for concern regarding recognition. Thirdly, a mere 6th realm cultivator holds little significance for your esteemed Mingyue Pavilion. I need not elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, feeling an unexpected stir of intrigue. Although Hong Yezhenren's reputation was far from stellar, she seemed to lack a penchant for indiscriminate slaughter. However, I am but a small fry and lack the authority to make such decisions, Lin Xiaoxiao declared, shaking her head to refuse Hong Yezhenren's proposal. That is of no consequence. I shall accompany you back to the old solitary mountain and allow Nangong Chuxue to make the final decision, Hong Yezhenren responded, her smile widening. Lin Xiaoxiao feigned deep contemplation for a moment, realizing that with Lu Chuan present, this female demon would not stir up much trouble. Very well. But you are forbidden from approaching my senior. Your flirtatious demeanor is rather excessive. Your eyes nearly glued to my senior, she admonished. No problem, Hong Yezhenren replied cheerfully, then turned her gaze to Lu Chuan. Senior, could you remove this sword aura armor? I need to change my attire. Lu Chuan, feeling a slight relief from his back pain, snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, the black armor adorning Hong Yezhenren fell away, revealing her flawless, unclothed form to the astonished onlookers. How shameless can one be? Why are your proportions so exaggerated? And your legs, why are they so long? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she turned away, somewhat unwillingly. There are only women here, apart from Lu Chuan, an old man. Besides, Lu Chuan has already seen everything. A few more glances won't matter now. At this moment, Hong Yezhenren bore no psychological burden as she leisurely donned a flowing red dress. Senior, why are you bleeding from your nose? She asked playfully. It's merely a slight fever. Do not concern yourself with trivialities, Lu Chuan replied with a chuckle. Finally, they could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. It was not until dawn that Lu Chuan arose languidly from his makeshift bedding. After breakfast, he led the young girls on a grand expedition through the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, collecting rare treasures. Given Lu Chuan's speed, this endeavor lasted a full 2 days. This excursion proved to be immensely fruitful, and he successfully gathered the ingredients needed for the illusory face pill without any unexpected mishaps. Over the course of these 2 days, Hong Yezhenren seamlessly integrated into the group of young girls. Being a seasoned practitioner, she found it quite manageable to handle a gaggle of inexperienced youths. Through their interactions, she gleaned some insights into the circumstances surrounding the resurrection of the Blood Ancestor. According to Hong Yezhenren, the Blood Ancestor's origins were shrouded in mystery. Even during the Blood War at the Black Spring Abyss, he had not been slain. The remnants of the Blood Demon sect had sealed the nearly lifeless Blood Ancestor within this secret realm. Subsequently, they orchestrated a series of mutual killings among those who entered the realm, collecting vast quantities of blood in preparation for the Blood Ancestor's revival. As for how the 100 Ghosts sect gained entry, it was quite straightforward. The entire secret realm was a trap laid by the Blood Demon sect a millennium ago, and the barrier was also of their design. As a branch of the Blood Demon sect, the 100 Ghosts sect naturally possesses methods to traverse barriers. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu Chuan led his companions, eagerly preparing to step out of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Everything was in readiness, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Once the illusory essence pill was refined, he would regain his youthful appearance. Lu Chuan had grown weary of this aged body. At that moment, atop Dragon's Beak Cliff, tensions ran high, the atmosphere charged with the scent of gunpowder. The Beast sect had been thoroughly decimated by Lu Chuan en route. Those who ventured into the secret realm were all elite members of the younger generation, making the incident significant. Enraged, the Beast sect mobilized nearly half of their forces to the secret realm in pursuit of the culprit. Their plan was to apprehend the perpetrator here, gathering both witnesses and evidence before confronting the solitary mountain of the Mingyue Pavilion to demand an explanation from Nangong Chuxue. Leading the Beast sect was the esteemed Elder Wang Yueming, a 6th realm cultivator. Typically, a sect of such a moderate scale would only possess a couple of 6th realm practitioners, while the Mingyue Pavilion had but one. The dispatch of a 6th realm member by the Beast sect underscored the gravity of the situation. Should they fail to provide a satisfactory resolution, it was likely that the Mingyue Pavilion stronghold would be overturned. Wang Yueming arrived at Dragon's Beak Cliff with over 100 elite disciples, taking control of the entire valley and simultaneously cornering by Lin Lin at the entrance to the secret realm. Wang Yueming appeared to be a middle-aged man, seemingly around 30, donned in an elegant robe that exuded an air of ethereal grace. However, at this moment, Fury simmered in his eyes, nearly bursting forth. In response to the beast sect's annihilation, Bai Linlin had resolutely denied any involvement. Even when presented with the information relayed back by a beast sect disciple via a communication talisman, Bai Linlin remained obstinately unyielding, insisting that the matter had no ties to the Mingyue Pavilion. Chapter 26. Taking responsibility. Wang Yueming, do not slander us without cause, Bai Linlin replied, maintaining her composure in the face of Wang Yueming, who was a realm higher than herself. Everyone knows that our Mingyue Pavilion has been modest in strength over the years, always proceeding with caution and goodwill. Let us not even discuss whether we could annihilate so many of your beast sect. Even if we had that capability, we would need a justification, wouldn't we? Bai Linlin grew increasingly animated, her voice rising in intensity. Wang Yueming, are you attempting to extort us simply because you cannot locate the culprit behind the misfortune that befell your beast sect? How audacious to prey on the weak. The elders of over 30 sects were present, and she warned him that should he dare to use force, the matter would be reported to the Jinyuan sect. Bai Linlin took the offensive, invoking the name of one of the three upper sects, Jinyuan sect. The standing of the three upper sects on the Tianyuan continent was unrivaled, possessing absolute authority, aside from a few reclusive ancient families. Upon hearing this, Wang Yueming merely chuckled coldly. What a sharp-tongued little girl. I, Wang Yueming, have always acted with fairness and will not speak without basis. As he spoke, he gestured respectfully to the onlooking elders of various sections. The beast sect has already dispatched personnel to the scene of the incident, prepared to utilize the mirror flower water moon technique to reconstruct the circumstances of the murder. I kindly request all esteemed friends to serve as witnesses, lest I be accused of exploiting my power. Should this matter be unrelated to the Mingyue Pavilion, I shall promptly offer my apologies and recompense. Conversely, if it is indeed the doing of the Mingyue Pavilion, then do not blame the Wanshou sect for their ruthless measures. Upon hearing the ominous name of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Bai Linlin's complexion turned pale. This particular formation is exceedingly profound, capable of reconstructing events that transpired in a location. Although this formation is remarkable, its energy consumption is alarmingly vast. Activating the Mirror Flower, Water Moon requires a minimum of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones worth of rare materials. The annual income of the entire Mingyue Pavilion scarcely matches that figure. With such a considerable investment, it is evident that the Wanshou sect is determined to unearth the perpetrator. Elder Wang speaks truly. This matter is indeed grave and must be thoroughly investigated. Elder Bai, please endure a little longer. We must await the disciples' return and cooperate. Should there be any malevolent cultivators at play, it would be prudent for us to take precautions in advance. Each person present voiced their support for the Wanshou sect. Bai Linlin refrained from provoking the crowd and could only nod in agreement. Beneath her calm exterior, however, a tempest brewed within her. She had not anticipated that the Wanshou sect would invest so heavily in the Mirror Flower, Water Moon. If the scene were to be restored, it would not only implicate her, but would also spell disaster for the entire Mingyue Pavilion. Mere stubbornness would not resolve the situation. It was clear that only strength could prevail. Bai Linlin turned her gaze towards the secret passage. At this moment, only Lu Chuan could potentially resolve the issue. Yet, given that Lu Chuan had slain so many, and as a guest elder of the Mingyue Pavilion, his position at Jinyuan sect would also be untenable. Bai Linlin's thoughts became a chaotic tangle. As time slipped away, the immense psychological pressure threatened to overwhelm her. Elder, the Mirror Flower, Water Moon has been completed, and the crime scene has been transmitted back through the message talisman. The report from the Wanshou sect disciple became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Linlin's lips drained of color as she glanced once more at the secret passage. However, today marked only the 4th day. Lu Chuan could not possibly emerge from the secret realm. Observing Wang Yueming engaged in hushed conversation with his disciples, Bai Linlin sighed deeply. There appeared to be no viable alternative. She would have to shoulder the blame herself. In the end, she resolved to offer her life as atonement, hoping to avoid dragging the Mingyue Pavilion into deeper troubles. With this thought, Bai Linlin felt a sense of clarity, exhaling a long breath. Humph. At this moment, Wang Yueming concluded his discourse with his disciples and cast a piercing glare at Bai Linlin. His cultivation level exceeded that of the others, and in his fury, his aura surged outward, forcing Bai Linlin into a half-kneeling position, rendering her immobile. Esteemed friends, please observe, do not accuse me of bullying the weak. Wang Yueming gritted his teeth, coldly uttering a few words. He then waved his sleeve, causing ripples to appear in the air before him. A water mirror manifested before the assembly. The mirror reflected a picturesque landscape, the very place where Lu Chuan had decimated the Wanshou sect. Soon, the mirror displayed the unfolding scene, specifically the onset of the conflict between the Wanshou sect and the Mingyue Pavilion. The onlookers reveled in the spectacle, thoroughly entertained. However, soon the laughter of the crowd faded. The malevolent old man, Lu Chuan, with his brutal methods of murder and terrifying sword aura, sent chills down the spines of all, even from behind the water mirror. Such ruthlessness could only belong to a sinister practitioner. How could you, Mingyue Pavilion, treat your fellow cultivators with such cruelty? Without justification, you have ambushed the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Even the Jinyuan sect would have no reason to protect you any longer. This matter cannot be tolerated. Mingyue Pavilion must pay in blood for their debts. Elder Wang, that old fiend who committed the atrocities, has entered the secret realm. His strength likely does not exceed the fourth realm. He must possess treasures such as flying swords to act so viciously. The crowd unanimously turned their ire towards Mingyue Pavilion, each filled with righteous indignation. If one were unaware, they might think these individuals were paragons of justice. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Bai Linlin found herself at a loss for words. Under the immense pressure radiating from Wang Yueming, she gradually rose to her feet, her gaze eerily calm, surveying the crowd. Bai Linlin let out a cold laugh. Have you not humiliated my Mingyue Pavilion enough over the years? Can you not see that the 10,000 Beasts sect seeks trouble and brings about their own demise? Indeed, Bai Linlin mocked herself, shaking her head. You all are simply willfully blind. Though a woman, her words rang with authority and conviction. The crowd, feeling exposed by her remarks, fell silent. In truth, the 10,000 Beasts sect had instigated the conflict, and killing you would not be unjust. However, faced with the overwhelming strength of the 10,000 Beasts sect, the crowd chose selective blindness. Looking back at Wang Yueming, Bai Linlin had regained her composure. Wang Yueming, every grievance has its source. I, Bai Linlin, will take responsibility for this matter and offer my life as atonement. Along with the 20 disciples of Mingyue Pavilion in the secret realm, we shall accompany the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect in death. Will this suffice? To avoid embroiling the entire Mingyue Pavilion, Bai Linlin even involved the disciples who entered the secret realm. Now, she hoped to use her own life to delay the 10,000 Beasts sect, preventing them from heading directly to Mingyue Pavilion. As long as the 10,000 Beasts sect remained here awaiting the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion, Lu Chuan's emergence could likely resolve this matter. Wang Yueming, moved by Bai Linlin's desperate plea, finally nodded gently. Although this matter cannot be resolved merely by sacrificing your life, I, Wang Yueming, can assure you that I shall not make things difficult for Nangong Chushue and Mingyue Pavilion. Bai Linlin bit her lip and softly uttered a word of thanks. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a silver dagger from her bosom. She gazed into the distance, towards the direction of the old solitary mountain. Chapter 27, A Sword's Sorrow. I am sorry, Sister Chushue, and Master, Linlin has failed your expectations. Bai Linlin drew the dagger and closed her eyes. The dagger reflected the morning sunlight, casting a dazzling hue. Yet at this moment, that very color was to claim the life of a girl. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. An aged voice suddenly resonated in that moment. An eerie wave rippled through the air, creating visible ripples. At this moment, the space seemed to be frozen, and all things were infinitely slowed down. The dagger in Bai Linlin's hand hovered over her heart, unable to penetrate any further. In the next instant, everyone beheld an old man, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely emerging from the passage of the secret realm. His aged body appeared on the verge of collapse, as if a gust of wind could topple him at any moment. Yet, from this elderly figure, the crowd sensed an indescribable aura. This presence was akin to a deity descending from the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence that forbade direct gaze, touch, or desecration. Lu Chuan ambled over to Bai Linlin, squatting down to meet her tear-filled eyes, gently saying, "My dear, you must not perish. Nangong Chushue entrusted me with your care. How could I return without you?" As he spoke, Lu Chuan extended his frail, withered hand to wipe away her tears. Yet, the tears that had just been dried began to flow anew. He tenderly ruffled Bai Linlin's hair, offering a warm smile. Then, he gently removed the dagger from her grasp. "Do not weep, my child. I shall seek justice for you." Upon hearing these words, Bai Linlin could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. If Lu Chuan had delayed even a moment longer, she would have missed witnessing the dawn of a new day. Observing her sorrow, Lu Chuan rose slowly. Let us not dwell on right or wrong. We shall speak of grievances. With a grin that revealed his parched lips, Lu Chuan's previously languid gaze sharpened. His cold eyes pierced like a long sword. Lu Chuan addressed Wang Yueming with a casual demeanor. Your attire suggests you hail from the beast sect. Is that correct? Before Wang Yueming could respond, Lu Chuan continued. So? You have come to provoke me, and it appears you wish to drive my dear girl to her demise. Despicable wretch. With a subtle flick of his fingers, a faint black sword aura leapt from his fingertips. This sword aura did not explode with cataclysmic force. It was quiet, silent, and yet the most lethal shadow lurking in the night. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura vanished, and by the time the onlookers processed what had transpired, it had dissipated into thin air. Who are you? Wang Yueming exclaimed in astonishment, but he would never receive an answer to his query. A crimson spot gradually appeared at the center of Wang Yueming's forehead, expanding until it transformed into a striking blood-red rose. Dead. He is dead. A cultivator of the sixth realm has perished just like that? Such an untimely demise, so effortlessly met. Even a dog would struggle or whimper before its end. As they gazed upon the fallen Wang Yueming, an overwhelming fear spread like a plague, crashing upon the crowd like a tidal wave. Lu Chuan closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the essence of that earlier sword aura. He was too old, having forgotten far too much. The only memory that remained was that he was a swordsman. The swordsman, how could he possibly lack dazzling swordsmanship? Within the vast ocean of consciousness, the door to long-buried memories slowly creaked open a narrow gap. Through this fissure, Lu Chuan glimpsed a sword suspended within the doorway of memory, a long, obsidian blade. The sword floated solitary in the realm of recollection, awaiting its master to grasp it once more. Lu Chuan extended his hand, and the dark sword began to tremble lightly, an overwhelming joy surging forth. With this joyous reunion, the sword soared into Lu Chuan's grasp. In that instant, a torrent of black, brutal sword energy erupted from him, soaring towards the heavens, as if it sought to cleave away all the beauty of the world. Heaven's Grief, a name of a technique spilled forth from Lu Chuan's lips. As the words Heaven's Grief escaped, the skyward black sword energy erupted, fragmenting into countless slender blades, each no longer than a finger. These minuscule swords descended like a tempest, enveloping the entire valley. Screams, curses, pleas for mercy, and the sounds of terror being torn apart echoed throughout the valley. Yet, these sounds soon faded into silence. All was quiet. Everything had come to an end. All lives had been reaped. The efficiency of this slaughter surpassed even that of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The only survivor, Bai Linlin, could cry no more, for in comparison to others, she felt inexplicably fortunate. Old fellow, have you remembered? Is it coming back to you? At that moment, a Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. The black sword energy, the black long sword, named Killing. The Sword of Slaughter has a complete set of 12 sword forms, which you created yourself. Does it ring a bell? Moreover, have you seen a white sword? What are you babbling about? Lu Chuan snapped back to reality, slapping a Fu across the face. The impact sent a Fu spinning through the air in a somersault. Unfazed, as he was accustomed to such treatment, a Fu quickly picked himself up and fearlessly approached Lu Chuan once more, urging him along. Life and death are two extremes. The end of death is rebirth. You should possess two swords. Reflect once more and find that white sword, the embodiment of life. Are you deliberately provoking me? The door to memory had already closed, leaving Lu Chuan unable to recollect anything further. Humph, senile dementia. This is a condition that needs treatment. A Fu rolled his eyes in mockery. You and your entire family are senile. Lu Chuan lifted his foot and sent a Fu flying once again. You must remember, the white long sword represents the ultimate understanding you attained, capable of breaking through. A Fu's voice echoed from afar. Fool, Lu Chuan scoffed, dismissively turning away to help Bai Linlin to her feet. So, my dear girl, are you satisfied with the explanation I procured for you? Could one possibly be dissatisfied? They were all slaughtered without a trace, faster than butchering a pig. Chapter 28. Side quest. It was not until 2 days later that they returned to the Minghua Pavilion. Lu Chuan entrusted this group of young girls entirely to Nangong Chuxua. As for how to handle the resources of the Red Leaf True Man, that was solely her responsibility. Lu Chuan now merely awaited the arrival of the illusory yin pill. In the elegant courtyard, a Fu was engaged in a conversation with Lu Chuan regarding intelligence about this vast world of cultivation. Remarkably, this time the donkey had escaped a beating. By comparing and analyzing the strength of cultivators since you dealt with that bloodthirsty old fellow, it became evident that with each ascension in rank, one's power would increase exponentially. Rather than simply through addition, Lu Chuan reclined in his chair, basking in the sunlight, and, feeling somewhat impatient, turned over. From your astute analysis, what level should I occupy within this power structure? Seeing Lu Chuan's apparent patience, a Fu grinned widely, his large teeth gleaming as he chuckled. The cultivation system of this world is divided into 12 realms, but let's not dwell on the first 9. Allow me to explain the top 3. Lu Chuan nodded. Since he had been ensnared by the donkey into this realm, it was essential to grasp some fundamental information. A Fu, elated to see Lu Chuan's acknowledgement, was nearly beside himself with joy, practically ready to set off firecrackers in celebration. Being a system at this level, it was likely the first time it had to gauge its host's mood daily. A Fu cheerfully leaned in, explaining that the 3 highest realms were known as the 3 divine realms. They are the Tao 1 realm, the near-divine realm, and the final one, the annihilation realm. From the Tao comes 1, from 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, and from 3 comes all things. This realm is equivalent to what mortals perceive as divine. Creation and destruction exist within a single thought. The near-divine realm has already brushed against the rules of the great Tao, and from the analysis, to reach this level, one must grasp a principle of power from the Tao. Lastly, the annihilation realm entails creating one's own path. Free from the constraints of the great Tao's rules, this essence can be summarized as freedom. As for the connections among these realms, I shan't elaborate. You likely would not be interested. Here is something rather intriguing. To enter these 3 realms, one must rely solely on enlightenment. It is possible to attain understanding in a single thought and step into the divine, or one might find themselves forever stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th realm, unable to ascend further. The donkey rambled on with an abundance of information, nearly putting Lu Chuan into a trance. Once a Fu finished speaking, Lu Chuan finally lifted his eyelids, inquiring about his overall strength and what realm it should correspond to. It is rather difficult to compare, but based on your unique dual swords of life and death, your strength should reside at the pinnacle of the annihilation realm. Is that so? Then I must be invincible in this world, and there is no need to discuss this further, Lu Chuan remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Not so fast. A Fu raised a front leg, pointing at the heavens. You may be unrivaled among mortals, but there exists the heavenly Tao above. Lu Chuan scoffed dismissively. I have no intention of provoking it. What could it possibly do to me? A Fu chuckled slyly. You've already stirred up quite a bit, using powers not belonging to this world to slay so many cultivators. It is estimated that the heavenly path has already marked you. I suspect that if you make another move or 2, it will undoubtedly bring forth the divine punishment thunder calamity. Enough of your rambling. What are your true intentions? Lu Chuan felt a twinge of impatience, tempted once more to strike this creature. The donkey, somewhat coy, replied, You see, I am a system, and as a system, I am tasked with certain duties, correct? For the past 100,000 years, a Fu had not assigned Lu Chuan a single task, and had sustained him for an entire century, depleting a myriad of resources. Such an outflow without inflow would be unsustainable even for a wealthy landlord. Indeed, I sensed something was amiss with you today, waiting here for me. Lu Chuan scoffed, flipping off his chair. Now speak, what is this task? If it can assist me, I will certainly lend my aid. Despite constantly sparring with the donkey, the bond forged over 100 millennia was not trivial. Ah, you are truly wise. A Fu exclaimed with delight. I have made some progress in aligning with this world over the past few days, and corresponding tasks have begun to emerge. Currently, there is one task available, the epic dungeon, destruction of the Ghost Spring. Periodically, this vast world encounters a monumental disaster. The Ghost Spring manifests. The Ghost Spring serves as a portal to the endless demon realm, shaking every 10,000 years. When the Ghost Spring trembles, spatial rifts appear. Your task is to seal the spring's source. How straightforward is it not? A Fu gazed at Lu Chuan with eager anticipation. Do you presume me a benevolent savior? Lu Chuan retorted, seizing a Fu by the neck and delivering 2 swift blows. You speak of tasks without mentioning rewards. Do you take me for a free laborer? Oh, there is a reward. Entry to the Bronze Temple. A Fu quivered from the strikes. Oh, how intriguing. What is this bronze temple? Lu Chuan's interest piqued. This donkey seemed to harbor numerous secrets. Unearthing them could prove quite advantageous. The bronze temple, a Fu trumpeted proudly, is a repository of ultimate knowledge. A place sought after by countless souls yearning for its mysterious allure. Do not try to deceive me with your sorcery. What is this ultimate nonsense? Have you been reading too many tomb raiding tales? Lu Chuan pressed a Fu's head into the ground. After a considerable pause, a Fu finally raised his flattened head. Lamenting, the task is described thus. How should I know what the ultimate entails? It may relate to the vanished emperor, but that is merely conjecture on my part. Emperor? What kind of nonsense is that? Lu Chuan was taken aback. A Fu regarded Lu Chuan with an incredulous expression. Surely, you do not think that the Oblivion realm is the pinnacle? The apex of power lies with the emperor. However, no emperor has emerged in many eras. I have yet to locate specific details. Quite interesting, Lu Chuan nodded. I shall accept this task. Excellent. Such decisiveness. A Fu jubilantly shook his head, saliva flying everywhere. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Lu Chuan's mind. Ding. The 5 major dungeons of the vast world have been activated. Epic Dungeon. Destruction of the Ghost Spring. 3 days hence, the blood moon shall descend, and the ethereal spring shall manifest. The host may choose between 2 paths. The first, unite with various skilled individuals to seal the ethereal spring and accrue prestige. Reward, 1 hour's entry into the Bronze Temple, along with the title of Supreme of the Tianyuan continent. The second, eliminate all living beings that breathe, thereby amassing malevolent points. Reward, 1 hour's entry into the Bronze Temple, alongside the title of the Dark Overlord. Chapter 29. Charging forth on Afu. What is this nonsense? Are you playing a game with 2 routes to choose from? Lu Chuan scoffed, tugging at his lips in disdain as he kicked Afu. He sensed that this was not a fortuitous matter. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. After all, he was invincible in the world. What was wrong with simply lying here? Ambition, ambition. One must have aspirations. You know? Afu exclaimed, alarmed at Lu Chuan's intention to recline. We must maintain a sense of crisis. The cosmos is vast, and the world is immense. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to assert they are unbeaten? Foolish dog, Lu Chuan retorted, flipping over to continue his repose. Oh no, we absolutely cannot lie idle. There are many great matters we must attend to. Bang! Before Afu could finish his sentence, Lu Chuan kicked him in the rear, sending him flying. The following 2 days passed pleasantly, filled with leisurely moments spent gazing at beautiful maidens, napping, and maintaining a cheerful disposition. Meanwhile, discussions within the Mingyue Pavilion reached a conclusion regarding the fate of the red leaf real person, who was to become a new guest elder at Mingyue Pavilion. This time, Mingyue Pavilion reaped substantial benefits, and accommodating another guest elder posed no issue, provided that the red leaf real person remained incognito and altered her appearance. She readily agreed, settling at Isa Peak, becoming Lu Chuan's neighbor. The concoction of the illusory face pill was also placed on the agenda. However, this esteemed pill required specialized refinement at the 100 Flowers sect, a reputable alchemy sect on the Tianyuan continent, renowned for its capabilities, second only to the top 3 sections. Interestingly, the 100 Flowers sect is not famed solely for its alchemy, but rather for its current leader, the 100 Flowers Fairy, Nangong Chushua. The second most beautiful woman on the Rouge list is overshadowed by the 100 Flowers Fairy, who has consistently held the top position for many years. The 100 Flowers Fairy is universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman on the Tianyuan continent, a title devoid of contention. Many cultivators journeying to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemy do so with the primary aim of catching a glimpse of the 100 Flowers Fairy's visage. However, she has remained reclusive for many years, rarely seen by anyone. The matter of the illusory face pill pertains to Lu Chuan's quest for rejuvenation, which Nangong Chushua takes very seriously. She arranged for the Peak Master of Luoxia Peak, accompanied by dozens of disciples, to escort her to the 100 Flowers sect. Additionally, Nangong Chushua utilized this opportunity to reinforce the protective array around the mountain. Without delay, she dispatched individuals to Wuxiang City to trade for a plethora of resources. Moreover, she commanded the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion to refrain from venturing outside. Nangong Chushua understood well that with the recent opening of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, nearly all sects that ventured forth had been obliterated, leaving Mingyue Pavilion unscathed. This situation is far from over. It is only a matter of time before those sects come knocking to seek answers. Preparations must be made in advance, should a conflict arise. They will be better equipped to respond. Several days passed in tranquil silence without the anticipated arrival of the smaller sects seeking retribution. Instead, a formidable behemoth appeared, Zhenyuan's sect. As one of the three notorious factions in the Tianyuan continent, Zhenyuan's sect wields significant influence in the central western region. Over 200 sects, large and small, are compelled to act in accordance with Zhenyuan's sect's whims. With a disciple count exceeding 100,000, it boasts an array of prodigies and a flourishing legacy, far surpassing that of a mere minor entity like Mingyue Pavilion. This time, 3 individuals from Zhenyuan's sect graced the vicinity, yet through unfortunate circumstance, they encountered Lu Chuan, who was leisurely wandering the mountains with a foolish donkey. Recently, Lu Chuan discovered a delightful spot, a small hill brimming with spiritual energy, located approximately 100 miles from Isa Peak. However, it was not the spiritual energy that captivated Lu Chuan. Rather, it was the charming maidens dwelling upon that hill. After 2 days of observation, he noted that about 100 youthful and enchanting girls resided there, each more radiant than the last. Their cultivation methods were intriguingly distinct, markedly different from those of Bai Linlin and her companions. Lu Chuan's admiration for beauty was devoid of ulterior motives. It merely served to uplift his spirits and stave off the intermittent bouts of insanity. Today, Lu Chuan resolved to introduce himself to these lovely maidens, even taking the time to bathe and don fresh attire. As he strolled to the base of the hill, he unexpectedly crossed paths with the trio from Zhenyuan's sect. What struck Lu Chuan as odd was that these 3 seemed to have entered without any escort, an unusual occurrence indeed. Mingyue Pavilion was fortified with protective formations. Any unfamiliar presence would trigger alarms. Yet, these 3 intruders appeared to navigate the premises as if they were in their own backyard. As a man, a member of the masculine species, how could Lu Chuan tolerate the presence of other males in a place like Mingyue Pavilion? Here, apart from him, even mosquitoes were mandated to be female. Who were these 3 interlopers? Riding his donkey, a Fu, Lu Chuan ambled up to the 3 Zhenyuan sect members. Upon encountering a man in Mingyue Pavilion, the trio momentarily froze in disbelief. However, their surprise quickly morphed into anger. Lu Chuan was bewildered. He had yet to express his ire. So why did these 3 dare to be the first to fume? Old man, this is not a place for you. Begone at once. The leader, a young man, arrogantly waved his hand at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, feeling both dazed and incensed, retaliated with a swift slap to the youth's face. The young man, taken aback by the old man's unexpected speed, found himself airborne before he could react. The sight of him flipping through the air, teeth flying, left the other 2 in a state of shock. We are from Zhenyuan sect, dispatched to Mingyue Pavilion to retrieve the cauldron. Do you dare obstruct us? Contact Nangong Chuxue and have her come to clarify this matter. It is far from over. To hell with your arrogance. If I don't make you regret this today, consider yourselves fortunate. Anger surged within Lu Chuan as he drew forth a shabby wooden sword from his waist and charged forward, mounted on a Fu. Originally, a Fu was reluctant to engage in such degrading tasks. However, recently, Lu Chuan has taken on a mission and exhibited a tendency to become complacent. In a bid to elevate Lu Chuan's spirits and ensure the mission's importance, A Fu has become exceedingly compliant. Not only is he willing to charge forward, but if Lu Chuan simply pays some attention to the task, he would dare to endure any indignity. Despite his emaciated appearance, A Fu, when provoked, can move with the frenetic energy of a rabid rabbit. The remaining 2 individuals, poised to retaliate, found themselves confronted by A Fu, bearing his formidable teeth. With 2 sharp cracks, the wooden sword met their faces, subjecting them to the same fate as that of the youth before them. Charge forth, strike down the fallen. Lu Chuan, atop A Fu, gallantly surged toward the trio. You dare, old man. I am a disciple of the Zhenyuan sect. Should you continue to insult me? Stop, stop. I need to relieve myself. Help, help. Mother, I want to go home. The forest echoed with their anguished cries. Chapter 30. Liberation from the Zhenyuan sect. The pitiful cries of the 3 individuals soon attracted the attention of girls from the nearby hills. Upon seeing the 3 beaten and humiliated, who were, to their shock, disciples of the Zhenyuan sect, the girls' faces turned ashen. Please, elders, spare them. One of the leading girls rushed forward in alarm. Quickly inform the sect master. If a life is lost, the Zhenyuan sect will not let this go lightly. However, Lu Chuan paid no heed to her pleas, intensifying his stomping on the trio's midsections. By the time Nangong Chushua arrived, the three wretches were barely breathing, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. "Senior, please show mercy." At the sight before her, Nangong Chushua nearly fainted from distress. Pathetic fools, utterly incompetent and pretentious. Lu Chuan, pinching his nose in disgust, finally ceased his assault. Nangong Chushua quickly instructed her companions to help the unfortunate trio, hastily administering numerous healing pills. After a few minutes under the influence of the elixirs, the three finally regained their lives. The leading youth glared at Nangong Chushua, seething with rage. The physical pain was trivial compared to the humiliation of being publicly ridiculed. He feared this incident would become a source of endless mockery. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, ultimately threatening Nangong Chushua. "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall report this to the sect and demand the dismantling of your Mingyue Pavilion's mountain gate." Nangong Chushua's complexion fluctuated between pale and green. In the end, she could only force a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, this matter will be resolved, and Mingyue Pavilion will compensate you until you are satisfied." As she spoke, her heart ached, casting a resentful glance at Lu Chuan. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, seemingly unfazed by the trio's plight, sauntered over to the girls, flamboyantly introducing himself. It appeared that this secluded hill was indeed cut off from the world, as these girls were entirely unaware of Lu Chuan's recent emergence within Mingyue Pavilion. Upon witnessing the flamboyant demeanor of Lu Chuan, everyone appeared rather bewildered. "Senior, perhaps you should return to rest. I will handle matters here." Nangong Chushua approached Lu Chuan with a hint of trepidation. "What are you doing?" Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance. "I shall pursue my own affairs, and you may attend to yours. We are unrelated." By the way, Lu Chuan raised his gaze towards the three unfortunate souls. Where did these buffoons come from? How did they bypass the Grand Formation and enter the Mingyue Pavilion? Upon receiving Lu Chuan's glare, the three from the Jinyuan sect trembled as if struck by lightning. Only the young man, brimming with defiance, began to shout loudly, "Nangong Chushua, this old fool must be handed over to us, to be dealt with by the Jinyuan sect. In the Tianyuan continent, there are still those who dare to disregard the Jinyuan sect." Panic surged within Nangong Chushua. Over the years, the Jinyuan sect had produced such imbeciles, arrogant and oblivious to the world. "I curse your mother." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan charged forward on his steed. Afu. Nangong Chushua was well aware of Lu Chuan's temperament and dared not to intervene. "Go." Riding Afu, Lu Chuan conjured a tempest. A slender donkey was astonishingly transformed into a force akin to 1,000 galloping steeds. "You dare, Nangong Chushua, save me." The young man was counting on the pavilion master to advocate for him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lu Chuan, in the Mingyue Pavilion, held a status akin to that of a regent. Nangong Chushua was entirely unable to restrain this guest elder, nor had she ever intended to. Though Lu Chuan was notoriously irascible and surly, he possessed a commendable trait. He never instigated trouble without provocation. Of course, anyone foolish enough to provoke him would find themselves in dire straits. Generally, Lu Chuan treated the maidens with kindness, devoid of any sense of superiority, and never meddled in the internal affairs of the Mingyue Pavilion. Such a powerful yet understanding guest elder would only be constrained by someone with a truly misguided mindset. With a swift motion, Lu Chuan's wooden sword struck the young man's face, sending him into a dizzying spin through the air. However, this time, fortune had abandoned him. Lu Chuan clearly intended to inflict serious harm. As the young man remained suspended in the air, he was abruptly confronted by the mounted Lu Chuan. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of strikes echoed like firecrackers in the air. The young man's cries gradually subsided. In contrast, the other two Jinyuan sect members exhibited a greater degree of wisdom. Aside from trembling in place, they kept their mouths tightly shut. Bang! The lifeless body of the young man plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily before his companions from the Jinyuan sect. Gazing at the mangled remains, unrecognizable even to his own mother, the two fools' legs turned to jelly, and they fell to their knees. "It's over, it's over, it's over." Nangong Chushua's mind buzzed as she watched the scene unfold. "I am here to enjoy my retirement. And you come here to cause trouble," Lu Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes. "You may return." At that moment, Nangong Chushua's expression suddenly hardened, as if she had made a resolute decision. Nangong Chushue gazed at the remaining 2 disciples of the Jinyuan sect, enunciating each word with clarity. From this moment forth, Mingyue Pavilion shall no longer be affiliated with the Jinyuan sect. All agreements are hereby rendered void, including the provision of 100 furnace disciples every 3 years. Her declaration not only astonished the 2 Jinyuan disciples, but also left the other members of Mingyue Pavilion in a state of bewilderment. The Jinyuan sect held a position of great power. How could an agreement be dismissed so casually? Given the Jinyuan sect's notorious dominance, Chushue's pronouncement foreshadowed the impending downfall of Mingyue Pavilion. Lady Pavilion Master, you must reconsider, one of the Jinyuan disciples stammered. Nangong Chushue glanced at Lu Chuan, biting her lip in resolve. I have thought this through. While we have enjoyed nominal protection from your sect over the years, there has been no substantial aid rendered. You treat Mingyue Pavilion merely as your personal garden. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the young women emerging from the mountains, a look of guilt crossing her face. As the Pavilion Master, I have not only failed to safeguard my disciples, but I have also been compelled to provide you with furnace disciples. I have had enough. No matter the consequences, Mingyue Pavilion shall bear the responsibility. Pavilion Master, you mustn't, cried one of the girls, her voice laced with sorrow. She understood the dire implications of severing ties with the Jinyuan sect. Soon, she fell to her knees, and the others followed suit, tears glistening in their eyes. Pavilion Master, do not worry about us. For the sake of Mingyue Pavilion's survival, we are willing to become furnace disciples. Chapter 31. Arrogance and hubris. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Chushue could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. Over the years, she had committed numerous acts against her own conscience to ensure the survival of Mingyue Pavilion. The most agonizing burden she bore was the fate of those children who had become furnace disciples. This matter had tormented her to the brink of despair. Now, she sought to place her hopes in Lu Chuan, striving to liberate Mingyue Pavilion from the exploitation of the Jinyuan sect and achieve true independence. Alas, how can an old woman like me bear witness to this? Lu Chuan's heart ached as he observed the girls weeping uncontrollably. Chushue, what exactly is a furnace disciple? He approached her, determined to address the situation. Mingyue Pavilion was his sanctuary. It could not be reduced to a place of incessant lamentation. Wiping her tears, Nangong Chushue found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Yet, having chosen to rely on Lu Chuan, she recognized the importance of conveying the full context. Senior, please take a seat. I will explain everything to you. Once Lu Chuan was settled, she began to recount their plight. Due to the weakness of Mingyue Pavilion, many years ago, we entered into an agreement with the Jinyuan sect. They offered us protection, and in return, we were obligated to provide them with various resources periodically. Huh? Lu Chuan exclaimed, bewildered. Even in such dire straits, you still have to offer them resources? Isn't that a vicious cycle that ensures you remain trapped forever? Nangong Chushue let out a resigned, bitter smile. While this was indeed the case, for Mingyue Pavilion, there had been no alternative. Lu Chuan pondered this for a moment before nodding in understanding. In the Moonlight Pavilion, the women endure a life fraught with challenges, leaving little room for concern about anything else. Among the tributes, one stipulates that every 3 years, the Jinyuan sect must receive 100 furnace candidates. At this juncture, Nangong Chushue clenches her fists tightly, her knuckles whitening from the force. The term furnace refers to the selection of boys and girls with extraordinary physiques, cultivated from a young age through special methods. Upon reaching adulthood, they engage in dual cultivation, transferring their long-accumulated essence to their partners. Lu Chuan, bewildered, gazes at the young girls kneeling before him. It dawns on him why these children practice in such an unorthodox manner. Each one, pure and ethereal, has undergone this rigorous training solely to become a furnace. Yet, what fate awaits these children once they fulfill this role? A surge of anger begins to swell within Lu Chuan. The beauty of youth should not be subjected to such treatment. Nangong Chushue, resolute, grits her teeth and states that the fortunate ones, after having their essence absorbed, may return to a mundane existence. The less fortunate, however, face imprisonment, reduced to mere instruments for the release of desires, ultimately meeting death once their beauty fades. Hearing this, Lu Chuan can no longer contain himself. These exquisite young women are destined for a tragic end, a fate too horrific to contemplate. With a resounding thud, Nangong Chushue kneels before Lu Chuan, bowing her head 3 times in earnest supplication. She does not shield herself with her vital energy, Instead, she strikes her forehead against the ground. Blood trickles down her brow, mingling with tears, a silent testament to her anguish. Senior, I dare not hope for much. I implore you to save these children. I am willing to serve you faithfully. For the sake of her disciples, a woman of noble status humbles herself in this manner. Regardless of her motivations, her sense of duty and responsibility is undeniable. Lu Chuan casts a blank glance at the two representatives of the Jinyuan sect. The earlier brutality has dissipated, yet this calmness induces an uncontrollable tremor in their souls. I do not require you to serve me. Your 3 bows suffice. Lu Chuan gently lifts Nangong Chushua, wiping the blood from her forehead. In that moment, her tears, which had just subsided, begin to flow anew as she gazes at Lu Chuan's weathered face, momentarily seeing her grandfather in him. Turning to the two from the Jinyuan sect, Lu Chuan speaks coolly. Return to your sect and inform them to come to the Moonlight Pavilion in 10 days with sincerity and the necessary individuals to address this matter. Should you dare not to comply, I will cleanse the Jinyuan sect. Such audacity, such arrogance. Never has anyone on the Tianyuan continent dared to speak thus to the Jinyuan sect. Yet, every occurrence has its first time, and this inaugural instance shall be marked by Lu Chuan. I am not jesting. Remember, come with sincerity. With that, he turns his gaze back to the kneeling girls. From this moment forth, you shall resume your normal cultivation. No one shall dare to covet you again, and should they attempt, they will meet their demise. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated like the striking of a heavy drum within the hearts of the young maidens. They were acutely aware of their fates. Yet all was preordained, and naught could be altered by human will. At this moment, the endless veil of fate had been torn, allowing a sliver of sunlight to seep through. In times devoid of hope, they might have succumbed to their destinies. However, upon witnessing a glimmer of hope, how could they continue to surrender? On Lingling Mountain, 100 disciples expressed their desire to advance and retreat alongside their elders, to share both life and death. The youthful voices of the maidens echoed amidst the towering mountains. Lu Chuan nodded. He certainly did not desire these young girls to engage in battle or embrace death. The mere presence of this spirit of resistance signified a profound transformation. Now, he would return to deliver the message. 10 days. He would await the response from the Jinyuan sect for 10 days. Lu Chuan turned to the two individuals, his voice as frigid as a winter gale. The two, already petrified with fear, dared not utter another word, and promptly prepared to depart. Wait. Lu Chuan glared at them with a crooked eyebrow. The two felt their hearts nearly stop, uncertain of what this old man intended. Seniors, we will convey your words to the sect without missing a single syllable. Lu Chuan let out a peculiar laugh. For delivering the message, 1 person suffices. You two shall duel, and the survivor will return with the news. His malicious nature was now fully revealed. A master at manipulating hearts, this old man relished in his cunning. Count to 3. If you do not fight, I shall slay you both and personally deliver the message to the Jinyuan sect. Lu Chuan cheerfully raised 3 fingers. The two from the Jinyuan sect were drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just emerged from the depths of a river. 3. The command echoed, and they exchanged a glance, each reflecting profound despair in the other's eyes. 1. Lu Chuan skipped the count to 2, jumping straight to 1. For a brief moment, they hesitated, but the instinct for survival overwhelmed all rational thought. In unison, they lunged at each other, like wild beasts, tearing into one another. Chapter 32. The storm reawakens. The Jinyuan sect was nestled within the Tiandang mountain range, located in the heart of the Tianyuan continent. This entire mountain range was the spiritual vein of the continent, not only brimming with abundant spiritual energy nourishing the land, but also rich in precious spirit stones. The mountain range was nearly monopolized by 3 formidable factions, leaving other sects to gaze enviously. Tianji Peak stood as the main summit of the Jinyuan sect, majestic and towering, piercing the heavens. Atop Tianji Peak, the Hanzhong Hall was a place of great reverence among cultivators. As the assembly hall, the Hanzhong Hall had been the site of numerous significant decisions impacting the Tianyuan continent since the founding of the Jinyuan sect. A millennium ago, the campaign against the blood demon was also decreed within these walls. It could be said that each opening of the Hanzhong Hall heralded the approach of momentous events. Today, the Hanzhong Hall was in session. The 9 peak masters of the Jinyuan sect, along with the law enforcement elder and the sect leader, a total of 11 powerful figures, had gathered here. Such a grand assembly had not been witnessed in many years. Given the current strength and status of the Jinyuan sect, few matters warranted the congregation of such esteemed individuals for deliberation. The contemporary leader of the Jinyuan sect, Bailey Yuza, appears to be in his 30s, possessing a dignified demeanor and an aura of scholarly elegance. However, this formidable figure is one of the rare 9 realms within the vast Tianyuan continent. With a mere stamp of his foot, the entire continent trembles. Recently, anomalous celestial phenomena have emerged, suggesting that the Tianyuan continent may soon descend into chaos. Not long ago, mysterious waves were detected over the Wumei Sea, indicating signs of revival from the eye of the abyss, long buried beneath the ocean's depths. Seated at the head of the assembly, Bailey Yuza slowly broached the topic of discussion. The eye of the abyss has remained dormant for millennia. What could have prompted its sudden stir? The inquiry was made by a robust, dark-faced man named Lu Chuan, the law elder of the Jinyuan sect, a figure whose exterior starkly contrasts with his intricate inner workings. Though he may appear as a brutish simpleton, he is, in truth, a strategic mastermind with a keen grasp of the larger picture. Among the 2 9-realm practitioners within the Jinyuan sect, he is one. His rank places him just below the sect leader, above all others. Bailey Yuza supported his chin with a hand, lightly tapping his cheek in contemplation. He pondered whether the celestial anomalies triggered the disturbances in the eye of the abyss, or if it was the other way around. The assembly, composed of astute minds, grasped the implications of his words. Should the celestial anomalies indeed provoke the disturbances, the primary factor contributing to the potential turmoil within the Tianyuan continent would not be the abyss, but rather something else entirely. Conversely, if the disturbances of the eye of the abyss incited the celestial anomalies, then the course of action would be straightforward: simply guard against the eye. After further deliberation, the assembly reached no conclusion. "Let us adjourn," Bailey Yuza declared, instructing that all major sects be notified to remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences or individuals. The convergence of the 3 demon stars suggests that a formidable malevolent entity may soon emerge. Rising from his seat, Bailey Yuza exhaled deeply, uncertain of the chaos that this gathering of demon stars might unleash. In times of turmoil, a colossal entity like the Jinyuan sect would undoubtedly be among the first to bear the brunt of the upheaval. "Leader, there is one more matter to report." Just as Bailey Yuza was about to exit the conference hall, Lu Chuan interjected. Frowning, Bailey Yuza inquired, "What is it?" "It pertains to the events that transpired 3 days ago at the Minghua Pavilion," Lu Chuan stated, calling toward the entrance of the hall. "Come in." The assembly turned their gaze toward the door, which soon opened to reveal a dazed individual, trembling as he cautiously entered. This person was Zhou Lui, one of the 3 who had previously visited the Minghua Pavilion. He recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, Zhou Lui, glancing suspiciously around the room, confirmed his safety before recounting the incident of being reprimanded by Lu Chuan. 3 days prior, he had been dispatched on the orders of the sect leader to retrieve the alchemical furnace from the Minghua Pavilion. As Zhou Lui concluded his account, the hall fell into an unnerving silence, as the assembly struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It had been many years since they had encountered such an occurrence, leaving them momentarily speechless. The most absurd revelation was that the so-called old man had set a deadline for the Jinyuan sect, a truly ludicrous predicament. An elderly man, frail and devoid of any discernible aura, possessed a temperament both capricious and violent. Bailey Yuza pondered for a moment before casting his gaze upon Lu Chuan. "You shall handle this matter. Should there be any irregularities concerning the old man at the Minghua Pavilion, swiftly eliminate them. In these tumultuous times, we cannot afford any additional variables." In the midst of this subtle yet profound dialogue, the fate of the multitude within the Minghua Pavilion was sealed. Furthermore, dispatch someone to the Wamian Sea to keep watch over the eye of the ghostly spring. Any hint of disturbance must be reported promptly. After the meeting, Lu Chuan escorted the incapacitated Zhou Lui out of the council chamber. Such a pitiable creature, he mused, as memories of that fateful day haunted Zhou Lui, transforming it into a nightmare that left him utterly exhausted upon each recollection. Zhou Lui raised his vacant eyes, murmuring in a daze, "Elder, there are merely 7 days remaining until the appointed time. We must hurry. If we provoke him, the entire Jinyuan sect may face annihilation." Lu Chuan frowned deeply, questioning whether Zhou Lui had fallen under the sinister influence of soul-binding sorcery. "Bring Zhou Lui to the ice prison at once." "Elder, Elder, we must hurry. The time is drawing near. Zhou Liuyi, dragged by the guards towards the dungeon, remained oblivious, incessantly repeating those haunting phrases. Gather the Lonyuan Guard. We must pay a visit to the Mingyue Pavilion. At this proclamation, the guards exchanged incredulous glances. The Lonyuan Guard, the elite of the Zhenyuan sect, comprised only the most skilled disciples. Renowned for their prowess in combat and intricate formations, rumors circulated that they had even cultivated battle spirits. If true, few on the entire Tianyuan continent could stand against them. The Lonyuan Guard was a trump card reserved for conflicts between major sects. How could a mere Mingyue Pavilion warrant their deployment? In response to the guard's astonishment, Luo Ran smiled knowingly. Exercise caution, for a ship navigated carelessly may meet its demise in a shallow ditch, only to be regretted too late. Indeed, as the elder has stated, on this day, 200 members of the Lonyuan Guard marched with great fervor towards the Mingyue Pavilion. To the unknowing observer, it would seem as though they were preparing to wage war against the Xiantian sect, another of the top 3 sections. Concurrently, another contingent was making its way to the Mingyue Pavilion, those unfortunate sects that had been annihilated during their recent expedition to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. In alliance with the Wanshaman, over 30 sects mobilized no less than 2,000 individuals, advancing en masse towards the Mingyue Pavilion. The once tranquil Tianyuan continent, after centuries of calm, was once again engulfed in turmoil. Chapter 33, Dining on Hot Pot and Singing Songs. Senior, trouble is brewing. Numerous cultivators are approaching our Mingyue Pavilion. In recent days, the Mingyue Pavilion had been diligently preparing for a potential confrontation alongside their sect. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan indulged in hot pot and the company of beautiful women, dismissing the impending crisis. As lunchtime approached, upon hearing this alarming news and gazing at the sumptuous array of ingredients laid before him, Lu Chuan felt a surge of anger. These wretched fools, why must they choose this moment to arrive? Are they intentionally seeking to provoke us? Noticing Lu Chuan's escalating agitation, a Fu discreetly made his exit. Xiao Luo, Xiao Xiyun, move our provisions to the mountain gate. Food is paramount to the people. How can one survive without it? Lu Chuan promptly resolved to prepare a meal at the mountain gate, intending to slaughter some oblivious creatures to enhance the festivity. Zhao Luo and Zhang Xiyun, the 2 young maidservants, were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. They wished to seek clarification, but Lu Chuan had already strolled away, hands behind his back. With no other option, the 2 began to pack the prepped ingredients. However, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Ultimately, it was the arrival of the esteemed Hongye Jinren that allowed all 3 to carry the provisions together. The sect leader indicated that approximately 2,000 disciples had already crossed the Chonglu Gorge. In another 200 miles, they would reach the mountain gate. Someone reported the situation to Nangong Chushua. Her expression darkened. Before the arrival of the Zhenyuan sect, she was instead confronted by this motley crew of clowns. Resolute, Nangong Chushua decided that an abundance of pests brings no fear of bites. Having already offended the Zhenyuan sect, further antagonism mattered little. This time, it was either the complete annihilation of the Mingyue Pavilion or a future of indulgence alongside Lu Chuan. She commanded all disciples to head to the mountain gate in preparation for battle. At that moment, a young maid rushed over, her face flushed from the haste. Take your time, my dear, Nangong Chushua chided, handing her a cup of tea. The young maid gulped it down, wiped her mouth, and began to stammer, Senior. He is at the mountain gate cooking hot pot and insists on having someone play a tune for him, asking for something called 18 touches. We have no idea how to play that. Nangong Chushua nearly choked on her tea. At such a critical juncture, Lu Chuan still had the leisure to cook hot pot and listen to music? And what, pray tell, was 18 touches? After a moment's reflection, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed Lu Chuan was often this untrustworthy. Go to Juyuan Valley and have the elder play a tune for him. The young maid looked utterly bewildered at Nangong Chushua's words. The Mingyue Pavilion boasted 3 extraordinary beauties: the majestic and dignified Nangong Chushua, the elder Chu Yuran, renowned for her dual talents, and the elusive junior master, who had descended the mountain for training years ago and had yet to return. Go on. Nangong Chushua smiled. While Elder Chu was not adept at warfare, her musical prowess was unparalleled. The mountain gate of the Mingyue Pavilion, though not grandiose, possessed an exquisite elegance. Yet, before this refined entrance, Lu Chuan, the cantankerous old man, had kindled a fire to commence today's lunch. Behind the mountain gate, a considerable number of Mingwe Pavilion disciples had gathered, each observing Lu Chuan with curiosity. Typically, during meals, only Luoluo and Shiyun attended to him, but today, an additional figure, the lively Hongye Jinren, had joined in, eager to partake in the revelry and assist with pouring wine. I prefer the way you used to be. That's what adds flavor, Lu Chuan jested, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. The esteemed Red Leaf gazed intently at the composed Lu Chuan, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of their initial encounter, where her undeniable allure was unmistakable. If you enjoy the view, I would be delighted to offer you a private performance in the future, she teased, her spirited demeanor evident. Lu Chuan smacked his lips, pondering whether the wine was too potent or if the beauty before him was simply enchanting. Suddenly, the Grand Elder arrived. A girlesque call drew everyone's attention to the back. Chu Yu ran, known for her tranquil disposition, remained unfazed even amidst chaos, her heart as serene as ice. The young maidens could scarcely fathom her presence here. The crowd instinctively parted to grant passage to a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Clad in a pristine white gown, untouched by the mundane, she exuded an ethereal grace, her shoulders delicate, waist slender, and skin as smooth as refined jade, radiating an air of elegance that captivated all. Cradling a guqin in her arms, she approached Lu Chuan with a gentle smile. "My goodness," Red Leaf exclaimed, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Startled by her own sentiment, she questioned the possibility of envy arising within her. But as she observed Lu Chuan, his eyes practically glistening, the notion of jealousy vanished without a trace. Yu Ran pays her respects to her esteemed predecessor. Chu Yu Ran gracefully approached Lu Chuan and performed a courteous bow. The onlookers, including the bashful Xiao Luo beside Lu Chuan, whispered reminders of his entranced state. Ahem, the beauty of this maiden is truly unparalleled, she remarked with a hint of embarrassment at Lu Chuan's dazed expression. Such an embarrassing display of infatuation was only something a shameless old man like him could overlook as inconsequential. Chu Yuran could not help but chuckle at the situation. The phrase unparalleled beauty seemed particularly fitting to describe her. I have heard from my esteemed predecessor that you wish to hear 18 touches. Alas, I am but a simpleton, unfamiliar with this melody. Just play whatever you are adept at, Lu Chuan interjected, waving his hands dismissively. It would be utterly inappropriate for someone as enchanting as her to perform such an indecorous piece. My humble performance may disappoint. Chu Yuran replied with a courteous bow before settling down. The sound of the guqin began to resonate, gradually spilling forth like a gentle tide, filling every corner of the mountain gate. The music flowed melodiously, akin to a mountain spring winding through a secluded valley, soothing and serene. Even Lu Chuan, a rough man, found himself entranced by the captivating beauty before him. As the music wove its spell, he began to comprehend the joys of foolish monarchs. Just then, a thunderous voice shattered the reverie. Nan Gong Chu Shui, step forth. Despite the uproar, the melody continued uninterrupted. Chu Yuran remained absorbed in her performance, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. All eyes turned to the dust rising in the distance, where over 30 sects and more than 2,000 cultivators had come to confront the Mingwe Pavilion at its gates. Chapter 34, The Sword's Grief. Are you courteous? Lu Chuan's reverie was abruptly interrupted as he expressionlessly turned and seated himself at the dining table. He cast a glance at the approaching army, a formidable force marching towards the mountain gate. The throng was a cacophony of activity, with soaring beings in the sky and scurrying figures on the ground, creating a scene as bustling as a festive market. Slowly, Lu Chuan lifted his chopsticks, delicately dipping them into a bowl of chili oil. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the vibrant red oil shot forth from the chopsticks. It surged towards the speaker, warping the air around it into a visible distortion. Nan Gong Chu Shua, do not act like a timid turtle. Come forth and provide an explanation for why all our men perished in the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. While your Mingwe Pavilion remains unscathed, the leader's voice trailed off. A streak of red pierced through his mouth, erupting from the back of his head. White matter mingled with blood sprayed forth from the small orifice, glistening under the sunlight. With a thunderous thud, the leader plummeted from the back of the beast beneath him, his pupils dilating in shock. In his last moments, he could not fathom why he tasted chili oil in his mouth. The sudden demise of their leader sent the advancing army into a state of alarm, halting their march. Gazing upon the lifeless body, a chill swept through the crowd. How could a formidable expert of the beast sect perish so inexplicably? They turned their eyes towards the mountain gate of Minghua Pavilion, where a scruffy old man was leisurely enjoying music, drinking, and indulging in a hot pot. Yet before they could ponder further, the old man raised his cup, downing its contents in one gulp, followed by a piece of meat. Slowly, he stood up, and at that moment, the world around them plunged into an uncanny darkness. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the skies took on an eerie gloom, as if veiled by a sheer black shroud, enveloping them in a disquieting sensation. An invisible weight bore down upon them, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. In that instant, all felt an oppressive heaviness descend upon their shoulders. The entire army was forced to the ground, pressed against the earth, rendered immobile. No matter how they struggled, they were met only with an interminable despair. The most terrifying aspect was that when they opened their mouths to speak, no sound emerged. The world was now dominated solely by the lingering strains of the zither. It was at this moment that they grasped the gravity of their predicament. They yearned to flee, yet it was too late. All they could do was watch as the old man ambled toward them, unhurried and leisurely, resembling a contented farmer taking a stroll after a hearty meal. In my homeland, there exists a saying. Lu Chuan halted a short distance from the crowd, his voice laced with a blend of mockery and disdain. Surrender and lose half. There is another saying. In this world, one must acknowledge their mistakes and face the consequences. At this juncture, Lu Chuan suddenly burst into laughter, his gaze drifting towards the horizon where earth met sky, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Hometown, a pair of words that evoke both familiarity and strangeness. Lu Chuan leisurely settled onto the ground, resting his chin in contemplation, his thoughts drifting to distant realms. Yet, the memories of his homeland and its people had grown hazy. 100,000 years is an eternity for a single soul. After a long while, Lu Chuan finally returned to the present, observing the fearful gazes around him. He couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Rising to his feet, Lu Chuan drew the wooden sword from his waist and forcefully thrust it into the earth. Having completed this act, he turned and walked toward his dining table. As he walked, he raised his withered hand and gently waved, a final farewell to the crowd. The sword wept. From a distance, a Fu, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in excitement, "I knew it, you old rascal. You recalled the 12 sword techniques in that little world." "Senior Donkey, what are the 12 sword techniques?" a curious young girl inquired. Typically, a Fu would disregard such young ones, but today his spirits were high. With a wag of his tongue and a glint of wisdom in his eyes, he began to explain to the girls. The 12 sword techniques epitomized the ultimate in killing, devised by Lu Chuan in his youth. The techniques are divided into 3 realms: heaven, earth, and humanity, and 3 domains: deity, ghost, and demon, along with the 4 emotions: wind, flower, snow, and moon. "Wait a moment, Senior Donkey, that's only 10, the young girl said, puzzled. A Fu gazed at the slowly approaching Lu Chuan and smiled softly. "Ah, living beings do not wish to witness the final 2 forms of the 12 sword techniques." The girls looked on in confusion, feeling a sense of dread, yet silence enveloped them. However, what followed was a sight that would haunt their dreams. At the center of the wooden sword, black sword energy began to swirl. The ground beneath them started to undulate like ocean waves. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The earth's tumult intensified, and the ground erupted violently. Bang! 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 The surface shattered in a furious explosion. The black sword energy enveloped their vision, lifting the broken earth into the air, forming a colossal black whirlwind. Those trapped beneath the ground were not spared. They too were swept into the sky. The black whirlwind roared like a dragon, carrying over 2,000 lives, swirling freely in the air. Then, all present bore witness to a horrific scene that would remain etched in their memories. Those caught in the whirlwind found their bodies torn asunder by the sharp black sword energy. It was as if they were being sliced by 1,000 blades, their limbs fracturing and torsos disintegrating. In that moment, overwhelmed by the onslaught of sword energy, the notion of pain became indistinguishable. Even more bizarrely, while their bodies were shredded, their heads remained intact. Until the moment of death, the expressions on their faces remained frozen in a contorted state of agony. All of this transpired in silence, save for the melancholic strains of a slightly discordant melody, bidding them farewell. As the black tornado dissipated, all the shattered flesh and blood converged into one mass. the residual dark sword aura polished into a colossal sphere of flesh. Those heads that remained intact were embedded upon the surface of this grotesque orb, their gaping mouths and twisted expressions conveying terror followed by an abyss of despair. These lifeless visages silently narrated a tale of unimaginable slaughter. As the flesh sphere plummeted from the heavens, a wooden sword, lodged in the earth, trembled gently, wreathed in a shadowy glow. The sword accurately reached the sphere's point of impact. It propped the mass, which comprised the remains of over 2,000 souls, and the grotesque orb fell silent. From that moment forth, a landmark emerged before the gates of Mingyue Pavilion. Future generations would bestow upon it a straightforward yet resounding name, the Corpse Ball. Years later, countless souls would journey here to seek enlightenment. For within the Corpse Ball and the wooden sword supporting it lingered the unparalleled sword aura of a forbidden figure. Chapter 35. Aging. Let this object stand here. It may serve to frighten away any future nuisances. Alas, what a sight! Why has everyone succumbed to nausea? Lu Chuan observed the retching crowd, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The only one maintaining composure was Nangong Chushua. Yet, when her gaze shifted to Lu Chuan, it bore a hint of trepidation, though she had taken lives before. The efficiency of the slaughter and the morbid transformation into a flesh sphere repulsed her instincts as a human being. This transcended the threshold of what the average person could endure. However, Nangong Chushua possessed a commendable trait, self-awareness. Suppressing her physiological discomfort, she offered a gentle bow beside Lu Chuan. All matters shall be decided by the elder. I appreciate a woman like you, Lu Chuan replied, nodding in satisfaction. She was astute, discerning the ebb and flow of circumstances, understanding gains and losses, and recognizing the greater good. Given sufficient conditions, Mingyue Pavilion would surely flourish under her stewardship. And that condition had now arisen, Lu Chuan himself. Hearing his words, Nangong Chushua's cheeks flushed crimson. If the elder does not find me unworthy, enough? Lu Chuan interjected, bemused. That is not what I meant. Nangong Chushua paused, realizing her misunderstanding, yet a tinge of disappointment crept into her heart. If binding Lu Chuan to Mingyue Pavilion could be achieved in such a manner, she would not hesitate to offer herself, regardless of his age or looks. It was evident that Lu Chuan held no interest in her. He waved to the younger girls. Everyone disperse. Focus on your cultivation, and strive to resolve such matters on your own in the future. Lu Chuan's words jolted Nangong Chushua. Observing his stooped figure, she yearned to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refrained. For she understood that one day, Lu Chuan would inevitably depart from Mingyue Pavilion. Due to the diminutive size of the Mingyue Pavilion and the Tianyuan continent, one must ponder how such a formidable deity could be contained within this realm. At this moment, Nangong Chushua resolved to set a goal for herself. Before Lu Chuan departs, she would employ any means necessary to strengthen the Mingyue Pavilion. A self-sufficient Mingyue Pavilion would serve as the most fitting farewell gift when Lu Chuan takes his leave. Thank you, Senior. Nangong Chushua deeply bowed in respect to Lu Chuan, who nodded in acknowledgement of her gratitude, perceiving the determination reflected in her gaze. I shall lend you a hand. However, the distance you can traverse depends solely on your own efforts, Lu Chuan remarked as he returned to the dining table to continue his unfinished meal. Upon hearing his words, Nangong Chushua felt a twinge of emotion, vowing silently not to disappoint his expectations. After the others had dispersed, Lu Chuan leisurely cooked the hot pot, while Chu Yuran's once-off-key melodies finally regained their harmony. The red-leafed immortal was the first to return to normalcy, having adapted to the peculiar scene. Senior, do you feel cold sleeping alone at night? The red-leafed immortal inquired as she poured a cup of wine for Lu Chuan. Leaning closer to him, Vixen, shameless creature, Xiao Luoluo, and Xiao Xian seethed at the sight, their teeth clenched in anger. Allowing the female demon to take refuge in the Mingyue Pavilion was indeed a grave mistake. I don't require warmth. My donkey provides ample heat, Lu Chuan replied, bemused. As he playfully smacked the red-leafed immortal's rear, the slap was substantial enough to bring tears to her eyes. This old fellow was not joking. Afu, witnessing the exchange, felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. After all these years, this old chap had finally acknowledged him in some capacity, albeit of little consequence. Delicate one. You should return as well, Lu Chuan advised Chu Yuran, encouraging her to venture out more often instead of isolating herself in the mountains. Chu Yuran responded with a gentle nod, not elaborating further. You all should return and take your time. I will tidy up after finishing my meal. After dismissing a few individuals, Lu Chuan sipped his wine while reminiscing about the past. Donkey, I wish to go home. After a prolonged silence, Lu Chuan exclaimed this unexpected sentiment. Huh. Afyu was momentarily perplexed. Have you lost your mind? I swear, if you keep this up, I'll slap you into oblivion. Lu Chuan raised his hand as if to deliver a great blow to the donkey. Hey, let us not escalate things. Afyu quickly evaded. If you wish to return, you must possess the ability to breach dimensions. Your homeland and this world do not exist within the same plane. You are merely dreaming. Spare me your convoluted reasoning. I desire nothing but to feast first, Lu Chuan retorted, seizing Afyu and plopping down onto its head. Puffed, puffed, a series of resounding farts erupted, nearly sending Afyu to its demise. Phew, old fellow, do you suffer from indigestion? Why do your farts reek so? Puffed, puffed. Brother, father, grandfather, I was wrong. I was wrong. Puffed, puffed. I can return. Perhaps within the bronze temple lies a method to breach the dimensions. Silly dog. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, finally ceasing his relentless barrage of flatulence. The bronze temple, a timeless entity, perhaps harbored a method to transcend realms, a Fu stated with utmost seriousness. Haha, you little rascal, do you think you can manipulate me? Lu Chuan scoffed. A Fu, with a resigned grin, replied, otherwise, maybe if you reach the Emperor's realm, you too could break the barriers and return home. Well, let's speak of it later. Lu Chuan sighed, casting his gaze towards the horizon. As one ages, thoughts of returning to one's roots inevitably arise. The hot pot meal felt somewhat bland. Perhaps it was indeed a sign of advancing years. Once the thought of home took root in his heart, it blossomed like tender grass in spring, steadily thriving. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Chuan tidied up the dishes after their meal, the entire dining table began to tremble. Not just the table, but the very ground quaked rhythmically, as if 1,000 horses were charging forth. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. A neat black line emerged on the distant horizon. Akin to the surging tide of the sea, this line advanced with a mounting pressure, growing ever more formidable as it approached. It was none other than the 200 Dragon Yuan guards led by Luo Ran. In truth, the Zhen Yuan sect was the true authority. The previous rabble could merely be regarded as an appetizer. However, Lu Chuan felt rather disinterested at this moment. Lacking the desire to slay anyone or engage in negotiations with the Zhen Yuan sect, casually waving his hand, 2 large characters materialized on the ground. After concluding these actions, Lu Chuan instructed a Fu to carry the pots and utensils while he leisurely strolled back to Isa Peak, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 36. Awaiting. Although Luo Ran led merely 200 Dragon Yuan guards, their presence exuded a might far surpassing that of the earlier motley crew of over 2,000. Clad in uniform black armor and riding identical black steeds, their movements carried the weight of an impending avalanche. Upon arriving at the entrance of Minghua Pavilion, Luo Ran was met with a colossal mass. In stark contrast, the area before the mountain gate lay desolate, save for the shimmering light of the protective array, which occasionally reflected strange hues in the air. What is this? Luo Ran, perceiving the lingering scent of blood in the air, furrowed his brow at the sight of the massive entity. He nodded to a Dragon Yuan guard behind him, commanding, "Go take a look." The guard dismounted and approached the enormous mass. Upon noticing the multitude of heads embedded in its surface, each bearing twisted expressions, hollow gazes, and gaping mouths akin to black holes, the Dragon Yuan guard's psyche suffered a tremendous shock. His mind went blank, and he began to frantically pound on his helmet in a frenzy. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Luo Ran rushed forward, using his true essence to shield the guard's vision. Yet, even upon witnessing the grotesque mass, Luo Ran felt momentarily dazed. Fortunately, his formidable strength shielded him from any significant effect. Elder Luo, how could this be? The nearly deranged Dragon Yuan guard finally regained his composure. Luo Ran shook his head, recognizing that this place harbored a form of sword energy he had never encountered before, fierce and brutal, capable of unsettling one's mind. Long Yanwei exhaled in relief, realizing that the threat was merely residual sword energy. Was this manifestation created from living beings? He glanced at the grotesque mass, feeling a twinge of physiological discomfort. Luo Ran nodded in affirmation. It's still quite fresh. It hasn't been more than an hour. Esteemed elder, that head appears to belong to the master of Yafeng from the giant K sect. It seems to be the head of a disciple from the 10,000 Beasts sect as well. Soon, Long Yanwei recognized the identity of the severed head embedded within the mass. Luo Ren gently tapped his forehead, deducing that multiple sects had likely conspired to target the Mingyue Pavilion. We must send someone to investigate these sects, to ascertain their purpose for coming to the Mingyue Pavilion. Elder, there are words over there, someone prompted, drawing attention to the ground near the mountain gate. Indeed, 2 crooked characters were inscribed upon the earth. Wait for whom? Luo Ren quickly grasped that these words were directed towards the Jinyuan sect. Amused by the crooked inscription, Luo Ren couldn't help but chuckle. How many years has it been? The Jinyuan sect has not encountered such an affront in ages. However, he soon sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow. Given the strength of the Mingyue Pavilion, it was improbable for them to engage in such provocative acts without just cause. Yet, this incident had undeniably transpired. What emboldened the Mingyue Pavilion to act in such a manner? And how was that grotesque mass created? There were no apparent signs of destruction nearby, indicating that no large-scale conflict had occurred. This suggested that these cultivators had met their end unexpectedly. After some contemplation, Luo Ren refrained from acting rashly, regarding the 2 characters with a hint of irony. Since they bid us to wait, let us indeed wait. Long Yanwei, though puzzled by Luo Ren's command, maintained discipline and refrained from questioning further. Are you forsaking that wooden sword? You possess no other suitable weapon. On their journey back to Isa Peak, a Fu attempted to engage Lu Chuan in conversation. You've wielded that decrepit wooden sword for over 10,000 years. It has absorbed a considerable amount of your sword energy. With your prowess, given a bit more time, you could cultivate a fine sword spirit. I've noticed your recent fervor. You chatter incessantly, Lu Chuan replied impatiently, snapping a twig and tucking it into his belt. Stop behaving like an old matron, meddling in every affair. The donkey, overhearing, rolled its eyes in discontent. As if I relished this role. If someone else were to perish before me, I wouldn't even blink. Foolish mutt, Lu Chuan scoffed, unusually refraining from reprimanding the donkey. You've taken too many lives today. It will attract heavenly retribution. A Fu shifted the topic. What of it? Lu Chuan gestured dismissively to the sky. Is the heavenly law so idle that it must intervene over the death of a few swine and dogs? A Fu shook his head. The death of a few individuals will certainly not draw the attention of the heavenly law, but your power does not belong to this realm. To elucidate, consider this world as a computer. Your situation here resembles a virus within its operating system. Your computer has been infected with a virus. Will you use antivirus software to eliminate it? Bah, you are the virus yourself. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, unbothered by her. If provoked, I would simply take you down. The donkey scoffed dismissively and continued. Although you are indeed invincible in this realm, confronting the grand principles of the universe head-on is a different matter. The outcome is uncertain. Moreover, the heavenly principles would not engage you directly, bombarding you with thunder daily. While they may not kill you outright, they will certainly drive you to madness. What are you circling around trying to say? Lu Chuan delivered a resounding slap to the donkey's face. The donkey's visage contorted from the force, yet it remained indifferent, accustomed to such treatment. If Lu Chuan were to refrain from delivering a blow, it would feel oddly out of place. Let me speak plainly. A Fu shook his head, restoring his distorted face to normalcy. You must learn the cultivation system of this world. Only then can you avoid drawing the ire of the heavenly principles. Are you out of your mind? Lu Chuan's voice rose an octave. Are you certain that 2 different power systems will not conflict within my body? A Fu shook his head. I do not know. It's up to you to figure it out. My job is merely to provide assistance. The specifics are for you to resolve. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuan decided to return and test the waters. In the lonely mountains at night, a torrential rain began to pour. Luo Ren stood with the Dragon Yuan guards, steadfast in the downpour. Even as rain pounded down upon them, the Dragon Yuan guards remained resolute, maintaining their formation. The ground beneath them had long been washed away by the rain. A black warhorse galloped swiftly from the distance. A Dragon Yuan guard dispatched earlier to gather intelligence. Reporting to the elder, the situation has been clarified. Half a month ago, the Maple Leaf Secret Realm opened, and all participating sects, except for the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion, were annihilated. This time, the Wanshou sect has united with various sects to create trouble at the Mingyue Pavilion. All were obliterated, and only the people of the Mingyue Pavilion survived? Luo Ren pondered, increasingly sensing that the transformation of the Mingyue Pavilion was rather suspicious. Since we are here, let us wait a while. Luo Ran's rise to this point was not without reason. Caution is a timeless truth, applicable everywhere. Of course, if it is confirmed that the Minghua Pavilion poses no threat, then a massacre awaits them. Chapter 37. The inability to cultivate elder. The people from the Jinyuan sect have been waiting at the foot of the mountain all night. Just as Lu Chuan awoke, Nangong Chushua entered the courtyard. She appeared somewhat haggard, likely having had little rest the previous night. The arrival of the Dragon Yuan guards had placed immense pressure on her. Nangong Chushua could never have anticipated that the Jinyuan sect would dispatch such a formidable force. Let us leave them waiting a few more days, Lu Chuan stated, proceeding to perform calisthenics in the courtyard. Nangong Chushua's eyelids twitched. After all, they were from the Jinyuan sect, and the presence of Luo Ran, this cunning figure, made her question the wisdom of such a delay. However, with everything resting on Lu Chuan's shoulders, she felt compelled to comply with his wishes. Once Lu Chuan completed his exercises, he finally felt somewhat refreshed. The frailty of my aging limbs fills me with trepidation, fearing that one day, the components of my body may cease to function. By the way, procure for me some introductory literature on cultivation, and also find a clear-spoken, logically astute young lady to instruct me. Nangong Chushua was somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend Lu Chuan's intentions. In her understanding, Lu Chuan ought to be a cultivator, albeit one who had concealed the fluctuations of his true essence through some method. Go on, you foolish girl. Lu Chuan playfully smacked Nangong Chushua on her backside. The sharp sting jolted her back to reality, and with a flushed face, she dashed out. Before long, Bai Linlin arrived at the courtyard, bearing a selection of books and a white stone. It was evident that the master Nangong Chushua had sought for Lu Chuan was Bai Linlin. Senior, here is the introductory cultivation technique from Minghua Pavilion, the Qingchuan Ju, along with this Tianqing stone, which serves to assess one's aptitude. Bai Linlin, being quite familiar with Lu Chuan, displayed little apprehension as she placed the items on the table and began her introductions. Cultivation is indeed a matter of innate talent, a truth that Lu Chuan grasped. Once Bai Linlin concluded her exposition, Lu Chuan picked up the transparent stone, focusing his attention upon it. With my prowess, I must possess at least extraordinary talent. Lu Chuan, brimming with pride, grasped the stone, and soon the Tianqing stone reacted. A wisp of colorful mist began to swirl above it. Gradually, the mist thickened and coalesced, ultimately forming a small orb, reminiscent of a black hole. With a resounding crack, the Tianqing stone shattered. This spectacle left Lu Chuan feeling triumphant. Such a commotion surely indicated exceptional talent. However, upon observing Bai Linlin and the onlookers, Zai Lo, Ziqinjian, and the enigmatic Hong Yezhenren, Lu Chuan sensed something amiss. The four women wore expressions of bewilderment, as if they had never anticipated this outcome. What? Is my talent not impressive? Lu Chuan inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. At that moment, Hong Yezhenren could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. My dear, your talent is not just extraordinary. It could be deemed unparalleled across the entire Tianyuan continent. Lu Chuan was perplexed. If his talent was indeed so remarkable, why the incredulous expressions? Bai Linlin scratched her head. Her delicate features contorted in concern as she explained, Senior, based on the reaction of the Tianqing stone, your constitution appears to be the legendary 5 elements dominance body. Oh, marvelous. Such a name alone suggests greatness. Lu Chuan beamed, convinced of his destiny as the chosen one. Hong Yezhenren laughed heartily. My dear, the 5 elements dominance body may sound imposing, but throughout history, there has been only one documented successful cultivator of this physique. Lu Chuan, however, remained unfazed, reasoning that a good talent must come with its challenges. Silence. Bai Linlin shot a fierce glare at the gleeful Hong Yezhenren, then turned to Lu Chuan with an apologetic look, ready to provide further clarification. Senior, the 5 elements dominant body is a rather unique constitution. Typically, practitioners possess 1 or 2 primary attributes, with 3 being the maximum. In our cultivation, we merely need to follow the path aligned with our innate attributes, which does not require an excessive amount of resources. However, the 5 elements dominant body encompasses all 5 elements, demanding not only a terrifying quantity of resources, but also a delicate balance among them. Historical records indicate that during the resource-abundant ancient times, some individuals successfully cultivated this body. Yet, Given the current scarcity of resources, such cultivation is utterly unattainable. Lu Chuan listened, utterly bewildered. His constitution was indeed formidable, yet its cultivation seemed beyond reach. Such appeared to be the conclusion. Old man, if you cannot cultivate, then where does your invincible strength originate? Red Leaf teased from the side. None of your business. Lu Chuan retorted angrily, delivering a playful slap to Red Leaf's rear, causing the latter to wince in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Enough, enough. Go do what you must. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. After they departed, Lu Chuan sought out a Fu. Donkey, you witnessed the earlier events. Cultivation is impossible. What is there to fret about? A Fu chuckled, looking at Lu Chuan with mirth. A beam of red light emanated from his wise eyes, sweeping over Lu Chuan from head to toe. The five elements' dominant body is not unachievable. It merely suffers from resource limitations. The input versus output ratio is disproportionate, commonly referred to as low cost-effectiveness. Speak in a manner I can comprehend. Lu Chuan shot back, feeling exasperated. A Fu retracted the red light, still smiling. It's quite simple. The resources required to nurture a five elements dominant body could support hundreds of thousands of ordinary practitioners. Moreover, the cultivation of the five elements dominant body is exceedingly challenging. Without balance, one risks disintegration at any moment. Given this cost-effectiveness, anyone with sense would refrain from investing in the five elements dominant body. Just as well, I'm too lazy to cultivate anyway. Lu Chuan was indifferent, pondering why he should exert himself when he could simply relax. Hey, just because others can't doesn't mean you can't. A Fu mischievously leaned closer to Lu Chuan. As long as I can match the information of this world, I can procure sufficient resources for you. Right now, go find a few large cities and create a bloody massacre, provoking the heavenly Tao to eliminate you. While the heavenly Tao is focused on you, I can invade this grand world. If successful, I could use the entirety of this world's resources to sustain you alone. What is there to fear about success? Get lost. Lu Chuan kicked the donkey away with a swift motion. Consider this, it's the only method. A Fu's persistent voice echoed from afar. Lu Chuan was not so idle. Since cultivation was not an option, he resolved not to pursue it. Instead, he could lie back and admire beauties. Was that not a more delightful pursuit? Once he succeeded in returning to youth, with his capabilities restored, marrying 100 wives would be an exquisite dream. Senior, something has gone awry with the disciples heading to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemy. Just as Lu Chuan envisioned a splendid future, Bai Linlin burst into the courtyard, her face pale as death. What the hell? Lu Chuan sprang up from his chair with alarm. Chapter 38. The sudden death. The illusory elixir is Lu Chuan's sole hope for rejuvenation. Should any mishap occur, this mentally disturbed individual might very well pierce the heavens. Come, let us investigate. Lu Chuan followed Bai Linlin to the summit, Tianshui Peak. At this moment, within the conference hall of Tianshui Peak, hundreds of disciples stood in solemn silence. No words were exchanged. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Occasionally, the sound of muffled sobs pierced through the oppressive sorrow, adding a touch of desolation. In the center of the hall lay a girl, drenched in blood. Her entire body was soaked, and her face was obscured, rendering her original features unrecognizable. Nangong Chushua clutched the girl tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Senior. The bloodied girl struggled to open her eyes. Her once bright pupils had faded to a lifeless gray. She gently spread her palm, and a ring slipped from her grasp. This ring contained the materials for the illusionary face pill that Lu Chuan had concocted. Upon seeing the bloodstained ring, Nangong Chushua could no longer contain herself and broke into loud weeping. Xiao Xiao, Senior will be here soon, very soon. Please don't sleep. If you do, you shall never awaken again. Yet, the passage of life never slows for the abundance or scarcity of emotions. Lin Xiao Xiao, with great difficulty, lifted her head and gazed towards the entrance of the hall. Until her last breath, she did not behold that aged figure. My name is Lin Xiao Xiao, little. Hee. Senior, will you take us to gather herbs? Hee. Senior, why do you always injure your waist? Hee. Senior, when we return, could you teach me to wield the sword? When Lu Chuan entered the hall, Lin Xiao Xiao had forever closed her eyes. He recognized the blood-covered figure. The girl who was always cheerful, who would stubbornly lift her chin when unhappy. Though Lu Chuan had a poor memory, he had always remembered the name of this kitten-like girl who smiled so brightly. Her name was Lin Xiao Xiao. She was dead so suddenly. so abruptly that Lu Chuan was entirely unprepared. Lu Chuan may have undervalued the lives of his enemies, yet he cherished the lives of those close to him. The death of Lin Xiao caught Lu Chuan off guard, leaving him dazed at the entrance. In this world, life is the most inexpensive of commodities, yet also the most precious. The lives of enemies are cheap, while the lives of loved ones are invaluable. Senior, Nangong Chushua picked up the ring that Lin Xiao had dropped, holding it before her, choking back tears. Xiao and the others did not abandon their mission. The materials for the illusionary face pill are well protected. Lu Chuan let out a soft sigh and stepped into the hall. Seeing Lin Xiao's unblinking eyes, he gently closed them. There will be those who will accompany you in death. His cold voice resonated within the hall. What transpired? Nangong Chushua understood that this was not the time for sorrow and quietly wiped away her tears. This time, 11 individuals were assigned to escort the mission to the 100-Flower sect, led by the 5th elder. To avoid drawing attention, they did not travel by spirit beasts, but rather flew using magical artifacts to reach the 100-Flower sect. The final message that Xiao brought back revealed that they had encountered malevolent cultivators at Black Moon Beach. The 5th elder and his disciples perished in battle, leaving only Xiao to escape with her life. Lu Chuan nodded, sensing that they had likely fallen victim to a robbery en route. Nangong Chushua's expression was one of sorrow and helplessness. For years, the Mingyue Pavilion had been weakened, and she had consistently restricted her disciples from venturing out, fearing such calamities. Take me to Black Moon Beach, Lu Chuan declared, rising to his feet. Every matter must reach a resolution. Blood must be repaid with blood, as is only just. Nangong Chushua nodded, lifting Lin Xiao's lifeless body, her eyes ablaze with fury. Lin, prepare the materials for the illusory flower and water moon, and accompany the senior to Black Moon Beach. The other disciples readied themselves for battle, ensuring the mountain gate was secured until the senior returns. No outsiders are to set foot in the Mingyue Pavilion. Hongya, you too shall join the senior on this journey to Black Moon Beach. You possess greater knowledge regarding the malevolent cultivators. Nangong Chushua meticulously orchestrated every detail. Black Moon Beach served as a crucial passage to the 100-Flower sect. To avoid traversing Black Moon Beach would necessitate a lengthy detour around the vast Bays Lake, consuming considerable time. Additionally, the vicinity of Bays Lake was frequently plagued by ferocious beasts, posing a constant threat of being devoured. Thus, Black Moon Beach had effectively become a solitary route. This circumstance rendered it an ideal location for bandits to ambush travelers. Those journeying to the 100-Flower sect were invariably alchemists, typically carrying substantial quantities of rare herbs and treasures. Such an effortless venture was irresistible to many, and over time, Black Moon Beach transformed into a den of robbers. Coupled with its treacherous terrain and proximity to Bays Lake, even the 3 major sects' organized hunts would yield little result, as the malevolent cultivators would simply retreat into the depths of the lake, unscathed. Once the tumult of the hunts subsided, the fortunate survivors would re-emerge to continue their nefarious activities. Moreover, these bandits were astute, never provoking the disciples of major sects, preferring to prey upon the weaker ones. It was evident that Mingyue Pavilion fell into the latter category. Upon Lu Chuan's arrival at Black Moon Beach, he found the ground littered with lifeless bodies. The blood had turned dark, and swarms of flies descended upon the corpses, while scavengers lurked nearby, poised to feast. Witnessing the dismembered remains of their fellow disciples, Lin and her companions could not contain their tears. Let us first gather the bodies, Lu Chuan said, his expression impassive and devoid of any discernible emotion. The group complied, meticulously assembling the remains along the riverbank. Senior, something feels amiss. Red Leaf, the real person, soon discerned an unsettling atmosphere. Speak, Lu Chuan replied, his face remaining expressionless. Red Leaf swallowed nervously, apprehensive of Lu Chuan's demeanor. Typically, the malevolent cultivators at Black Moon Beach would not resort to total annihilation, even during robberies. Fatalities were rare, let alone dismemberment. They sought wealth, not bloodshed. Observing Lu Chuan's silence, Red Leaf continued, given the ruthless nature of this attack, it is likely that the robbery and murder were orchestrated by a different group. With that, Red Leaf gestured, and a severed arm flew into her grasp. The arm bore an eerie, sickly green hue, unmistakably indicating a lethal poison. In the realm of practitioners, the use of poison is rare, and those who employ it are regarded as heinous criminals. Even among the general practitioners of darkness, few would dare to engage with such malevolence. After speaking in one breath, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. The Red Leaf Master was taken aback and quickly nodded. This green poison, which I have encountered before, is known as green glaze. It can only be found on the Isle of 72 Immortals. The mention of the Isle of 72 Immortals sent a shiver down the spines of Bai Lin Lin and her companions. Chapter 39. The Calamity of the Three Swords. If the 100 Ghost Sect is the nefarious leader of the western regions of the Tianyuan continent, then the 72 Immortals Cave reigns supreme as the overlord of malevolence across the entire continent. Situated above the sleepless sea, far removed from the mainland, it is said that the number of wicked practitioners congregated at the 72 Immortals Cave exceeds 10,000. These practitioners are ruthless and possess unique skills. Their combined power rivals that of the three sects. Even Yunming's, one of the three sects adjacent to the sleepless sea, cannot contend with the 72 Immortals Cave. Once the Red Leaf Master finished speaking, Lu Chuan turned his gaze towards Bai Lin Lin. Child, utilize the Mirror Flower Water Moon to restore the scene. I shall eradicate their entire lineage. Understood. Lu Chuan's words instilled immense confidence in Bai Lin Lin. Soon, the array of Mirror Flower Water Moon was fully set, and the scene materialized within the water mirror. Witnessing the brutal battle, where Elder Wu and the maidens aided Lin Xiaoxiao, buying her time to escape, the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion were already in tears. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Elder Wu's self-detonation, signifying that his remains could not possibly be found at the site. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by quiet sobs, creating an almost unbearable tension. Senior, I recognize that individual. He is from the 72 Immortals Cave. At last, the Red Leaf Master shattered the silence, pointing at the elderly figure that appeared last in the image. Lu Chuan nodded, now certain that this ambush was orchestrated by the 72 Immortals Cave. The Red Leaf Master gazed at the image, puzzled. Senior, there is one thing I do not comprehend. The 72 Immortals Cave typically operates along the coast. How could they venture so deep into the vicinity of Bays Lake? This place is likely hundreds of thousands of miles from the sleepless sea. They have no reason to forsake proximity for distance to commit robbery and murder. I shall uncover the truth. With that, Lu Chuan raised his eyes to the surrounding mountains and inquired, are there wicked practitioners hidden within these hills? The Red Leaf Master nodded, explaining that in the absence of a large-scale purge, the malevolent practitioners lurking in Heiyue Beach generally conceal themselves within the nearby mountains. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan drew a branch from his waist and thrust it fiercely into the ground. The Calamity of the Three Swords. Black sword energy spread like a web, swiftly enveloping the entire ground and extending into the surrounding mountains. As the web of darkness unfurled, the sounds of chirping insects and birds ceased, the gentle breeze stilled, and even the nearby brook halted its flow. In that moment, all sounds succumbed to silence. 10 minutes later, the onlookers beheld a figure emerging from the mountain ahead. This person appeared dazed, staggering as though they were a mere shell of their former self. Upon closer inspection, a black thread connected to his feet was discernible, with the emergence of the first person, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Within a mere 10 minutes, over 100 individuals emerged from the surrounding mountains. These individuals shared a commonality. They were ensnared by threads of black sword energy, rendered as mere walking corpses. Such a sinister method instilled a chilling fear in others who bore witness to the scene. The first to approach Lu Chuan was a tall, gaunt middle-aged man known as Wu Dajiang, the sick Tai Sui. The Red Leaf, true man, gazed at the middle-aged figure with astonishment. Wu Dajiang was quite renowned in the realm of the nefarious. It was said that due to a lingering illness that had remained untreated, he had become emaciated and skeletal, earning him the moniker of Sick Tai Sui. Yet, this Sick Tai Sui was undeniably a practitioner of the sixth realm, feared and respected in the dark arts. Now, however, Wu Dajiang appeared as a marionette, staring blankly at Lu Chuan. What transpired during the battle at Black Moon Beach? Lu Chuan inquired. Wu Dajiang, with a vacant expression, nodded slowly. The people from the 72 Immortal Caves came here the other day to discuss plans to eliminate the members of the Mingyue Pavilion. The stipulation was that all members of the Mingyue Pavilion must perish, and they would take nothing for their efforts. Given the Mingyue Pavilion's fragile state, we acquiesced. After uttering these words, Wu Dajiang fell silent once more, his demeanor blank. Not for riches, merely to kill. Lu Chuan mused, tapping his forehead gently. It seemed imperative to visit the 72 immortal caves to uncover the truth. It was possible that someone had contracted a murder. While pondering, Lu Chuan picked up a branch from the ground and hurled it into the air. The branch landed steadily at the center of a small river. Since you have partaken in this matter, you may as well meet your end. At that moment, all the controlled practitioners shifted direction, mechanically advancing toward the river's center. As hundreds gathered, encircling in layers, Lu Chuan declared, "I must pay a visit to that damned immortal cave. Who knows the way?" Upon finishing, he enveloped all the maidens in a protective shroud of black sword energy. The red-leaf, true man contemplated briefly and remarked, "The 72 immortal caves are shrouded in mystery, said to be protected by natural formations over the vast ocean, making them difficult to locate. Senior, I can guide you to the dreamless sea, but I am unaware of the precise location. We may then proceed to Yunmeng's." Boom. Before the red-leaf true man could complete his statement, the practitioners encircling them suddenly erupted in a cacophony of explosions. All present witnessed a flash of black light, followed by a deafening silence as their hearing faded, and their eyes were nearly blinded. The detonation of hundreds of practitioners caused a commotion that was nothing short of terrifying. A colossal black mushroom cloud ascended, and the horrific shockwave nearly overturned everything visible within a 10-mile radius. This was the essence of Lu Chuan, the origin of the moniker man-made calamity among his 12 sword techniques. He utilized sword energy to corrode the living, compelling them to self-detonate, an outright human bomb manufacturing machine. This technique was particularly suited for widespread slaughter. Should Lu Chuan desire it, using man-made calamity to annihilate an entire city would be but a matter of moments. Moreover, the power of the explosion is proportional to the strength of those controlled by the sword energy. Among the hundreds present, there were practitioners, including formidable cultivators like Wu Dajiang of the Sixth Realm. The force of this explosion was akin to that of a miniature nuclear bomb. Most terrifying was that the black sword energy, which scattered after the explosion, could compel the living to self-detonate before it completely dissipated. These 12 sword techniques were conceived during a particularly unstable period of Lu Chuan's psyche, embodying a fully anti-human and antisocial essence. Although the crowd was shielded by the sword energy, protecting them from the shockwave, the horrific scene left everyone weak-kneed. After the explosion, Lu Chuan retracted all the dispersed black sword energy. Though he still experienced intermittent episodes of his mental affliction, he had improved significantly since his emergence. No longer indifferent to the consequences of his actions. "You all head back first. I will accompany Xiao Hongye to the unrestful sea," Lu Chuan said, gently waving his hand as a branch from the center of the river flew to Bai Linlen. Remarkably, that magnitude of explosion had not damaged the branch in the slightest, which was truly astonishing. Take this branch with you. If you encounter any troublemakers, use it to deal with them. Chapter 40. A side business opportunity. The Baifeng Ferry is the gateway to the unrestful sea. Here, a vast city, Baifeng City, has emerged, primarily focused on maritime trade, managed by Yunmeng's, one of the top 3 sections. Among these top 3 sects, Yunmeng's is the most discreet and least conspicuous. The disciples of Yunmeng's rarely traverse the worldly realm. However, it is widely recognized as the wealthiest sect on the Tianyuan continent, as it oversees maritime trade and operates 3 cloud merchant ships capable of crossing the continent. These ships are responsible for trade with other continents, making the journey every 3 to 5 years. Each round trip yields immense profits for Yunmeng's. In recent years, Yunmeng's maritime trade has faced significant challenges. The 72 immortal caves in the unrestful sea have been particularly active, frequently raiding Baifeng City, though they dare not attack Yunmeng's merchant ships. The chaos in Baifeng City has severely impacted Yunmeng's trading activities. Yet, Yunmeng's finds itself at a loss regarding this troublesome situation. The 72 immortal caves are shielded by natural formations in the vast expanse of the ocean, and the evil cultivators within are exceptionally skilled. To eradicate them entirely would likely inflict severe damage on Yunmeng's. This situation could inadvertently benefit the Xintian sect and the Zhenyuan sect, which is the last outcome Yunmeng's wishes to see. Lu Chuan arrived in Baifeng City 2 days later. With his speed, he had traversed a considerable distance, gaining a newfound appreciation for the vastness of this world. Accompanied by the real person Hongye, he observed the bustling streets. "Senior, let us inquire at the city lord's mansion. Yunmeng's must know the precise location of the 72 immortal caves." Lu Chuan did not refuse. Indeed, Locating several small islands in this expansive sea proved quite challenging. If only the donkey could match the information of this world, it would alleviate much of the hassle. The city lord's mansion has issued yet another announcement, once again calling for recruits. How many times has it been this month? The ruffians from the 72 Immortals Cave have become exceedingly rampant, reportedly setting their sights on the flying cloud ship. It is certain that the Cloud Dream Marsh will take action. We shall merely observe the spectacle. No matter how generous the remuneration, one must have their life to spend it, after all. Before the opulent gates of the city lord's mansion, a throng of cultivators congregated, engaged in fervent discussions regarding the newly posted notice on the wall. Lu Chuan glanced over and discerned that it was a recruitment announcement for bodyguards. The requirements were rather stringent, stipulating that applicants must be at least of the 5th realm, with a preference for sword cultivators. Moreover, it was a long-term contract, with a minimum commitment of 5 years. Naturally, the terms offered were enticing. A salary of no less than 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones annually, along with various rare materials. Lu Chuan recalled that the annual revenue of the Mingwe Pavilion was only about 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. To think that the Cloud Dream Marsh could offer such a salary for a mere bodyguard speaks volumes of their wealth. It appears that the Cloud Dream Marsh has not been faring well in recent years, given that they are now compelled to raise their prices to such heights. After reading the notice, Master Hongya let out a wistful sigh. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and conceived a plan to approach their leader for a discussion. Should I annihilate the 72 Immortals Cave, how much would they be willing to offer? The Mingwe Pavilion is rather impoverished, and since I have resolved to assist them, it is only prudent that I invest some effort into this endeavor. After all, I intend to eradicate the 72 Immortals Cave, and if I can simultaneously secure a profit for the maidens of the Mingwe Pavilion, that would be splendid. Indeed, how had I not thought of this sooner? Master Hongya slapped his forehead in realization. Alas, what are we doing? We are applying for the position of bodyguard, and this is the city lord's mansion. Master Hongya, in his enthusiasm, pulled Lu Chuan and carelessly marched through the grand entrance, only to be predictably halted by the guards. Lu Chuan, lacking the patience for idle chatter with the guards, swiftly employed sword chi to subdue them, instructing them to relay their intentions forthwith. Before long, the city lord himself emerged to welcome the two with great fervor. After all, it had been countless years since a formidable figure had appeared with the intention of eliminating the 72 Immortals Cave. The city lord appeared to be a portly gentleman in his 50s, exuding a friendly demeanor akin to that of a prosperous merchant. Esteemed guests, please, come inside, he invited. However, upon laying eyes on Lu Chuan and Master Hongya, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Nevertheless, having ascended to his position, the rotund man was adept at handling situations with grace and did not allow their appearance to deter him. No need for that. Simply send someone familiar with the route. We shall set sail immediately, Lu Chuan replied, his demeanor brusque, revealing his aversion to social niceties. The city lord, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled helplessly. My dear sir, setting sail is certainly feasible, but do consider that this is no trifling matter. What will the Cloud Dream Marsh offer for the eradication of the 72 Immortals Cave? Lu Chuan cut straight to the chase, eschewing any further pleasantries. The city lord, taken aback by Lu Chuan's confidence, found himself at a loss. Was this elder truly capable, or had he lost his wits? Furthermore, he could not sense any fluctuation of true essence emanating from Lu Chuan, which raised his suspicions. 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. After much deliberation, the city lord finally proclaimed his offer. 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones was roughly equivalent to 20 years of the Mingwe Pavilion's earnings. One fixed price, for 100,000. Lu Chuan also raised the price abruptly, doubling it without hesitation. Have you lost your mind? The city lord was taken aback. 400,000 high-grade spirit stones represented the total income of Yunming's for 3 entire years. Is it negotiable at 400,000? Lu Chuan asserted his dominance, fixing his gaze upon the city lord's residence. The city lord, under the weight of Lu Chuan's emotionless stare, felt an inexplicable shiver run through his soul. 300,000. To Lu Chuan's surprise, the corpulent man withstood the pressure and countered. Yunming's is prosperous. While the earnings are considerable, so are the expenditures. Your offer is simply too steep. Every maritime venture carries risks. While the loss of goods is manageable, personal injuries could incur significant compensation. Last time, the Feiyun ship collided with an iceberg, and repairs alone cost 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The city lord began to lament his circumstances. At 400,000, not a single coin less. I will crush you. Dispatch someone to the dock immediately. Set sail now. Lu Chuan's domineering nature was unmistakable. After declaring this, he turned on his heel and departed the city lord's residence. Watching Lu Chuan's retreating figure, the city lord exhaled deeply. The pressure exerted by the old man was overwhelming, particularly when those piercing eyes seemed to draw out his very soul. 400,000 to obliterate the 72 immortal caves was not excessively dear. The city lord calculated and felt that 400,000 was still within reason, provided that all the caves were indeed eradicated. He pondered for a while, ultimately deciding to take the gamble. After all, there was little to lose. If successful, Yunming's would be rid of a persistent worry, ensuring the safety of Baifeng City for future maritime endeavors. Should it fail, the old man would not return, alleviating concerns of potential trouble. Chapter 41. Setting sail in search of Island Senior. You truly dare to demand 400,000 high-grade spirit stones. That is an immense sum. In a humble noodle shop at the dock, Lu Chuan was enjoying his meal, accompanied by the esteemed Red Leaf. It must be less. Lu Chuan shook his head, asserting that if the 72 immortal caves could be entirely vanquished, Yunming's would be amenable to a higher price. The safety of maritime routes is a crucial factor influencing trade, and Yunming's would not skimp on this expense. Suddenly, the door burst open, and 4 individuals entered the noodle shop. After surveying the surroundings, they made a beeline for Lu Chuan's table. The leader, a burly man, slammed a compass onto the table with great force. You old geezer. Hiding in this wretched place eating noodles, I've been looking for you. You want to set sail, right? His voice boomed, shaking the entire noodle shop. Had the city lord lost his senses? Did these two think they could venture out in search of the immortal caves? What a world we live in. Before the man could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap, crashing through the noodle shop and landing on the curb outside. Next, please. A guest who can actually speak, Lu Chuan remarked, lifting a large bowl to his lips and slurping the broth. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman gulped nervously at the sight of Lu Chuan. They failed to comprehend how a person could soar into the air. However, one thing is certain, it was that elderly man who initiated the chaos. I am Wang Shouyue. This is my second brother, Wang Shouyu, and this is my younger brother, Wang Shouren. The one you sent flying is our elder brother, Wang Shui. Ultimately, it was the woman who spoke first. Huh, Wang Shui, the master of 13 spices? Lu Chuan glanced at Wang Shui, who lay on the curb, unaware of his fate, and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. What? Wang Shouyue was momentarily bewildered. Lu Chuan waved his hand. You understand the task, right? Just take me to that so-called divine cave. Wang Shouyue nodded. The city lord has already instructed us. Fine. I don't wish to engage with you. Just focus on your own duties. Lu Chuan, in a foul mood, uttered this and strode out of the noodle shop. Leave this 13-spice nonsense behind. It dampens my spirits. Upon exiting, Lu Chuan kicked Wang Shuyi once more, leaving behind that remark. Your second brother, Wang Shouyu, could no longer bear it, and was about to speak up when Wang Shouyue swiftly covered his mouth. Choose a different place to die. We cannot provoke this old man. Wang Shouyu nodded in resignation. The voyage commenced smoothly. Their boarding caused quite a stir, for such reckless endeavors are seldom witnessed in these times. The seasoned veterans at the Baifeng ferry all understood one thing. Whenever the 4 siblings of the Wang family set sail, it was invariably in search of the divine cave. Only these 4 siblings could accurately pinpoint the locations of the 72 divine caves. The last time they ventured out to sea was approximately 20 years ago, wasn't it? About that, one mused, it was quite the spectacle back then. I remember a band of over 1,000 people formed to eliminate bandits, accompanied by several practitioners of the 7th realm. You're mistaken. It was actually 32 years ago, when Yunming's organized a fleet of over 3,000, returning with barely 100. It's been so long, my memory is hazy. Alas, Yunming's has become increasingly unreliable, allowing an old man to set sail. If the 4 siblings of the Wang family get entangled, Yunming's will surely regret it. Rumor has it that the 72 divine caves are connected to 2 other major sections. Friend, such words should not be spoken lightly. Spoken lightly? Have you considered why the 72 divine caves thrive right under Yunming's nose? Without the support of the other 2 sects, I would never believe it. That does hold some truth. After all, Yunming's business is exceedingly lucrative and unique. Can others not covet it? Enough, enough. This is not our discussion. The golden vessel carrying Lu Chuan and his entourage set sail, provoking endless chatter among those on the shore. Elder, this is our Wang family's unique assault boat. Significantly faster than ordinary vessels. If we wish to return, we can turn back at any moment. On board, Wang Shuyue nervously conversed with Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, however, ignored her. Seated at the bow, reveling in the splendid ocean view. The unfortunate Wang Shuyue was also aboard. For locating the 72 divine caves hidden by natural formations required the combined efforts of the four siblings. Despite his aversion towards the man, Lu Chuan nonetheless allowed him aboard the vessel. Wang Shuyue, with a swollen right cheek, huddled at the stern of the small boat, attempting to distance himself from Lu Chuan. That reckless tongue of yours has finally gotten you into trouble. Wang Shuyue chastised him while applying medicine to his injury. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shuyue's eyes brimmed with tears, his predicament somewhat comical for a man of his stature. For the next 2 days, the small boat sped across the vast ocean. It was not until the third day, in the dead of night, that they reached an ominous black sea where the vessel finally came to a halt. Elder, we are about to begin pinpointing the location of the immortal island, Wang Shuyue said, glancing anxiously at Lu Chuan, still hoping for his return. After all, those who had sought trouble at the immortal cave over the years had met with dire fates. It was evident that this girl possessed a kind heart. Her concern lay not for herself, but for Lu Chuan and the safety of the real man Hongya. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. If you feel it's unsafe, you may establish your position and depart. That's not what I meant, Wang Shuyue replied with a helpless smile. Since persuasion was futile, she began her task. The four siblings secured the boat, each retrieving a compass to observe the stars above. The location of the 72 immortal caves was not fixed. Due to the influence of natural formations, the island's positions would constantly shift, yet they would remain within this dark sea. Wang Shuyue explained to Lu Chuan. We can determine the precise location of the 72 immortal caves by following the celestial phenomena. Above them, beams of moonlight descended, illuminating the center of the four compasses. The compasses erupted in a brilliant golden glow, which then ascended back to the heavens, causing the instruments to begin spinning. As the four of them performed their intricate gestures, the ancient compasses underwent astonishing transformations. The center of the compass gradually spread apart, each segment resembling a quarter of a lotus flower. Subsequently, they brought the compasses together, and the central lotus section detached from the compass, rising into the air to form a complete flower. The lotus slowly unfurled under the moonlight, revealing a nautical map atop its blossoming petals. We found it, Wang Shuyue exclaimed with joy upon gazing at the map. However, before she could articulate the specific coordinates, the placid sea suddenly roiled. Towering waves surged violently, rocking the boat perilously as if it might be shattered at any moment. A colossal shadow loomed amidst the tumultuous waters, rapidly approaching the vessel. The Sea Devourer. How could an 8-domain beast appear here? Wang Shuyue's voice trembled with fear at the sight. Quickly, accelerate. We must leave. Yet, it was too late. The shadow surged forth with the waves, opening its maw wide to unleash a tempestuous suction. The small boat spun helplessly under the horrific force. The Sea Devourer, a beast of the 8 domains, posed a grave threat, especially with the Wang siblings, the most powerful among them being Wang Shuyue, who barely reached the pinnacle of the 5th domain. Such prowess renders any notion of escaping the maw of the Sea Devourer nothing more than a fool's errand. Amid the tumultuous waves, several individuals found themselves ensnared in profound despair. Roll. Just as the small vessel was on the brink of losing control, Lu Chuan's frigid voice resonated. Soft yet piercing, penetrating the ears of all present. This utterance seemed to strike directly at their souls, causing a collective shudder. Astonishingly, the Sea Devourer, propelled by the surging waves and the might of nature, plummeted into the depths of the ocean following the command. The onlookers beheld the creature's massive form retreating beneath the surface, akin to a plague spirit fleeing in haste. Those who had narrowly escaped death collapsed onto the small boat. Their gazes towards Lu Chuan transformed entirely. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives. Wang Shuyue led the expression of gratitude, with the other 3 hastily following suit. Have the coordinates been set? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Wang Shuyue nodded. Yes, we have established the course, 3,500 miles to the southeast. The Cave of 72 Immortals is protected by a natural formation. Entry is not easily attained. Before Wang Shuyue could finish, Lu Chuan had already vanished from the bow of the boat. The group exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing an expression of confusion. Only the Taoist Red Leaf remained unfazed, lazily leaning against the side of the boat, gazing into the obsidian sea. "My dear, what manner of person is this elder?" Wang Shiyi could no longer contain his curiosity, having previously offended Lu Chuan. "I do not know," Red Leaf Taoist replied with a chuckle, "but it is best to avoid provoking him." A moment of silence enveloped the group. Given Lu Chuan's seemingly fragile demeanor, who would not wish to incite him? "Sister, the appearance of the 8-mirror demon beast here feels rather unusual," Wang Shoren, typically reserved, voiced his concern. Wang Shuyue nodded. "It is likely related to the tremors of the Eye of the Abyss. The formidable demon beasts at the heart of the sleepless sea may have been driven to other regions." "Alas," Wang Shoren sighed, "I cannot fathom the reason. The seas have been tumultuous for the past 2 years. Wang Shuyue ruffled his brother's hair, smiling. "Such matters are beyond our concern. The 3 upper sects have dispatched individuals to the Eye of the Abyss. Fret not, all shall be well." "Why is the malignant tumor of the Cave of 72 Immortals so difficult to eradicate?" The answer is simple. This archipelago is shielded by a natural formation. This formation is extraordinarily wondrous, enabling the islands to shift positions continuously, without the ability to pinpoint celestial coordinates. It would be impossible to locate it amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. Arriving at the coordinates indicated by Wang Shuyue, Lu Chuan traversed the air. Below him, a vast expanse of ocean lay shrouded in dense fog, teeming with an abundance of human presence. It seems the location is indeed correct. This should be the site of the Cave of 72 Immortals. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and a dark sword energy began to swirl at his fingertips. He maintained this posture for a full 10 minutes, compressing the sword energy into a diminutive orb resembling a black hole. With a flick of his finger, the small black hole descended from the heights. Lu Chuan descended into the dense fog alongside the small black hole. The black hole ultimately hovered about 10 meters above the mist, while Lu Chuan continued his descent. As he made contact with the fog, an immense repulsive force rebounded against him. It appeared that this was the protection of the formation. Although the strength was not overwhelmingly powerful, it constituted an insurmountable barrier for an ordinary cultivator. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Chuan dispelled this force and landed steadily on the ground. He had no inclination to observe the surrounding environment. His purpose for coming here was singular: to kill, sparing only a few for interrogation later. "Rise." Lu Chuan gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the small black hole above the fog erupted with a flash of dark light. A tremendous suction force burst forth from the black hole, drawing the fog below into it like a whale consuming its prey. The eternal night began to envelop the earth, obscuring the stars and the moon, leaving no trace of hope for survival. Under the weight of this terrifying force, the entire 72 immortal caves began to boil with activity. Numerous cultivators ascended into the sky, cursing as they did so. Upon realizing that the eternal night had descended and the protective fog over the islands had vanished, fear spread among the crowd like a plague. "Who among our friends dares to visit the immortal caves? Please, step forward for a conversation." A robust voice echoed across the island. Lu Chuan was utterly disinterested. He had but one objective: to eradicate everyone present. As the fog was nearly consumed and visibility increased, Lu Chuan snapped his fingers once more. "Scatter." The diminutive black hole ceased its tempestuous ingestion. With a thunderous sound, a black wind blade, no larger than 10 inches, shot forth from the black hole. The blade moved with the swiftness of a shooting star, hurtling towards the cultivators in the sky. The cultivators hovering above had scarcely time to react before the wind blade sliced through the air, severing their necks. Their decapitated heads fell from the sky like dumplings. "Donkey," Lu Chuan called softly. A Fu appeared at his side with remarkable timing. "What is your command, my lord?" Recognizing Lu Chuan's foul mood, a Fu wisely refrained from provoking him further. Lu Chuan nodded. "Collect those heads for me. I wish to take them back as offerings for the deceased." "Rest assured, it is but a trivial task." A Fu responded cheerfully with a snort, disappearing into the darkness. Lu Chuan closed his eyes for a moment, then clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely making his way towards the area with the most vibrant life force. With each step he took, the small black hole above unleashed a merciless black wind blade to reap lives. Chapter 43. A good reason to kill for money. The black wind blades, under the eternal night, emitted a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors. This light intertwined to form a vast net, ruthlessly harvesting lives across the islands. At last, terrified screams pierced the air. He yearned to flee, yet as his foot barely stepped forward, the blade of wind, entwined with light, grazed his neck. When the wind's edge swept across his throat, the warmth in his chest instantly turned to chill. This must be a dream, for he felt no pain. However, the echoes of life's final cries reverberating across the island revealed the harsh truth. This was no dream. Reality and dreams. How can one discern between them? He beheld his own body, noticed the tips of his toes, and ultimately succumbed to the abyss of endless darkness. Life, so trivial, could be extinguished with the merest flick of a finger. Lu Chuan ambled along, hands clasped behind his back. 1,235. This was the number of steps he had taken, mirroring the very count of the lethal blades hovering above the archipelago. This night would witness no survivors. Upon completing these 1,235 steps, Lu Chuan encountered the first living soul, or rather, a throng of them. They huddled in a cave, unleashing frantic curses, channeling their terror. Upon spotting Lu Chuan, they regarded him as a savior. Though they were unfamiliar with him, the moment they laid eyes on the elderly figure, they deemed him the orchestrator of this merciless massacre. An odd sensation enveloped him, as if they shared an unspoken connection. Who are you? Why have you come to slaughter us in our sanctuary? A tall, middle-aged man mustered all his courage and bellowed at Lu Chuan. Does it matter? Lu Chuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he settled onto a nearby stone. Pray tell, who are you? Who exactly are you? The man, in a frenzied state, shouted once more. Is this question of any significance? To Lu Chuan, it bore little weight. Yet for those doomed souls, it was paramount. Could they close their eyes in peace if they perished without understanding? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, grinning as he changed the subject. A few days ago, your sanctuary ambushed the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion at Heiyue Beach. Who orchestrated this? The man faltered, clearly unaware of the incident. You've made a mistake. We had no intention of venturing inland. It serves us no benefit. The middle-aged man clung desperately to his explanation. Lu Chuan rested his chin on his hand, gently tapping his cheek with his finger, and in a measured tone, said, Here, a hint, green glaze. At the mention of those words, the man trembled. To Bailey, you worthless cur, come forth, he rasped, directing his command towards the crowd behind him. Soon, a figure was thrust to the forefront. Lu Chuan scrutinized him and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed the elder who had emerged from the mirage. A faint smile graced Lu Chuan's lips, tinged with mockery. Speak up. I believe you have something to convey. To Bailey, gazing at Lu Chuan, quaked as if he were a sieve. I shouldn't have ambushed the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion. I was bewitched. Please show mercy. Not that, Lu Chuan interjected, waving his hand with a hint of disinterest. I accepted a task from the Wanshaman to kill a disciple of the Mingyue Pavilion for a reward of 100 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chuan nodded, realizing that the matter was rather straightforward. To take money and eliminate troubles for others, was it not? Indeed. Tu Bailey quickly agreed, but then felt something amiss and shook his head vigorously. Well, killing for money is quite a compelling justification. Lu Chuan rose, brushing off the dust. Senior, the murderer has been found. Might you spare my immortal cave? I am willing to accept any compensation. The middle-aged man, driven by a strong desire to survive, sought to grasp any glimmer of hope. Lu Chuan shrugged and laughed joyfully. As I mentioned, killing for money is a fine excuse. Coincidentally, I have accepted a task to annihilate your immortal cave for 4 million high-grade spirit stones. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. I can offer a higher price, merely hoping that you would spare my life. Lu Chuan could no longer contain his laughter, twisting his neck in a rather eccentric manner. Do you truly believe I came here solely for money? You are mistaken. I merely wish to find some individuals to accompany the young ladies in their burial. The more, the merrier. Profit is merely a side benefit. With that, Lu Chuan strolled away, hands clasped behind his back. The gloom that had lingered in his heart over the past few days had finally begun to dissipate, uplifting his spirits considerably. You wish to find us to accompany in burial? Do not even think of leaving this place. In the depths of despair, the middle-aged man strangely began to laugh. Do you know why even the immortal cave resides here? Because true gods dwell within. You have disrupted the formation. Your slaughter here will awaken them. The bloodshed will break their confinement, and a calamity will befall the Tianyuan continent. As the middle-aged man bellowed in despair, the entire archipelago began to tremble violently. A series of explosive roars resonated through the heavens and earth. The dense night seemed to deepen, impenetrable as if no blade could sever it nor needle pierce it. A fierce wind arose, swirling clouds of dust and debris. A tall figure appeared, flickering in and out of visibility amidst the tempest. At this moment, far away at the peak of the northern Kunlun, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his eyes flickered with the light of distant stars. He gazed towards the direction of the sleepless sea, gently shaking his head. The wind spirit had been awakened. It appeared a descent was imminent. How intriguing. This must be a naturally occurring wind attribute deity, one that could be captured for research. Such a spirit holds immense reference value, capable of elucidating the evolutionary process of this world. Afu, unbeknownst to Wen, appeared beside Lu Chuan. Observing the elusive figure in the howling wind, Afu cheerfully suggested, "Behind that donkey, there drags a massive net." The net was filled with fresh, severed heads. Lu Chuan delivered a punch to Afu's head, exclaiming, "Collecting heads is your task. Cease complicating matters. Just a small suggestion. By the way, I shall assign you a side quest. You may choose to undertake it or not. Do not be angry. Do not be angry." With a grin, Afu hurriedly fled, dragging the net behind him. Lu Chuan glanced at the figure, displaying little interest in this absurd deity. As long as it did not provoke him, he was amenable to anything. At that moment, a mechanical task notification echoed in his mind. The wind spirit, suppressed by the heavenly Tao for countless millennia, has been liberated by the host. The Tianyuan continent shall face a calamity. The host can subdue the wind spirit to aid in cultivating the 5 elements dominance body. Chapter 44. Under scrutiny, are you instructing me on my actions? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, gesturing dismissively towards the figure amidst the howling winds. Stop playing with the wind and come here. The raging tempest abruptly ceased, leaving the dark figure stunned and motionless, evidently taken aback by Lu Chuan's words. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before. I told you to come here, didn't you hear? Lu Chuan expressed his growing impatience. You seek death. A voice, indistinguishable by gender and filled with indignation, erupted. The dark figure vanished from its position, only to reappear before Lu Chuan in an instant. A pair of enormous black hands lunged towards Lu Chuan's chest, accompanied by an unnamed wind that tore through the surrounding space, causing the air to shatter like a fractured mirror. How dare you? Lu Chuan, feeling irked, retaliated with a swift slap. Smack! Lu Chuan struck first, delivering a resounding slap to the figure's face. The crisp sound resonated as the figure stood there, hand raised in shock. Smack, smack, smack. Lu Chuan followed up with several more slaps, thoroughly bewildering the figure. I am the wind spirit, a deity born of heaven and earth. How dare you touch me? The figure stammered, its voice quivering. Crying? If you dare to weep, I shall teach you a lesson. Lu Chuan raised his hand once more, causing the figure to instinctively cover its mouth in fear. I am in need of a lackey. Your unique physique has caught my attention. Lu Chuan, feeling somewhat lethargic, often preferred not to engage in conflict, finding a subordinate suited his current needs. Upon hearing this demand, the figure erupted in outrage. I, the wind spirit, a deity of heaven and earth, what are you to me? You insolent wretch. Lu Chuan raised his hand, launching a barrage of slaps upon the figure indiscriminately. Please, stop hitting me. The figure whimpered, the dark mist surrounding it dissipating significantly as it sobbed for Lu Chuan to relent. Have you made up your mind? Lu Chuan glared fiercely at the figure. The figure, shrinking its neck, weakly nodded in acquiescence. Yet, in the next moment, the figure suddenly surged upwards towards the sky. Ha! The formation is broken. Nothing can confine me now. You old relic, you expect me to be your lackey? The figure's words were cut short as it let out a horrific scream, plummeting from the heavens. A wind blade had sliced through its neck. To Lu Chuan's surprise, the figure seemed relatively unscathed, as its severed neck quickly restored itself. Fine, this is too troublesome. Lu Chuan shook his head and lightly snapped his fingers. The small black hole suspended in the air trembled gently. Dozens of wind blades rushed downwards towards the shadow. What do you take me for? I am the innate spirit of the wind, and mere wind blades cannot harm me. The shadow, facing the oncoming wind blades, resolutely rose from the ground. However, in the next moment, it fell to its knees before Lu Chuan with a splashing sound. Spare me, noble hero. I am willing to alleviate your troubles. Lu Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this creature so utterly shameless? Was this truly a spirit? Such weakness. Such lack of dignity. Lu Chuan waved his hand, dispersing the incoming wind blades. You have deceived me once already. Should you attempt it again, I shall drown you in the toilet. Rest assured, noble hero, there will be no next time. The shadow raised its hand, swearing an oath to the heavens. O heavens and earth, from whence does this aberration come? The people on the island, witnessing this final outcome, were nearly struck dumb with shock. Of course, while they did not perish from fright, their ascension was merely a matter of time. Hey see, go assist my donkey in collecting heads, Lu Chuan commanded, strolling away with hands behind his back. After meandering around the island and ensuring there were no overlooked fish, Lu Chuan returned to his small boat. The others, surprised by Lu Chuan's swift return, assumed the old man had failed and was hastily attempting to flee. Wait a moment. Lu Chuan gestured to Wang Shuyue, who was about to start the boat. Huh. Wang Shuyue appeared bewildered. Aren't we running away? Run from what? Lu Chuan was equally confused. If those evil cultivators from the immortal cave pursue us, it will be too late to escape. Wang Shuyue anxiously glanced at the distant sea. Lu Chuan chuckled. No worries. It's all taken care of. No one will chase us. Naturally, the others were skeptical. Only an hour had passed. With over 10,000 evil cultivators entrenched in the 72 immortal caves, it was impossible to eliminate them all in such a short time. Lu Chuan, disinterested in explaining, gazed upwards. For the past 10 minutes, he had sensed a pair of eyes seemingly fixed upon him from the heavens. Moreover, a tremendous energy was rapidly converging. A change in the weather was imminent. Wang Shuyue noticed that, unbeknownst to Wen, a thick layer of clouds had formed overhead. Even more strangely, these clouds were visibly converging from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they completely obscured the sky. The clouds grew denser, as if pressing down upon them from above, making it difficult to breathe. Boom! Thunder rumbled as the clouds collided. Red lightning flickered through the clouds like a giant dragon. What is this? Why is the lightning red? The might of heaven and earth was awe-inspiring, causing several to break out in a cold sweat. Especially at the moment the thunder cracked, it felt as though their very souls were about to scatter. The thunder tribulation. The red leaf master swallowed hard and gazed at Lu Chuan, uttering a single term, tribulation. Upon hearing these two words, the four siblings were struck with terror, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. In truth, any cultivator would shudder at the mere mention of such a phrase. This phenomenon is specifically aimed at those practitioners who dare to usurp the cosmic fortunes. Typically, it is only upon entering the third realm of divine path that one would attract a tribulation. In the entirety of the Tianyuan continent, the only known figure in the third realm of divine path is the master of Kunlun Divine Palace. As for any other practitioners in this realm, none have been reported. Perhaps only ancient families with legacies spanning millions of years might possess such figures. However, given that no one here intends to ascend to the third realm of divine path, how could they possibly summon a tribulation? Observing the blood-red clouds that enveloped the sky, the red leaf master's voice trembled. Ancient texts describe the divine tribulation lightning as azure, while this crimson hue signifies the destruction divine tribulation. It was unleashed once a million years ago when the otherworldly demons descended. At this moment, a Fu, who was collecting heads on the island, noticed the change in the distant heavens. Ha ha ha, it's coming, it's coming. A Fu exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement. The shadow sent by Lu Chuan to gather heads felt the overwhelming might of heaven and earth and crouched down, tears streaming down his face. Wah! I haven't done anything wrong. There's no need for the destruction divine tribulation to strike me. What merit do I have? Uft! You really do know how to flatter yourself, a Fu scoffed, rolling his eyes as he removed the net bag he was dragging. He then gave a kick to the shadow, who was already paralyzed with fear. You little rascal, just finish collecting the heads, otherwise I'll skin you alive. With that, a Fu transformed into a streak of red light and vanished from the island. The shadow stared blankly at the net full of heads, ultimately concluding that the destruction divine tribulation was not aimed at him. Since it was not directed at him, it must be that old fool from earlier. Bah! Throughout history, no one has survived the destruction divine tribulation. He deserved to die, that old man. The shadow spat vehemently, rising to his feet and disappearing into the horizon as a flash of light. Go ahead, just wait for me at the Baifeng Ferry, little red leaf, Lu Chuan said, stretching his body and giving a brief admonition to the Red Leaf Master. Instantly, the Red Leaf Master realized that the destruction divine tribulation was intended for Lu Chuan. Grasping this grim reality, her heart stopped, her eyes widening like brass bells. For according to the records, it seems no one has ever lived beneath the destruction divine tribulation throughout history. The Red Leaf Master stared vacantly at Lu Chuan, wishing to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. In this moment, she understood her insignificance, like dust unable to stir even a ripple. Let us go. Lu Chuan lightly pressed his foot down, enveloping the small boat in black sword energy as it sped away. Watching Lu Chuan grow increasingly distant, the Red Leaf Master felt her eyes sting with tears. Though their time together had been brief, those days constituted the most tranquil period of her life. She had unknowingly come to see Lu Chuan as her anchor. It seems that as long as he is present, there is nothing insurmountable. The Master of Crimson Leaves leaned against the bow of the boat, summoning all his strength to shout, "Senior, you must return safely." Upon uttering these words, he appeared utterly drained, leaning against the side of the vessel. Yet, will he truly return? Atop the summit of heavenly restoration in the far south, a tall elder gazed at the distant horizon, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The divine destruction, lightning calamity. I have not emerged in a millennium. Yet what kind of defiant prodigy has arisen in the Tianyuan continent? It seems I must venture forth. On the eastern shores of Penglai Island, a dignified man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He too looked towards the distant skies, his eyes filled with concern. Over the years, the Tianyuan continent has been free from calamities, and no great demon has been born. Why then has the divine destruction lightning calamity descended so suddenly? Though the ethereal spring trembles, it has not opened. Where lies the flaw? In the vast western deserts, it is said that an ancient family lies hidden. A young girl bore a great mountain upon her back, traversing the rugged terrain barefoot like a wandering ascetic, her serene face betraying no emotion. Soon, she seemed to sense something, and with a gentle tremor, the mountain on her back disintegrated into dust. She lifted her gaze to the distant sky, murmuring, "The divine destruction, lightning calamity, intriguing. As the ethereal spring quakes, I shall venture forth." In the far north, a man whose eyes flickered with the light of stars descended from Kunlun Mountain. It begins, he murmured. That old fool is preoccupied. I shall sneak into her home. Lu Chuan's mind echoed with Ah Fu's exuberant voice. "You rascal, should you speak so suddenly again, I shall strangle you." Lu Chuan retorted, raising his eyes to the heavens, where the crimson clouds loomed lower, almost within reach. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, only to be taken aback. His sword was gone. At that moment, Ah Fu's voice resounded in Lu Chuan's mind once more. There are swords. Within the gate of your memories lie two sealed swords. One black for slaughter, one white for mercy. Draw them forth." Lu Chuan chose to disregard him, lightly beckoning towards the sea beneath him. The once tranquil waters roiled violently the moment he gestured. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated through the heavens and the earth. The surging sea erupted with numerous water columns resembling great dragons. One wave surged from below, lifting Lu Chuan towards the sky. Old madman, old madman." Ah Fu's anxious voice pierced the air. "Do not engage recklessly. Your body is too frail to withstand it. Await below and conserve your strength." Lu Chuan ignored Ah Fu, his gaze fixed upon the blood-red clouds above. At that moment, the blood clouds began to whirl chaotically, forming a colossal vortex in the firmament. At the vortex's center, a red lightning dragon danced, its might manifesting the grandeur of heaven and earth. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming force, Lu Chuan merely curled his lips into a nonchalant smile. It seemed that the heavens themselves took note of his scornful expression. Boom. In the next moment, the divine destruction thunder tribulation ignited with boundless fury. A streak of crimson flashed across the heavens, illuminating the pitch-black night. Thunder roared as a red lightning dragon, enveloped in cataclysmic energy, surged from the heart of the vortex towards Lu Chuan. At this moment, however, Lu Chuan closed his eyes. Closer it came. 1,000 meters. 100 meters. 10 meters. Just as the lightning dragon was about to crash above Lu Chuan's head, his murky eyes snapped open. A torrent of black sword energy erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. The black sword energy, akin to oil staining clear water, rapidly tainted the firmament. The entire sky was bisected into two hues by Lu Chuan's black sword energy and the red divine destruction thunder. Boom! Lu Chuan's hands, entwined in the sword energy, transformed into a pitch-black shade. With these frail, aged hands, Lu Chuan forcefully braced against the dragon's maw. The seemingly insignificant Lu Chuan, akin to a speck of dust, held back the colossal red lightning dragon. Should anyone be fortunate enough to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless by the awe of it. Humph. Do you think I've been consuming the 10,000-year strength pill for nothing? Lu Chuan scoffed, and at that moment, his emaciated muscles swelled with unexpected vigor. The next instant, he concentrated his strength in his hands and tore down with ferocity. A force reminiscent of a demonic deity annihilating the world erupted from his stooped form. The massive head of the lightning dragon was ripped apart, followed by its body, and finally its tail. A bolt of divine destruction thunder was, astonishingly, torn asunder by Lu Chuan. Chapter 46. I possess a sword capable of cleaving celestial might. Do not act recklessly. Your body cannot withstand this. Grandfather, ancestors, I beseech you. Use the sword, use the sword. A Fu's urgent voice rose with a hint of sobbing. However, Lu Chuan paid it no heed. After shattering the first divine thunder, the waves beneath him surged higher. A Fu sighed, realizing he could not dissuade this old man, and simply fell silent. Soon after, the second bolt of divine destruction thunder descended. Lu Chuan raised his fist, unleashing the full might of his body, and struck with immense force. The red lightning dragon was shattered once more. The third, fourth, and 15th bolts followed suit. Lu Chuan obliterated a total of 15 bolts of divine destruction thunder. At this juncture, his face was marred with cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet the thunderclap in the sky showed no signs of abating. Its power only intensified. Cough. One cannot deny their age. Lu Chuan spat blood and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Boom. Another red lightning dragon crashed down. Lu Chuan lightly snapped his fingers, and a towering column of water below sprang to life. The black sword energy enveloped the water column, transforming it into a colossal black dragon. The black water dragon roared as it surged upwards, colliding with the red lightning dragon. Water and thunder, two opposing forces clashed, igniting a splendid shower of sparks. The entire sky was illuminated in that moment, akin to the most resplendent fireworks in bloom. With each lightning dragon he shattered, Lu Chuan allowed the waves to elevate him further. As the last column of water depleted, Lu Chuan found himself perilously close to the crimson vortex. At that moment, the divine destruction lightning had struck down a staggering 80 times. Lu Chuan's condition was far from optimistic. His aged body could hardly withstand such power and was beginning to crumble. The skin on his face shattered like a broken mirror, flaking away in pieces. Yet, Lu Chuan chuckled indifferently. Perhaps he had always been this way, utterly unconcerned. At the heart of the blood-red thundercloud vortex, a frenzied roar erupted, with countless scarlet bolts of lightning flickering erratically within. Lu Chuan understood that this was likely the final strike of divine destruction lightning, and it would be the most formidable one yet. Instinctively, he patted his waist, only to find it empty. Laughing to himself, he tapped his forehead. His memory was deteriorating, and he had forgotten to bring his sword. Meanwhile, the vortex at the center of the thundercloud began to convulse violently. The final massive red dragon was forming at an astonishing speed. Perhaps due to the intense crimson hue, this last thunder dragon had morphed into a shade of black. Gently, Lu Chuan sliced open his palm, blood gushing forth. He shaped his fingers into the form of a sword and swept it before him. The blood coalesced, forming an unyielding blood-red longsword. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the hilt with resolve. Today, he would wield blood as his sword to cleave through the heavens. With a decisive strike, he invoked the sword of the great annihilation. There was no dazzling sword light, no resplendent colors. With this blood sword, Lu Chuan swung with ferocity. A wave of black sword energy surged forth, shooting upward towards the vortex's core. The sword energy expanded against the wind, stretching 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, until it ultimately spanned across the firmament. This rending sword energy clashed against the red thundercloud vortex. A chilling black light flashed across the sky. There was no fierce collision, no brilliant fireworks. Everything was eerily silent. The keen sword energy sliced through the center of the vortex without causing a single ripple. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The black lightning dragon halted in its tracks. The red vortex ceased its rotation. Suddenly, With a thunderous boom, the thundercloud vortex shattered into fragments. The entire sky became as pristine as if washed by a clear spring. While others faced tribulations of the heavens to endure, Lu Chuan's tribulation was meant to sever. I possess a sword that can cleave the might of the heavens. Coughing violently, Lu Chuan struggled as blood loss and overwhelming strain left him dizzy, barely managing to remain upright and avoid collapsing into the sea. Grandmaster is formidable. Grandmaster is invincible. At that moment, a Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, gently lowering him onto the already ravaged islands. For reasons unknown, a Fu's head appeared disproportionately large, rendering it even more comical. A Fu landed, joyfully resembling a fool. Grandmaster, we succeeded. I have matched the information of this world. This world is indeed astonishing. The information is overwhelmingly vast. I will need some time to organize it. Lu Chuan was in excruciating pain, devoid of the energy to engage with the individual beside him. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, he commanded, "Hurry up and stow the heads away. Let us return to Minghua Pavilion. I'm utterly fed up with this daily grind." "Understood, Your Grace. I shall attend to it immediately," the donkey replied, nodding submissively. It was as if he were preparing a grand tribute for Lu Chuan. Leaning against a stone, Lu Chuan, utterly fatigued, drifted into slumber without realizing it. Master, what has happened? You cannot perish. If you do, how shall I survive?" The donkey's mournful wails jolted Lu Chuan awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found that dawn had broken. The sky was a pristine blue, the breeze gentle, and the sunlight just right. Lu Chuan, irritated, slapped Afu across the donkey's face and growled, "Are you wailing for a funeral? Have you completed the task?" Surprisingly, Afu, instead of being disheartened, seemed elated. The familiar routine had resumed, the same old antics returning. It's done. A total of 12,318 heads, Afu boasted, turning to reveal a massive net filled with severed heads, the blood saturating the ground beneath, resembling a hell on earth. By the way, it seems that Fengling has fled. Damn it, should I encounter that creature again, I shall make it regret its existence. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. I've no time for a mere fledgling. Let us hasten back to Minghua Pavilion. If I cannot rejuvenate, this body will surely collapse. All right then, hold steady, Afu declared as he hoisted the net, and Lu Chuan ascended into the sky. A single donkey, burdened with thousands of heads, galloped through the heavens, carrying an elderly man whose skin was peeling and cracked. This terrifying scene would surely frighten anyone of a timid disposition to the point of losing control. Jinya, the Red Leaf Master, had spent the entire night gazing at the sea, her elongated neck craned upwards. The commotion in the sky had long since subsided. Yet Lu Chuan had yet to return. Her spirits had plummeted to despair. Without Lu Chuan as protection, how long could her tranquility endure? What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing towards a distant speck in the sky. Soon, all eyes at the ferry took notice of the ominous figure approaching from the horizon. As it drew nearer, the crowd began to experience a collective mental shutdown. Chapter 47. Tremors across the land. A lone donkey, dragging a net brimming with countless heads, elicited shock among the onlookers, rendering them momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. They were utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless and devoid of strength. To the Lord Mayor's residence, Lu Chuan called out to Afu, who did not descend but rather hovered in the air, shouting towards Jinya. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's voice, Jinya sprang back to life. She wiped her eyes and joyfully sprinted towards the Lord Mayor's residence. Her exuberance triggered a chain reaction. Everyone at the ferry, captivated by her enthusiasm, followed suit, rushing towards the Lord Mayor's abode. What transpired? Have those beasts from the 72 immortal caves returned? What is wrong with our brother? As the pedestrians on the road witnessed this scene, their curiosity compelled them to inquire. To the Lord Mayor's residence, a significant event is unfolding. What kind of event? Uncertain, but it must be of great importance. Such dialogues incessantly transpired along the way, propagating from one person to another, spreading the news of a monumental occurrence. Like the gentle spring breeze, the information swiftly permeated the entirety of Baifeng City. An increasing throng made its way toward the Lord Mayor's abode, ultimately crowding the entire street. The bustling mass of humanity was so dense that even the departure of the Feiyun ship, with the esteemed patriarch of the Yunding Zong in attendance, could not rival the fervor of this occasion. The cacophony within the city led the Lord Mayor to suspect an all-out assault from the 72 immortal caves upon Baifeng City. Gathering his men, he prepared to provide support at the ferry. Just as he stepped out of the Lord Mayor's residence, a gaunt donkey descended from the heavens, bearing a rider and dragging a net filled with severed heads. The Lord Mayor's face turned ashen in an instant, his eyes widened in horror, mouth agape. As his mind blanked, "Little fatty, pay up," bellowed Lu Chuan from atop the donkey. This shout jolted the Lord Mayor back to reality. Quickly, he grasped the situation and ordered, "Secure the gates. No one is to enter." The guards, finally snapping out of their stupor, sprang into action, barricading the entrance to the Lord Mayor's residence. Trembling, the Lord Mayor approached the net brimming with heads. Master of the 100 Poisons Cave, Master of the Spirit Serpent Cave, Master of the Great Yu Cave, he muttered these names, each one belonging to the notorious leaders of the 72 immortal caves, infamous practitioners of the dark arts. Yet, these once formidable figures now lay decapitated, confined within the net. Eventually, the Lord Mayor discovered the head of a middle-aged man among the gruesome collection. At that moment, his heart finally found solace, for this head belonged to the paramount leader of the 72 immortal caves. It was then that the Lord Mayor could be certain. The 72 immortal caves had been utterly eradicated. Overcome with emotion, he trembled with excitement, realizing that this malignant tumor had finally been excised. "Old man, I bow to you," he expressed fervently, deeply bowing to Lu Chuan. "Pay up and spare me your prattle." Lu Chuan retorted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. The Lord Mayor, sensing the urgency, quickly turned around. "Please wait, esteemed elder. I shall summon the spiritual stones from the sect immediately. Get out of my way." At that moment, a guard at the entrance was suddenly kicked aside. A flash of red, akin to a jubilant lark, rushed toward Lu Chuan. The crowd, previously blocked at the entrance, surged in behind her. Zhen Hongye dashed up to Lu Chuan, her face flushed from exertion. She gazed at him and broke into a silly grin, bashfully scratching her head. Hee. She giggled foolishly. Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was truly audacious. This is the head of the 100-eyed true monarch, a practitioner of the 5th realm. And this is the head of the Tying Master. It was this brute who slaughtered innocents during the last attack on the ferry. Good riddance. Behold, this is the venomous Lioli slaughtering countless lives, a beast that once poisoned an entire town of tens of thousands. They have met their deserved end. Oh, how they have met their end. Master, may your spirit find peace in the heavens. The crowd gathered before the net. Some recounted the heinous deeds of the head's former owners with meticulous precision, while others wept bitterly, crying out for those who had perished. The situation had spiraled beyond control, and even the city lord dared not disperse the people at this moment. Good people, lend me your ears." The city lord bellowed, commanding attention. At last, all gazes converged upon him. Clearing his throat and taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to proclaim, "I, the 38th city lord of Baifeng City, Qian Duo, hereby declare that the 72 immortal caves have been utterly eradicated. From this day forth, you need no longer live in fear. Cultivators may venture forth to sea with peace of mind, seeking heavenly treasures on distant islands. Common folk can cultivate their fields without fear of disturbance." His voice resonated from the city lord's manor, sweeping across the entirety of Baifeng City. Millions gazed toward the sea, caught in a moment that felt dreamlike yet undeniably real. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce the esteemed individual responsible for the annihilation of the 72 immortal caves." The city lord, filled with vigor, turned to present Lu Chuan. However, at that moment, Lu Chuan was already being supported by the venerable Hongye Jinren as they approached the gates of the city lord's manor. Senior, the city lord called out, his voice echoing. Lu Chuan raised his hand slightly in a gesture of acknowledgement, entering the manor without uttering a word. The crowd, witnessing Lu Chuan's frail and stooped figure, found themselves at a loss. The city lord felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was evident that Lu Chuan had little interest in fame or fortune. "Everyone, disperse and prepare to set sail. The islands of the sea await your exploration." Only then did the crowd awaken to the realization that they had been unable to venture out to sea for many years due to the threat of the 72 immortal caves. The vastness of the unsleeping sea, rich in resources beyond comparison with the land, now beckoned them. "Brothers, let us embark." On this day, the Baifeng ferry experienced a prosperity unseen in a millennium. News of the annihilation of the 72 immortal caves spread from Baifeng City, reverberating across the entire continent. An image of an elderly man appeared in various sects and ancient families alike. Senior, your health. In the city lord's manor, Hongye Jinren gazed upon Lu Chuan's body, marked by scars and cracks, tears streaming down her face. Lu Chuan found this amusing. The fierce woman who usually exuded strength now resembled a delicate maiden. Fear not, for good people do not live long, yet calamities linger for a millennium. A villain such as myself will not easily depart this world. Chapter 48. Commemorating the deceased what villain? She retorted, you are a true hero. The number of cultivators and commoners who fell at the hands of the 72 immortal caves must be in the hundreds of thousands. You have liberated them. Countless souls are grateful to you. Hongye Jinren puffed her cheeks, producing a jade vial to offer Lu Chuan medicine. Lu Chuan shook his head, deeming it futile. In his current state, only a return to youth could bring about any improvement. The Red Leaf Master, feeling helpless, could only retract the jade vial and resumed her contemplation of Lu Chuan. To be candid, Lu Chuan was both aged and unattractive. The wrinkles on his face were so pronounced that they could easily ensnare a fly, hardly appealing in any sense. Yet, despite his appearance, the Red Leaf Master found herself increasingly drawn to him, beginning to anticipate what Lu Chuan would look like in his youthful form. Go fetch me something to eat. I am famished. Under her steady gaze, even Lu Chuan's thick skin began to falter. He could only conjure an excuse to send the young lady away. After the Red Leaf Master departed, a Fu scampered out, brimming with mischief. His head had returned to normal, and his wise eyes sparkled with intelligence. Master, I bear splendid news. I have completed the matching process. This world is called the Vast World, comprising a total of 13 continents, with the Tianyuan continent being the smallest and least formidable. The expanse of this world is beyond imagination, with certain regions yet to be discovered. Furthermore, this world is the birthplace of the last great emperor, and it may hold the opportunity for one to ascend to such heights. It is also situated in a remarkable location, possessing pathways leading to the endless demon realm and the underworld. Lu Chuan, growing impatient, kicked a Fu in the face. Speak of something useful. A Fu vigorously shook his head. All right, I shall share something of value. I will grant you a full map overlay. Let us venture to mine spirit stones. Your 5 elements body requires a substantial influx of resources. Surely that is useful. Lu Chuan pondered, lightly tapping his forehead. Currently, he was being targeted by the heavenly Tao. If he refrained from cultivation and continued to rely solely on sword energy, he might find himself pursued by the heavenly Tao's wrath. While he need not worry about being struck down, the frequent visits were bothersome. Moreover, to return home, he would need the power to break through realms. The sources of such power appeared to be limited to 2, becoming an emperor or journeying to the Bronze Divine Temple. To err on the side of caution, Lu Chuan ultimately resolved to commence his training. With a Fu's assistance, rapidly attaining the 3rd realm of Divine Path should pose no significant challenge. Subsequently, Lu Chuan remained at the city lord's residence for an entire day, waiting to receive 4 million high-grade spirit stones. The sect leader of Yunming's personally delivered them, eager to entice Lu Chuan to serve as a guest elder at their sect, even offering a salary of 800,000 high-grade spirit stones per year. However, in the end, the sect leader was met with nothing but a dismissive glare from Lu Chuan. The Mingyue Pavilion, with its picturesque scenery and abundance of beautiful maidens, was far more enticing than Yunming's for someone with any sense. 5 days later, a Fu, burdened with a net bag, returned to Mingyue Pavilion, carrying Lu Chuan and the Red Leaf Master. To Lu Chuan's surprise, the members of the Jinyuan sect were still stationed patiently at the mountain gate. In truth, Luo Ran's patience had long been exhausted. However, 5 days prior, he had unexpectedly received intelligence from the sect regarding Lu Chuan. Based on the conjectures of various factions, it was believed that the one responsible for dispatching the 72 immortal caves was likely residing at Mingyue Pavilion. This elucidated the sudden transformation of the situation at Mingyue. From that day forth, Luo Ran regained his ample patience. Upon encountering the net filled with severed heads, even with prior mental preparation, Luo Ran was still taken aback. Senior, I am the enforcement elder of Zhan Yuan's sect, here to offer my apologies to Mingyue Pavilion. Luo Ran approached Lu Chuan, adopting a submissive demeanor. Lu Chuan scoffed, remarking that had his fists not been formidable, the young ladies of Mingyue Pavilion would have long been reduced to ashes. Fear of power rather than respect for virtue is merely the norm of the world. Since you express sincerity, I shall have that girl, Chu Shui, speak with you. All you need to do is nod in agreement. Luo Ran's lips trembled. Was this a negotiation or the signing of an unequal treaty? However, given the uncertainty of the situation and Lu Chuan's hidden depths, Luo Ran could only suppress his frustration, smile, and acquiesce. After their exchange, Lu Chuan dragged the net of heads into the mountain gate. Nangong Chushue, accompanied by disciples of Mingyu Pavilion, had been waiting. Lu Chuan, observing the weary visage of Nangong Chushue, inquired, "Have Xiao Xiao and the others been laid to rest?" Nangong Chushue nodded, her expression easing. "Yes. They are buried in Qingshui Valley. Let us pay our respects." Lu Chuan, dragging the net, made his way toward the mountains. The early spring snow had melted somewhat, coalescing into a brook that trickled down from the heights. In Qingshui Valley stood 12 pristine tombstones, marking the final resting place of 12 young girls. Lu Chuan washed his face in the brook, opened the net, and systematically arranged the severed heads before the tombs. "I promised that you would have company in death. I wonder if this quantity meets your satisfaction? If not, feel free to visit me in your dreams tonight," he added, "and for the disciples of Wan Shou Men, please wait a couple of days." Lu Chuan spent 3 hours meticulously arranging the heads. He used sword energy to sever the flesh from the skulls, preventing them from rotting and polluting the environment. Ultimately, over 10,000 heads transformed into mere skulls, a stark white expanse that was quite jarring. After paying his respects to the girls, Lu Chuan, weary and battered, returned to his small courtyard. Hardly had he reclined when Nangong Chushue arrived. Upon seeing Lu Chuan's almost shattered form, she could not help but shed tears. "Senior, the Huan Yin Dan has been refined." Upon hearing this news, Lu Chuan sprang from his seat. "What? So soon?" Nangong Chushue, startled, nodded and explained, after the matter at Black Moon Beach concluded. Lin Lin did not return directly to Mingyu Pavilion, but instead went to Baihua Sect. During your absence, Baihua Sect has successfully refined the Huan Yin Dan. Saying this, Nangong Chushue produced an exquisite small box and offered it to Lu Chuan. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan accepted the box and gazed at the emerald green pill inside, unable to resist a self-deprecating smile. "Thank you, Senior. Your words are too flattering," Nangong Chushue quickly replied, shaking her head. "Were it not for you, Mingyu Pavilion would have likely perished." To lighten the mood, Nangong Chushue inquired playfully, "I wonder what you were like in your youth." Lu Chuan chuckled, playfully tossing his hair. "In my youth, I was extraordinarily handsome, a sight to behold." Nangong Chushue also broke into laughter. This version of Lu Chuan was the familiar person she knew. Chapter 49, Utterly Dashing. "Senior, I await you at the entrance. We must be the first to see it. We cannot let others take advantage." With a smile, Nangong Chushue stepped out of the small courtyard. "Rest assured, the fertile waters will not flow to outsiders," Lu Chuan replied as he prepared to pop the elixir into his mouth. "Wait a moment." At that instant, Afu suddenly appeared. Rarely serious, Afu fixed his gaze on Lu Chuan and said, "If you return to your youth, it will inevitably activate the memories you have sealed away. Exercise caution. Do not linger at the threshold of your memories, and refrain from touching the deepest point of that seal." Lu Chuan, bewildered, retorted, "What? My own memories can't possibly consume me." To his surprise, Afu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, the matter of sealing your memories is quite significant. If you were to recklessly unseal them, I cannot predict what might transpire. It is best not to unseal them now. Simply retrieve the 2 swords, killing and seeking benevolence, that you have sealed away." After pondering, Lu Chuan ultimately nodded. Although this donkey seemed perpetually unhinged, he had never harbored ill intentions. Seeing Lu Chuan acquiesce, Afu finally felt a sense of relief. "You old fool, you are far more agreeable when you are in your right mind. Get lost." Lu Chuan kicked Afu away. He then took the elixir and slowly placed it in his mouth. A wisp of white mist began to emanate from Lu Chuan, swiftly enveloping him. The warm mist enveloped him in comfort, allowing him to relax and enter his spiritual realm. In the boundless sea of consciousness, a colossal door of memories stood prominently. This was Lu Chuan's spiritual realm, where he was the sole sovereign. If others were to discover that someone's sea of consciousness could stretch infinitely, they might be struck with terror. The normally tranquil sea of consciousness was now roiling with monstrous waves, indicating that Lu Chuan's spirit was in tumult. With a single step, Lu Chuan found himself before the grand door. He extended his hand and gently pressed against it. The memory door, which had previously been unshakable, began to creak open. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan stepped inside. Countless sealed memories surged forth, filling the void of fragmented recollections. These memories were overwhelmingly filled with turbulent emotions. Lu Chuan understood why he had chosen to seal these memories. Had he not done so, he would have undoubtedly become a complete lunatic. As he traversed through the memory door, time became indeterminate. Eventually, a black longsword quietly hovered before him, gazing at the dark blade. An inexplicable sense of kinship surged through him. The black sword began to quiver gently, joyfully swaying its blade. Lu Chuan approached and grasped the hilt. In that moment, the lost memories regarding the black sword were restored. The sword was named Killing, entirely jet black and devoid of any blemish. It had been forged from his essence blood at the age of 30,000, and thereafter, he comprehended the 12 swords of killing, capable of vanquishing all living beings. Old friend, it has been a long time since we last met. Lu Chuan chuckled as he secured his sword at his waist and pressed onward. Time slipped away, and the obsidian void transformed into a brilliant white. Before him, a white long sword hovered silently in the air. While he still held some recollection of the sword at his side, he found no memories associated with this ethereal blade. Approaching it, Lu Chuan grasped the long sword. Yet it remained unresponsive, and no relevant memories surfaced. With a resigned shake of his head, he mused, perhaps I should bring it along as well. He sheathed the white sword and continued his journey, but at that moment, his memories abruptly ceased. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chuan realized he retained only 60,000 years of memories, while 40,000 remained elusive. The events of the final 4 years were shrouded in mystery, their significance evidently compelling enough to warrant complete obfuscation. Undeterred, he pressed on. Eventually, Lu Chuan beheld a still, black river winding endlessly. Its origins and terminus remained unknown. A peculiar sensation surged within him, as if something from the depths of the dark waters beckoned him. As he approached the river, just as he was about to step into its depths, the anxious voice of Ah Fu broke through, urging him to awaken. Everything dissolved in the wake of Ah Fu's call. Slowly, Lu Chuan opened his eyes. He immediately felt a chill enveloping him, particularly in his lower regions. Glancing down, a smile crept across his lips, and an expression of delight began to manifest. Ha! He laughed heartily at the sight of his youthful self. Raising his arm, he marveled at how his previously weathered skin now gleamed with freshness, smooth and rosy, as if it could yield moisture at a mere touch. Running his fingers along his chin, he found no trace of stubble, and the once prominent wrinkles that could trap a fly had vanished. His white hair had transformed into lustrous black silk, cascading down his back like a waterfall. Ah Fu, bring me a mirror, Lu Chuan called out cheerfully. At that moment, the small courtyard door swung open, revealing not Ah Fu, but Nangong Chushue, Bai Lin Lin, and a throng of young maidens. They bore a mirror, clearly prepared in advance. However, upon witnessing Lu Chuan's bare form, the young girls erupted into delighted shrieks, not out of fear, but sheer excitement. They quickly covered their eyes, yet peered through their fingers, stealing glances at Lu Chuan, who now appeared devoid of any signs of aging, resembling a youth of 17 or 18, exuding an almost fragrant freshness. His well-defined muscles and tall stature, coupled with his youthful visage, were undeniably captivating. Lu Chuan spoke no falsehood. In his prime, he was strikingly handsome. Although his features bore a hint of androgyny, they did not appear jarring. Overall, he exuded a subtle elegance devoid of any effeminacy. How do I look? Handsome, right? When it came to shamelessness, Lu Chuan was truly a maestro. Even in his state of undress, he harbored no intentions of clothing himself. Instead, he provocatively struck various poses, prompting another round of delighted screams from the young maidens. Out! Out! What kind of conduct is this? Nangong Chushue set down the mirror and shooed the young maidens away. As she closed the door, she shot a fierce glance at Lu Chuan, her expression lingering with unfulfilled desire. You truly have no shame, she scoffed. Ah Fu sauntered over, marveling at Lu Chuan's physique. This potion is remarkable. It even enhances beauty. Perhaps one day, Lord Donkey should give it a try. Lu Chuan retaliated with a swift kick to Ah Fu's rear. Curse you. I am inherently handsome. No amount of this would save your appearance. Chapter 50. The indolent nobleman with his fingers poised like a sword, Lu Chuan lightly traced the air before him. A complete robe enveloped his bare body, its white fabric adorned with black patterns, accentuating his impeccable form. He retrieved 2 long swords, one black and one white, from the ground and secured them at his waist. With his hair simply tied back and his left forearm lazily resting on the hilt, he exuded the essence of a languid nobleman, his eyes reflecting a blend of indifference and playful intrigue. "Why not change our profession and live off the generosity of others?" suggested the donkey, shaking its head in disbelief. "A man so strikingly beautiful defies reason. Extremes lead to reversals. The extraordinary becomes monstrous." Lu Chuan's terrible disposition, coupled with such beauty, rendered him nearly otherworldly. He had no objection to living off others, raising an eyebrow and nodding earnestly. "Very well, donkey, introduce me to a lovely maiden." "You can forget that." Ah Fu rolled his eyes. "Our aspirations are the stars and the sea. We cannot linger in the comforts of soft embraces." "Foolish dog, begone." Lu Chuan kicked Ah Fu away. His agile body and newfound strength liberated him from the worries of his aging back. The sensation was simply sublime. Approaching the door, he resolved to honor his promise and let the maidens witness his appearance and attire. As he pushed the door open, Lu Chuan stood smiling in the doorway. "Who are you?" The maidens stared at him, their heads adorned with a large question mark. Clad in radiant white, with his long hair simply tied back, he bore 2 swords at his waist that added an air of solemnity. His arms draped over the sword hilts, exuding a relaxed demeanor. He stood at the threshold like an ethereal gentleman, his enchanting presence evoking an otherworldly allure. His beauty transcended mere physicality. It emanated a hint of mysterious femininity that was captivating. "Senior, is that you?" Nangong Chushua stammered, though she had previously seen Lu Chuan in his natural state. Now clothed, she hesitated to confirm her recognition. "What senior? Call me Lu Chuan." His voice carried an unusual timbre, shattering the image of the genteel nobleman. The maidens nearly choked, especially at the drawn-out syllable that ruthlessly crushed their pleasant fantasies. "Senior, could you refrain from speaking?" Nangong Chushua lamented with a sorrowful expression. Lu Chuan, with an air of flamboyance, tossed his hair dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with such trifles." The familiar gesture and his characteristic bravado left the maidens both amused and bewildered. It was undoubtedly Lu Chuan. Suddenly, Lu Chuan recalled something. "Ah yes, the Genuine sect is still waiting outside. You go and negotiate with them. Feel free to propose any conditions, as I have already given my word." Nangong Chushua nodded, her gaze towards Lu Chuan imbued with confidence. "Do not disturb the senior. Just play for a while before you leave," she instructed before taking by Lin Lin to discuss matters. Once Nangong Chushua departed, a group of maidens animatedly surrounded Lu Chuan, chattering incessantly. Some bold ones even dared to reach out, brushing against his clothing, his sword, and finally even his face. After all, Lu Chuan appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a lad of merely 17 or 18, with a delicate countenance exuding an endearing charm. Lu Chuan, however, was not offended. His amiable nature lacked any semblance of a senior's arrogance. He delighted in teasing this one and that, reveling in their merriment. In the dead of night, Lu Chuan sat alone in the courtyard, admiring the moon while sipping wine. It must be said, Lu Chuan was an unabashed drunkard. After being imprisoned for 100,000 years, one must have some passion, otherwise, one would truly be a mundane. Lu Chuan was indiscriminate in his drinking, consuming whatever came to hand. Just then, Ah Fu appeared at an inopportune moment, shattering this rare moment of tranquility. "Great Commander, I have compiled a map of the Tianyuan continent, revealing some highly valuable resources. Are you urging me to my demise? Can't you let me relax for a few days?" Lu Chuan thought bitterly of drowning him in the nearest latrine. "You must have a sense of urgency, understand?" The donkey grumbled, rolling its wise eyes. On the Tianyuan continent, there are 4 high-quality spirit stone mines, primarily controlled by the top 3 sections. How about we strike tonight and catch them off guard, seizing the mines? Lu Chuan, bored, merely scratched his ear, showing little interest. Moreover, if I deplete the spirit stones, what will the maidens use in the future? The donkey snorted in discontent. Such a womanly sentiment. Besides, spirit stones are a renewable resource. As long as the spiritual energy concentration is sufficient, they will continue to crystallize. Even if you proclaim the heavens, I shall not go. I can't be bothered. Lu Chuan scoffed, tossing a peanut into his mouth. Very well, the donkey seethed. Let us prepare for the battle at the unawakened sea. Surely, you cannot refuse this. Once the task is accomplished, We shall leave this desolate continent for a land rich in resources, plundering until the skies are darkened. Indeed, good idea. Lu Chuan nodded. Deep down, he understood he could not merely retire at the Mingyue Pavilion. After all, he possessed a system and a dream of returning home. Let us set forth immediately to blow up the eye of the abyss and expedite our mission. Upon seeing Lu Chuan nod, the donkey's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent notion. You go ahead, I shall follow shortly. Lu Chuan replied, turning over to continue his drinking. Such an incorrigible creature. Afu was exasperated. Though unwilling to expedite the task at hand, he resolved to commence his training starting tomorrow. You truly believe you have the right to act so arrogantly? He chided, his patience wearing thin. In a swift motion, Lu Chuan struck the donkey, sending it sprawling. Not long after, the esteemed Hong Yezhenren arrived at the courtyard. Seemingly having overheard the earlier exchange, her delicate visage etched with trepidation and unease. Predecessor, are you leaving Mingyue Pavilion? She inquired, her voice trembling and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lu Chuan did not conceal the truth. He nodded affirmatively. No gathering lasts forever. I will eventually depart from this place. However, rest assured, I am committed to seeing tasks through to completion. I shall ensure that Mingyue Pavilion flourishes to a point of self-sufficiency before I take my leave. Hong Yezhenren parted her lips. Yet the words she yearned to express remained unspoken. She understood that she and Lu Chuan inhabited entirely different realms. He was akin to clouds drifting through the heavens, while she was merely dust upon the earth. This ephemeral cloud had fortuitously floated above her in this particular time and place. To gaze up in admiration was already a fulfillment, and how could she dare to wish for more? Chapter 51. The Astute Afu. The first realm, known as the Gathering Chi realm, primarily involves sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while simultaneously honing one's physique to lay a solid foundation for future progress. Each individual experiences the spiritual energy differently based on their inherent attributes. Being of the water attribute, I could only perceive the essence of water. At the break of dawn the following day, Bai Linlin assumed the role of mentor, seeking out Lu Chuan to impart her teachings on cultivation. This task proved to be straightforward. As Lu Chuan perused the introductory techniques in hand, he endeavored to engage with them. Soon, the atmosphere around him began to shift. The air was suddenly filled with a multitude of vibrant, diminutive figures, each bouncing about in a whimsical manner. Lu Chuan shared this astonishing revelation with Bai Linlin, who nearly lost her breath in astonishment. What Lu Chuan beheld were not mere whimsical figures, but the genuine spirits of the five elements. Such perception could only occur under extreme affinity with the elements, and the innate talent required was exceptionally rare. Bai Linlin, for instance, could only discern the outlines of the water attribute and lacked the ability to connect with the water spirit. Remarkably, Lu Chuan perceived a kaleidoscope of spirits, suggesting not a solitary essence, but a harmonious presence of all five elements. In comparison, Bai Linlin recalled her own struggles, having spent 3 arduous months merely to attain a semblance of understanding upon her own initiation. Yet here was Lu Chuan, who had scarcely finished reviewing the introductory techniques before encountering the spirits of the five elements. Ah, esteemed predecessor, you are indeed formidable. In the first realm, it appears you are on the cusp of breaking through to the second realm, Bai Linlin exclaimed, genuinely delighted for Lu Chuan's success. However, her joy was soon tempered by a troubling thought. Predecessor, you possess the body of the five elements, yet it seems the corresponding techniques have been lost to time. Coughing slightly, Lu Chuan nearly expelled the remnants of last night's revelry. Without the techniques, what use is there in pursuing cultivation? He mused. Not to worry. I shall consult the donkey shortly. If nothing else, I shall seek it as a last resort. Lu Chuan remained unfazed by the challenge ahead. After Bai Linlin departed, Lu Chuan began to attempt guiding the clumsy spirits of the five elements into his meridians. However, as soon as these little creatures entered his body, they were immediately expelled by the sword energy. The little spirits jumped onto Lu Chuan's head and face, chattering in a language he could not comprehend. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. As a significant issue arose, the two cultivation systems were incompatible. Despite having suppressed the sword energy to its lightest extent, these little beings could not enter at all. The only consolation was that the two forces did not clash, they merely repelled each other. This could be resolved. Afu appeared at an opportune moment, shaking his head and speaking. Your sword energy belongs to chaos. In essence, it can freely change attributes and accommodate the 5 elements. We can tackle this step by step. First, alter the attribute of your sword energy, then allow the corresponding spirits of the 5 elements to enter your body. This way, they can settle within you. What do you think? Am I not a genius? After saying this, Afyu proudly swayed his head. You truly are a genius, Lu Chuan replied, revealing a bright smile. However, in the next moment, Lu Chuan's hand seized Afyu's neck tightly. You must be out of your mind to suggest such a method. Sharing a single meridian between 2 forces? Are you trying to get me killed? Right now, the power of the 5 elements is weak, which is manageable. But when it grows stronger, it will inevitably vie for territory with the sword energy. If one day I fail to maintain balance, will I not explode into a fine mist? Afyu's tongue dangled long, his eyes rolling back, appearing as if he were on the verge of meeting his maker. There is a solution. Your sword energy has formed a small universe in your dantian. Simply redirect all the sword energy nourishing your meridians to the power of the 5 elements. Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched at this suggestion, for it implied that he would have to temporarily abandon his sword cultivation to focus on cultivating his body. Lu Chuan was a stubborn individual. He had already contemplated this solution himself, but was unwilling to halt his sword path. Moreover, once he perfected his body cultivation, if the 5-element power completely occupied the meridians, it would mean the end of any further advancement in the sword path. Although Lu Chuan had reached the pinnacle of his sword cultivation, his obstinate nature urged him to strive for even greater heights. Afyu, leveraging his persuasive skills, continued, "We can think of a solution later, surely. A living person cannot be suffocated by their own urine. You wouldn't want the heavens constantly pursuing you with lightning, would you? Furthermore, your meridians have already reached their ultimate strength. Using sword energy for nourishment is of little consequence. Your sword path has also reached its zenith, unprecedented. With no precedents to draw upon, you must enlighten yourself and carve out a unique sword path. It is no wonder that a donkey is said to be understanding." Afyu's eloquence truly swayed Lu Chuan. He nodded, realizing that this was the only course of action. "I will proceed this way for now. We shall see what happens when my body cultivation reaches completion. Hee, when you are not in a fit, you are genuinely quite adorable. Look at that rosy little face," the donkey remarked, extending its long tongue, attempting to lick Lu Chuan's face. "I'll smack you senseless," Lu Chuan exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed by disgust as he delivered a punch that shattered Afu's skull. Ahem, when emotions run deep, one cannot help but be drawn in. Afu, recovering from the blow, awkwardly began to explain. "By the way, let me share something with you. Last night, I blew open the eye of the abyss. The spectacle was magnificent. The sea surged in, the sky fractured, drums resonated, and firecrackers echoed. Alas, you were not present to witness the grandeur." Lu Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You little rascal, stirring up trouble for no reason." Just then, Bai Linlin rushed into the courtyard, her face etched with worry. "Not good, not good. Something happened at the Dreamless Sea last night. The Eye of the Abyss has opened. The 3 major sects have issued a death decree, summoning all cultivators above the 4th realm to the Dreamless Sea to prepare for the impending invasion of the demonic forces." Lu Chuan shot a fierce glare at Afu, blaming him for the mischief. Afu turned his head away, whistling innocently, as if disassociating himself from the matter. "Can we avoid going to the Minghua Pavilion?" Lu Chuan inquired with a frown. Bai Linlin, her face sorrowful, shook her head. "We cannot. If we do not go, there may no longer be a place for the Minghua Pavilion in the entire Tianyuan continent. And what about the future?" Afu scoffed. "Let us see if we can even withstand the demonic forces first." "Shut your mouth." Lu Chuan truly wished to silence him. "I am but a little donkey, destined to keep my mouth shut," Afu retorted, grinning mischievously before discreetly slipping away. "Comrades, please urge for updates. I would be eternally grateful." Chapter 52. The situation seems dire. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, deciding that it would be beneficial for the girls to venture out and broaden their horizons. "When do we depart?" "Well, we will follow your lead, senior." Bai Linlin nodded. "We are leaving immediately. The Dreamless Sea is fraught with uncertainty, and war could break out at any moment." "All right, then prepare yourselves. I have some matters to attend to." Lu Chuan was not particularly invested in this affair. Had it not been for the girls from the Minghua Pavilion needing to go, he would not have lifted a finger. After Bai Linlin left, Lu Chuan summoned all the sword energy within his meridians, consolidating it in his dantian. This left his meridians empty. After several minutes, He guided the essence of the 5 elements into his body. What intrigued Lu Chuan was that once the essence of the 5 elements entered his meridians, they did not interfere with one another. 5 tiny figures of different colors lined up within his meridians, transporting spiritual energy to various parts of his body. However, with so little spiritual energy present, these little fellows appeared somewhat idle. Lu Chuan decided to take out some spirit stones he had not yet given to Nangong Chushua. Unsure of how to absorb them, he simply crushed them. The shattered spirit stones transformed into clouds of white mist. If someone were to witness Lu Chuan squander such high-quality spirit stones, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The spiritual energy contained within high-quality spirit stones is exceedingly pure and vast, requiring a gradual absorption process to be effectively guided. Once the spirit stones shatter, they transform into ethereal energy, dissipating into the vastness of the cosmos. Strangely, however, the spiritual energy surrounding Lu Chuan did not vanish. Instead, it began to flow into his body. It turned out that numerous elemental spirits were actively transporting the energy into him. In mere moments, the energies from over 100 high-grade spirit stones were entirely absorbed by the little creatures. Such an abundance of high-grade spirit stones could sustain a 5th-level cultivator for an entire year, yet Lu Chuan consumed them all in less than 10 minutes. With such astonishing efficiency, one might be left in awe. Remarkably, despite absorbing such a vast amount of energy at once, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, Lu Chuan chose not to continue. These spirit stones were meant for the Mingyue Pavilion, and it would be improper to squander them entirely. From this moment forth, Lu Chuan would be a genuine practitioner, a fledgling in the gathering cheese stage. Once he concluded this task, Lu Chuan made his way leisurely to the main peak. Upon seeing him, Nangong Chushua paused for a moment, somewhat unaccustomed to Lu Chuan's strikingly handsome appearance. "Senior," she exclaimed, regaining her composure and hurriedly approaching to report the situation. "There are a total of 450 cultivators above the 4th realm from Mingyue Pavilion. We will reach Baifeng City in 5 days. The city has been requisitioned as our rear headquarters. We will not participate as primary combatants. Our main duty is to tend to the wounded. Additionally, 2 elders and a guest elder will remain at the mountain gate to prevent any unforeseen incidents." With over 10,000 disciples in Mingyue Pavilion, the number of cultivators above the 4th realm was indeed meager. After speaking, Nangong Chushua looked at Lu Chuan, hoping he would make a decision. "Don't look at me. I'm not the pavilion master. Make your own choice," Lu Chuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Then let us set off now." Nangong Chushua wasted no time and led the group to the location of the Taiangsink. Lu Chuan once again sat atop the head of the Taiangsink. This peculiar creature, having benefited from their last encounter, had significantly improved in cultivation and now regarded Lu Chuan with utmost respect. Before departing, Lu Chuan enveloped the entire Mingyue Pavilion with his sword aura, ensuring that upon his return, he would not find his home ransacked, a truly distressing thought. 5 days later, Baifeng City, the Taiangsink descended outside the city. As the outlet to the unresting sea, Baifeng City was now designated as the rear headquarters. At this moment, the city had long lost its previous vibrancy and liveliness. The civilians had been relocated, and the city lord's mansion had been requisitioned as a temporary command center. Heavily armed soldiers guarded the gates, with the lowest ranking among them being 5th-level cultivators. The Mingyue Pavilion's fledgling cultivators were woefully inadequate in comparison. A chilling atmosphere enveloped Baifeng City, instilling an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Make way, do not block the path." A thunderous roar echoed as a gigantic spider descended from the sky, the nauseating scent of blood wafting through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of cultivators were unceremoniously hurled from the spider's back. The unfortunate souls cast down were either maimed or drenched in blood, barely clinging to life, their breaths faint and shallow. Soon, a throng of ordinary citizens burst forth from the city gate, each deftly carrying stretchers to transport the injured into the city. It was evident that this was not their first encounter with such a situation, as the civilians displayed a remarkable calmness. "Fellow cultivator, what is the situation at the front lines?" A soldier stationed at the city shouted to the figure atop a spider. "Currently, only a few magical creatures have appeared. The demonic army has yet to invade, so we are managing to hold the fort for now." After a brief response, the spider soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing from view. "Which sect do you belong to? Present your sect insignia." A guard approached the members of the Mingyue Pavilion with a surly demeanor. Nangong Chushua understood that this was not the time for anger. Promptly retrieving and handing over the sect insignia to the guard. After a meticulous inspection, the guard let out a significant sigh of relief, his tone softening considerably. "Oh, so you are friends from the Mingyue Pavilion. I apologize for the rudeness. Recently, a type of shape-shifting magical creature has emerged, making identification difficult. They often disguise themselves as our own to cause chaos within Baifeng City. These are indeed trying times." Nangong Chushua nodded in acknowledgement. The guard, not wishing to linger, instructed, "You all may proceed directly to the southern city to report. Arrangements will be made for your tasks there." It appeared that the situation was rather grim. Standing before them was Nangong Chushua, a woman whose very presence could bring calamity, and the guard had no desire to spare her even a cursory glance. Upon entering the city, the level of vigilance was more stringent than anticipated, with guards stationed every few steps. Upon reaching the southern city, they encountered a vast open space, evidently designated as a large wartime hospital. The area was adorned with formations, a green luminescence enveloping the entirety of the space. Within the protective barriers of the formation lay numerous injured individuals, with occasional pained groans piercing the air. This was the Shinnong Formation, a grand healing array that required an extraordinary amount of resources and cooperation from various sects to establish. The green glow emanating from the formation could continuously mend the wounds of the injured, as Nangong Chushua explained to Lu Chuan. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Lu Chuan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "You all attend to your own matters. It seems relatively safe here." After Nangong Chushua and her companions reported in, Lu Chuan began to wander about. Chapter 53. The Scapegoat. "Well, how's it going? Impressive progress on this task, isn't it?" A Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, proudly lifting his chin. "In a few days, once the demonic army has fully assembled and traversed the Yinquan, you shall be free to wreak havoc, eliminating them all. Imagine earning the title of a Grand Demon Lord. How glorious that would be." "You fool, stop causing trouble for me," Lu Chuan retorted, delivering a swift uppercut that sent a Fu flying. After dealing with a Fu, Lu Chuan strolled through the city, only to find a lack of dining options. Ultimately, he returned to the makeshift hospital, if only for the company of beautiful women. Hurry and eliminate her. If her affliction spreads, all of Baifeng City shall suffer. Nangong Chushua, if you cannot make the decision, allow me to assist you. Before reaching the destination, Lu Chuan noticed a large crowd gathered outside the Shinnong array from a distance. A mass of people huddled together. "Why should we be treated like livestock, here to assist rather than to be slaughtered?" Nangong Chushua's icy voice rang out. Filled with indignation, Lu Chuan found himself at a loss for words. He had only just departed for a brief moment, and already things had escalated. Were these girls truly here to endure such grievances? "Please make way, everyone," Lu Chuan cheerfully greeted, his voice not loud, yet distinctly heard by all. The onlookers were blocking the path, but he merely called out a couple of times, showing no inclination to push through recklessly. His aversion to seeking trouble was indeed endearing. As the crowd turned, they beheld a youth adorned with a pair of black and white long swords at his waist, exuding an air of nobility. Standing with a smile in the background, the unusual appearance of a young man with a feminine demeanor astonished the crowd. Coupled with his cultivation at the Qi condensation realm and an expression that suggested he believed himself to be the best in the world, it left everyone utterly dumbfounded. "What are you staring at? Not convinced? Come, challenge me," Lu Chuan exclaimed, feeling irked by the unwavering gazes of the crowd. Yet, this seemingly insignificant figure, with a mere shout, sent shockwaves through the assembly, as if their very souls were about to detach and wander into the void. "Bah, you're nothing," Lu Chuan spat dismissively, pushing through the crowd to the center. As he looked up, he saw a girl from Mingyue Pavilion lying on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, lips darkened, drenched in sweat, and her condition appeared dire. Nangong Chushua stood protectively beside her, neck arched defiantly as she confronted an elderly woman, resembling a mother hen bristling to safeguard her chick. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, tears streamed down Nangong Chushua's face uncontrollably. "Elder," the term caught the surrounding crowd off guard. Gazing at Lu Chuan in disbelief, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. Nangong Chushua was a resilient child. It was unlikely she would weep so easily unless she had endured a significant grievance. "What transpired?" Lu Chuan inquired. Nangong Chushua wiped her tears and began to explain. "After you left, We were assigned to tend to the wounded. Not long ago, a new batch of injured arrived, and during treatment, this girl was unintentionally harmed by a patient, resulting in her current state. As she spoke, her agitation grew, and she pointed an accusing finger at the old woman. This wretched old hag, upon seeing the girl injured, said nothing and simply tossed her out of the array, even intending to kill her. The old woman's eyelids twitched as Nangong Chushua berated her. With a cold smirk, the old woman retorted, "Nangong Chushua, show me some respect. What are you? And what is your Minghua pavilion? This demonic poison is highly contagious. If she is not eliminated, she may infect others. I am your grandmother." Nangong Chushua was truly incensed. Normally gentle and courteous, she could no longer suppress her frustration. This old hag, others infected with demonic poison can be saved. Yet our Minghua pavilion members cannot. Why do you target us so? The audacious woman dared to speak disrespectfully to the elder. The old matron's eyes nearly bulged with fury as she raised her hand to strike Nangong Chushua. This crone was an elder of the Shantian sect, a bona fide practitioner of the seventh realm. A single slap from her could leave Nangong Chushua gravely injured, if not dead. Ah, so she relishes violence, does she? Lu Chuan chuckled, but before the old woman could land her blow on Nangong Chushua, she herself received an unexpected hit to her own face. The old matron coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing through the crowd. Onlookers were left in shock, nearly suffering from cardiac arrest at the sight. That old hag was indeed a formidable practitioner of the seventh realm. How could a mere first-realm novice send her flying with a single slap? What a pitiful show of arrogance. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and spat, then knelt down to assess the young lady's injuries. "Young master, be cautious. Those infected with demonic poison can lash out violently," someone nearby kindly warned. At that moment, the girl, who had remained unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. They were completely black, and her face twisted in a ghastly manner. She lunged at Lu Chuan's arm, attempting to bite him. Crack! Lu Chuan, too lazy to evade, allowed her to sink her teeth into his arm. To his astonishment, the girl nearly shattered her own teeth in the process. "All is well, all is well. Let me have a look," Lu Chuan said with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. The delirious girl, strangely calmed, began to weep black tears. Lu Chuan infused her body with a strand of sword energy, quickly identifying the root of the problem. The girl was not poisoned. Rather, she was under the control of some peculiar entity. Tiny insects were invading her mind, seemingly capable of manipulating her actions. With a flick of his sword energy, Lu Chuan shattered these creatures, and soon the girl's dark eyes returned to normal, her expression tranquil. Realizing she was biting Lu Chuan's arm, she blushed and quickly released her grip. "Senior, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?" The crowd was left breathless. This demonic poison was notoriously difficult to treat, highly contagious, and the cost of remedies was staggering. Their gazes towards Lu Chuan transformed, now viewing him as a monster. Who dares to commit acts of violence in Baifeng City? A deep, authoritative voice resounded. The crowd parted instinctively, sympathy etched on their faces as they looked at Lu Chuan. A middle-aged man clad in resplendent garments strode forward, accompanied by an elderly woman whose face was grotesquely disfigured. "Ah, you survived, did you?" Lu Chuan remarked, surprised to see the old woman still standing. Though he had not utilized his sword energy in that slap, the force behind it was no jest. Having consumed 10,000 years' worth of strength-enhancing elixirs, he possessed the might to tear through calamities as if they were nothing, solidifying his status as a formidable entity. Lu Chuan pondered why he had not obliterated the old crone with that strike. The old matron, upon noticing Lu Chuan's gaze, instinctively leaned closer to the middle-aged man. The recent slap has indeed left her with a psychological shadow. Had it not been for the protective talisman, her head might have exploded on the spot. Although her life was spared, the thought of the treasured artifact she had painstakingly acquired being lost fills the old woman with a profound desire for revenge against Lu Chuan. Chapter 54. Smash your heads together. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Nangong Chushua's expression darkened instantly. She whispered to Lu Chuan, "Zheng Nancheng, the supreme elder of Shantian sect, is a peak 8th realm cultivator, currently responsible for various affairs in Baifeng City." Before Nangong Chushua could finish her sentence, Zheng Nancheng had already approached them. He glanced at Lu Chuan and, noticing he was merely a minor practitioner in the qi-gathering realm, dismissed him with indifference. Turning his attention to Nangong Chushua, he asked sternly, "Who was the one responsible for that attack?" Did no one inform you that fighting is strictly prohibited in Baifeng City? As he spoke, his imposing aura radiated outward, rendering Nangong Chushue immobile. She felt her bones creaking under the pressure, but lifted her chin defiantly, glaring at the old woman behind Zheng Nanqing. Elder Zheng, is it not somewhat unreasonable to hold me accountable without inquiring about the circumstances first? The onlookers shivered at Nangong Chushue's retort. Zheng Nanqing was notorious for his protective nature, and confronting him so boldly would likely lead to dire consequences. Huh? Do my actions require your scrutiny? Zheng Nanqing scoffed. Who exactly was responsible for this? If you refuse to answer, this matter will rest squarely on your Mingyue pavilion. Nangong Chushue nearly erupted with fury. Was this the conduct expected of the upper three sects? Ask that old crone what she has done. The mention of that old crone sent the elderly woman into a furious rage. Bolstered by Zheng Nanqing's presence, she retorted defiantly, "Humph. What right does a mere fourth realm practitioner from your Mingyue pavilion have to waste medicinal pills? If she dies, it is simply her misfortune." Nangong Chushue could hardly believe the audacity of such a response. It was utterly shameless. The surrounding spectators felt their anger rising, yet they were powerless. For the final say lay with him. Enough, enough, it's all settled now. Lu Chuan, who had been observing the spectacle, leisurely stood up. In truth, he was quite dissatisfied with how Nangong Chushue was handling the situation. While she was commendable in many aspects, she tended to lose her composure when it came to the safety of her disciples. This temperament was not inherently flawed, but it was ill-suited for leading a sect. Had he not been present today, Nangong Chushue's current demeanor would likely have resulted in severe repercussions from Xiantian's sect. With a flamboyant toss of his hair, Lu Chuan cheerfully declared, "It was I who struck her. I found it curious that she didn't perish from the blow. This, my friends, is what we call arrogance." Striking a pose, Zheng Nanqing gazed at the strikingly handsome young man before him, his eyelids twitching. Despite his charming appearance, the moment he spoke, his tone was brash and presumptuous. "Very well," Zheng Nanqing chuckled with a mix of fury and irony. In a fleeting moment, two young individuals dared to disdain him, entirely disregarding the esteemed name of the Xiantian sect. How audacious! Originally wearing a benign smile, Lu Chuan's countenance suddenly contorted into that of a malevolent spirit as he addressed Zheng Nanqing's mother with deliberate malice. Afu, amidst the crowd, recognized the ominous sign of Lu Chuan's impending wrath and promptly retreated, aware of the storm that was about to unfold. "You dare to insult me, you little wretch." Zheng Nanqing seethed with fury, his rage igniting as he recalled the wartime regulations of Baifeng City, which granted him the authority to execute Lu Chuan on the spot. However, before he could finish his proclamation, a dreadful shriek escaped his lips. Lu Chuan had inexplicably appeared before him, seizing his hair with a grip reminiscent of a mountain's weight. Zheng Nanqing instinctively summoned his true essence, conjuring a visible barrier around himself in a desperate attempt to counteract the overwhelming force. Yet, it proved futile. Lu Chuan forcefully pressed Zheng Nanqing's head into the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rippled through the air, sending onlookers tumbling in chaos. Those too close were left bleeding profusely, their lives hanging by a thread. The ground beneath Zheng Nanqing's head fractured like a spider's web, the cracks extending for hundreds of meters, a testament to the immense power Lu Chuan wielded. "You old hag, favoring some over others, are you?" Lu Chuan's free hand reached towards a nearby elderly woman, who, paralyzed with fear, was drawn into his grasp. With one hand clutching Zheng Nanqing and the other the old woman, Lu Chuan repeatedly slammed their heads together against the ground. "You enjoy bullying the weak, do you?" With each impact, blood erupted from their skulls, splattering Lu Chuan's face. Yet he remained undeterred, continuing until their heads were reduced to pulp. Finally, he ceased, leaving Zheng Nanqing and the old woman lifeless. "Bah!" Lu Chuan spat upon their corpses, contempt dripping from his words. "You brought this upon yourselves, foolish creatures." The distant spectators, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, stood frozen in disbelief. Had they truly witnessed the demise of a cultivator of the 8th realm and another of the 7th? Brought down by a mere young noble? Their minds faltered, rendered immobile as they gazed, entranced, at the two lifeless bodies. "Hang these corpses at the city lord's gate," Lu Chuan commanded, "so that those who consider themselves above others may learn a lesson." Lu Chuan's demeanor finally returned to normal as he instructed Nangong Chushue. "Very well. I shall go personally." Nangong Chushue, still simmering with indignation, nodded vigorously. "Oh dear girls, Do not be afraid. Carry on with your tasks. Now that you are here, seize this opportunity to broaden your horizons and enhance your skills. Lu Chuan then turned to the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion, his small face beaming with delight. The girls, having been thoroughly frightened by Lu Chuan's earlier terrifying actions, finally regained their composure. Thank you, senior. They politely expressed their gratitude before continuing to tend to the injured. Xiao Luo, Xiao Xiyun, bring me the cooking utensils. I haven't had lunch yet. Lu Chuan cheerfully commanded his two personal maids. The two girls promptly scampered over, deftly retrieving the table, stools, and preparing the fire. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. It seemed that Lu Chuan was perhaps the only one able to eat at this moment. Chapter 55. The Crisis in Baifeng City. Senior, wait a moment. Just as Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks, Xiao Luo urgently called out, handing him a handkerchief. It turned out Lu Chuan's face was smeared with blood. Eating in such a state was indeed rather alarming, almost as if he were devouring a child. Release that boy, let me handle it. Just as Lu Chuan took the handkerchief, a donkey came galloping towards him from a distance. Ah Fu, with its tongue lolling, was creating quite a mess with its drool, seemingly intent on licking the blood from Lu Chuan's face. Foolish dog. Lu Chuan nearly choked on his own blood. As Ah Fu's large tongue came perilously close to his face, he swiftly pulled it away, wrapping his tongue around its neck and giving it a sharp tug, finally restoring some peace. Lu Chuan wiped the blood from his face with the handkerchief, then brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply with a disturbingly rapturous expression. The two maids nearby recoiled in fear. Meanwhile, at the front of the Lord's mansion, under the gaze of numerous guards, Nangong Chushua hung the bodies of Zheng Nanxing and the old woman upon the opulent gates. The guards, upon recognizing the deceased, were left utterly dumbfounded. Soon a tall, burly man approached the entrance, none other than the familiar figure of Luo Ran. Zheng Nanxing was responsible for the specific affairs of Baifeng City, while Luo Ran oversaw the overall coordination. In truth, Luo Ran was the highest authority in the entire Baifeng City. Upon seeing the two bodies, Luo Ran's expression shifted slightly. However, upon noticing the still fuming Nangong Chushua, he seemed to relax. Lord Nangong, what has transpired? Luo Ran inquired cheerfully as he stepped forward. Nangong Chushua politely bowed and recounted the events that had just unfolded. Luo Ran's face contorted with indignation as he listened. Humph. Those brutes from Zantiangong are so accustomed to their tyranny that they still wish to play favorites in such a situation. They deserve their fate. Nangong Chushua sneered internally, knowing that had it not been for Lu Chuan's presence, YearsNow's sect would be no better. Elder Luo is truly wise and just. We must uphold such ideals. Nangong Chushua, not one to be outdone, smiled graciously as she extolled his virtues. Luo Ran nodded, assuring Miss Nangong that he would faithfully report the matter, and that no one would pursue subsequent responsibilities, nor would anyone dare to trouble Mingyue. Thank you, Elder Luo, for upholding justice. The two of them exchanged tacit understanding in their conversation for a while longer. Once Miss Nangong Chushua departed, Luo Ran gazed at the two corpses, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zuantiangong, will you swallow your pride or seek retribution? Elder, should we remove the bodies? An attendant inquired. Luo Ran waved his hand dismissively. Let them hang there. With the impending battle, Zuantiangong's desire for unilateral power serves as a fitting warning. Go find some odor-reducing materials. Additionally, relay this order. Disciples of Xinyuanzong must not provoke those from Mingyue Pavilion. Should any interaction be necessary, it must be conducted with respect. Violators will face immediate execution. The gravity of the phrase sent shivers down the attendant's spine. Luo Ran stretched languidly, murmuring to himself that it would be even better if Yunmengs were to instigate a little trouble as well. Of course, Luo Ran had no intention of sowing discord. He was a rather astute individual. Moreover, he had interacted with Lu Chuan recently and understood the formidable nature of that man. After Lu Chuan had his meal, he dozed off on the spot. During this time, Luo Ran issued orders, entrusting all affairs in Nanxing to Mingyue Pavilion. This was a significant concession, and Nangong Chushua recognized that it was due to Lu Chuan's influence that Mingyue Pavilion received such treatment. To avoid embarrassing Lu Chuan, the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion mobilized without discrimination, exerting their utmost efforts to treat every injured individual. The once chaotic Shinong array had improved considerably. By nightfall, an influx of hundreds of injured individuals arrived, marking the highest number of casualties in recent days. Friends, what has transpired? Why has there been such a surge in the injured? Nangong Chushua asked a cultivator transporting the wounded while gesturing to her companions who were assisting. In the evening, a cavalry from the demon realm suddenly appeared at the Eye of Yinquan, causing significant casualties. Nangong Chushua's expression darkened, unable to fathom why so many cultivators could not withstand a single cavalry unit. Alas, the man sighed, continuing, aside from our main force, the four great ancient clans have scarcely sent any reinforcements. If this continues, we may have to abandon Baifeng City and retreat inland. Oh, by the way, do exercise caution. Once that cavalry from the demon realm breaks through the blockade and lands, they may very well attack Baifeng City. Nangong Chushua's complexion shifted, instinctively glancing at Lu Chuan, who was leisurely sipping wine not far away. Noticing her distress, the man reassured her, there is no need for excessive worry. Baifeng City is guarded by the elite forces of the top 3 sects, so it should be fine. As their conversation concluded and the bearers of the injured departed, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. This was the unique aura of the cavalry's charge. Soon, a bright red arrow shot up into the sky, illuminating the night. A booming voice reverberated throughout Baifeng City, announcing the imminent assault of the demon realm cavalry. All cultivators entered a state of readiness, with those at the 5th realm and above heading to the eastern city gate in preparation for battle. The sudden news enlivened the tranquil city of Baifeng. Numerous formations illuminated, casting the entire Baifeng in a brilliance akin to daylight. Predecessor, we are heading to the east city, Nangong Chushua reported, accompanied by the pitifully few 20 or so 5th-tier cultivators from Minghua Pavilion to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded. Let the children step onto the battlefield. It is beneficial for them to witness bloodshed. With that, Lu Chuan flicked his fingers, and a surge of black sword chi flowed into the bodies of the young ones. This sword chi will protect you. Your bodies are too frail to endure overly potent sword chi, but it will suffice for your survival. Go now, children. It is time to achieve merit. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chuan rallied the spirits of the crowd. Nangong Chushua bowed deeply, her eyes filled with resolve. She understood that Minghua Pavilion could not perpetually thrive under Lu Chuan's protection. It was high time for her disciples to face the reality of battle. Before the gates of the East City, 3 cavalry units stood ready for departure. These divisions were the Longyuan Guards of Xinyuanzong, the Tianji Guards of Yunmings, and the Laying Guards of Xuantiansong. Together, these cavalry units formed the formidable core of the 3 supreme sects, designated for large-scale military campaigns. Although the combined strength of the 3 cavalry units was merely around 1,000, their presence overshadowed the tens of thousands of cultivators behind them. Luo Ran, serving as the overall commander, stood at the forefront of the formation. Upon seeing Nangong Chushua and the disciples of Minghua Pavilion arrive at the East City, a weight lifted from his heart. He knew that as long as Minghua Pavilion joined the fray, even if all 3 cavalry units perished, Baifeng would remain unyielding. That individual would certainly not stand idly by. Chapter 56. Fighting for the land beneath our feet. Luo Ran was a cunning individual. Otherwise, he would not have reached his current position. Yet one thing he was acutely aware of. This land had granted him everything. Should the Tianyuan continent fall into the hands of the demon realm, he would lose all that he possessed. Adjusting his meticulously crafted armor, he gazed towards the direction of the quaking earth. A black line gradually came into view. A cavalry unit mounted on black nightmares appeared, numbering around 500. Clad in black armor, wielding black lances, and riding black steeds, they seemed to merge with the night. The only sound was the pounding of hooves against the ground, causing the hearts of all present to race with unease. A chilling aura of impending slaughter surged forth like a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. The demon realm cavalry, astride their nightmares, were enveloped in a blue flame that resembled the soul fires of the ghostly realm. The warhorses, sensing the fear, began to whinny restlessly. Luo Ran's vision sharpened, indicating that the demon realm cavalry had closed the distance significantly. Prepare. Luo Ran raised his lance and blindfolded his steed. He understood that this was a direct confrontation, and no strategies or arrangements could impede the advance of this cavalry. Their only recourse was to slay them head-on. Failure would mean the loss of a rear camp. The front lines would be deprived of reinforcements, and they would retreat inland, with the flames of war spreading across the entire Tianyuan continent. Kill! Luo Ran surged forth with his true essence, roaring the command. The iron-blooded cavalry of White Wind City charged forward, while simultaneously, 500 cavalry from the demon realm hastened their advance. The very earth trembled violently beneath the onslaught of these iron steeds. A suffocating aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, as if one could almost detect the metallic scent of blood mingled with rust emanating from their weapons. 3 colossal, beastly phantoms materialized above the cavalry, a manifestation of the battle formation spirit. Such ethereal entities could only be summoned by an army that was in perfect harmony and adept at executing a battle charge. The appearance of these spirits invigorated the cultivators positioned behind them. The combat prowess of a single battle spirit was on par with that of a 9th realm cultivator, an entity revered as a deity among these ordinary practitioners. Boom! Black flames erupted as the demon realm cavalry surged forward. A titanic figure, towering at 100 meters, loomed above them, a battlefield reaper clad in armor and wielding a battle blade. This cavalry also possessed its own battle formation spirit, signifying that they were no mere foot soldiers, but a significant force within the demon realm. Boom! The cavalry collided fiercely, igniting a brutal melee. Simultaneously, the 4 battle spirits joined the fray. Blood began to saturate the ground, while the sounds of tearing impacts and ferocious roars intertwined to compose a grim melody heralding death. The armored humanoid spirit faced off against the 3 beastly spirits of the 3 sects, remarkably holding its ground and even exhibiting a tendency to suppress them. The conflict between 2 races is the most savage of battles, where only life and death prevail. There exists no third option. Boom! With a resounding crash, the humanoid spirit cleaved the head of the Shintian sect's spirit in twain. The cavalry of the Shintian sect instantly disbanded, swiftly engulfed by the black iron steeds. Following suit, the spirit of Yunming Marsh met a similar fate, its head severed by a single stroke, leading to the immediate slaughter of its charging cavalry. Just as with the Shintian sect, it was evident that the humanoid spirit possessed a combat capability that surpassed that of the beastly spirits by an entire tier. The annihilation of the remaining Jinyuan sect was merely a matter of time. Luo ran, drenched in blood, felt his hands tremble. He had never anticipated such an outcome. His once proud cavalry was utterly defenseless against the onslaught across from them. As the leader, his wavering resolve directly influenced the survival status of the battle spirits. The final spirit began to blur, seemingly on the brink of disintegration. Disciples of Minghua Pavilion, charge with me. Nangua Chushua recognized that there was no time to spare. If they allowed this last spirit to shatter, they would possess no means of resistance. The entirety of White Wind City would succumb to despair. Faced with such a blood-soaked battlefield, were the young maidens not afraid? Of course, they were terrified. Yet they understood that mere survival was not an option, only life or death remained. Nangua Chushua led the charge, flanked by the scant 20 disciples of the 5th realm from Minghua Pavilion. They constituted the backbone of the sect. Should they all perish, Minghua Pavilion would never rise again. Nevertheless, Nangua Chushua remained resolute, for this was their land, a land that had granted them everything. To lose it would mean to lose all. Upon witnessing a throng of women charging forward, the monks stationed at the rear were momentarily taken aback. Charge, damn it! Someone bellowed, prompting thousands of monks to surge toward the battlefield with great fervor. Lu Chuan's figure materialized before the desolate city gate, casting an envious gaze upon the charging monks. Though they may not share the same path, at this moment, they were united in a common purpose, to fight for the land beneath their feet. What about my homeland? The land where I stand? Lu Chuan gently shook the empty wine jar in his hand and sighed deeply. Beside him, a Fu remained silent, aware that Lu Chuan was yearning for home once more. Courage is an invaluable trait, yet it often does not dictate the outcome of events. The results are ultimately determined by strength. Thousands of monks faced a contingent of around 500 cavalrymen. The clash was not the fierce confrontation one might envision. Rather, it was a one-sided massacre. The formation of the demonic domain cavalry resembled an impenetrable iron barrel, where blood flowed freely with each charge claiming hundreds of lives. Passion, at times, cannot bridge the gap of strength. How could they be so utterly inept? Lu Chuan shook his head in disbelief. With a resounding thud, he cast aside the wine jar and stepped forward. The dust on the ground swirled away, and an overwhelming aura of brutality, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant. The desperately fighting monks halted, as did the demonic domain cavalry, and an eerie silence descended upon the world. Retreat. Upon noticing Lu Chuan, the surviving Luo Ran quickly issued the command to withdraw. The remaining monks, alongside the few surviving cavalrymen of the Jinyuan sect, hastened toward the city gate. In response to the retreat, the demonic domain cavalry refrained from pursuit, instead reorganizing their ranks and reforming their formation. The retreating throng naturally parted to create a pathway for Lu Chuan. They gazed at the seemingly languid young noble, unsure of how to express their gratitude. A melodious rhythm of hoofbeats resonated, as the lined-up demonic domain cavalry likewise created a passage. A woman, adorned with a blade at her waist and hair elegantly tied up, approached Lu Chuan with a commanding presence. The knight cloaked her in a veil, obscuring her features, yet it was evident that her form was resplendent, for the snug black armor could not conceal her devilish figure. A first-realm cultivator? The woman's clear voice rang out, tinged with disappointment. Chapter 57. The Sword. 5 flowers fall. Lu Chuan regarded the woman from a distance, shaking his head before earnestly stating, "In truth, I am a swordsman." A swordsman? The woman seemed to furrow her brows. Indeed, a swordsman. Lu Chuan chuckled lightly. He then raised his right hand, placing it upon the hilt of his lethal sword. A swordsman who slays one with every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. How intriguing. The woman reciprocated with a smile. I am the left vanguard's deputy, Xia of the endless demonic domain. With that, she drew the long blade from her waist, unleashing an overwhelming aura of slaughter that descended like a torrential storm. Crimson mist enveloped her, casting a shroud over the surrounding world. Domain. The monks observing from the city gate trembled as they uttered this term. The domain is a unique technique possessed by the formidable beings of the 3 realms of the divine path. It manifests the intangible principles of the universe in a tangible form. The domain represents the most potent weapon of practitioners within the 3 realms of the divine path, serving as a terrifying method of attack. Only another domain can contend with it. The woman from the demon realm before them possesses strength that is at least on par with that of a practitioner from the 3 realms of the divine path. The crowd gazed at Lu Chuan, observing that he merely rested his hand upon the hilt of the black sword, showing no sign of a countermeasure. Despair spread like a plague among them. They understood that in the presence of an enemy capable of unleashing a domain, fleeing was a mere fantasy. Judgment. The woman gently flicked her long knife. A melodious tremor resonated from the blade as it gradually turned the color of blood. The armor she wore transformed into a crimson hue, mysterious runes manifesting upon her face. Her aura heightened with each passing moment, culminating at its zenith. At that moment, the woman appeared as if the very embodiment of a deity of slaughter had descended upon the world, poised to reap all life. Is that all? Lu Chuan inquired. Is it not enough? The woman laughed, her voice brimming with confidence. Of course, it is not enough. Lu Chuan shook his head and slowly drew his sword, killing intent. In the instant the sword was unsheathed, a peculiar wave erupted from the blade. A brutal killing intent surged within the hearts of all present, sharply stimulating their senses, as though they might lose their sanity and succumb to madness at any moment. 5 blossoms of the sword. Lu Chuan's figure vanished from his position, leaving behind a slowly falling black sword flower. So swift, it is imperceptible. The woman's pupils constricted as she gazed at the spot where Lu Chuan had just stood. With a swift horizontal slash of her long knife, she prepared to counter, but in the next moment, her expression froze, and her blade halted midair. A black sword flower drifted down before her eyes. She attempted to reach out and seize it, yet her body betrayed her control. Lu Chuan reappeared 10 steps behind her, neither more nor less. The sword had returned to its sheath, and Lu Chuan, without glancing back, leisurely approached the cavalry. What astonishing speed! The woman's trembling lips uttered 4 words. In the next instant, her domain shattered with a thunderous crash, her head soaring high into the air as blood erupted forth with a sound akin to the wind. Until her last breath, she could not comprehend how this youth, devoid of a domain, could maneuver freely within her own. At the city gate, the crowd only regained their senses when the domain shattered, and the woman's head was sent flying. Everything had surpassed their comprehension and understanding. They could not fathom the nature of the noble young man. The cavalry of the demon realm charged forward, undeterred by the death of their leader. The immense battle spirit swung its long knife down upon Lu Chuan with a force capable of rending mountains and splitting earth. The cavalry closed in, ready for close combat. Let the flowers bloom. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and the flowers, conjured from sword chi, cascaded down from the heavens. 5 blossoms of the sword. This was the most romantic of Lu Chuan's 12 sword techniques. Yet, this romance must be paid for with life itself. In the next moment, the blooming sword flower erupted violently. The cavalry of the endless demon realm was instantaneously submerged. The great battle concluded, and the city of White Wind was preserved. However, aside from Lu Chuan, who indulged in food and drink, everyone else was engulfed in anxiety and panic, casting a pall over the entire city of White Wind. This time, the sudden assault by the demon realm cavalry nearly annihilated the forces of the 3 supreme sects, leaving close to 3,000 cultivators dead in their wake. The most terrifying aspect was that the enemy consisted of merely 500 Iron Riders. Moreover, had it not been for Lu Chuan, who dispatched the demoness capable of unleashing her domain, the fate of the city of White Wind would have been dire, leaving little to the imagination. Having endured this battle, the people began to gradually recognize the chasm between the Tianyuan continent and the demon realm. If the Eye of the Abyss could not be resealed in a short span of time, even with the formidable presence of Lu Chuan, the fall of the Tianyuan continent would merely be a matter of time. Regardless of Lu Chuan's strength, no one believed that he alone could contend against the boundless demon realm. The sole glimmer of hope was that, following the battle, the city of White Wind finally settled down, with no further incidents occurring for several days. Lu Chuan declined Luo Ran's invitation to stay at the Lord's mansion, continuing to remain in the Shinong array. During these days, at mealtimes, a plump little dog would come to him for food and drink. This little creature seemed to belong to the townsfolk of White Wind City, possibly left behind during the evacuation. Lu Chuan was a complex and peculiar individual. He lacked patience for many people and matters, yet found it impossible to refuse this furry little being. He procured a bowl for the dog, serving himself a portion and providing the same for the dog at mealtime. One ate at the table, while the other nestled beneath it, both indulging to the point of greasy satisfaction. After finishing its meal, the dog would linger beside Lu Chuan for a while, then quietly depart. Lu Chuan never insisted on keeping the dog, allowing it to come and go freely. This became a unique spectacle in the southern city. The endless demon realm, a mysterious world capable of confronting the entire vast world, left a largely unfavorable impression on people. It seemed their only purpose was to wage war, with little else to occupy their time. Fortunately, the constricted Eye of the Abyss had long restricted the demon army from entering the vast world. However, this time, the Eye of the Abyss had exploded entirely, its devastation covering nearly 1/10 of the Sleepless Sea. This meant that the forces of the endless demon realm could now cross the Eye of the Abyss unhindered, instigating war. On the other side of the Eye of the Abyss, within the endless demon realm, the sky was a dismal gray, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. An endless army was gathering, with humans constituting only a small fraction of the soldiers. The majority were nameless demonic entities. At the heart of this army stood a magnificent platform, where the ruler of the demon realm, the demon lord, observed his subordinates assemble. Chapter 58. The demon lord appeared as a handsome youth, yet in truth, he had surpassed the age of 50,000 years. Perched upon a lofty dais, the Dark Lord rested his chin upon his hand, gazing idly at the vast assembly of troops gathering before him, his interest waning. Beside him stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an aura of icy composure. Her face was obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct. She was the high priestess of the demon realm, her existence far more ancient than that of the Dark Lord. In the demon realm, there is a saying, the Dark Lords are as transient as flowing water, while the high priestesses are as steadfast as iron. She had witnessed the rise and fall of countless eras, yet this time, she had placed the weight of it all upon the shoulders of this generation's Dark Lord. Zixia had perished in battle. The high priestess extended her hand, revealing a small black crystal orb that materialized within her grasp. The orb, marred by numerous cracks, seemed poised to shatter at any moment. This orb, known as the Demon Core, is an intrinsic artifact unique to the beings of the demon realm, and it represents their Achilles heel. Only those of extraordinary strength can extract the demon core through specialized means. As long as the core remains intact, even if the body perishes, revival is swift. This is the fundamental reason why the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent regard demons with trepidation. High-level demon entities cannot be annihilated or exhausted. Even if their physical forms are extinguished, they will soon be reborn from their cores. However, at this moment, the demon core in the high priestess's hand disintegrated into fine powder, dissipating into the air. This signified the complete obliteration of Zixa's soul, rendering resurrection impossible. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. The high priestess raised her gaze, peering through the dense black clouds towards the heavens. The celestial phenomena were ominous, with malevolent stars unusually active, suggesting impending turmoil. The Dark Lord, upon hearing this, merely chuckled derisively. The Tianyuan continent was but a speck of land, lacking in spiritual energy and resources. Even among the 3 realms of divine cultivation, there were but a few. What sort of upheaval could possibly arise? The high priestess shook her head, the furrow of worry on her brow remaining unyielding. I cannot foresee. Every attempt to approach those malevolent stars is shrouded in obscurity. The Dark Lord, with a smile, shook his head in response. There is no need for concern, High Priestess. The recent inexplicable explosion of the Eye of the Abyss signifies an unprecedented upheaval unseen in 100 millennia. We must seize this opportunity to enter the vast world beyond. Upon hearing this, the High Priestess's brow gradually unfurled. Indeed, she had waited 100 millennia. Should she fail to seize this moment, she would have to wait another 100 millennia. 10,000 years ago, the Supreme Emperor attained enlightenment in the Dragon Field, and now, the sight of his epiphany would once again manifest. Therein surely lay the chance for ascendance. It was not only her opportunity, but also that of the entire demon realm. Come here, little pup. The chubby dog arrived punctually for its meal, and Lu Chuan, ever perceptive, served it a delectable dish. Receiving such attention from the tyrant was a mark of honor, a zenith in the dog's existence. I heard that you recently vanquished a general from the demon realm capable of opening domains. Just as Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks, a faint feminine voice resonated from nearby. A girl, barefoot and dressed in coarse linen, appeared a short distance away. She was not conventionally attractive, her skin dark and freckled, resembling a rustic tomboy who had spent her days rolling in the mud. Yet, Lu Chuan immediately sensed a tremendous power hidden within her, comparable to that of the earlier demon general. In other words, this young woman is a master of the divine path's 3 realms. Leave, how tiresome. Lu Chuan waved his hand with a hint of impatience, sensing a suppressed excitement and hostility in her voice. Only a martial enthusiast would exhibit such emotions. This indicated that the young woman had come to seek a confrontation with him. As she gazed at Lu Chuan, her pupils gradually constricted. Her body trembled violently with excitement, her expression contorting. When Lu Chuan uttered that command to leave, she felt an overwhelming, indescribable power emanating from him. How could someone of merely the 1st realm evoke such a sensation? The young woman no longer wished to ponder this question. Her extreme excitement had already caused her pupils to exhibit abnormalities. Her eyes transformed into serpentine slits, within which symbols flickered erratically. The Eye of the Celestial Serpent, belonging to the ancient Luo clan of the desert. The onlookers gasped at the transformation of her pupils, startled. The Luo clan, one of the 4 great ancient families, had existed far longer than the 3 esteemed sections. The most distinctive feature of the Luo clan was the extraordinary Eye of the Celestial Serpent. Legend has it that this eye is connected to the primordial divine beast, the Celestial Serpent, bestowing immense innate talents and abilities upon its bearer. Only those of pure Luo blood have an exceedingly slim chance of awakening the Eye of the Celestial Serpent. Undoubtedly, this slender, dark-skinned young woman was a core member of the Luo clan. Be cautious, young master. This girl is from the Luo clan, well-meaning onlookers warned. The young woman grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as she turned her gaze to Lu Chuan. Engage me in a battle. If you win, you may dine well. Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched as he slammed his chopsticks onto the table. The small, plump dog beneath the table jumped at the sound, lifting its innocent eyes to look at Lu Chuan. It's all right, it's all right. Lu Chuan's demeanor shifted instantly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reassured the little dog. The plump dog tilted its head and whimpered, seemingly understanding Lu Chuan's words, before lowering its head to continue eating. After glancing at the little dog, Lu Chuan took a deep breath and picked up his chopsticks again, turning to the young woman with a grave tone. You should think carefully, little brat. Once we engage, it will be a matter of life or death, with no third outcome. Perhaps the young woman was unaware that she ought to be grateful to that little dog. Had it not been for the fear of startling it, Lu Chuan might have already severed her head from her shoulders. In that moment, blood suddenly flowed from the young woman's serpent-like pupils, her body trembling even more violently. Yet, this tremor was born of fear. The eye of the celestial serpent possesses the ability to perceive the aura of others, allowing its bearer to gauge their strength through the intensity of that aura. However, the aura Lu Chuan had inadvertently revealed was so overwhelmingly dark that it obscured the young woman's vision of the world. She had never encountered such pure brutality before. This force was immense enough to blot out the sun, as if it could tear apart the very heavens. The young woman stood frozen in place, fully aware that should she choose to strike, the only possible outcome would be death. The onlookers, having interacted with Lu Chuan over the past few days, were acutely aware of his disposition. As long as one does not provoke Lu Chuan, matters can be navigated with ease. However, should one choose to court disaster recklessly, then the consequences shall be regrettable. The onlookers, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain their anticipation, eagerly awaiting the girl to step forth and meet her demise. The general perception of the four ancient clans among ordinary cultivators is rather unfavorable. These families are akin to parasites within the Tianyuan continent. In times of trouble, they retreat from the world, cloaking their actions in the guise of adhering to heavenly mandates. Yet, in times of peace, they seize control of vast spiritual mines and secret realms, voraciously plundering resources. With such conduct, the populace fervently hopes for the swift downfall of the four ancient clans. Chapter 59. The onset of war. The girl remained in a daze for an extended period, until the impatient spectators were on the verge of losing hope, prompting her to turn and depart. Ultimately, she lacked the courage to confront Lu Chuan. Moments after her departure, she staggered a short distance before spewing forth a mouthful of blood. For Lu Chuan, this was merely a fleeting incident, inconsequential. Yet for the girl, it signified a fracture in her Tao heart. Should this rift remain unhealed, she may be destined to linger in her current state indefinitely. Alas, she may never have the opportunity to mend this rift, for Lu Chuan would not grant her such a chance. This is the essence of the adage: one may defy the heavens, but one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. As Lu Chuan finished his lunch, a somber horn echoed from the distant sea. All gazes turned towards the sleepless sea, for they understood that the great battle had commenced. Merely an hour had passed. A streak of light traversed the sky as a colossal flying apparatus descended, hovering above Baifeng City. The first line of defense had fallen, and the demon army had fully infiltrated the sleepless sea. All logistical personnel evacuated Baifeng City, retreating to Wuxiang City. The dire news struck everyone into a state of shock. It was too swift. How could the first line of defense have crumbled so quickly? Wasn't he the first line the Sunluo array? Why had it been breached so readily? Some, unwilling to accept this grim tidings, began to voice their disbelief. The numbers of the demon army were beyond imagination, utterly insurmountable. Hurry, everyone, gather promptly. The logistics must evacuate to Wuxiang City to establish a supply point. This response enveloped the crowd in despair. Wuxiang City. Yes, we still have Wuxiang City. Some began to regain their composure, rushing towards the enormous flying apparatus. Wuxiang City stood as the largest city in the Tianyuan continent, with towering walls and natural defenses. Surely, there remained a way to withstand this calamity. Senior, shall we depart? Asked Nangong Chushua, leading the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion, as they extricated themselves from the chaotic throng. Lu Chuan observed the cultivators scurrying about like headless flies within the city, and he could not help but shake his head. Of course we must leave, but not alongside them. Nangong Chushua, perplexed, sought clarification. Lu Chuan pointed towards the gargantuan flying apparatus, which was nearly the size of half of Baifeng City. This vessel is far too conspicuous. Do not travel with them, for it is perilously easy to be caught in mass. You should return directly to Mingyue Pavilion. Upon realizing that Lu Chuan would not accompany them, Nangong Chushua, filled with concern, inquired, Senior, will you not join us? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, Do not concern yourself with me. Rather, focus on how to ensure the safety of your disciples. Following this war, the powers on the Tianyuan continent will undergo a significant reshuffling. Whether Mingyue Pavilion can secure a place for itself depends solely on your own efforts. Nangong Chushua nodded vigorously, then led her disciples toward the city gate. Mingyue Pavilion numbered only a few hundred individuals, which rendered them insignificant compared to the vast army of 100,000 in Baifeng City. No one paid any attention to where Mingyue Pavilion was headed, nor did anyone care about their survival. Another hour passed, and the entirety of Baifeng City had emptied. Through the magical artifacts, onlookers observed the desolate city, with only Lu Chuan remaining, filling their hearts with an indescribable sorrow. They could not fathom why Lu Chuan chose to stay behind. Finding solitude at last, Lu Chuan reluctantly rose from his chair. Stretching his limbs, he ambled toward a nearby house. Soon, he stumbled upon a small, plump dog. The creature lay forlornly before a closed door, its eyes filled with sadness. This was likely its home, yet its owner seemingly no longer wanted it. Upon hearing footsteps, the small dog lifted its head. Recognizing Lu Chuan, it wagged its little tail and let out a soft whimper. "Come on, little buddy, let us go for a walk." Lu Chuan greeted with a smile. The dog stood up, glanced at the tightly shut door, then hesitated, pulling its leg back. It was afraid. If it left this spot and its owner returned, what would happen if they couldn't find one another? Tilting its head, the dog wagged its tail, unwilling to depart. Lu Chuan did not press the matter. Instead, he placed a bowl of meat before the small dog. Gently stroking its head, he said, "If you get hungry, come find me at the pier. I will certainly be there." The dog licked Lu Chuan's hand, not fully grasping his words. "I'm off. No need to see me out." Lu Chuan chuckled, raising his hand in a gentle wave. The small dog watched his retreating figure, its large eyes filled with confusion. It could not comprehend why this kind person smelled different today. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent were collapsing more swiftly than anticipated. Upon arriving at the pier, Lu Chuan beheld several massive warships approaching the horizon, resembling small towns. Soon, the ships docked, and a throng of cultivators poured forth like a swarm of bees. Their faces twisted in abject terror. Lu Chuan found a favorable position at the dock, gleefully observing the panicked masses while his eyes searched for something specific. Before long, a cultivator clad in the robes of the Wan Beast sect entered his line of sight. With a subtle raise of his hand, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, piercing the man's brow. Lu Chuan was not one to easily forgive. The Wan Beast sect had troubled him recently, and he had no intention of allowing them to reap the fruits of their misdeeds. The death of one individual would barely cause a ripple amidst the fleeing throng. However, what if it were 100? As he reached his 100th target, at last, someone noticed Lu Chuan's ambush on the cultivators of the Wan Beast sect. A young man, bewildered by such treachery in these dire circumstances, approached him, accompanied by a few others, seeking retribution. The leading middle-aged man is Luo Yuntian, the master of the Shintian sect. However, at this moment, he has long since lost the imposing presence of a master of the three great sects, appearing as anxious and disoriented as a bereaved dog. What animosity could there be? The answer is evident. Lu Chuan, feeling somewhat bored, flicked his fingers once more, causing several disciples of the Beast sect to collapse amidst the fleeing crowd. "You wretch!" Luo Yuntian observed the young man before him, who completely disregarded his presence. The pent-up resentment from the demon domain's forces erupted within him, directed at Lu Chuan. In the midst of battle, slaying soldiers on the front lines, regardless of their sect affiliation, was within his capacity. Frustrated and desperate, Luo Yuntian swung his palm towards Lu Chuan's head. "Why must you be so bothersome? Can't you just act like a proper bereaved dog?" Lu Chuan's anger simmered, the consequences of which could be dire. In response to Luo Yuntian's impending strike, Lu Chuan reacted swiftly, seizing Luo Yuntian's pulse gate. Before Luo Yuntian could comprehend the situation, Lu Chuan yanked him forward forcefully. Then, with a swift left hook, he struck Luo Yuntian's jaw, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. This combination of strikes obliterated Luo Yuntian's jaw, leaving him disfigured. A piercing scream erupted amidst the throngs of fleeing individuals. Chapter 60. Encirclement of Baifeng City. "One, how idle you are," Lu Chuan remarked, observing Luo Yuntian. Unable to articulate a word due to his shattered jaw, he could not help but roll his eyes in disdain. Subsequently, he snapped Luo Yuntian's neck, ensuring this miscreant would not escape fully unscathed, and then crushed his skull underfoot. Once these tasks were completed, Lu Chuan resumed his search for the disciples of the Beast sect within the crowd. He remained occupied until dusk, and only after ensuring that the million-strong army had successfully landed without leaving any stragglers did he finally cease his activities. By this time, 20 enormous flying vessels loomed in the sky, obscuring the heavens above. It appeared they were destined to transport the returning disciples to Wuxiang City. Lu Chuan calculated that even if each flying vessel could accommodate only 100,000 individuals, it could still carry a total of 2 million practitioners. The sheer number of disciples retreating from the front lines astonished him. Curiosity piqued. Lu Chuan wondered how such a sizable force could collapse so rapidly. What was the true extent of the demon domain's power? Just a rabble. A Fu suddenly appeared beside Lu Chuan, his tone dripping with disdain. If it were one of the top 3 powers of the continent, they might hold their ground against the demon domain, but Tianyuan continent simply lacks the qualification. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in response. Where have you been these past couple of days? I haven't seen a trace of you, which is rather unusual. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's inquiry, a Fu discreetly glanced around to ensure there were no eavesdroppers before replying in a hushed tone. I spent the last few days researching and discovered the reasons behind the demon domain's assault on Tianyuan continent. Lu Chuan frowned. What? Is there something particularly significant? A Fu, brimming with excitement, let out a snort. If my conjecture is correct, it should be related to the Emperor's enlightenment grounds. Enlightenment grounds? Lu Chuan queried, perplexed. A Fu nodded. 100,000 years ago, a great fortune-bearer achieved enlightenment in the dragon field, rising to the position of emperor. The enlightenment grounds may soon re-emerge in this world, presenting an opportunity for ascension to emperor. I cannot deduce the precise location. I can only determine it when the enlightenment temple manifests. Lu Chuan nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed encouraging news. At that moment, a flying apparatus transporting cultivators suddenly erupted in the sky. In an instant, flames soared heavenward, and a brilliant white light, 100 times more dazzling than the sun, radiated outward. Then, a second vessel exploded, followed by a third, and within mere minutes, all 20 flying devices had detonated. In such a brief span, the apparatuses were utterly obliterated, and the cultivators aboard perished, leading to a staggering loss of life, likely in the hundreds of thousands. The brutality of war was unmistakable, with casualties counted in the tens of thousands. These foolish beings, with such a conspicuous target, were practically inviting their own demise. A Fu could not suppress a smirk, derisively commenting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The hoarse shouts echoed through the heavens and earth. Those cultivators who had not yet ascended quickly halted their steps, hastily forming their formations amidst the chaos. 3 figures now appeared in the sky where the flying apparatuses had exploded. Their formidable presence bore down upon the scene like towering mountains. The once bustling Baifeng city fell into an immediate and eerie silence. Esteemed ones, there is no need for arduous travel. The feng shui here is exceptionally favorable. Burying yourselves in this place will ensure a fortunate rebirth in your next life. In the sky, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, wielding a spiraling dragon spear, gazed down at the ants below with a sneer. Lu Chuan, intrigued by the trio, inquired, "Donkey, given the vast disparity in power between realms among cultivators, why does the demon realm still muster its forces? A mere handful of beings with the strength of the 3rd stage of the divine path could annihilate these cultivators. Yet they still mobilize their armies. You know nothing." Donkey rolled his eyes. Lower-tier cultivators can utilize formations and arrays to counter higher-tier ones. They are not entirely without recourse. If it weren't for the current disarray among these cultivators, their formations would not be so easily disrupted. Those 3 in the sky, at the Dao 1 stage, would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of ordinary cultivators. Lu Chuan nodded in understanding. In that case, I shall take my leave. Should the demon realm's vast armies converge, it would be quite embarrassing if I were to falter. A Fu nearly choked on his own blood. Others are one thing, you are another. You are unparalleled. The strongest sword god in history, a slayer with efficiency surpassing that of an assembly line. What are those at the 3rd stage of the divine path compared to you? Well said. Do continue. Lu Chuan settled back down, and remarkably, a Fu did not receive a reprimand this time. Form ranks, form ranks. Find your positions, stay orderly. At last, someone emerged to take charge. However, by this point, the army was already paralyzed by fear, and the command was quickly drowned out by terror. Silence. The general wielding the spiraling dragon spear spoke once more. A tremendous pressure swept over Baifeng City, compelling the crowd to silence once again. I am Mo Ku Jiashi, commander of the Demon Realm's Vanguard Battalion. One of my deputies perished here earlier. Does anyone know who was responsible? Whoever informs me shall be guaranteed safe passage from this place. Afu gazed at Lu Chuan with a face full of schadenfreude. The city of Baifeng was enveloped in an eerie silence, with no one daring to provide an answer. Those in the know had long since retreated. Is there truly no one aware? This greatly disappointed me, the general. Mo Kajia shook his head and subtly nodded to the two individuals beside him. Without uttering a single word, the two descended from the heavens, unleashing a one-sided massacre. In an instant, the cries of wailing souls echoed throughout Baifeng City. A cacophony of despair. Beast, cease your insolence. At that moment, a beam of azure light shot towards them from the horizon. A flying sword, imbued with immense power, surged directly towards the two demonic beings within the city. Following the sword, a figure descended from the sky. A magnificent palace's illusory silhouette flickered behind him. Though he appeared to walk at a leisurely pace, there was an inexplicable aura about him, as if he were leaping through space. Arriving above Baifeng City in mere blinks of the eye, upon catching sight of the ethereal palace, some began to realize the significance. The azure sword, akin to flowing petals, heralded the arrival of YearsNow, the master of Kunlun Divine Palace. Upon hearing this name, the cultivators, who had been resigned to their fates like sheep awaiting slaughter, were suddenly filled with fervor. Kunlun Divine Palace is the most enigmatic of sects, revered as a pilgrimage site in the hearts of cultivators across the Tianyuan continent. The current lord of Kunlun, YearsNow, is a sword cultivator of the Dao One realm. Though Kunlun Divine Palace rarely emerges into the world, its legends have been passed down through generations among cultivators. The figure gradually became clearer, a middle-aged man clad in tattered hemp robes, his face adorned with a thick beard. This contrasted with the ethereal image of a sword immortal that many had envisioned. Yet the terrifyingly sharp sword energy emanating from him confirmed that he was indeed YearsNow. Chapter 61. Encirclement of Baifeng City. To YearsNow, the great sword immortal, I have long admired your name. Mo Kajia observed the middle-aged man opposing him, a smile creeping across his face as black flames ignited around him. The surrounding air warped under the influence of the flames, rendering Mo Kajia's figure somewhat illusory. His ability to utter YearsNow's name indicated that the demon realm possessed remarkable intelligence regarding the Tianyuan continent. YearsNow, with an expressionless demeanor, let out a cold laugh. A bunch of detestable vermin. Conversing with you sullies my saliva. Huh. Mo Kajia could not help but shake his head and chuckle. I hope ye sword immortal's bones are as hard as your tongue. Brother Yi, how can I not partake in the slaughter of beasts? Just then, a flash of white light rose from the sea. A white-clad sword immortal strode upon the waves. It was Shimenchanga, of the Penglai Pavilion. The Penglai Pavilion is one of the 4 ancient clans hidden above the sleepless sea. No one had anticipated that the Shimen clan would also send someone, raising the possibility that the other 3 clans might follow suit. If all 3 realms of divine beings congregated, bolstered by over 1 million cultivators, they might indeed possess the power to contend. The crowd's emotions surged once more, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. Brother Yi, leave the 2 below to me. You deal with the one above. Shimenchanga declared with audacity, lightly stepping forward. The skies darkened as a colossal sword formation swiftly took shape, filling the air with a formidable intent of destruction. Shimen, my brother, let us share a drink shortly. YearsNow laughed heartily, extending her hand to summon the azure flying sword engaged in combat with the 2 demonic beings back to her side. The ignorant are doomed to misfortune. Makagash gently shook his head. In the next moment, the flames surrounding him erupted into a conflagration. A towering beast, reaching a height of 100 meters, arose from the blazing black flames. Dark demonic energy surged skyward, claiming its share of the heavens alongside YearsNow's azure sword curtain and Shimenchanga's white sword array. Allow me to experience the sword intent of the current Kunlun master. The cold mountain. Makagash lightly stepped onto the shoulder of the beast. The roaring flames surged once more, enveloping the beast in a fiery armor. If you wish to see, then I shall show you. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from YearsNow, spreading the weight of mountains and the terrifying chill at an alarming pace. This sword intent collided with Makagash's black flames, producing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire night. Simultaneously, the white sword array trembled, releasing a blinding divine light. As the battlefield between Shimenchanga and the demons occupied the ground, blocking the city gates, the cultivators of Baifeng City had no choice but to retreat to the ferry. Once again, they beheld the young man who had slain Luo Yuntian, casually adorned with 2 long swords at his waist. He sat at the end of the long bridge by the dock, resting his chin in contemplation as he gazed at the magnificent sea. He appeared utterly disinterested in the battle for Baifeng City. As night fell, The chubby dog stood up before the tightly closed gates. Fortunately, the tremors of Baifeng City had not affected it. The chubby dog hopped excitedly, eager to find Lu Chuan, for it was time for a meal. After a few steps, it returned to the gates, picking up its little bowl. It arrived at its usual spot, only to find it deserted, devoid of familiar faces. The bowl clattered to the ground as sorrow filled the dog's eyes. Its master was gone, as was the newly acquainted friend. Tears welled in the chubby dog's eyes as it circled the spot where Lu Chuan had sat, sniffing the air with its little nose. Soon, it paused, intently sniffing the air. It caught a whiff of Lu Chuan's scent. The chubby dog cherished this aroma, for it was the most delightful scent it had ever encountered, even more fragrant than the meat in its bowl. With joy, it picked up its bowl and dashed towards the direction of the dock. Master Bailey, we must seize this opportunity to break through. Once we reach Wuxiang City, we shall have a chance. Indeed, Lord Bailey, this is our only opportunity. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Please, give the order. With the demise of the head of the Xuantiangong and the limited influence of the Yunming sect master, there was little authority left. Only the head of the Zhenyuan sect, Bailey Yuza, possessed the capability to maintain order. Bailey Yuza gazed upon the battlegrounds of the several Taoist realms engaged in combat, as the entire sky trembled and Baifeng City faced rapid destruction. As they continued to fight, it seemed likely that they would perish beneath the aftermath of the onslaught. This was undoubtedly the optimal moment for their departure from Baifeng City. However, Bailey Yuza was acutely aware that even upon reaching Wuxiang City, their safety could not be assured. The fall of the entire Tianyuan continent was merely a matter of time. Even if the four ancient clans mobilized alongside the Kunlun Divine Palace, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the demonic forces. Bailey Yuza's gaze turned towards Lu Chuan. Previously, in Baifeng City, Lu Chuan had slain a Dao One-realm female from the demon domain, and Luo Ran had conveyed this information to him. He knew well that this extraordinarily handsome youth was the infamous killing deity of Minghua Pavilion. Luo Ran from the Zhenyuan sect had previously come into contact with Lu Chuan. Thus, it was only natural for Bailey Yuza, as the leader of the Zhenyuan sect, to be one of the few capable of discerning Lu Chuan's true strength. The ability to effortlessly eliminate a Dao One-realm expert could potentially. Bailey Zhongzhu, we cannot all perish here. Since you are unwilling to give the order, do not blame us for abandoning our principles. At this moment, someone interrupted Bailey Yuza's thoughts. Brothers, follow me, and let us charge forth together. The call to action resonated, and in the face of life and death, no one spoke of morality. Make way, make way. Amidst the roars, an injured individual was brought before Bailey Yuza. Isn't this a disciple of the Baihua sect? Did they not retreat first? How have they returned? Upon seeing the injured person, a sense of foreboding washed over the crowd. Bailey Yuza swiftly placed a pill into the injured individual's mouth. While the condition showed slight improvement, it was merely a fleeting respite. Their spirit was on the verge of collapse. No medicine could salvage them now. Bailey Darren, we were intercepted by the demonic forces. The route to Wuxiang City has been cut off. The injured person managed to utter a few fragmented words before falling silent. Bailey Yuza's mind buzzed, and as he stood up, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. This news spread like a plague, leaving everyone's faces pale as death, consumed by despair. Bailey Darren, are you all right? Those nearby quickly supported Bailey Yuza. Sighing deeply, he forced a bitter smile. We have no path of retreat left. In less than a day, the Tianyuan continent can be declared lost. Enough, enough, let us all flee for our lives. With a wave of his hand, Bailey Yuza appeared to age a decade in an instant. Chapter 62. A grand scene as calamity struck, misfortune did not come alone, nor did fortune arrive in pairs. In the midst of despair, a mournful horn echoed from the distant sea. At the horizon where the sea met the sky, a black wall of water emerged. A tumultuous surge from the ocean. Like the Milky Way in reverse, Baifeng City appeared almost insignificant beneath this watery wall. The hearts of the onlookers raced violently in tandem with the sound of the horn. The world trembled with the rising tide. A gray pallor crept over every face, a hue reserved only for the dead. In their hearts, they had already condemned themselves to death. The surging sea, advancing at a languid pace, seemed intentionally slowed in its progression. An invisible pressure was released to its maximum, causing some cultivators to succumb to overwhelming fear and begin to vomit uncontrollably. Others longed to flee but found themselves unable to move an inch. Thunderous sounds echoed ominously. A more dreadful event was unfolding. From behind White Wind City, the ground trembled under the pounding of hooves. A colossal humanoid war spirit, towering over 10,000 meters, emerged from behind the mountains. Such magnificence, such incredibility. This war spirit brandished its battle blade, cleaving through the obstructing mountains, heading straight for White Wind City. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the entire city had become a hapless sandwich, trapped with no avenue for escape. Form ranks. Form ranks. Form ranks. The hoarse voice of Bai Li Yuza resonated through the heavens, imbued with an indomitable will to face death. Humanity, a peculiar species, often transforms into a spineless coward in the face of fear. Yet, when cornered by inevitable doom, it can metamorphose into a cornered beast, baring its fangs defiantly. Damn it! If we must perish, let us take a few with us, they resolved, united in their determination, albeit ironically, in this dire strait. At that moment, White Wind City descended into an eerie silence. No one uttered a word, save for the sounds of cultivators weaving their formations. Amidst the crowd, a small, plump dog darted about, clutching a tiny bowl in its mouth. Fortunately, no one was tempted to kick the little creature, for had that occurred, they might have faced the wrath of Lu Chuan first. Woof, woof, woof. The little dog finally spotted a familiar figure, joyfully tossing its bowl at Lu Chuan's feet. You truly came. Lu Chuan bent down, affectionately ruffling the dog's head, exasperatedly raising his hands. There's no food tonight. I didn't prepare anything. The little dog, starved from its long journey, tilted its head at Lu Chuan, thinking he misunderstood its intentions. It nudged its bowl with its paw and barked twice. Lu Chuan, bemused, punched his companion A Fu lightly, urging him to produce some energy pills. What is wrong with you? Can't you speak properly? A Fu, vexed, bared his large teeth in a grimace. Lu Chuan shot him a sidelong glance, prompting A Fu to obediently retrieve a small pouch. A filthy dog like you doesn't deserve to eat the great Lord Donkey's energy pills. How dare you? You little rascal. A Fu muttered in discontent. Lu Chuan, uninterested in A Fu's complaints, opened the pouch and extracted a handful of silvery pills, placing them into the dog's bowl. He pushed the bowl towards the little dog, his eyes nearly squinting with mirth. Eat up. Although tasteless, it will fill your belly. After this, you shall be the most splendid pup on this street. The little dog, famished, eagerly devoured the pills, regardless of their lack of flavor, finishing off half the bowl in no time. Amused, Lu Chuan poured the remaining half of the pouch into the dog's bowl. What a waste. Good heavens. A Fu seethed, gritting his teeth, wishing he could kick the little dog away. The tense atmosphere, however, seemed to dissipate somewhat with the arrival of the plump pooch. The cultivator, having completed the formation, cast a glance at Lu Chuan, who was feeding the dog. In the gentle moonlight, Lu Chuan's slender figure appeared elongated. The two long swords at his waist, contrasting in color, seemed somewhat illogical, for cultivators typically wield flying swords. Young master, please hurry into the grand formation. Every moment of survival counts, called out the nearest cultivator. Seemingly reluctant to witness this ethereal nobleman perish beneath the monstrous waves. Perhaps they would never realize that this fleeting act of kindness had preserved their lives. Lu Chuan lifted his gaze to the speaking cultivator and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. As the old adage states, when a person is on the brink of death, their words turn to kindness. Clapping his hands, Lu Chuan slowly rose to his feet. The surging sea was now clearly visible, far more terrifying than he had imagined. The roiling waters resembled a vast, dark curtain, poised to sever the world before him. Do not lose your composure. Maintain the formation's integrity. As long as the array remains unbroken, we shall have a chance, Bai Li Yu's trembling voice echoed. Yet, even he did not believe his own words. When this dark curtain descended, it would herald the annihilation of the entire Baifeng city. Once more, Bai Li Yuza glanced at that slender figure, uncertain if hope was still warranted. The ground beneath them began to shake violently as the dark curtain approached, and the entire Baifeng city was caught in a terrifying earthquake. Lu Chuan, hands clasped behind his back, gazed on nonchalantly. Wong, wong, wong. Suddenly, the chubby dog dashed in front of Lu Chuan, growling fiercely at the looming darkness. It seemed to be protecting Lu Chuan, despite its evident fear. Its tail tucked and body trembling. Yet, it resolutely stood guard in front of him. Perhaps this was why Lu Chuan favored dogs over humans. I appreciate your good intentions, he said with a smile, gently patting the little creature before taking a step forward. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, unsure of the young master's intentions. What is he doing? Don't be distracted. He must be terrified, and we can't stop him if he seeks his own demise. Such a pity. They believed Lu Chuan had lost his senses, while Bai Li Yu's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Hold the grand formation. If we withstand this moment, we shall have a chance to survive. Bai Li Yu's spirited voice resonated through the trembling Baifeng city. Lu Chuan stepped onto the surface of the sea, creating gentle ripples beneath his feet. Ah Fu followed suit, glancing at the dark curtain and unable to suppress a laugh. Does this count as a grand spectacle? Ah Fu teased lightly. Lu Chuan shook his head, forming his fingers into a sword and lightly slicing through the air before him. This is what constitutes a grand spectacle. The roaring white waves surged from the distant sea, the silver-white tides rising relentlessly. Ultimately, they managed to overturn the surrounding waters, revealing the mottled seabed beneath. The colossal waves roared louder as they surged higher, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds accompanied by the thunderous din of a tempest. Chapter 63. The Futility of Numbers. The inhabitants of Baifeng City stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, as if they had been struck dumb. Instinctively, they swallowed several times, yet their throats remained parched. Bai Li Yuze felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, on the verge of collapsing. He strained to remain upright, gazing distantly at the slender figure, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an inner fire. Perhaps they had indeed found a glimmer of hope. With a thunderous clash, two towering walls of tumultuous ocean converged violently. In an instant, the earth quaked and mountains trembled as the crashing waves descended like colossal boulders. Amidst this cataclysmic collision, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped the onlookers, rendering them as insignificant as mere specks of dust. Lu Chuan, hands clasped behind his back, strode purposefully across the waves, his pace neither hurried nor slow. As the ominous black curtain of chaos began to dissipate, a neat line emerged upon the once turbulent sea. This dark line was not merely a cresting wave, but an entire army, its vast numbers blanketing the ocean's surface like a shadowy ribbon. At the heart of this boundless legion stood a magnificent dais, upon which the demon lord reveled in the unblemished beauty of the sleepless sea. In the harsh environment of the demon realm, such enchanting scenery was but a distant dream. The demon lord envisioned himself attaining enlightenment at Longchong, ultimately claiming this realm as the home of the demon domain. Gradually, the dais came to a halt, and the demon lord's delicate features knitted together in displeasure. Why had they stopped? Anger simmered within him, for he believed that nothing in the Tianyuan continent could impede the advance of his demonic forces. Soon enough, the demon lord discerned the reason for the halt. A strikingly handsome youth stood boldly upon the waves, defiantly blocking the path of his million-strong army. Was it laughable? Indeed, it was rather absurd. The demon lord squinted at the youth, the gentle moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon him, evoking an indescribable sense of otherworldliness. At that moment, the high priest beside the demon lord furrowed his brow, a flicker of dread flashing in his eyes. The ominous stars shimmered, and the celestial phenomena began to shift. He was the source of this upheaval. Intriguing. The demon lord chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. What could a mere human, capable of stirring the heavens, do to thwart my demonic legion? Reform the ranks, and let me tread forth, he commanded. Under his orders, the halted demon army resumed its advance, with the foremost legion, the most formidable vanguard, taking the lead. This contingent comprised the mightiest of the demon realm's warriors, each soldier a towering 10-meter-tall earth dragon demon. These beings, possessing the bloodline of the earth dragon, not only possessed immense strength, but also boasted remarkable physical resilience. Their scales served as the finest armor, capable of withstanding the majority of magical assaults. This is the finest vanguard, unmatched in their understanding of the charge. 100,000 earth dragon soldiers surged forth upon the sea's surface. Above this formidable force loomed a colossal apparition of an earth dragon war spirit, its terrifying size nearly obscuring half the sky. Simultaneously, two iron torrents, one to the left and one to the right, fiercely guarded the flanks of the earth dragon demonic army as they charged forward. The overwhelming sense of pressure crashed down like a landslide. Lu Chuan began to comprehend why the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent had crumbled so swiftly, in comparison to these disciplined and well-trained soldiers. The The scattered and undisciplined cultivators of Tianyuan were utterly inconsequential. Observing the advancing army, Lu Chuan shook his head with a smile. Sometimes, sheer numbers do not dictate the outcome. The demon lord was oblivious to the means by which this young man intended to thwart the demonic forces. Yet, he would soon discover the answer. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, his right hand gradually resting upon the hilt of the killing blade. As a swordsman, Lu Chuan preferred the art of one-on-one combat against top-tier masters, rather than the current scenario. The killing blade was drawn. A streak of black light soared into the sky. At that moment, dark thunderclouds began to gather above. As the blade was unsheathed, it seemed the heavenly Tao sensed the impending danger and commenced its divine retribution against Lu Chuan. With a wry smile, Lu Chuan quipped, "3 calamities of the sword." The killing blade was released, slowly sinking into the sea before him. In the next instant, Lu Chuan summoned forth the nebula formed from his sword intent within his dantian. The nebula began to swirl, infusing terrifying power into the submerged killing blade. Where the blade had sunk, a mass of black water surged forth, coalescing into an unyielding darkness. Suddenly, from within this darkness, countless black threads splintered outwards. These threads, akin to a treacherous spider's web, spread wildly in all directions from the dark epicenter. Like insidious sea serpents, these black lines silently traversed the advancing army. By the time the charging soldiers became aware of the countless black threads sprawling across the sea's surface, it was already too late. 100,000 earth dragon demons, along with the 15,000 iron cavalry guarding their flanks, found each of their feet tethered to a single black thread. Waves of sinister and savage sword intent surged through these threads, overwhelming their minds and transforming them into mere puppets, devoid of will. Lu Chuan raised his hand and gently waved it. The charging army came to an abrupt halt, before shifting their formation to point their weapons at their comrades behind them. The demon lord, witnessing this spectacle, leapt from his seat, his face ashen with fury. "Do you dare to rebel?" he roared. Yet, no one answered him. Only the synchronized steps of the 25,000 soldiers echoed in the air. They had been ensnared. Severing the black threads, the high priestess hastily performed intricate hand seals, her body emanating obscure and arcane runes. These runes stirred the fundamental laws of the universe, and fissures began to appear in the air around her. As the runes descended upon the surface of the sea, they sought to sever the dark threads. Yet, upon their mere contact with these ominous lines, the high priest was inundated by a terrifying, unparalleled sword intent that surged back through the runes. With a gasp, the high priest's face turned ashen, a spurt of blood escaping his lips as he hastily severed his connection with the runes. This was not the power of true essence, devoid of any rule-bound force, but rather the most unadulterated essence of slaughter. In that instant, the high priest grasped the gravity of the situation, his voice rasping as he spoke. He was not of this world. His power did not belong here. He then lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the gathered divine annihilation thunderstorm loomed ominously. No wonder the heavenly Tao targeted him. Chapter 64, Slaughter Retreat. Gazing upon the slender figure of the youth, the high priest uttered these words without hesitation. However, the demon lord remained unmoved, shaking his head defiantly, proclaiming, "I refuse to wait any longer. I do not believe that millions of warriors from the demon realm, alongside 50 masters of the third realm of divine path, cannot subdue him alone." The high priest opened his mouth, lips trembling, momentarily at a loss for words. For within her heart, the thought of retreating was 1,000 times more unbearable. "Imperial guards, disperse these traitors," the demon lord commanded, his voice resounding with formidable authority. From the rear, a silver torrent surged forth, its light contrasting starkly against the prevailing darkness of the demon realm. This army represented the elite of the demon realm and was the very foundation of the demon lord's audacity to tread upon the vast world of Howren. The silver wave charged towards the 25,000 soldiers who had been ensnared. The clash of black and white torrents soon erupted into chaos. The Imperial Guard sliced through the ranks of the Earth Dragon demons, cleaving the army in twain. Yet, the ensuing scene was far from the demon lord's envisioned glory. As the two forces collided, an explosion occurred without warning, devoid of any precursor, as the controlled army self-destructed in an instant. With a thunderous roar, a scorching black light illuminated the heavens, blinding nearly all who beheld it. From amidst the tumultuous melee, a searing wave of energy surged forth, roaring like a cataclysmic sandstorm. Crimson mist erupted, blooming like a myriad of enchanting and resplendent blossoms in a fierce competition for beauty. The elite forces of the demon realm, 25,000 strong, had self-immolated. This force remarkably evaporated the surrounding seawater, the rising steam enveloping the entire battlefield. At this moment, Lu Chuan summoned his sword technique anew, the long sword. Submerged in the sea, sword into his grasp. Observing the billowing steam, Lu Chuan gently waved his sword. Sword 6, Snow's Grievance. A solitary droplet of water vapor transformed into a bead, perfectly landing upon the tip of his slaughtering blade. As the droplet splashed and dispersed, it morphed into several glistening orbs. Yet, these falling droplets eerily paused in midair, their rounded forms charmingly freezing in that instant. This frozen droplet seemed to signal the approach of death. From the tip of the slaughtering sword, an unimaginable chill erupted with a ferocious roar. In the next moment, the steam enveloping the battlefield froze, followed by the surface of the sea, and ultimately, even the air was not spared. With a single strike, Lu Chuan transformed this place into a frozen hell. Within the crystallized world, countless shadows could be discerned amidst the shimmering ice. The sword of demise was drawn once more. Lu Chuan raised his sword towards the heavens, and at that moment, the sword aura surged skyward. The sky was stained black, rendering even the roaring, god-slaying thundercloud insignificant beneath this ascendant sword energy. The black sword aura piercing the heavens morphed into innumerable long swords, and soon, a rain of swords began to fall from the sky. The icy inferno began to shatter under the onslaught of the sword rain, while the frozen demonic army crumbled into dust. Boom! As if unable to tolerate the slaughter wrought by Lu Chuan, the heavenly Tao began to exert its wrath. A crimson bolt of god-slaying lightning descended from the firmament with ferocity. Foolish creature, Lu Chuan scoffed coldly, countering the lightning with a swift swing of his sword. This time, the god-slaying lightning did not enjoy the previous stroke of luck. It was shattered into fragments by his blade. You shall pay dearly for the lives of my millions of demonic warriors. A roar echoed amidst the deluge of swords. A crimson domain suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire sea. Countless blood-red runes flickered ominously within the realm. The demon lord ignited in scarlet flames, akin to a deity of fire descending upon the world, exuding immense pressure as he slowly approached Lu Chuan. With each step, the vastness reverberated and the space fractured. The rifts in space emitted chilling howls, reminiscent of vengeful spirits lamenting their untimely demise. As the demon lord advanced, he commanded loudly, "High priest, take your people back at once." "No, Xing-Er." The high priest's sorrowful voice rang out. Xing-Er was the demon lord's pet name, one that only the high priest was entitled to use. Upon hearing this name, the demon lord paused, lowering his head as something seemed to flicker within his gaze. "May I bid farewell?" Instead of a fiery exchange, only the demon lord's calm voice resonated. At that moment, he appeared to foresee his own demise, hence his utterance of the word farewell. Yet, in the face of death, the demon lord maintained an air of indifference, even composure. Lu Chuan sheathed his sword, nodding slightly. "You may return as well. I harbor no particular interest." The demon lord shook his head, refusing Lu Chuan's offer of clemency. "One must atone for their misdeeds. The error I committed can only be repaid with this life." With more than half of his army lost, the elite guards and earth dragons obliterated, the foundation of the demon realm was severely shaken. Such losses would take millennia to recover from. The demon lord attributed all of this to his own hubris. Had he activated the domain before those 200,000 soldiers self-destructed, he could have preserved the remaining forces. Yet, in this world, there is no room for what if. The demon lord was a proud individual, and a proud person cannot tolerate their own mistakes, nor can they accept their failures. He was resolute in atoning for his mistakes, willing to stake his life to confront Lu Chuan. A desire for death consumed him. Lu Chuan stood tall, a gesture of respect towards the demon lord, and replied, "Very well, I shall wait for you." Lu Chuan, known for his impatience, showed his willingness to wait, indicating his tacit acknowledgement of this proud individual. "Thank you," the demon lord said. Upon his return, he was accompanied by a veiled woman. Lu Chuan could not discern their conversation, yet it was evident they were destined to perish together. The woman gazed at the demon lord, a sweet smile illuminating her face, her eyes nearly squinting with joy. They clasped hands, united at last, reminiscent of their childhood when she would lead him through the bustling streets of the demon city, her grip easily encompassing his small hand. Now, his hand had grown large enough to envelop hers effortlessly. After countless years together, they finally let go of everything in that moment, drawing close. Time remained silent, yet it elucidated everything. No one knew what transpired that night. All they knew was that a noble scion ventured into the dark abyss of the demon realm, leading a million-strong army. The sky's thunderous tribulation was cleaved apart, and the vast demon army vanished without a trace. While the eye of the abyss was sealed once more, the Tianyuan continent narrowly escaped this calamity. Chapter 65, The Bronze Temple Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Eye of the Abyss mission. Host has not met the conditions, unable to obtain the title. Ding. Host has fulfilled the conditions for a special title, earning the title of Lone Brave. Lone Brave. When the host fights alone, they gain special enhancements. Invoking the 4 celestial ominous stars, disrupting the celestial phenomena. Lu Chuan paid little heed to such trivial titles. His primary concern was the reward for entering the Bronze Temple after completing the task. Host has completed the epic-level mission of extinguishing the Eye of the Abyss. Qualifying for entry into the Bronze Temple. Preparing for teleportation. Commencing teleportation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A burst of white light enveloped him, and when Lu Chuan's vision cleared, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him were vibrant nebulae, with an unfathomable void beneath his feet. This place was vast and desolate, devoid of sound, an eerie silence that threatened to drive one mad. Suddenly, a staircase materialized beneath him, forged from bronze. Its weathered patina narrating tales of untold ages. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan ascended the steps, as the second bronze stair appeared before him. He continued to ascend, step by step, until he reached the 999th stair. Finally, he beheld what lay at the top. A door, an ancient bronze door, neither opulent nor grand, but rather worn and dilapidated. It stood solitary in the depths of space, awaiting someone to push it open. Approaching the door, Lu Chuan gently placed his hand upon it. With a creak, the bronze door swung open, unveiling a long-sealed narrative. To Lu Chuan's astonishment, beyond the tattered bronze door lay an entirely different world. Behind it was a vast hall, an expansive chamber devoid of visible boundaries. Within the grand hall stood 9 imposing bronze pillars, reminiscent of celestial columns reaching towards the heavens. Lu Chuan approached the nearest pillar, gazing upward. Etched upon the surface were intricate patterns, yet a mere glance sent a chill down his spine. The designs depicted an ethereal old man, fishing amidst the clouds. However, he was not angling for fish, but rather for the souls of those beneath the clouds. Beside him lay an open fish basket, from which several hands emerged, desperately clawing at the edges, as if striving to escape. A sense of foreboding surged within Lu Chuan, prompting him to hastily move to the next tableau. In this new scene, the old man had reeled in his fishing line and lifted the basket. From its gaping mouth, a few pairs of despairing eyes flickered into view. The profound desolation emanating from those eyes sent a shiver through Lu Chuan's very being. The subsequent image introduced a new figure, a scruffy man clad in a tank top and oversized shorts, flip-flops adorning his feet. Instantly, the word rascal sprang to Lu Chuan's mind upon seeing him. In this depiction, the rascal wielded his flip-flop, mercilessly striking the fishing elder down. Wait a moment, tank top, shorts, flip-flops. Could it be that this man hailed from Blue Star as well? Excitement coursed through Lu Chuan's veins. To encounter a fellow countryman in such a place could indeed bring tears to his eyes. As he continued to observe, the following scenes predominantly showcased the rascal mercilessly pummeling various deities, igniting an inexplicable thrill within Lu Chuan. He meticulously scrutinized the bronze pillar, hoping to uncover some fragment of recorded words. At last, he discovered an inscription near the top of the pillar. The emperor who consumes the heavens, unparalleled and unmatched. The audacity of these words was staggering. Lu Chuan could not help but roll his eyes, given the appearance of the rascal in his tank top and shorts. How could he possibly claim such grandeur? Suddenly, an eerie transformation swept through the hall. A lifeless, black river materialized within the chamber, shrouding the space in an unsettling silence. As Lu Chuan beheld this somber river, a throbbing pain began to gnaw at his head. The agony intensified, as though countless steel nails were being driven into his skull, threatening to shatter his composure. Yet, Lu Chuan stood stoically, enduring the torment, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the river. Finally, a recollection stirred within him. He had encountered a similar river before, one that lay sealed within his memories, a river of utter stillness, inaccessible and dark. Unlike the completely silent river of his recollection, this one in the bronze temple flowed gently. Soon, a faint, ethereal figure emerged from within the river. Though Lu Chuan could not discern its features, the presence exuded an inexplicable allure that drew him closer. The figure drifted along the river's current, gradually vanishing into the distance. In the moment of its disappearance, it turned back, casting a smile toward Lu Chuan. He nearly choked on a mouthful of blood in shock. Because this individual is none other than the scoundrel from the bronze pillar painting, the one who resorts to using flip-flops to strike others. However, Lu Chuan was engulfed by a peculiar sensation, as if they were indeed the same person, yet somehow different. As the ethereal figure faded away, the long river suddenly began to distort. The twisted river morphed into a cosmic river of stars, with countless nebulae shimmering brightly within it. Yet, before he could fully appreciate this breathtaking sight, the cosmic river began to shatter. Lu Chuan's heart raced violently, mirroring the disintegration of the starry river. A profound and indescribable pain welling up within him. Is this the annihilation of the starry sky? Is that person attempting to convey to me that the entire cosmos will perish due to some calamity? Furrowing his brow, the intense pain paradoxically sharpened his awareness. Ding! Time's up. The system's voice resonated at that moment. As a flash of white light enveloped him, Lu Chuan found himself back in reality. Lying in a chair, he gazed vacantly at the clear sky. The old man fishing, the scoundrel countryman, the lifeless river, the obliterated starry river. And that gentle, ethereal figure. What message did the bronze temple wish to convey to him? How was it? Did you witness the ultimate? Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, brimming with excitement. Damn it! Lu Chuan landed a punch on Ah Fu's head, exclaiming, "What ultimate nonsense! It has nothing to do with me. I just want to go home." Hee, then let us head home. Undeterred by the blow, Ah Fu leaned closer to Lu Chuan with reckless abandon. The Emperor's dojo will emerge in 3 months on the Tianhuan continent. There lies the opportunity to become an emperor. We must set off immediately, otherwise, we will miss the warmth of fresh opportunities. Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Ah Fu, scoffing, "Do you know something I don't? Why are you so eager for me to become an emperor? Besides, didn't you say you could only locate it once the dojo opens? Why the rush now?" Hee. "I'm merely an adorable system. I know nothing at all," Ah Fu replied, whistling as he turned his head away. Chapter 65. Farewell after this great calamity. The 3 sects of the Tianyuan continent fell into disarray, with other factions suffering near total annihilation. The power dynamics of the entire Tianyuan continent were reshuffled. In the ensuing period, Lu Chuan dedicated himself to cultivation while assisting the Mingyue Pavilion in establishing itself in the new environment. With Lu Chuan's support, the Mingyue Pavilion swiftly ascended to the ranks of superlative sections. In gratitude for the rejuvenating effects of the Huanyan Dan, Lu Chuan left behind some sword manuals for the Mingyue Pavilion, crafted according to the cultivation methods of this world. These manuals perfectly addressed the pavilion's lack of offensive techniques. On a night when the moon hung high and the stars were sparse, Lu Chuan departed from the Mingyue Pavilion alongside Ah Fu. They left without a trace, taking nothing but memories, departing silently and without attachments. In truth, a genuine farewell unfolds in this manner. There were no long pavilions or ancient roads, no peach blossom waters. It was simply a night as gentle as any other, where some souls were forever left behind in yesterday. White Wind City. The common folk of Baifeng City have long returned, rebuilding their homes. The place has swiftly regained its former prosperity. Yet, the flying ships of Yunmengs that once sailed the seas have vanished without a trace. The docks remain bustling with activity. Yet the grand procession of cultivators has ceased to appear. At some point, a fishing couple has made their home by the docks. The girl possesses an ethereal beauty, while the boy is strikingly handsome. Indeed, the girl affectionately calls the boy Xing. Such celestial beings ought not to dwell in this place, yet they seem to thrive. Come on, Shogo, let us take a stroll. A languid young nobleman, adorned with 2 long swords at his waist and accompanied by a scrawny donkey, paused before a humble dwelling. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he gazed with a smile at a short, plump dog. Daho, don't go. Who are you? A small girl with a missing front tooth darted out from behind the door, anxiously clutching the little dog. In her nervousness, she inadvertently squeezed too tightly, causing the dog to roll its eyes in distress. "Do not fret, little one. I am a good friend of your Shogo," Lu Chuan cheerfully declared, playfully flicking the dog's tail. The little dog looked at Lu Chuan with eyes full of sorrow. "Ah, splendid." Lu Chuan nodded with a smile. "Fate has favored this little pup, for it has awaited its master. Farewell." Lu Chuan pocketed his hands and strolled toward the ferry. The little dog watched as Lu Chuan grew ever more distant, tears brimming in its eyes. To say farewell is to imply a final parting. "Boatman, may I borrow a boat to set sail?" Lu Chuan approached the docks, whistling at a captivating young woman. Upon seeing him, her previously gloomy expression transformed into a radiant smile. Xing Er, come see who has arrived." She called to a handsome youth nearby, mending fishing nets. The youth frowned in annoyance. "How many times must I tell you not to call me by my childhood name? I am no longer a child, and I value my dignity." His words faltered as he caught sight of Lu Chuan, and a smile gradually crept onto his lips. "I shall gift you a boat, lest they say I am stingy." "Thank you," Lu Chuan replied, laughing in return. "Are you departing?" "Indeed. Will you not return?" "Perhaps. I wish you both a bountiful family." With that, Lu Chuan stepped onto a small boat, venturing into the vast depths of the ocean. Nangong Chushua stood gazing at the desolate courtyard, biting her lip fiercely in an attempt to stifle her tears. Yet ultimately, they flowed uncontrollably. She knew that Lu Chuan would leave eventually, but she had not anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. Even more shocking was Lu Chuan's cold-hearted departure, slipping away without uttering a single word. Red Leaf Jinren stood at the entrance, observing the empty courtyard in silence. Two young maids lingered in the yard, holding washing tools, utterly bewildered. Lu Chuan's arrival and departure felt like a fleeting dream, an illusion too surreal. Tianhuang continent ranks among the top 3 realms in the vast and magnificent world. To put it plainly, the Tianhuang continent not only spans thousands of times the area of Tianyuan continent, but also boasts resources of an incomparable magnitude. In this realm, one could easily summon a renowned individual whose name resonates throughout the Tianyuan continent, capable of contending with the 3 sects. The Tianhuang continent stands apart from others, for it is devoid of sects, instead dominated by dynasties. A few dynasties, having endured for hundreds of thousands of years, monopolize the majority of resources and lands within Tianhuang. Naturally, there exist some smaller nations struggling to survive amidst these colossal powers. The Fengling Dock serves as the most crucial trade port between the Great Wei dynasty and other continents. Today, the dock is under tight security, with the tiger and leopard cavalry of the Great Wei dynasty overseeing the area. All civilians have been instructed to remain indoors. This day marks the return of the dynasty's merchant convoy. The vastness of the great world is overwhelming. Merchant vessels here typically operate on annual cycles, with some voyages lasting 3 to 5 years, while others may extend over a decade. Should the Great Wei dynasty wish to engage in trade with the Tianyuan continent, a round trip could take several decades. The merchant ships themselves are of unimaginable scale. Take, for instance, the Great Wei dynasty's egret, which is as large as an entire city, often referred to as a floating metropolis. The Great Wei boasts 9 such merchant vessels. Each round trip brings unimaginable wealth, and the return of these ships is celebrated with the grandeur of a ceremonial festival. This particular voyage, destined for the esteemed Haotian continent, took 12 full years, and the convoy is expected to return with a plethora of rare minerals and precious materials. If all goes smoothly, the military strength of the Great Wei dynasty will be significantly enhanced. The surrounding area has long been cleared, with numerous warships stationed in the nearby waters, awaiting the merchant vessel's appearance. The task is overseen by Princess Chao Yunlan of the Great Wei dynasty. A striking beauty, she appears to be in her 20s, adorned in a black and red phoenix robe. Her exquisite visage is framed by icy violet eyes, and her lips are pressed tightly together, crowned with a golden jade headdress. She exudes an aura of authority without uttering a word. Not only is she a beloved princess among the people of the Great Wei dynasty, but she is also the youngest Taoist practitioner of the first realm in all of Tianhuang, having reached the 3rd realm of divine path at the tender age of 21, a talent that ranks among the top 10 in the continent's history. Standing upon a high platform, Princess Chao gazes out at the endless sea, a faint smile gracing her lips. Reports indicate that a small fishing boat has appeared 3,000 miles from the northern region of the Great View Sea. A slight furrow appears on her brow. There can be no room for error on this return journey, no allowance for unforeseen incidents. The entire expanse of the Great View Sea should have been cleared. How could a fishing boat have ventured this deep? If it is indeed a fisherman, it is unlikely to have traveled so far. Intercept the fishing vessel and ascertain its identity. Should there be no threat, temporarily accommodate them aboard the warships. She instructs with a gentle wave of her hand. Beside her, a woman clad in official attire shakes her head in resignation. The princess possesses many admirable qualities. Her sole flaw lies in her overly compassionate nature. At this moment, the appearance of an unidentified fishing vessel, without any justification, should warrant immediate annihilation. Your Highness, the movements of the Great Wu Fire God Battalion remain unclear. We must prepare in advance. Chapter 67. A Grateful Meal on the Boundless Sea. A solitary small boat continues its lonely journey. Lu Chuan had already spent a full month adrift upon this desolate sea. In the words of a Fu, this was merely the beginning. This world is composed of 80% ocean. To traverse the continents, one must either possess extraordinary strength to navigate the vast waters unimpeded, or accompany a transoceanic fleet. However, the speed of such fleets is relatively sluggish, with journeys taking years, sometimes decades, for a round trip. The small boat bore a pot at its bow, and Lu Chuan was preoccupied with preparing today's lunch. With only fish to eat in this vast expanse. After a month of consuming nothing but sea fish, the sight of it now made him feel nauseous. As for a Fu, he had been forcibly conscripted as a laborer by Lu Chuan 10 days prior, and was now filled with resentment as he pulled the small boat forward at a brisk pace. Suddenly, a sharp alarm echoed across the distant waters. 3 assault boats raced toward Lu Chuan, forming a triangular formation that encircled his little fishing vessel. Lu Chuan, somewhat bewildered, halted his hand, which had been slicing sashimi, and gazed at the approaching boats. A total of 6 soldiers clad in finely crafted black armor stood upon the boats, each tall and imposing, exuding an air of lethal prowess that indicated their battle-hardened experience. A first-stage cultivator? The foremost soldier removed his helmet and regarded Lu Chuan with an appreciative gaze. What a striking young nobleman, he silently praised. Lu Chuan had practiced in the Mingyue Pavilion for some time, but lacking the cultivation method for the 5 elements overlord body. He found his advancement stymied at the qi condensation stage. His journey to the Tianhuan continent was not only to seek the emperor's dojo, but also to uncover the cultivation method for the 5 elements overlord body. Seeing that Lu Chuan was merely a first-stage cultivator, the leading soldier felt a slight sense of relief. In an effort to avoid frightening the handsome young noble, he lowered his voice, attempting to appear less intimidating. We are the Great Way Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. This area is under martial law. Young noble, from where do you hail? Where are you bound? What is your purpose? Lu Chuan nearly spat blood in response. It was the classic 3 questions. I come from the Baifeng Ferry, merely touring. Is there any further inquiry? Lu Chuan, maintaining his composure, found the soldier's demeanor relatively acceptable. The soldier contemplated for a moment. Although he was unaware of the Baifeng Ferry's location, a qi condensation cultivator should pose no significant threat. May we invite you aboard our warship to rest for a moment? Once matters here are resolved, we shall escort you to the dock. Such is the advantage of good looks. Had Lu Chuan appeared as an old, grizzled man, he would likely have been seized and dragged back by these soldiers. Do you have anything to eat on your ship? Lu Chuan inquired, as he was weary of fish after a month of dining solely on it. Indeed, the soldier replied, nodding. Foolish donkey, come aboard. Lu Chuan rapped on the side of the boat. Bang! A Fu sprang forth from the water and leapt onto the small vessel. His eyes, filled with wisdom, were now blazing with fury. Usually, I'll let you have your way, but now I must help you catch fish and pull the boat. What do you take me for? Someone at your beck and call. The soldiers, upon seeing a Fu, immediately adopted a cautious stance. They had not realized that such a donkey lay hidden in the waters ahead of their small boat. Do not be alarmed, everyone. My foolish donkey merely requires some education. Lu Chuan struck Ah Fu on the head with a powerful punch, sending him spiraling through the air in a dizzying rotation, his neck twisting several times before he finally came to a halt. Yet, in the next moment, Ah Fu rose upright once more. The soldiers watched in disbelief, their eyelids twitching at the sight of this bizarre creature. After dealing with Ah Fu, Lu Chuan accompanied the soldiers to the nearest warship. The vessel was magnificent, comparable in tonnage to an aircraft carrier from his homeland, and this was merely the most ordinary of warships. Dozens of such ships dotted the surface of the sea. Little master, You may stay in your room. Food will be brought to you shortly, a soldier said as he escorted Lu Chuan to a guarded chamber. Lu Chuan, unfazed, cared only for the promise of sustenance. From midday until the afternoon, he feasted heartily, consuming copious amounts of wine, leaving the guards in a state of bewilderment. They could not fathom how this aristocratic youth could devour food with such an insatiable hunger. As evening approached, Lu Chuan finally felt satiated. Swaying the empty wine jug in his hand and sighing, he mused that he must procure a wine gourd capable of holding several tons. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the warship, followed by a blinding flash of fire. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldier stationed at the door flung it open and yanked Lu Chuan out. Little master, hurry to the deck. We are under attack, and the ship is sinking. Lu Chuan, momentarily bewildered, opened his mouth in surprise. Assuming he was frozen in shock, the towering soldier hoisted Lu Chuan under his arm and dashed towards the deck. The stench was overwhelming, nearly causing Lu Chuan to faint. On the deck, flames soared into the sky. The warship had been devastated by an unknown force. Half of it already submerged beneath the waves. The sea was littered with the bodies of soldiers. In the distance, several warships blazed fiercely, their flames illuminating the ocean in a crimson glow. Witnessing this scene, the soldier clutching Lu Chuan trembled in fury. Damn the fire god battalion. Brother, the smell is too intense. Please set me down, Lu Chuan implored, unable to endure any longer. The soldier, suddenly recalling the boy he was carrying, hastily lowered him. As the soldier's feet shifted, a splintered plank broke away and plunged into the sea. He then tossed Lu Chuan onto the plank, instructing him, "Do not look back. Paddle in that direction." No sooner had the soldier finished speaking than a massive fireball, trailing a graceful parabolic arc, came crashing toward him. The flames cast a fiery glow on the soldier's face as the howling wind echoed the call of death. This fireball was the lethal weapon of the fire god battalion, forged from the true fire of heaven. Not even a ship could withstand such a force. Aware of his impending doom, the soldier drew his sword, his gaze resolute as the fireball loomed larger. Just as he believed his fate was sealed, a sudden sound of a snap echoed in his ear. In that instant, the enormous fireball was cleaved apart by an unseen force, disintegrating into countless fragments. As the fiery rain cascaded from the heavens, the soldier stood in a daze upon the deck. A single meal's kindness had saved his life. At that moment, a languid voice broke the silence, emanating from the seemingly frail young gentleman. The soldier gazed at Lu Chuan in disbelief, who responded with a cheerful wave. "Why are you still here? The ship is sinking." The soldier finally came to his senses and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Lu Chuan. "I shall repay this life-saving grace in the future. Young master, please make haste to the dock." With that, the soldier departed the warship, heading towards other vessels that had not yet been consumed by flames. Chapter 68. The Assassin by Chi. Your Highness, trouble has arisen. Our forces have been ambushed at Dagwan Sea. Not only the fire god camp, but also the Shishu's broken army have been spotted. 23 warships have been largely destroyed. Your Highness, this place is perilous. Please return to Dafeng City to deliberate further. By the Feiyun Ferry, Chao Yunlan listened grimly to her subordinate's report. Who dares to act with such audacity? She seethed through clenched teeth. Send the guards to the site of the incident, regardless of the cost. They must halt the fire god camp and the broken army. I will contact my royal brother. Reinforcements will arrive swiftly. As soon as Chao Yunlan issued her command, the surrounding guards were taken aback. Without protection, should assassins appear unexpectedly, should anything befall the princess, no one could bear the consequences. Your Highness, you must reconsider. The Chiohong Tavern has been particularly active of late, especially targeting your movements. Chao Yunlan was the prize jewel of the current emperor of the Great Way. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but she was also adept at governing the realm. Rumors even suggested that the emperor was contemplating passing the throne to this mere 20-year-old princess. If true, Chao Yunlan would become the first female emperor in the 30,000-year history of the Great Wei dynasty. Moreover, the return of the guards and merchant ships, a matter critical to the nation's strength, further indicated that the rumors of her ascendance were perhaps not mere fabrications. Enough. Chao Yunlan interrupted her subordinate, her tone grave. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Immediately send the guards to the site of the incident. Yes, the soldiers could only comply with the order reluctantly. The Chiohong Tavern was the most notorious assassin organization on the Tianwan continent, bar none. This organization was shrouded in mystery, willing to undertake any task. They would target royalty, nobles, and commoners alike, taking on any job as long as the price was right. To date, Xiaohong Tavern had never failed a mission. Recently, rumors circulated that someone had spent nearly 10 million high-grade spirit stones to purchase Zhao Yunlan's head from the tavern, though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain. The guards at the ferry were swiftly reassigned to assist at the site of the incident, leaving only Zhao Yunlan and her female attendant standing at the dock. My royal brother's White Feather Army is stationed in Dafeng City. They should arrive within 2 hours. I hope it will be in time. Zhao Yunlan gazed out at the vast, tumultuous sea, filled with trepidation. The female attendant at her side opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Qinger, feel free to speak your mind, Zhao Yunlan urged, her brow slightly furrowed. The female official inhaled deeply, her expression grave as she stated, I have offended. The prince's reinforcements are unlikely to arrive. He would welcome the misfortune of this merchant vessel. Even if we manage to preserve the convoy, we shall not return to the capital alive. What did you say? Zhao Yunlan erupted in fury, her voice sharp as she rebuked Sheng Wanqing. Do you comprehend the consequences of such disrespectful words? Unmoved, Sheng Wanqing gently shook her head. The route and timing of the convoy's return, as well as the docking points, are matters of utmost secrecy. Only the royal family is privy to them. Are you not curious how the Fire God camp and the breaking the enemy guard accurately pinpointed this location? Over the years, the prince has indulged in folly, and the emperor has long harbored intentions. You are currently in the spotlight, while rumors abound outside. This return should have been an opportunity for the prince to shine. Yet the emperor has assigned you to lead this affair. Sheng Wanqing refrained from elaborating further, aware that the princess was astute, though a glimmer of hope still lingered in her heart. However, in matters of the royal family, clinging to such a flicker of hope could spell disaster. Zhao Yunlan's expression fluctuated between despair and resolve, before she sighed deeply. If my elder brother truly descends to this level. Your Highness, this attack is not directed at the convoy. The convoy is protected by Annihilation Realm cultivators. Unless the Fire God camp and the breaking the enemy guard exhaust their entire resources, they could not inflict a catastrophic blow upon it. Neither Dao Wu nor Shishu are foolish enough to reach that point. We must depart, Sheng Wanqing remarked, glancing at the empty dock with concern. At that moment, a round of applause echoed through the air. Who would have thought that Lady Sheng Wan, so young, could foresee the consequences of her actions? Truly remarkable. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man abruptly appeared on the dock. He appeared to be in his 40s, clad in coarse linen garments, his face lined with deep wrinkles, reminiscent of a commoner struggling for survival. The man was exceptionally tall, yet as thin as a reed, presenting an image of malnutrition. He held 2 bloody severed heads in his hands, grinning as he remarked, Princess, you are indeed a precious blossom. Your father has dispatched 2 death warriors of the first realm to guard you. Zhao Yunlan's face turned ashen. She was aware of the existence of these death warriors, though she had never encountered them until now. The fact that these 2 First Realm warriors had perished so quietly sent a chill through her. Bai Qi, Sheng Wanqing gasped, startled at the sight of the man. Bai Qi, the 7th-ranked assassin from the Autumn Phoenix Tavern, was the only one whose name could be traced. 3 years prior, the old sword sovereign of Shishu had reportedly met his end at this man's hands. With a slight tremor, Sheng Wanqing conjured a judge's pen-like artifact, positioning it before Zhao Yunlan. Her tone shifted from its previous nonchalance to one of urgency as she urged, Your Highness, I will hold him off. You must hurry to rejoin the main force. Given the current predicament, escaping the dock is impossible. We must flee towards the sea to reunite with the main army for a chance at survival. Zhao Yunlan pulled Sheng Wanqing behind her, realizing that this mere civil servant, at the 8th realm, stood no chance against such a harbinger of death. Bai Qi, how fares your business with the pen? Zhao Yunlan has resumed her former, frigid demeanor. Oh, Bai Qi could not help but chuckle. Your Highness, are you suggesting that you would pay double the price to reclaim your life? I would offer tenfold. Zhao Yunlan replied coolly. TSK, such extravagant wealth. Bai Qi's face lit up with delight. Tenfold amounts to 100 million top-grade spirit stones. As far as I know, the annual yield from the 3 spiritual veins in your great way is about that much, isn't it? Zhao Yunlan's gaze turned icy, indicating that the rumors of someone offering a fortune for their own life were not unfounded. With a legacy spanning several tens of thousands of years, Great Way could indeed muster such spirit stones. Zhao Yunlan steadied her mind, striving to maintain an air of tranquility. How enticing indeed. That sum could match my earnings over a century. Bai Qi began to calculate with some difficulty. Qing'er, wait a moment. I will hold them off. You must find a way to return to the capital swiftly and report this matter to father. The voice of Chao Yunlan echoed in Shang Wanqing's mind. Oh, are you thinking of stalling me so that Lord Shangwan can escape and seek reinforcements? Bai Qi mocked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Having taken many lives and witnessed countless farewells, what could possibly evade his perception? What? Are my terms insufficient to stir your interest? Chao Yunlan's violet eyes narrowed slightly. Who could remain unmoved? Yet, Bai Qi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a shadow surged forth from his body with remarkable speed, striking towards Chao Yunlan with the ferocity of thunder. Move. Chao Yunlan had anticipated this maneuver. At that instant, a piercing, melodious phoenix cry resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Blazing white flames erupted, engulfing the entire dock. Simultaneously, Chao Yunlan turned and struck Shang Wanqing's chest with her palm. A gentle force propelled her toward the sea. Qing'er, run. Your Highness. Shang Wanqing landed gracefully upon the ocean's surface, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Though they were ostensibly master and servant, their bond surpassed that of sisters. How could Chao Yunlan's actions not evoke such profound sorrow within her? The searing white flames instantaneously vaporized everything in their vicinity, distorting the very fabric of space and sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, the shadow that had emerged remained unaffected by the flames. Delivering a powerful blow to Chao Yunlan's chest, she was sent flying like a severed kite, blood spewing from her mouth. Witnessing this, Shang Wanqing's heart shattered. However, she refrained from recklessly advancing. She understood that her intervention would only lead to her demise. The only viable option now was to reach the Grand Sea and summon the remaining tiger and leopard cavalry for protection, thus allowing a glimmer of hope. Resolute, Shang Wanqing no longer hesitated, fervently channeling her true essence as she surged into the depths of the sea. TSK, seeking reinforcements. Bai Qi chuckled, shaking his head. A faint shadow surged forth from his body once more, reaching Shang Wanqing's back in the blink of an eye. The disparity in power was staggering. Shang Wanqing had yet to fully comprehend the situation when her heart's meridian was shattered and her spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, she forcefully swallowed the torrent of blood surging to her throat and raced towards the sea. Bai Qi, you wretched beast. Chao Yunlan, who had just risen, witnessed this scene and was driven to madness. White flames erupted from her entire being once more, engulfing the dock in a fiery embrace. A colossal phoenix of flames ascended, centered around Chao Yunlan. The undying phoenix, how intriguing. No wonder your royal brother fears you so much that he would spend millions of spirit stones for your head. This is indeed a manifestation of dominion. Bai Qi remarked, abruptly covering her mouth and chuckling awkwardly. My apologies, I let something slip. But fret not, for you won't live to tell the tale. Chao Yunlan, upon hearing this, spewed another mouthful of blood. The last flicker of hope within her extinguished at that moment. Such words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Bai Qi was utterly malicious, not only possessing an overwhelming superiority in strength, but also choosing to strike at her psyche. I have heard that the undying phoenix possesses multiple lives. Should I slay you? How many lives will you lose? As soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, a shadow appeared ominously behind Chao Yunlan. In an instant, her heart was pierced through. Without the slightest hesitation, her beautiful violet eyes gradually lost their luster, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet, the next moment, Chao Yunlan's body was suddenly engulfed in white flames, vanishing from sight. A mournful cry of the phoenix echoed through the heavens and the earth. The flames, not yet dissipated, surged violently, and within the inferno, Chao Yunlan's dissipating form began to coalesce once more. However, at that moment, her cultivation level plummeted from the 1st realm to the 9th realm. Ah, I see. Bai Qi observed Chao Yunlan's rebirth amidst the flames, nodding gently. A realm can be exchanged for a life. You are at the 1st realm, so killing you 10 times should suffice. Having taken your life once, there are still 9 more to go. Chao Yunlan realized there was no chance of survival this time, and sorrowfully gazed in the direction of the capital. Ironically, the one who wished for her demise the most was her own brother. How bitterly ironic. Bang! A fu propelled the wooden plank swiftly across the sea. Suddenly, a delicate figure descended from the heavens and crash-landed onto the plank. Ha! Has fortune finally smiled upon me? I've found a girl. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, His mirth was short-lived as he soon realized that the girl who had fallen from the sky was on the verge of death. This woman was none other than Shang Wanqing. Having endured that blow from the shadow, it was indeed a miracle that she had managed to hold on until now. Lu Chuan frowned deeply. While others might receive a fairy from the heavens, he had received a specter. Damn it! Such misfortune! He kicked Shang Wanqing towards the sea. What Lu Chuan did not anticipate was that this girl possessed an extraordinary will to survive. She clung desperately to the edge of the plank, even as her nails were torn and bloodied, refusing to let go. Lu Chuan jumped beside her and squatted down, teasing her. Little sister, you are on the brink of death. Rest assured, during the festivals, your elder will remember you and offer some monetary tribute. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of clarity. For at that instant, Shang Wanqing's complexion took on an unnatural rosy hue, and her spirit seemed to revive considerably. Aware that her time was short, Shang Wanqing implored earnestly, please, deliver a message for me to the Wei Tiger and Leopard Cavalry on the Grandview Sea. Bai Qi is currently assassinating the princess. Hurry back to protect her. Why should I care? Lu Chuan scoffed, his eyebrows arched in disdain. Shang Wanqing coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gritting her teeth as she insisted, you will not miss out on the rewards. The Wei princess holds a prestigious status. If she is saved, you may request anything you desire. Anything I desire? Lu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, anything, Shang Wanqing replied tearfully, her strength waning. The Wei? Lu Chuan glanced at a Fu, who was pulling the wooden plank. What is their significance? A Fu scoffed dismissively. What significance? They merely have a longer lineage. A longer lineage? Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully, then asked, does your Wei have any cultivation methods for the 5 elements dominance body? Cough, cough. Shang Wanqing coughed again. Her internal injuries manifesting as blood. If they don't, we can find a way to obtain it. Then that makes things simpler. Lu Chuan lifted Shang Wanqing with one arm and, with a swift kick to a Fu's head, charged towards the fairy. You little brat. You're taking advantage of both man and beast. A Fu fumed, nearly spitting blood, as he frantically chased after them with the wooden plank. Go. Inform the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry that Bai Qi is a mere little cultivator unfit to handle this. Shang Wanqing, in a daze, spoke intermittently. Hey, do you look down on people? Don't you dare die on me. If that princess doesn't acknowledge your efforts, who am I to demand recompense? Lu Chuan infused a surge of sword energy into Shang Wanqing, keeping her life tethered. Chapter 70. Disrupting one's financial path, Your Highness. It is time to depart. Bai Qi declared, raising his size 44 foot. Bai Qi had a peculiar habit. When killing, he relished the moment of crushing his prey underfoot, akin to squashing an ant. Especially when it involved those who once held lofty positions. Witnessing them tremble beneath his feet provided him with unparalleled satisfaction. Chao Yunlan lay despondently on the ground, devoid of any hope for resurrection. After 10 revivals, her realm had plummeted from the first path to the Qi gathering stage. Perhaps she should have heeded Qing Er's advice to strike first. Clinging to that thread of familial bond ultimately led to her own demise. With a heavy sigh, Chao Yunlan closed her eyes. Your Highness, please save Her Highness. Just as Chao Yunlan prepared to embrace her fate, a familiar voice echoed. The anticipated pain of death did not ensue. Opening her eyes, she beheld a youth approaching across the sea, carrying Shang Wanqing. The youth was strikingly handsome, adorned with 2 long swords at his waist, and clad in a long robe of white with black patterns. The sea breeze tousled his long hair, and a faint smile graced his lips, exuding a carefree aura yet instilling an inexplicable sense of peace. This scene closely resembles the tales spun by storytellers in the tea houses of the Great Way, evoking the image of a wandering knight traversing the martial world. Silly girl, why have you returned? Chao Yunlan silently berated, yet a smile tugged at her lips. She struggled to rise, but after numerous attempts, she found herself unsuccessful. Ultimately, she lay helplessly on the ground, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, and in a blend of laughter and tears, she wept. The bond she shared with Shang Wanqing, transcending even death, could not withstand the peril of a single assassin. Yet, Bai Qi's foot never struck Chao Yunlan. It was not from a lack of desire, but rather an inability. Upon the boy's arrival, an inexplicable sensation welled within him. Had he dared to step forward, Chao Yunlan would have survived, while he would have met his demise. For an assassin like Bai Qi, the awareness of death was far keener than for most. He withdrew his foot. Standing silently at the dock, intrigued to discover what it was about this minor cultivator that evoked such feelings within him. He recalled that the last time he felt this way was in the presence of the frail sword sovereign of the Western Shu. Bai Qi harbored a disdain for sword wielders, regarding swords as ostentatious yet ineffective weapons, wielded by those who were hypocritical and self-important. Yet, both times he had faced death, it was at the hands of sword users. Lu Chuan stepped onto the charred ground of the dock and released Shang Wanqing from his grasp. "Your Highness," she managed to say, struggling to maintain her composure as she collapsed beside Chao Yunlan. The two women, having endured the anguish of separation and loss, could no longer contain their grief and wept in each other's embrace. Women, after all, tend to be more emotional. Lu Chuan turned to Bai Qi, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded amicably. "May I inquire your esteemed name, esteemed brother?" "Bai Qi," he replied, Bai as in white, and Qi as in seven. The assassin. A smile also danced at the corners of Bai Qi's mouth. He could perceive that this youth before him was akin to himself. Regardless of how fervently he presented himself, the coldness lurking in his gaze was undeniable. An assassin. Lu Chuan chuckled and nodded, a commendable profession. I recall someone once stating that assassins and courtesans are the two oldest professions. Whoever said that must be quite interesting. Bai Qi puffed out his chest with a hint of pride. Lu Chuan shrugged. Whether that person is interesting or not, I cannot say. But they would certainly find the current situation amusing. Quite amusing indeed. Bai Qi nodded, but his tone turned serious. Are you planning to intervene in this matter? Lu Chuan affirmed with a resolute nod, answering with a single word, yes. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. Have you not heard? Severing a person's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. If you obstruct me from aiding them, we shall become bitter enemies. Such reasoning is flawed. Lu Chuan shook his head. I save them not without cause. If you impede me, that too is a threat to my livelihood. Is there no room for negotiation? As Bai Qi spoke, an aura of true essence surged around him. The heavens and earth shifted dramatically, and a visible black domain descended, enveloping the entirety of Feiyun Ferry. The land beneath the darkened veil split asunder, and from the abyssal chasm emerged a chilling wail, reminiscent of 1,000 restless spirits escaping confinement. As if this rift connected to the fabled shores of the 9 netherworlds. 11th Realm, the Heavenly Punishment Realm. Chao Yunlan and Shang Wanqing observed the scene, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Unconsciously, they glanced towards Lu Chuan, who remained motionless, standing there like a statue. In their despair, they embraced one another, seeking solace in the warmth of their bodies to dispel the overwhelming hopelessness. The 3 realms of the divine path are the pinnacle every cultivator yearns to achieve. However, the vast majority of practitioners, upon entering the 1st realm, find themselves forever stagnated at that level. While cultivators of the 1st realm are rare, they are not entirely unattainable. It is only upon transcending the 1st realm that one truly brushes against the essence of the great path. Only then does the opportunity arise to carve one's unique path and aspire to the legendary status of the great emperor. Chao Yunlan could not fathom how a mere assassin, one who sold their life for coin, could possibly possess the qualifications to earn the favor of the great path and reach this juncture. There was nothing more to discuss. Lu Chuan placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Then let us cease this discussion. Bai Qi chuckled, shaking his head. Bai Qi's figure gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing entirely from the domain. Simultaneously, from the gaping chasm, countless shadows surged forth. By the way, I neglected to mention that my domain is called Infinite Phantoms, a technique derived from the legacy of the Devouring Emperor. Unfortunately, it is but a single move. Bai Qi's voice echoed from all directions, impossible to pinpoint. The name of the Devouring Emperor resonated with a deafening significance. Merely a fragment of his technique was enough to elevate Bai Qi to the Heavenly Punishment Realm, rendering him invincible within that domain. Lu Chuan found himself increasingly intrigued by that second-rate countryman of his. Alas, mere imitation ultimately falls short of true substance. Lu Chuan closed his eyes. I hope your bones are as sharp as your tongue. As Bai Qi's words faded, countless dark figures emerged from the abyss, charging towards Lu Chuan. These shadows stirred a cacophony of destruction, and the air was filled with bizarre runes. These symbols appeared to represent some form of the Great Path's laws. Under the influence of these runes, everything within the realm's encompassed area rapidly withered and decayed. Even the immortal stone statues of divine beasts, which had stood guard at the crossing for countless millennia, crumbled into dust. Lu Chuan stepped forward, positioning himself beside the 2 women. shielding them from the ominous laws of the Great Path. A sense of unprecedented security enveloped them. The once frigid and oppressive air seemed to warm in that moment. Chow Yunlan stared blankly at Lu Chuan's slender silhouette, as if imprinting his figure deep within her soul. Chapter 71. I am merely a swordsman in truth. I find the combat style of you cultivators quite distasteful. Lu Chuan slowly drew his blade, casually sweeping it. The overwhelming shadows before him were instantly dispersed. You either launch energy blasts from a great distance or create domains to hide away. A true man should engage in direct, unarmed combat. What do you say, beautiful? Lu Chuan remarked, glancing back at Chow Yunlan with a raised eyebrow. Chow Yunlan's lips quivered, nearly choking on her breath. At such a moment, who had the luxury to ponder such trivial matters? Moreover, engaging in direct combat is a pursuit reserved for brutes, not befitting the esteemed identity of a cultivator. How intriguing it is that you remain unaffected by decay. How does a mere first-realm practitioner achieve such a feat? Bai Qi's voice resonated once more, filled with astonishment yet devoid of panic. After all, decay is inherently a facet of death, which constitutes the true path. None can perpetually disregard mortality. If one lingers long enough within this domain, they are inevitably susceptible to erosion. You are woefully inadequate. Even less competent than that reckless demon lord by a significant margin. The demon lord is a genuine master of the annihilation realm, the apex of this cultivation system. Afyu's assessment of Lu Chuan's strength aligns with this, akin to that of the annihilation realm. Yet, the reality is that Lu Chuan can hold his own against the demon lord. Afyu elucidated that the attribute of Lu Chuan's chaotic sword energy possesses the ability to suppress the magical attributes of this world. But is it truly as simple as that? Certainly not. Lu Chuan has always regarded himself as a swordsman, not a lofty sword deity. A swordsman is one who excels in swordsmanship, simple and pure. It is this simplicity and purity that enable Lu Chuan to concentrate all his essence into a single strike. One sword to kill, one sword to sever the divine. Lu Chuan moved with remarkable swiftness. It was not sorcery, but pure speed, a manifestation of explosive muscular power. With a single stroke, he ascended and descended, honing his focus to the utmost pinnacle, so straightforward it seemed. The sword energy cleaved through all before him, obliterating the intangible shadows within the domain and shattering the tangible realm. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling magical artifacts clashing. Everything transpired too swiftly, almost unreal. Bang! Lu Chuan returned to the starting point, his long sword just sheathing as the entire domain shattered like fallen porcelain. Bai Qi's figure appeared not far off, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked as though he had just discovered himself to be the one lacking undergarments after the tide receded. Bai Qi fixated on Lu Chuan, seemingly attempting to discern something from him, yet found nothing. Lu Chuan remained unchanged, a mere first-realm novice, a youth so tender one could almost wring water from him. How did you find me? I have concealed myself within decay, rendering it impossible to be discovered. Ultimately, Bai Qi could not restrain himself and posed the question he most yearned to unravel. I don't know, Lu Chuan shrugged. Indeed, he was oblivious, but what of it? As long as he was aware that Bai Qi existed within this domain, the act of killing would lead him to his target. How fascinating. I have never encountered someone like you, nor a sword of your caliber, Bai Qi sighed, gradually turning to depart. Yet, after merely 2 steps, his head was sent soaring into the sky. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by a sound akin to the wind, most melodious. A surreal reversal of life and death unfolded. Gazing upon Bai Qi's headless corpse, Chow Yunlan believed she was experiencing a hallucination. It was only when her companion, Shangguan Qing, grasped her hand, letting it droop helplessly, that she regained her senses. Qing'er, Qing'er, Chow Yunlan stared blankly at Shangguan Qing, who appeared to be on the brink of death. Shangguan Qing should have perished long ago. Her survival until now is nothing short of a miracle. Bai Qi's strike had shattered her internal organs and fragmented her very soul. This final breath was sustained solely by Lu Chuan's sword aura. Now that Chow Yunlan had escaped peril and fulfilled her last wish, that tenuous breath could no longer be drawn. Qing'er, do not sleep, do not sleep. I implore you, Chow Yunlan whispered helplessly, clutching Shangguan Qing tightly. Tears cascaded onto Shangguan Qing's pallid lips. Your Highness, your face is stained. Shangguan Qing attempted to raise her hand to wipe the blood from Chow Yunlan's face. Yet her arm remained motionless. Lu Chuan observed them, and Shangguan Qing's final words resonated deeply within him, stirring a long-dormant warmth in his icy heart. It took an eternity for Chao Yunlan to accept the reality of Shangguan Qing's death. She lifted Shangguan Qing's lifeless body and gazed toward the capital. "Qinger, let us return home to witness the fireworks of the capital." Stumbling, she fell repeatedly, only to rise once more until, exhausted from her efforts, she could no longer muster the strength to stand. Clutching Shangguan Qing's body, she wept uncontrollably, lamenting her own impotence and the weight of her guilt. Had it not been for that fleeting conscience, such a tragedy might have been averted. Ultimately, fatigue overcame her, and she slipped into a deep slumber. Lu Chuan stood silently by, for the first time experiencing the stirrings of compassion. Ah Fu, who had been trailing behind, exhaled softly at the sight, murmuring to himself, seeking benevolence, do you see this? When will you be willing to draw your sword?" The accursed Qiuhong Tavern, the wretched Bai Qi, dared to assassinate the esteemed Princess of Wei. An army of over 10,000 appeared at the crossing, a youth clad in a dragon robe. Upon seeing the motionless Chao Yunlan and Shangguan Qing, rushed over, wailing as if he had lost his beloved father. However, just as the youth mournfully performed, Chao Yunlan slowly lifted her head. Her violet eyes, devoid of any emotion, sent a shiver through those who beheld her. Upon witnessing Chao Yunlan's revival, the youth fell back in fright. He quickly masked his fear with a sickly smile. "Lanner, are you unscathed? How wonderful! Upon receiving news of your attack, I hastened to your side. What of Lord Shangguan? Is she unharmed?" "Thank you for your concern, royal brother," Chao Yunlan replied, her voice devoid of warmth as she shook her head. "As for the merchant ship matter, I shall trouble you no further. I must return." The youth, shaken by her cold demeanor, nodded vigorously. "Very well, I shall handle this. Someone, escort the princess back to the capital." "That will not be necessary." Chao Yunlan cradled Shangguan Qing's body and turned to Lu Chuan. "Sir, might I trouble you once more to escort me back to the capital? I shall ensure you are generously rewarded afterward." Lu Chuan smiled amiably. "Of course, it is on my way." That fleeting moment of compassion, though ephemeral, had sown a seed that would one day blossom. "Dear brother, I present to you the head of Bai Qi. For the bounty on his head in Western Shu amounts to 10 million spirit stones." This remark from Chao Yunlan left the young man in a state of unease for an extended period. Chapter 72. A poorly conceived plot. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" A man, appearing to be in his 30s, abruptly materialized at the dock, just as Lu Chuan and Chao Yunlan were departing. With a visage akin to exquisite jade and lips like crimson blossoms, he possessed an alluring demeanor that aptly earned him the title of a handsome man. This individual was Zhou Yu, the Grandmaster of the Great Wu Nation. In a realm preoccupied with cultivation, Zhou Yu stood as one of the rare intellectuals. His mind was a reservoir of profound knowledge and strategic prowess. In a mere 2 centuries, he had elevated the entire Great Wu dynasty to heights it scarcely deserved. In truth, the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Chao Yunlan was none other than Zhou Yu. For with the nature of the crown prince of Great Wei, he might harbor the audacity of a thief, but lacked the intellect to execute such schemes. "Zhou Yu, look at the mess you've created." The young man clad in a python robe regarded Zhou Yu with cold disdain. "Did you not assure me that Chao Yunlan would surely perish today?" "Your Highness, please remain calm," Zhou Yu replied with a gentle smile that enveloped one like a refreshing spring breeze. "How can I possibly remain calm?" The python-robed youth erupted, the veins on his neck protruding ominously. "Chao Yunlan is still alive, and should he return to the capital and report this to my father, there will be no refuge for me in all of Great Wei." Fear not, Zhou Yu chuckled softly, exuding confidence as he spoke. "Although the eldest princess has survived, she has fallen to the Qi condensation realm. The immortal phoenix may have spared her life, but it has also drained her vitality. Chao Yunlan cannot endure for long. I trust your father would not support a short-lived candidate for the throne." "And what of that?" The python-robed youth remained obstinate, his anger surging. "With Chao Yunlan's capabilities and connections, do you believe I can survive until her demise?" Zhou Yu shook his head gently and remarked, "The journey from here to the capital spans at least 5 days. If your Highness harbors doubts, is there not still time?" He cherished the crown prince of Great Wei for his sufficient folly and misplaced self-assurance. Such a person ascending to the throne would be far more delightful than the astute Chao Yunlan. "You expect me to ambush Chao Yunlan on the road?" The youth's complexion paled. "Since you fear Chao Yunlan's return to the capital, why not take decisive action?" Zhou Yu sighed, continuing, Your greatest weakness lies in your excessive compassion. Indecisiveness will only invite chaos. The python-robed youth sneered. Bai Qi has not subdued Chao Yunlan. You wish for me to become cannon fodder? Not overly foolish, I must admit. Zhou Yu thought to himself. Your Highness need not worry excessively. Bai Qi's demise was solely due to his own underestimation. I have already contacted the Qiuhong Tavern. Chao Yunlan's survival does not signify the end of the mission. In 3 days, we shall strike again in Baixia town. At that time, you will lead the Belan army to encircle Chao Yunlan in conjunction with the Qiuhong Tavern, ensuring success this time. Of course, the expenses incurred will still fall upon you. Your family is prosperous enough not to mind such trivial sums, I presume? Upon finishing, Zhou Yu fixed his gaze intently on the python-robed youth, his dark pupils seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. The young man in the python robe instinctively swallowed hard, yet hesitated to respond immediately. Zhou Yu was unperturbed by his reluctance, for this fool had no path left to escape. Whether for the sake of his own position as the crown prince or for the preservation of his life, he would not allow Chao Yunlan to return safely to the capital. The current outcome was far more favorable than the anticipated killing of Chao Yunlan. With little time left, it was impossible for Chao Yunlan to inherit the throne. This inept individual would undoubtedly attempt to eliminate Chao Yunlan to save his own skin. Should that swordsman manage to slay the 10,000 White Feather Army, it would indeed be splendid news for the Grand Wu. Your Highness, I take my leave. After a lengthy discourse, Zhou Yu's figure gradually faded away. Before departing, he cast a glance in the direction where Lu Chuan had left, inexplicably feeling a sense of unease. The young man at the First Realm, who had previously slain Bai Qi, seemed to have stirred an ominous celestial phenomenon. Baixia town, a vital passage connecting the coastal provinces of the Great Way to the capital. Despite its small stature, it thrived far more than many cities due to its strategic location. A peculiar yet strikingly handsome youth arrived in town, leading a gaunt donkey, accompanied by a woman of exquisite grace, with another woman resting upon the donkey's back. This youth was none other than Lu Chuan. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chuan could have reached the capital in 2 days. However, Chao Yunlan insisted he slow his pace, deliberately prolonging their journey, and they entered Baixia town on the 3rd day, taking money for others' troubles. Having accepted the escort task for Chao Yunlan, Lu Chuan remained true to his word. The employer's wishes were paramount. Lu Chuan settled Chao Yunlan and the body of Sheng Wanqing in the largest inn of Baixia town. The inn's first floor served as the dining area, and Lu Chuan, having gone without a decent meal for days, felt a pang of hunger. After ensuring that Chao Yunlan and Sheng Wanqing were taken care of, he slipped downstairs alone and ordered a grand feast. Hey, big shot! A Fu appeared mysteriously beside Lu Chuan. It was not mealtime, and apart from Lu Chuan, there were no other patrons. The young attendant, enchanted by Lu Chuan's good looks and elegant demeanor, did not shoo A Fu away. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Chuan replied with annoyance. A Fu shifted awkwardly, cautiously suggesting, how about I present you with a side quest? I knew you were up to no good. Lu Chuan glared, ready to deliver a couple of punches to A Fu. The latter quickly dodged, chuckling awkwardly. The Emperor's arena doesn't open for another half-month. Since we have time to spare, taking on another task wouldn't hurt. What task? Speak. Lu Chuan sipped his drink, not outright rejecting the proposition. Seeing Lu Chuan in good spirits with food and drink, A Fu eagerly leaned closer. How about we help Chao Yunlan ascend to the throne of the Great Way? Sounds simple enough, right? Suddenly, Lu Chuan set down his chopsticks and tightened his grip around A Fu's neck. Instantly, A Fu's tongue hung out, his eyes bulging in shock. Resembling a creature on the brink of death. That girl won't last long. What if she suddenly dies during the task? Are you asking me to undertake such a perilous mission? Ahem, can you not save her life first? A Fu struggled to utter a few words, saliva dripping from his tongue. Do you think I am some miraculous physician? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, releasing A Fu and kicking him away. The inn was left with a large hole, and after compensating a hefty sum of gold, the matter was finally settled. Oh dear, I know this is quite difficult. That girl has burned her life's essence. Coupled with the characteristics of the immortal phoenix, even a celestial being could not save her, but you could. A Fu was truly stubborn. Just as Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks, he appeared beside him once more. Huh. A Fu's words left Lu Chuan utterly perplexed. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, how interesting. I was unaware that I possessed the ability to resurrect. Chapter 73. The power of the white long sword, what a sin. I have completely forgotten my own abilities. A Fu exclaimed, shaking his large tongue in despair. Seizing the moment when Lu Chuan was distracted, his tongue snatched a few peanuts from the plate on the table. These peanuts, which Lu Chuan had previously fished out with his chopsticks, were still slightly moist with saliva. The perverse donkey chewed on the peanuts with utter delight, leaving Lu Chuan feeling utterly disgusted. Ever since he reverted to his youthful appearance, this fool's behavior had become rather abnormal. If you can't provide a coherent explanation, I might just have to feast on donkey meat tonight. Calm down, calm down. A Fu, satisfied, swallowed the peanuts and mischievously glanced at Lu Chuan's waist. Have you never considered why that white long sword seems indifferent to you? Indifferent? So what if it is? What else could it mean? Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. The sword, known as Chiu Ren, had remained sheathed since he had brought it out and could not be wielded. Because Chiu Ren is a sword meant to save lives. Without the emotion of compassion, it chooses to ignore you. As A Fu spoke, he playfully flicked out his tongue toward the plate of braised beef. However, Lu Chuan swiftly pierced his tongue to the table with his chopsticks. Delicious. Unfazed, A Fu's agile tongue returned, licking the chopsticks. Damn it, you perverse creature. Lu Chuan could no longer tolerate it and dragged A Fu out of the inn for a merciless beating. After a full 10 minutes, Lu Chuan returned to the inn, thoroughly satisfied, and resumed his feasting. Before long, Chow Yunlan descended from upstairs, approached the table, and elegantly bowed. Young master, may you find peace. Please, have a seat. Lu Chuan instructed the waiter to bring a pair of chopsticks for Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan did not touch her chopsticks, but instead directly engaged Lu Chuan in conversation. Do you know why I must stay in this small town? I don't know, and frankly, it's none of my concern. Lu Chuan replied, his mouth full of food, completely uninterested in Chow Yunlan's inquiries. This response took Chow Yunlan by surprise. She bit her lip and said, I wish to conduct a business transaction with you. Lu Chuan glanced at Chow Yunlan, unable to suppress a smirk, and scoffed, aside from the 5 elements dominating body cultivation method that I seek. Do you have anything else to offer as compensation? Chow Yunlan lowered her brows, contemplating before speaking. The Great Way has a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, and the royal treasury holds a plethora of treasures. If you consent, my lord, I can grant you access to the treasury after the matter is resolved. Not interested. Lu Chuan shook his head dismissively, lacking enthusiasm. I solely desire the cultivation method for the 5 elements dominance. This exhibited a classic case of stubbornness. After a moment of contemplation, Chow Yunlan finally gritted her teeth and declared, if you agree, my lord, I can fulfill any request of yours. Any man should be able to comprehend the implications of her words. Lu Chuan, being a man and a formidable being who had lived for 100,000 years, certainly understood. However, he couldn't help but sputter a mouthful of wine, clutching his chest in feigned terror. What are you attempting? He exclaimed. I am a striking figure. How could I possibly lower myself to you? Chow Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. As a princess of Great Way, her status was esteemed, and her beauty could rival that of the moon, yet she was met with such disdain. Having cast aside her dignity as a woman, she sighed in disheartenment at the response she received. Forgive my intrusion, she said, weariness evident in her eyes as she rose to leave. After her departure, A Fu, oblivious to the situation, leaned closer. Hey there, handsome, what do you think? Will you accept the task? There's no loss involved. Even if you fail, there are no penalties. Just give it a shot. Who knows, if you succeed, you might just unleash the legendary sword, Chiu Ren. The system's humble offering was indeed unique. Lu Chuan tossed a peanut into his mouth, chewing while casting a sidelong glance at A Fu. I might accept, but you must clarify what Chiu Ren entails. A Fu's expression brightened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Actually, Chiu Ren pertains to a forbidden topic, resurrection. Resurrection? Lu Chuan frowned slightly. A Fu ceased his playful demeanor, nodding solemnly. Indeed, resurrection. Chiu Ren is the sword of non-killing. It lacks the ability to slay. Yet it can sever the connection between the living soul and the realm of the dead. Oh, intriguing. Please, continue. Lu Chuan pushed the remaining peanuts toward A Fu. A Fu, delighted, quickly devoured a small pile of peanuts. Do not underestimate this ability. It treads upon the taboos of life and death. Life, aging, illness, and death are the natural order of the universe. Your sword can sever the bond between life and death, disrupting this order. I possess such extraordinary power, Lu Chuan declared proudly, striking a triumphant pose. Indeed, Competing with the realm of the dead is no small feat, Ah Fu chimed in, grinning. You must understand. The realm of the dead governs the world of death, ensuring the orderly functioning of mortality. In every living realm, they have their branches. Throughout history, apart from that ne'er-do-well, you are perhaps the only one with such capability. Ne'er-do-well? The devourer of heaven? Lu Chuan's interest was piqued. Yes, Ah Fu nodded. The devourer of heaven once broke through the realm of the dead, nearly scattering the ashes of the deceased. This caused great chaos in the order of death, leaving the departed without a place to return. That scoundrel, a master of killing without burying, has unleashed chaos upon the order of death, resulting in the emergence of numerous terrors in the starry sky, even reviving bizarre phenomena from countless years ago in this era. How impressive, haha? Lu Chuan chuckled in delight. Yet, a frown creased his brow. If Qiuren were to disrupt the order of death, what if the underworld department discovered this? Would I not be beaten to death? Indeed, but... Ah Fu nodded, shifting the conversation. Qiuren has the power to sever the connection between souls and the underworld, pulling those on the brink of death back from the abyss. Simultaneously, it possesses the ability to directly open a passage between the underworld and the mortal realm, sending all spirits into the underworld. So what? Lu Chuan was somewhat bewildered. What significance does this hold? How do you not comprehend? Ah Fu's eyelids quivered. This child seems quite clever, yet his mind is so dull. If you activate Qiuren and utilize its ability to open a passage, we can negotiate business with the underworld's lords. Ah, the wealth of the underworld is beyond imagination. Go away, you rascal, with such poor ideas. Lu Chuan kicked Ah Fu out, only to lose a gold ingot in the process. Lu Chuan was not foolish. Negotiating with the underworld lords could only lead to perilous situations. Chapter 74. Conversations at the inn. After a hearty meal, Lu Chuan fetched a small stool, cheerfully sitting at the door, basking in the sun while admiring the beauties. His youthful demeanor attracted the attention of passers-by. However, Lu Chuan's actions were utterly mismatched with his stunning appearance. Hey, beautiful, come play? Crazy. What crazy? Then I want to delay your treatment. Take care. You're the crazy one. Beautiful lady, do not speak carelessly. Be wary of me suing you for defamation. Hey, beautiful, you dropped your money. Darn it, from behind. One feels compelled to commit a crime, yet from the front, one wishes to retreat. Goodness, those long legs. Sister, I want to drink your foot bath water. Within just 2 short hours, the entire town buzzed with rumors about a little lecher residing at the Yulai Inn. Meanwhile, upstairs, Chao Yunlan was growing increasingly restless. 3 days prior, upon leaving the dock, she had released her immortal bird to race back to the capital with news. The immortal bird was a spirit beast born alongside Chao Yunlan, a divine gift from the heavens. In the vast world of Howren, the birth of certain chosen individuals often accompanies celestial blessings. The immortal bird was the heaven's favor bestowed upon Chao Yunlan. If all went as planned, the immortal bird should have returned by now. Yet, not a single sign of it had appeared. The reason for Chao Yunlan's choice to stay here was singular, to serve as bait. She was certain her foolish royal brother would go to great lengths to prevent her return to the capital, intending to ambush her en route. Baixia Town was the optimal choice for such a plan. Chao Yunlan was acutely aware of her situation. Time was not on her side, and she had to take risks. Should she return directly to the capital to inform her father of the situation, the outcome would likely not differ significantly. Given that she had already fallen to the Qi condensation realm and had little time left, a father would not forsake the heir apparent for the sake of a dying individual, thus causing unnecessary turmoil. For various reasons, Chao Yunlan could not return to the capital and had to take a gamble here. As long as the immortal bird delivered the message promptly, she would have a chance for a decisive victory. The sky gradually darkened, and the number of guests at the inn increased. Lu Chuan, having admired the beauties, casually began his dinner. The dining area on the first floor became more crowded, predominantly filled with merchants. Chao Yunlan approached Lu Chuan once more, this time not to discuss business, but to share a meal. She understood that the absence of the immortal bird indicated something had gone awry. Now, being with Lu Chuan was her safest option. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, lanterns flickered to life in the hall. The waiter found it peculiar that the number of diners today exceeded the usual count. Some guests, having finished their meals, lingered at their tables. At some point, a light drizzle began to fall outside, shrouding the entire town in a melancholic night rain. The dim candlelight illuminated the faces of the patrons in the hall. Amidst the clinking of cups and casual conversation, an unusual tension permeated the air. Damn this wretched weather. The inn's door swung open, and a towering man with a dark complexion stormed in, cursing under his breath. The waiter rushed to serve him, drenched to the bone by the relentless rain. The waiter hurriedly approached, wearing an apologetic smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, I see you are not settled in. What can I do for you? Or do you wish to chase this humble servant away?" The man's voice boomed like thunder, interrupting the waiter. After surveying the room, he noticed that aside from Lu Chuan's table, all others were nearly full. "I'll have a contest with that young man," he declared, pushing the waiter aside and approaching Lu Chuan directly. What a handsome young man. Upon seeing Lu Chuan clearly, the man couldn't help but compliment him. "How about we share a table? I shall cover your drink." Lu Chuan regarded him with a bemused smile, thinking the man's acting was rather clumsy. Since entering, he had cast glances at Chow Yunlan no less than 5 times. Anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that he was specifically seeking her out. A lingering scent of blood clung to the man, despite his attempts to mask it with spices. "Please, take a seat." Lu Chuan pushed his half-finished drink toward the man. "Thank you," the man said, clasping his hands together before downing the drink in one gulp. Once seated, he turned his attention to Chow Yunlan. Her expression was grave as she nodded lightly at him. The man let out a sigh of relief, leaning closer to her and whispering, "Your Highness, your message has reached the capital, but the Emperor has shown little reaction. We have taken it upon ourselves to send aid, yet we were ambushed on the way, and I am the only one who escaped." Chow Yunlan understood that in this high-stakes gamble, she had ultimately miscalculated. "Why did my father remain indifferent to my plight in the letter I sent? I cannot accept this silence," she pondered, her resolve wavering. The man sighed helplessly. "One letter arrived in the capital before your immortal bird." Chow Yunlan nodded, realizing that the other party had acted more swiftly, delivering her situation to her father ahead of her. She had initially intended to exploit an informational advantage before her circumstances reached the capital. She planned to inform the Emperor of the Crown Prince's collusion with De Wu to hire assassins. If this information had arrived first, her stature would surely compel the Emperor to dispatch a great army to her aid. However, with her situation already conveyed to the capital, there was no room for redemption. In truth, if Lu Chuan were willing to assist, the matter could be resolved easily, for his speed would have ensured the prompt return of the message. Yet, in this world, there are no ifs. A small misstep can lead to monumental errors. "Your Highness, this place is not suitable for lingering," a man observed, glancing at the patrons in the hall, shaking his head gently. Chow Yunlan turned her gaze to Lu Chuan, her sole remaining support. This was her final strategy. Even if the messenger faltered, Lu Chuan would still provide a safety net, as long as he remained true to his word and escorted her back to the capital safely. There remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Were to at this late hour. Lu Chuan appeared unconcerned, having promised Chow Yunlan to escort her home. He was determined to fulfill his commitment. The man opened his mouth to speak, but was gently silenced by Chow Yunlan. He sighed in resignation, returning to his seat and ordering 2 more jugs of wine. As time ticked away, the atmosphere within the inn grew increasingly eerie. An oppressive scent permeated the air. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the occasional sound of Lu Chuan chewing. Suddenly, the door of the inn was flung open by a gust of cold wind, a chilling draft sweeping inside. The server, cursing the foul weather, mustered his courage and hurried to the entrance. Just as he attempted to shut the door, a blood-curdling scream erupted, and he fell to the ground in fright, trembling as he gazed at the pitch-black doorway. 2 crimson eyes, like lanterns, flickered to life in the darkness. Chapter 75. The return of the assassin. The night was thick and seemingly inescapable, casting a heavy pall over the long, silent street, where 2 scarlet lanterns appeared. The lanterns blinked twice, and an inexplicable force twisted the air around them, causing the very fabric of space to undulate, akin to waves upon the sea, rippling in layers. Soon after, the ground of the inn began to tremble, a rumble growing ever closer and more intense. This was a peculiar tremor, one that could only be caused by the advance of a substantial cavalry force. All the patrons in the inn rose to their feet, turning toward the door, bowing respectfully to the ominous crimson lanterns. With a resounding crash, the door of the inn was shattered by an unseen force, splinters flying in all directions. A strange figure, no, 2 figures, materialized before the now wide-open entryway. One was a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, his muscular form resembling protruding rock, blocking the entrance with an overwhelming presence. He wore a red apron, complemented by red lantern pants, and sported a topknot. His cheeks were stained with blood, and he grinned broadly, exuding a disconcertingly cheerful demeanor. The apron and trousers fit poorly, stretched uncomfortably tight, and with that foolish grin, he resembled the dim-witted son of a landlord. A burly man bore on his shoulder a child of 7 or 8 years, though the term child felt somewhat forced. For while the figure appeared diminutive, akin to a child of that age, his skin sagged in a peculiar, unsettling manner, a strange, premature aging. Both the man and the child held a lantern, which flickered with a ghostly red glow, occasionally blinking as if it possessed life. "Monster, monster!" cried the frightened innkeeper, unable to contain himself any longer. The scene was a profound assault on the senses. As he stumbled to his feet, terror-stricken, he attempted to flee the inn, only to vanish into the distorted air after just a few steps. Whispers spoke of the 7th brother being slain by a youth. At that moment, the prematurely aged child spoke in a childlike voice. He, the giant grinned foolishly, drool trickling from his lips. The other patrons, upon hearing the child's words, turned their gazes to where Lu Chuan sat. A mere first-tier cultivator? How laughable! The little one could not help but shake his head. Lu Chuan finally succumbed to the absurdity and spat out his drink. What on earth is this? A circus clown? Yet, apart from Lu Chuan, the other 2 men wore grave expressions, their muscles taut with tension. The companion at the table trembled uncontrollably as he held his cup. The patrons of Chiu Hong Tavern attempted to maintain their composure. Our reinforcements, numbering in the thousands, would have been annihilated at first sight of such a creature. Chow Yunlan listened impassively, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh from the pressure. "Your Highness, this individual possesses unfathomable abilities. We cannot gauge him by normal standards. I will hold him back. You and the young master should leave at once." The man downed his last sip of liquor, smashing the flask upon the table as he stood abruptly. "The rabble of Chiu Hong Tavern, my grandfather is here." A black military knife appeared in his hand as he crossed the table to position himself before Lu Chuan and Chow Yunlan. "Are you afraid?" Certainly, fear gripped him. Aside from someone as deranged as Lu Chuan, no sane person would be unafraid of death. Yet, the man remained resolute. As a personal guard, he bore the duty to protect his master, never allowing his lord to perish before him. "Aduh, he calls us rabble." The little one's face contorted in anger. "Ha ha ha." The giant continued to grin foolishly, fixating his gaze on Lu Chuan, drool cascading like a torrent, as though he intended to devour him whole. "Patience. Let us toy with him a bit more." The little one gently patted the giant's nape. As for Lu Chuan, he could not be bothered to glance their way. Savoring the last morsels of rice in his bowl, still unsatisfied, he poured the vegetable broth from the pot into his bowl. Such indifference would infuriate any onlooker, let alone those directly involved. The petite figure lightly snapped her fingers, intending to eliminate the target before indulging in further amusement. The patrons in the hall received their orders and surged towards Chow Yunlan. "Your Highness, flee." A man wielded a black military knife, his entire essence erupting in a powerful torrent. This man was presumably at the 8th realm, a level of strength that would surely make him a formidable figure in the Tianyuan continent. However, in the monster-ridden expanse of the Tianhuan continent, such power, while not insignificant, was merely sufficient for self-preservation. The man swung his military knife with a straightforward ferocity, devoid of any flashy techniques, embodying the sheer brutality of a battle formation. In an instant, the hall was filled with the ominous presence of blade energy, silent yet explosive. Strangely, given the destructive potential of the man's blade energy, one might have expected that not just the inn, but the entire town would be obliterated. Yet, the reality was that the inn remained unscathed. The man's blade energy collided with the distorted air, as if striking against cotton, neither bursting forth nor producing a sound. The assassins, however, moved effortlessly through this peculiar atmosphere, seemingly impervious to the grandiose blade energy. "Beware of spatial manipulation," Chow Yunlan cautioned. A sharp crack echoed as an assassin bizarrely traversed the air, abruptly appearing before the man. His reaction was swift, drawing his knife in defense, yet still a moment too late. A dagger sliced open his abdomen, blood instantly staining his garments. The man staggered back, his face contorted in pain. Chow Yunlan rushed to support him, hastily placing some medicinal pills into his mouth. "Stabilize your wounds," she urged, while he, filled with remorse, lamented, "I have failed in my duty to protect you." With a resigned sigh, Chow Yunlan replied, "How could I blame you? It seems fate wishes to extinguish me." Suddenly, an assassin lunged forward, and the man forcefully pushed Chow Yunlan aside, narrowly intercepting the cleverly angled dagger. "Allow me to fight for you one last time." He channeled all his essence, stepping forward as several assassins charged at him, abandoning any pretense of defense. Dagger after dagger plunged into his body almost simultaneously, and from him, dark energy erupted. This dark energy enveloped the nearby assassins, followed by a blinding radiance. A visible shockwave surged forth, yet it peculiarly dissipated within the distorted air. The man had attempted to create a sliver of hope for Chow Yunlan through self-detonation, yet the disparity in strength was too great. He had merely sacrificed his life in vain. At that moment, Lu Chuan finally finished his meal. Sated, he found himself with nothing to do, and thus resolved to seek out some mischief. Chapter 76, Sword 7. Black Moon. Several assassins simultaneously advanced towards Chow Yunlan. She, having succumbed to her injuries, found herself without the means to retaliate. Helplessly, she watched as they drew ever closer, ultimately closing her eyes in resignation. "What are you doing bouncing around here, little girl?" Lu Chuan burped contentedly. In the next instant, the seemingly doomed Chow Yunlan vanished, her position taken by Lu Chuan, while she found herself at his dining table. A seemingly ordinary maneuver of shifting positions deftly extricated Chow Yunlan from certain doom. A streak of dark sword energy arced gracefully, cleaving through the distorted air, instantly bisecting several assassins, their blood staining the atmosphere. Lu Chuan stepped forward, hurtling towards the entrance with such speed that phantoms trailed behind him in the air. With each stride he took, a black thread pierced through the warped atmosphere, ascending from the ground around him. Each black thread sliced through the bodies of the assassins. This simple yet brutal method of killing ensured that by the time Lu Chuan reached the doorway, all but one peculiar pair of assassins lay lifeless. "Be careful, Ada," the diminutive figure warned, his prematurely aged face contorted with fear as he observed Lu Chuan unaffected by the spatial distortions. Ada, a 3-meter-tall behemoth, appeared foolish yet struck with remarkable ferocity and swiftness. With a resounding thud, Ada unleashed a punch, carrying the force of a collapsing mountain, aimed directly at Lu Chuan's head. His fist, larger than Lu Chuan's own head and adorned with crimson and black runes, carved pathways through the air. Lu Chuan extended a solitary finger to intercept the oncoming blow. The moment their points of contact collided, a deep resonance echoed, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward. In an instant, the entire inn was upturned, debris and fragments flying like arrows in all directions. "You court death," the diminutive figure exclaimed, as a viscous black-green liquid erupted from his mouth, releasing a foul stench that permeated the air. The noxious smoke from the liquid spread rapidly, corroding everything in its vicinity. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a stream of black sword energy followed Lu Chuan's fingertip, piercing through Ada's fist and diagonally through the diminutive figure's skull. The smaller assassin, caught unawares, found that Ada's formidable physical strength was unable to withstand the onslaught of the black sword energy. His mouth gaped wide in shock, the astonishment lingering on his lifeless face. "Rest assured, your brother shall soon accompany you. Do remember to join a circus in your next life, for this appearance is too regrettable to waste," Lu Chuan quipped, as a flicker of black light emanated from his fingertip, dispersing into countless minuscule sword energies. In an instant, Ada's body was reduced to mere fragments. The pair, tainted by psychological corruption, finally met their end. However, Lu Chuan did not relent. Instead, he drew the long sword from his waist. For the true spectacle was only just beginning. With Lu Chuan's keen senses, he had long discerned that this peculiar duo was merely puppets, with the true master being the pair of lanterns. As the peculiar pair collapsed lifelessly, the lanterns, resembling ominous eyes, began to float amidst the swirling blood mist, emitting strange waves of energy that distorted reality once more. Lu Chuan found himself drawn into an enigmatic realm. Amidst the heavy night, a cacophony of resounding thuds resonated as numerous unidentifiable structures either rose from the depths of the earth or descended from the heavens. The buildings consist of dilapidated tile-roofed houses, exquisite villa districts, and towering skyscrapers. Beneath the resplendent glow of neon lights, they seem like a quaint town from another time, relocated to this place. These structures appear to have entombed countless malevolent entities, and their emergence has ushered in an overwhelming aura of gloom. In mere moments, the surroundings transformed into a chilling realm of spirits. Lu Chuan stood amidst this world, momentarily entranced, as a torrent of thoughts surged within him. Where's this? It is the hometown he departed from many years ago, the streets of his youth, the homes of his past, yet devoid of its inhabitants. Cursed be it. Lu Chuan suddenly erupted in fury. This was the most profound attachment he held for his homeland, now manifested in this world through those lanterns. Such an act is an unforgivable desecration. It had been an eternity since he experienced such an emotional upheaval. Bang! Lu Chuan stomped down with all his might. Centered on his right foot, the world began to fracture at a visible rate. The pair of red lanterns could not have anticipated the wrath they had provoked. This materialized world shattered inch by inch, revealing the true reality beneath. Concentrate, ascend to greatness. Lu Chuan channeled all his strength into the tip of his black sword, striking fiercely at the heavens. The ominous clouds above were swept away by the sword's energy. The rain ceased, and the deep night sky was surprisingly adorned with stars. However, the horrifying events were just beginning. Sword 7, Black Moon. Lu Chuan flicked his wrist, releasing the lethal energy that soared toward the heavens. The lethal force exploded in a dazzling black light at the zenith, intertwining with a tumultuous surge of sword energy. Centered around the lethal force, a crescent of black sword energy rapidly formed in the sky. Have you lost your mind? Do you intend to sink this land? Ah Fu suddenly appeared beside Lu Chuan, exclaiming in panic. Lu Chuan, with a nervous twitch of his lips, broke into a grin. Ah Fu felt a shiver run down his spine, recognizing that Lu Chuan had succumbed to madness once more. You wretched beast, what have you done? Ah Fu fumed, glaring at the two lanterns floating in the air. At that moment, the lanterns, resembling two eyes, revealed a profound fear that penetrated the soul. A suicidal apology, a suicidal apology. Beast, do you wish for the countless souls of this land to accompany your folly into oblivion? Ah Fu roared, yet it was too late. Crash. Lu Chuan reached out toward the black crescent moon in the sky, forcefully swinging his hand down. A simple yet profoundly oppressive and despair-laden assault. The black crescent howled as it hurtled from the heavens toward the earth. A vast shadow enveloped the land. The black crescent resembled a colossal meteor, descending with devastating force. Should it truly collide, as Ah Fu feared, the land would indeed be doomed to submerge. Handsome, O dashing one, please cease. Ah Fu exclaimed anxiously, knowing that if it struck, countless lives would be extinguished. For Lu Chuan, this was far from good news. He did not tread the path of slaughter to attain enlightenment. Too much bloodshed would jeopardize his ascension to emperor. Father, where are you? At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. A small boy, cradling a kitten, emerged amidst the ruins of the inn. The boy gazed at the debris, tears streaming down his face as he searched for his family. This agonizing wail abruptly roused Lu Chuan from his reverie. He turned to behold the solitary figure of the boy standing amidst the wreckage, and his cold heart was stirred. Chapter 77. I'll deal with you. Little rascal, the boy's heartrending cries were like needles stabbing into Lu Chuan's mind. He lightly tapped his forehead and lamented, "Ah, my head aches." Lu Chuan suffered from severe manic episodes, a classic symptom of mental illness. However, since arriving in this world, his condition had improved significantly. Even when he experienced an episode, it was not as severe. The recent sight of the red lantern had summoned the deepest anxieties from his heart, exacerbating his affliction. Scatter. Lu Chuan waved his hand gently, and the dark moon in the sky dissipated in an instant. Perhaps the people of this land were unaware that, due to the cries of a small boy, they had narrowly escaped a cataclysm in their slumber. The red lantern, sensing that the boy before it was beyond its power to contend with, prepared to flee. Yet, it underestimated Lu Chuan, who harbored a deep-seated grudge. Just as the lantern attempted to make its move, Lu Chuan was already before it. Realizing escape was futile, the red lantern sought to put up a desperate struggle, emanating a strange psychic energy. Having fallen for such tricks once, Lu Chuan was not one to stumble in the same place twice. With near-instantaneous speed, he seized the lantern, crushing it within his grasp. "You vile creature, do you enjoy playing tricks?" Lu Chuan channeled all his strength into his hands and tore the lantern in half. "Do not kill it. Do not kill it. It is a valuable item. Leave it to me, and I shall craft a talisman for you." Ah Fu hurried over, attempting to intervene. However, had it been capable of stopping Lu Chuan, he would not have been Lu Chuan. Ignoring a Fu's pleas, Lu Chuan, after rending the lantern, shattered it to pieces with his sword energy. What a waste! What a waste! A Fu lamented, shaking its head at the sight of the scattered fragments. This was a rare instance of a lifeless object attaining sentience, having existed for countless ages. Moreover, given its abilities, it appeared to be of the psychic domain. In light of Lu Chuan's unstable mental state, it could have potentially aided in stabilizing his psyche if refined. What did you just say? Are you implying I am insane? Lu Chuan's anger surged, and in a fit of rage, he kicked a Fu squarely on the head. He then turned his attention back to the ruins. Slowly approaching the sorrowful boy, the child looked up at Lu Chuan, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Brother, have you seen my father?" Lu Chuan shook his head, gently ruffling the boy's hair. It appeared that everyone in the inn had perished. In the clash of deities, mortals suffer. For reasons unknown. Lu Chuan felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes began to undergo a transformation. The once dark pupils gradually faded, shifting towards a pallid white. Just as the rejuvenated Fu beheld Lu Chuan's visage, his wise eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, disappointment soon washed over him, for the pupils swiftly returned to their normal hue. "You little rascal, why don't you cry a bit more pitifully?" At that moment, Chow Yunlan's startled exclamation roused Lu Chuan from his reverie. Turning his gaze towards the source of the sound, he beheld a cavalry unit marching robustly into the small town. With Chow Yunlan having fallen back into the grasp of the young man clad in a python robe. When Lu Chuan had acted earlier, he had obliterated the entire inn. To avoid further complicating matters for Lu Chuan, and to prevent herself from being struck down by some unidentified projectile, Chow Yunlan had retreated to a considerable distance. Despite her caution, her meager strength as a mere first-realm practitioner rendered her exceedingly vulnerable. Lu Chuan scooped up the boy, who was on the verge of fainting from tears, and with a single stride, he stood before the python-robed youth. "Do not approach, or I shall slay her." The python-robed figure threatened, his voice trembling. The near-fatal encounter with the ominous Black Moon had delivered a tremendous psychological blow, yet he remained undeterred, charging into Baixia town. He understood that if Chow Yunlan did not perish today, it would be his own life at stake. Faced with death regardless, he reasoned, why not take a gamble? A blue dagger pressed against Chow Yunlan's neck, and as he observed Lu Chuan's impassive countenance, the python-robed youth's trembling hand faltered, cutting through Chow Yunlan's fair skin. Scalding blood trickled down the dagger, staining the youth's hand. "Who are you? Who are you truly, and why do you disrupt my plans?" He bellowed in a near rage. All his schemes had been so meticulously crafted. Chow Yunlan was destined to die at the docks. Yet, unexpectedly, an uninvited interloper had arrived, ruining everything. "I am your ancestor. You little wretch," Lu Chuan retorted, laughter tinged with fury. Bang! In an explosive burst, Lu Chuan's figure shattered into a series of phantoms. The thousands of cavalry had no time to react. The python-robed youth's dagger could not descend in time. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Lu Chuan snapped the neck of the python-robed youth. The blue dagger clattered to the ground, and the youth's pupils began to lose focus. In those frightened eyes, there was a tumult of resentment and disbelief. Perhaps he never anticipated that Lu Chuan would dare to execute him, the crown prince of Dawei, so brazenly. As the surrounding cavalry began to react to the death of their leader, they stirred restlessly, preparing to charge. Chow Yunlan retrieved the blue dagger. Bowing to Lu Chuan, "My lord, allow me to handle this." Lu Chuan nodded, entrusting the boy in his arms to Chow Yunlan. "The child's father is likely gone. He is your subject. Care for him well." Chow Yunlan accepted the boy, cradling him with compassion. In prosperity, the common folk suffer. In demise, the common folk suffer. The indifference of cultivators towards the lives of ordinary people had long since become commonplace. There is still a chance. Chow Yunlan's expression hardened with resolve. As long as one is alive, be it a day or a year, ascending to a high position offers the opportunity to alter circumstances and restore peace to the subjects of the Great Way. Lu Chuan was unaware of what Chow Yunlan had communicated to the cavalry. However, on the journey back to the capital, this cavalry became the escort of the princess. After Lu Chuan and his companions set out, a quaint tavern unexpectedly appeared in Baixia town. The tavern, nameless and solitary, stood beside the official road, patiently awaiting patrons. As night fell, a dashing young man pushed open the door of the tavern. The interior was quite modest, featuring a small table, a counter, a dimly lit oil lamp, and a captivating proprietress. The proprietress, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed a vibrant beauty, and when she smiled, two delicate dimples graced her cheeks. "Young Master Zhou, it's time to settle the bill," she cheerfully announced, pouring a cup of wine for the man and sliding it across the counter. This man was none other than Zhou Yu, the esteemed scholar of the Wu Kingdom, often referred to as the seed of intellectuals. "Your money is indeed easy to earn," Zhou Yu exclaimed, raising the cup and downing its contents in one gulp, then placing a ring before the proprietress. She leaned over the counter, admiring the exquisite ring. "Its alluring curves on full display. Let us leave it at that," she sighed softly. "The crown prince is dead, and Chao Yunlan's days are numbered. The reign of the Great Wei Emperor is nearing its end, and turmoil within the dynasty is inevitable within the next decade. Your objectives have been achieved." Chapter 78. I could be your grandfather now you have lost two of your most capable subordinates. Can you truly swallow this bitterness? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at the enchanting proprietress. "What else can I do?" she replied languidly, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought as she gazed at the flickering light on the wall. "This is not the spirited demeanor one expects from your Qiuhong tavern." Zhou Yu shook his head, unwilling to concede easily. The proprietress coldly curled her lips. "If you seek death, I shall not hinder you. But if you wish to drag me down with you, do not blame me for lacking any sentiment in such matters. Do not be angry, I was merely jesting." Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand, suggesting, "Let us change the subject, shall we? You wish to discuss the matters of the Emperor's Taoist temple?" she inquired, shaking her head. "I advise you not to meddle. Countless malevolent beings await this day. The temple may not be what it seems, but it shall undoubtedly become a battlefield. While your reasoning is sound, can you truly accept it?" Zhou Yu sighed. "You have been trapped in the oblivion realm for over 10,000 years. Do you not desire to take a gamble? And what of you?" She scoffed. "You have studied to become a Confucian sage. Do you not aspire to advance further? To attain the Tao and become an emperor?" At this juncture, both paused, understanding one another. They had awaited this opportunity for countless years and would not relinquish it lightly. In the capital, the heart of the Great Wei dynasty, its splendor was beyond description. Lu Chuan did not accompany Chao Yunlan into the palace, but instead sought a humble eatery, dining while awaiting the arrival of the items that Chao Yunlan had promised to send. As for the fate that awaited Chao Yunlan thereafter, Lu Chuan had little inclination to concern himself with it. However, he waited in vain until darkness enveloped the sky, yet the items never arrived. It is evident without the need for speculation that the trouble once again stems from that young woman, Chao Yunlan. Lu Chuan, filled with ire, dashed towards the imperial palace along Xuanwu Street. Ahead lay a forbidden area, where intruders faced dire consequences. The guards at the palace gate attempted to halt Lu Chuan, only to be sent flying by his formidable strength. This reckless act stirred a great calamity. As one of the foremost dynasties of the Tianhuan continent, the Great Wei had maintained its reign for several hundred millennia without any incident of a rabble assaulting the palace. The dynasty trembled, and a multitude of imperial guards alongside skilled palace defenders surged forth, cornering Lu Chuan before the Golden Luan Hall. Tension mounted as weapons were drawn, and a fierce battle loomed. "Young brother, what remarkable skill you possess," exclaimed an elderly eunuch clad in a dragon robe, stepping forward. "You must be the esteemed figure spoken of by the Princess of Chang." The eunuch's tongue twisted with sarcasm, sending shivers down Lu Chuan's spine. He waved his hand, interrupting the eunuch. "I have no time for your prattle. Summon Chao Yunlan to present the items. I have yet to dine." The eunuch's eyelids twitched. As the supervisor of ceremonies for the Great Wei, he had never endured such vulgarity. Though seething with indignation, he maintained a facade of obsequiousness. "Rest assured, dear brother, you have saved the princess, which is a monumental feat. Any request you have will be met." "Huh." Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. "I have waited an entire afternoon. Where are the items?" The eunuch's eyelids fluttered. He had never encountered such audacity. "Please remain calm, dear brother. There are some issues on the princess's side. Once resolved, the items will be delivered to you promptly. Resolve your own matters." Lu Chuan scoffed. "Could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of efficiency? Have you not been taught to speak politely?" The eunuch could no longer restrain himself, his fury akin to a duck with its neck grasped, squawking in distress. "You think you can act like a grand wolf here?" With a decisive stomp, Lu Chuan caused the vast square to collapse beneath him. "You little brat, you're the first to dare create a ruckus here." The enraged eunuch retorted with a bitter laugh. "I could very well be your elder." Lu Chuan stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap across the eunuch's face. though the eunuch possessed considerable strength. At least at the ninth realm, he was no match for the peculiarity that was Lu Chuan, who sent him careening away with a single blow. "Zhao Yunlan, come out!" Lu Chuan bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the grand palace, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding soldiers. In a secluded courtyard, Zhao Yunlan stood up in alarm upon hearing the commotion. She was not one to break promises, but circumstances had rendered her powerless. Upon returning to the palace, she had been placed under house arrest, and she had yet to even meet the emperor. Initially, she intended to send a message to Lu Chuan, but her entourage had been entirely replaced, leading to the unfortunate delay in communication and the current predicament. In the imperial study, the reigning emperor, Chao Xian, contemplated the matter of his successor. Having ruled for 498 years, he pondered the future of the dynasty. According to ancestral regulations, no emperor of the Great Wei may reign for more than 500 years. Regardless of one's exceptional talents or capabilities, this decree must not be contravened. It is said that this wisdom was imparted by an eminent figure to the inaugural emperor of Great Wei, pertaining intricately to the fate of the nation. Upon abdication, each emperor is required to either enter the Tower of Celestial Enlightenment for cultivation or relinquish all worldly concerns to wander the vast expanses. However, the majority of emperors tend to choose the former, as the abundant resources of Great Wei can sustain the tower remarkably well. It is universally acknowledged that the enduring strength of Great Wei, standing firm on the desolate continent for countless years, relies solely on the former emperors residing within the tower. These retired sovereigns are well supported by the nation's resources, and some have even attained near empirical power. Chao Xian is set to enter the tower in 2 years, a time when he should ideally be passing on his authority. Yet, the bloodline of the Chao family has been dwindling over generations, with very few newborns gracing their lineage. Under Chao Xian, despite having numerous consorts, only 3 heirs have emerged: Chao Yang, Chao Yunlan, and a boy born last year. It has been predicted by some that the fortunes of Great Wei have reached a zenith, signaling an inevitable decline. However, the people of Great Wei, young and old alike, do not share this sentiment. Chao Xian is troubled. Chao Yang perished in Baixia town, and while he had little expectation for this son, his untimely demise was not particularly mourned. Yet, the more promising Chao Yunlan now faces grave issues. After consulting with experts, it has been determined that Chao Yunlan, due to the nature of the immortal phoenix, has only a few years left to live before undergoing a rebirth. This is the most optimistic estimate, contingent upon the use of numerous rare treasures to extend his life. The required elixirs are worth their weight in gold. While the term rebirth may sound appealing, the harsh reality is that it entails an indefinite slumber. Chao Yunlan has been removed from Chao Xian's favor, which explains the decision to confine him. His death is now unavoidable, and it would be a folly to squander precious resources on him. Additionally, there is a crucial reason behind this. Chao Xian aims to reclaim the privileges that have been allocated to Chao Yunlan. Chapter 79. The pinnacle of insolence. The only candidate remaining is a 1-year-old child. In 2 years, when Chao Xian enters the tower, the child will merely be 3 years old. Before the child reaches maturity, someone must ensure the smooth operation of the Great Wei dynasty. The former emperors of the tower abide by an unbreakable rule. Intervention is forbidden unless the Great Wei dynasty is on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, it would deplete the nation's luck, leading to irreparable consequences. In recent years, the rise of the Great Wu has been formidable, while the old dynasty of Western Shu is also stirring. Someone must maintain order amidst this turmoil. Chao Xian is agitated. The selection of a regent has yet to be finalized. Your Majesty, there is a commotion before the Golden Hall. A report comes to Chao Xian regarding the situation outside the Jinluan Hall. Who is that ruffian? Have we ascertained his background? Chao Xian furrowed his brows deeply. As the emperor of the Great Wei, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious to the events transpiring within his realm. He was aware that Lu Chuan had returned with Chao Yunlan and understood the young man's desires. Within the treasury of the Great Wei Palace lay the cultivation method of the 5 elements dominance body. However, Chao Xian chose to exercise restraint, intending to ascertain Lu Chuan's true identity before bringing him under his wing. Lu Chuan had been left in limbo for an entire day, a deliberate display of authority from Chao Xian. Although Chao Yunlan had sent a message warning him against employing his usual tactics of manipulation on Lu Chuan, Chao Xian dismissed it entirely. He believed that a mere youth, regardless of his formidable strength, could not possess a mature disposition. confident in his ability to manage subordinates. Chao Xian felt that controlling a 16 or 17-year-old boy would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, the youth whom Chao Xian regarded as a mere child was, in fact, a being who had lived for 100,000 years, a volatile ancient entity. The eunuch stationed at the door, upon hearing the displeasure in Chao Xian's voice, dared not breathe a word and hurriedly spoke, "I know nothing, only that this individual first appeared over the Great View Sea, subsequently rescuing the princess and slaying 2 assassins from the Autumn Phoenix Tavern. Alas, it was my oversight. I should not have allowed Yunlan to venture to the Flying Cloud Ferry," Chao Xian pondered. "The Autumn Phoenix Tavern appears to be orchestrated by Zhou Yu, that scoundrel." Originally, the mission had been intended for Chao Yunlan to gain experience and enhance her prestige. Furthermore, the returning merchant convoy had a protector of the Annihilation Realm, making unexpected incidents unlikely. However, Chao Xian had underestimated the variable posed by the Autumn Phoenix Tavern. For millennia, although the tavern had garnered a notorious reputation, it had never engaged in assassination attempts against the Great Way. The young man's ability to slay 2 assassins from the tavern demonstrated considerable prowess. Thus, he considered sending Commander Zhou to capture him, hoping to employ him for his own purposes. If the youth was unwilling, he would simply be dispatched to the ice prison. The eunuch at the door hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts, and ultimately retreated in resignation. Before the Golden Luan Hall, Lu Chuan sat atop the elderly eunuch, casting a sidelong glance at the trembling guards. "What is the most crucial aspect of being human?" Lu Chuan delivered a sharp slap to the eunuch's posterior, causing tears to spring forth from the old man's eyes. "Integrity, is it not? A person without trust cannot stand. How can such a grand dynasty as the Great Way attempt to shirk its obligations? This is rather unacceptable. Indeed, it is unacceptable. Might the young hero allow this old servant to report to His Majesty?" The eunuch's tone transformed entirely, becoming that of a compliant lapdog. "Cease at once." At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed, shaking the very air around them. A burly general, armed with a longbow, strode forth with purpose. "Commander Zhou, save me." Upon sighting this figure, the eunuch immediately regained his composure, raising his voice. Zhou Qiang, the commander of the Imperial Guard, was one of the 2 Annihilation Realm experts known openly within the Great Way. Zhou Qiang was a rarity, having comprehended the path of combat through the crucible of battle. His practical skills were unparalleled, and his archery was nothing short of divine. His most celebrated achievement was when, 1,300 years prior, he drew his bow within the Great Way Palace. Separated by millions of miles, he felt a fellow cultivator of the same realm from the Great Wu. It was from that moment onward that Zhou Qiang earned the title of unparalleled killer. Once distance was established, it seemed there was no one on the entire Tianhuan continent who could rival him. "Oh, a formidable character approaches, how flattering." Feeling the razor-sharp murderous intent emanating from Zhou Qiang, Lu Chuan couldn't help but adopt a sarcastic tone. "Little brother, you saved the princess of the Long family. I have no intention of crossing you." Zhou Qiang exhibited a remarkable composure, his words devoid of any aggressive undertone. "Release Zheng Gonggong. Your previous actions will be overlooked. Report to the Imperial Guard, and I shall grant you the position of Deputy Commander." What? Lu Chuan was utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Why was he being thrust into an official role? "Are you dissatisfied?" Zhou Qiang raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Chuan's reaction. To him, it seemed inconceivable that any cultivator on the Tianhuan continent would refuse such an advantageous offer. Lu Chuan stretched his neck and grinned. "My donkey says I should refrain from committing further acts of slaughter, lest I attract bizarre misfortunes on my path to becoming an emperor. Alas, I desire to comply, but circumstances do not permit." With a sudden motion, Lu Chuan kicked the old eunuch's head, splattering the ground with crimson and ivory. "You dare kill a member of the Grand Way's ceremonial court before the Golden Luan Hall?" Zhou Qiang erupted in fury, a tide of murderous intent surging forth. "Do you think I would hesitate?" The smile vanished from Lu Chuan's face, replaced by a chilling indifference. The calamity of man. Drawing forth a black longsword, he plunged it fiercely into the ground before him. From the sword's center, dark threads spread out like a spider's web. In but a breath, all the surrounding soldiers were ensnared by the black strands, transforming them into soulless husks. "Explode!" Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, and the soldiers surged toward the resplendent hall. Zhou Qiang sensed the anomaly, swiftly knocking an arrow and aiming it at Lu Chuan. "Halt, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Lu Chuan squared his chest defiantly against Zhou Qiang's bow. "Come now, Let your father show you the consequences of your impudence. The exchange was laced with sharp banter. A twisted delight in the confrontation. Chapter 80. The Xuanwu Formation Boom. As Lu Chuan taunted Zhou Chaoyang, the controlled soldiers had already reached the entrance of the hall. The explosive force of their actions erupted skyward, unleashing terrifying energy that caused violent tremors all around, flesh and blood dissolving into mist, permeating the air. However, Lu Chuan was somewhat astonished that such a magnitude of explosion did not obliterate the hall. It seemed the materials used in its construction were quite resilient. The demon surprisingly commanded others to self-destruct. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Chaoyang erupted with fury. A swirling vortex formed in his left hand, coalescing into a crimson arrow, exuding a terrifying intent to kill. Tornado! Zhou Chaoyang bellowed, unleashing the arrow from his grasp. The arrowhead sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, reminiscent of 1,000 cavalry charging forth simultaneously. Concurrently, Zhou Chaoyang's toes barely touched the ground, and his figure transformed into a flash of light, swiftly retreating from Lu Chuan. Hailing from a military background, Zhou Chaoyang was unafraid of close combat. However, his prowess lay predominantly in archery, making direct confrontation with Lu Chuan unwise. This transpired in the blink of an eye. By the moment Lu Chuan pinched the arrowhead between his fingers, Zhou Chaoyang had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Hall, creating ample distance between them. Observing Lu Chuan effortlessly grasping his arrow and enveloping it with a peculiar sword aura to prevent its explosion, Zhou Chaoyang's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly realized that this seemingly first-tier youth possessed strength rivaling his own. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Zhou Chaoyang swiftly formed intricate seals with his hands. Activate the Xuanwu Great Array. Upon his command, the turtle-like beasts atop the hall's ceiling sprang to life. Boundless golden light radiated from these entities, suffused with numerous runes, producing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. This golden luminescence coalesced into a vast screen, crafting a dome-like barrier resembling an eggshell, enveloping the entire palace. Lu Chuan found himself just outside this protective shell. Has the Xuanwu Great Array been activated? A woman, indulging in a late-night snack at the bustling night market, gazed in astonishment towards the palace. This woman was none other than the proprietress from the small tavern earlier. Accompanying her was a handsome man, who cheerfully squinted his eyes while holding 2 skewers of lamb. Perhaps no one anticipated that Zhou Yu, the national master of the Great Wu, would boldly appear in the capital of the Great Wei, even casually strolling through the night market. The Xuanwu Great Array. A relic of ancient times and one of the 4 symbols of heaven, reputed to be the most formidable defensive formation, has not been activated for thousands of years. Zhou Yu remarked with delight, taking a bite of the lamb skewer he had never tasted before. Brother Zhou, what exquisite taste. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar traversed the crowd to approach Zhou Yu and his companion. Standing 8 feet tall, with a countenance like jade, adorned with a silk cap and draped in a crane cloak, he emanated an otherworldly aura. Accompanying him was a man in a pristine white robe, possessing a dignified appearance and an air of refined elegance. Brother Zhuge, long time no see. Zhou Yu greeted cheerfully, then turned to the woman beside him. Bai Kai, allow me to introduce you to Zhuge Ming, the strategist of Shishu, well-versed in ancient and contemporary knowledge, a master of the 8 diagrams of gods and ghosts, unmatched across the realm. And this is Lord Zhao, the ever-victorious general of Shishu, renowned for his unparalleled courage. The woman named Bai Kai's pupils slightly contracted. The reputations of these 2 individuals were indeed thunderous. I have heard much of your esteemed names. Bai Kai gracefully performed a bow. Bok Choy, what an exquisite name. Zhuge Ming smiled and nodded, observing the girl whose divine aura was subdued, her presence nearly imperceptible, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. It seemed that only one individual in this world could achieve such mastery. Bok Choy raised her brows and inquired with a smile. I wonder which esteemed individual you are referring to, Master Zhuge? The owner of the Qiuhong Tavern, Zhuge Ming replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Bok Choy's eyes. The Qiuhong Tavern had once orchestrated the assassination of the old sword emperor from the Western Shu, which was a deep-seated vendetta. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. He. Let us speak amicably. We are all here for the entertainment. No need for hostility. Zhou Yu quickly interjected to ease the situation. Zhuge Ming gently nodded, showing no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, this was the capital of the Great Wei. Revealing one's identity here could prove fatal beyond measure. The four great fiends had been particularly active lately, even displaying a tendency to draw closer to one another, an ominous sign indeed. I wonder if Brother Zhuge's grand divination has revealed any insights? Zhou Yu discreetly positioned himself in front of Bok Choy, simultaneously casting a glance at Zhuge Ming. Zhuge Ming paid little heed to Zhou Yu's subtle maneuver, affirmatively stating, "The four great fiends are indeed converging, and they are casting their ominous shadows over the Tianhuan continent. Someone is drawing them in." This was precisely why Zhuge Ming had risked coming to the capital. If someone truly attracted those maleficent stars, it could herald the birth of a great evil. Zhuge Ming's words sent a chill through the others, who instinctively turned their gazes towards the direction of the royal palace. Lu Chuan loosened his fingers, and the cyclone that had formed into a long arrow dissipated into a gentle breeze. He then reached out, and the black long sword embedded in the ground soared into his palm. With a delicate touch, Lu Chuan tapped the eggshell in front of him, producing a sound akin to a golden rooster pecking at iron, a resonant metallic clash. A formidable defensive array, lacking offensive capabilities yet exhibiting unparalleled defense, could potentially be dismantled by focusing a point of attack. This was your forte. A Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, offering an attentive explanation. "You certainly talk a lot." Lu Chuan shot a sidelong glance at a Fu. Haha. A Fu's eyelids twitched, and he laughed awkwardly. "One must engage, after all. I won't intrude on your work any longer." A Fu hastily retreated, eager to avoid becoming Lu Chuan's outlet for frustration. A bunch of wretches, utterly shameless. Lu Chuan narrowed his captivating eyes, gazing at Zhou Chaoyang atop the grand hall, a detached smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chaoyang was nearly driven to the brink of explosion, having never encountered someone so brazenly caustic. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from Zhou Chaoyang, and a massive red formation materialized behind him. The crimson array exuded an oppressive aura of killing intent. Zhou Chaoyang drew his bow, and as the string flexed, countless arrows surged forth from the array behind him. Flying Swallow, extreme shot. Zhou Chaoyang launched the first strike, releasing the taut bowstring. The formation behind him blazed to life, and red arrows descended like a torrential wave. "You little wretch, for slaying the soldiers of Great Wei, today you shall meet your end here, buried alongside them." Chapter 81. The emergence of the Mad Beauty. A torrential downpour of lethal arrows surged forth, piercing through the golden formation and hurtling toward Lu Chuan. With a gentle sweep of his sword, Lu Chuan's strike was swifter than the very wind. The sword transformed into a flurry of butterflies, devoid of the usual terrifying black sword energy. Instead, his strike embodied purity and grace, resembling the delicate dance of butterflies frolicking amidst a tempest. This was an expanded technique of the Sword of Four Winds. Rarely did Lu Chuan employ such a gentle approach to overcome brute force. Yet he was compelled to shield himself from the deluge of arrows, first shattering the formidable shell before him. The ethereal breeze morphed into countless translucent butterflies, imbued with a tender essence, entwining the fierce and unyielding arrowheads. The butterfly-like energy coalesced into gentle whirlpools that ensnared each arrow, akin to heroes entrapped in a realm of softness, unwilling to depart from the embrace of that whirlpool. Splendid. Zhou Chaoyang marveled at the exquisite manner in which his technique was countered, a sense of admiration swelling within him. "Let us see if you can withstand another arrow." With a forceful grip, Zhou Chaoyang dispelled the grand formation behind him, causing the earth-shattering phenomena to vanish into thin air. He then donned a black cloth over his eyes, relinquishing the most vital asset of an archer, his sight. Zhou Chaoyang began to breathe rhythmically, the cadence of his inhalations and exhalations reverberating throughout the cosmos. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing an uncanny absence of Zhou Chaoyang's presence, despite his physical form being plainly visible. It was an eerie phenomenon. Intriguing. Lu Chuan chuckled, a sense of joy enveloping him. Since entering this realm, this archer was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered. Out of respect, I shall personally ensure your demise. Yet, it remains to be seen if you possess the prowess to match. Zhou Chaoyang too felt exhilarated. It had been millennia since he had faced a worthy adversary. For one of his caliber, an exhilarating battle was essential to transcend his limits. Excellent. I appreciate your spirit. Lu Chuan nodded, raising his sword of death, and began to slash furiously at the golden formation. Boom. The clash of formidable energies erupted, akin to a nuclear explosion, conjuring a dark mushroom cloud. Yet, the golden formation remained steadfast, unwavering amidst the tumult. It seems your sword is not as formidable as your boasts suggest, Zhou Qiang quipped, drawing back his bow to form a translucent arrow. With the release of his grip, the arrow dissipated into nothingness, and tranquility returned to the universe as if no event had transpired. At that moment, Lu Chuan lifted his sword. Boom! The explosive impact swept forth like autumn winds scattering leaves. Zhou Qiang's arrow transcended spatial distance, seemingly governed by the rules of time. Had it not been for Lu Chuan's unparalleled awareness, he would have been oblivious to this enigmatic arrow. Huh, remarkable. After the explosion, Lu Chuan nonchalantly brushed the sleeves of his attire. The sword energy that had formed into a protective garb had indeed sustained some damage from the blast. Bang! Lu Chuan swung his sword once more, aiming fiercely at the golden shell. This madman actually intends to forcefully breach the Xuanwu Great Formation. Such folly is laughable. Although Zhou Qiang harbors disdain for Lu Chuan's brutish behavior, he cannot afford to be negligent. A sense of foreboding envelopes him, as if the very fabric of heaven and earth is shifting, influenced by an unseen force. Instinctively, Zhou Qiang raises his gaze to the sky, where 4 crimson demonic stars blaze luminously. The presence of these malevolent stars reveals the true nature of a formidable adversary. Zhou Qiang begins to comprehend the disturbance in the principles of the Great Tao. Drawing upon the secrets of the 9-character arrow technique, he summons the winds and clouds of the world. In a swift motion, 8 avatars leap from his form, swiftly traversing the palace to occupy 8 strategically significant positions. Boom! At that moment, Lu Chuan delivers his 3rd strike. Crack! Under the violent tremors, the golden tortoise shell emits a sound of fracture. Perhaps it is due to excessive force, or perhaps Lu Chuan's physical strength is simply overwhelming. With this 3rd strike, he even injures his own hand. Blood drips from his fingers onto the blade of slaughter, igniting a fervent tremor within the weapon, which emits a resonant hum akin to cicadas in summer. In a fleeting moment, a faint silhouette of a woman appears beside the blade, grasping its hilt alongside Lu Chuan. What in the world? The spirit of the slaughtering blade has awakened, and this enchanting madwoman is stirring. From afar, a Fu's scalp prickles at the sight. The audacity of Lu Chuan challenging the Xuanwu Great Formation sends chills through Zhou Qiang's heart. What manner of beast is this? Capable of confronting the strongest defensive array with sheer brute force? Ride the dragon and conjure the knight. Zhou Qiang draws his bow once more. This time not with an arrow of energy, but a golden shaft. The other 8 avatars follow suit, each wielding a golden arrow. Go! The earth-shattering roar of a dragon reverberates above the Wei Imperial Palace. The golden arrows transform into 9 colossal golden dragons, surging forth with the might of true dragons towards Lu Chuan. Break for me! Lu Chuan swings his sword down once again. At this moment, his muscles bulge with power, his form appearing significantly more imposing. Simultaneously, the 9 golden dragons surge forth from the formation, hurtling toward Lu Chuan. Under the shadow of such massive beings, Lu Chuan's slender figure seems almost insignificant. Yet, the measure of strength is never determined by mere size. Impertinent beast! A crisp, icy rebuke resonates through the air. The indistinct figure beside Lu Chuan, now with flowing black hair, rises majestically. The sword stirs the wind, the tiger devours. The clear voice of the woman reverberates once more, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that spirals upward, centered around Lu Chuan, reaching for the heavens. From the towering vortex, several black tigers leap forth. In an instant, the ferocious tigers clash with the colossal dragons. A breathtaking spectacle unfolds above the palace. The 9 dragons and 9 tigers engage in fierce battle, their terrifying might rending the air, producing a cacophony reminiscent of thunderous roars. Excellent! Zhou Qiang's eyes widen with excitement, blood rushing to his head. Clouds arise. Zhou Qiang, accompanied by 8 manifestations of himself, drew his bow towards the heavens and simultaneously released a volley of white arrows. In an instant, the sky and earth were engulfed in swirling mists. 9 colossal golden dragons, as if divinely summoned, radiated brilliance, clashing fiercely with the menacing black tiger. Boom! At that moment, Lu Chuan's frenzied 4th sword struck the golden shell with tremendous force. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering resonated repeatedly, while the beasts atop the grand hall disintegrated into dust. On this day, the renowned defensive formation of the Great Wei, the Xuanwu Great Array, was forcibly cleaved apart by a reckless brute. Chapter 82. Borrowing the dragon's Qi the Great Way is in grave peril. Witnessing Lu Chuan shatter the Xuanwu Great Array with sheer might, Zhou Qiaoyang realized the folly that he and the emperor had committed. Zhou Qiaoyang had no intention of retreat. He was born and raised here. This was his home. He withdrew his manifestations and stood silently atop the grand hall, awaiting Lu Chuan's arrival. Aware that he might not survive the day, Zhou Qiaoyang still yearned for an exhilarating one-on-one battle. Drip! A drop of blood slowly slid from his fingertips, falling to the ground. Hearing this sound, the woman beside Lu Chuan suddenly went berserk. Damn you, I will kill you. The woman abruptly launched herself towards Zhou Qiaoyang. A spirit body? Zhou Qiaoyang, observing the approaching woman, swiftly knocked an arrow. With the 9-character command of archery, he invoked Suppress. Instantly, a vast Bagua diagram unfurled beneath him. The arrow shot forth, aimed directly at the woman. Yet, she charged forward like a rabid dog, refusing to evade, allowing the arrowhead to pierce her body. Bang! Her form shattered. But in the next instant, she coalesced once more before Zhou Qiaoyang. I will kill you. With a surge of murderous intent, she struck towards Zhou Qiaoyang's head. However, in the next moment, Zhou Qiaoyang vanished, dissipating into thin air amidst the force of her punch. How dare you unleash your malevolent spirits here? Zhou Qiaoyang scoffed, channeling the full power of the Bagua array to suppress the woman. Impudent beast. The woman, infuriated, her long hair swirling wildly, unleashed a torrent of black sword energy from her being, soaring skyward. The heavens darkened rapidly, cloaked under a heavy veil of shadows. Beneath her, the Bagua array began to fracture under the relentless assault of her pure sword energy. Lu Chuan felt his eyelids twitching. This sudden emergence of the woman was indeed bizarre, as she commanded her sword energy with such ease. If this incessant flow of sword energy continued, the entire royal capital would be torn asunder. Stop! Lu Chuan swiftly leapt into the Bagua array, using brute force to hurl the woman away, commanding her to stay put. The woman landed on the ground, momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, she crouched down and began to sob. He is frightening me. This madwoman. In the distance, Ah Fu felt a chill run down his spine, quietly maneuvering around the weeping woman to slip into the palace. After Lu Chuan cast the woman to the ground, tranquility finally enveloped the rooftop. Zhou Qiaoyang retracted the gossip formation and turned to Lu Chuan, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. If apologies were effective, the world would bask in peace. Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, Zhou Qiaoyang nodded, not truly expecting forgiveness from Lu Chuan. His proud heart would never allow him to seek absolution in such a manner. He only hoped that after his demise in battle, his brother would spare the countless ordinary souls in the royal capital from hardship. Zhou Qiaoyang was acutely aware that with Lu Chuan's formidable strength, he could effortlessly annihilate the entire royal city. Though he served the royal family of Dawei, it was the well-being of the multitude of commoners that weighed heavily on his conscience. Certainly, I am not a madman who would vent his frustrations on the innocent. Lu Chuan replied with a nod. Thank you. Zhou Qiaoyang bowed once more. He then faced the south, gazing at a certain part of the grand palace, softly uttering, Your Highness, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. In the small courtyard, the imprisoned Qiao Yunlan seemed to sense something. Lifting her gaze toward the direction of the impending battle, her fists clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the intensity of her grip. At that moment, several shadowy figures leaped over the courtyard wall, landing within the yard. The guards had been cleared. The princess could now come and go as she pleased. The sorrow in Qiao Yunlan's eyes faded, replaced by a glint of cold determination as she slowly settled back into a chair in the courtyard. Notify the Fengzi camp to enter the city. One person accepted Qiao Yunlan's secret order and vanished into thin air. Inform Prime Minister Wen. Tell him Yunlan is rising. Finally, Qiao Yunlan produced the Imperial Tiger Talisman, clutching it tightly in her palm. This had once belonged to Zhou Qiaoyang, yet it was now in her possession. However, she only held half of the talisman. The other half rested with the emperor. Only a complete talisman could summon the imperial guards of the capital. Yet, Qiao Yunlan could wait no longer. She intended to leverage Lu Chuan's momentum to fulfill her lifelong ambition. The rest of you, follow me to the imperial study. Qiao Yunlan picked up a book beside her and led the way to the door. I, Zhou Qiaoyang, commander of the Dawei Imperial Guards, a peak practitioner of the Annihilation Realm. Humbly beseech the ancestors of the Tongtian Tower to allow me to utilize the accumulated dragon energy of Dawei over the past 300,000 years to suppress the great demon. Chao Yunlan's voice resonated, echoing throughout the royal capital. Agreed. A resounding voice echoed from the heavens above. Subsequently, the entire royal city seemed to come alive. As countless golden mists began to rise from the ground, they surged forth, akin to a roaring river. This land, nourished by dragon energy for hundreds of thousands of years, began to reciprocate. The golden mists carried the overwhelming might cultivated by Dawei over 300 millennia, a force beyond estimation. The night transformed into day under the golden haze, as the resounding roar of dragons reverberated across the expanse of Dawei. Simultaneously, this boundless dragon energy began to converge into Zhou Chaoyang's hands, coalescing into a golden long arrow. In that moment, countless gazes turned toward the capital of Dawei, aware that an extraordinary event was about to unfold. You seek to suppress me with righteous energy. It appears you genuinely believe I am a demon. Lu Chuan laughed, a laugh filled with arrogance and dominance. In that case, I shall embrace my demonic side. Sword 10, Demon Descends. Lu Chuan summoned the sword energy from his dantian, which coalesced into a river of stars, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of black sword energy. Half the sky was stained with a darkness deeper than night itself, a blackness so tangible it ensnared the gaze of all who beheld it. Simultaneously, four demonic stars above ignited with an eerie crimson glow, converging and cascading down to illuminate Lu Chuan. His aura transformed, shedding its languidness and indifference. He appeared as a great demon descended upon the world, carrying the weight of immense sin, intent on purifying this tainted realm. Yet, Lu Chuan raised his hand, shattering the tangible red demonic light that enveloped him. What dares to influence me? Such was his audacity, his swagger, his unrestrained elegance. The black sword energy clashed with the golden divine light, each claiming half of the heavens. That night, the sky above the Great Wei royal city was graced with two exquisitely beautiful colors. Chapter 83, Bloodshed in Great Wei with such an opponent. There is no regret in death. Zhou Chaoyang laughed heartily, knocking a golden arrow to his bow. Lu Chuan stood resolute with his sword, channeling all his power to its tip. For this adversary, Lu Chuan refrained from employing the expanded sword technique of Sword 10, choosing instead to deliver the final blow as a true swordsman. This was a mark of respect for Zhou Chaoyang and for himself. Two striking hues illuminated the sky above. Akin to autumn chrysanthemums, their petals resplendent and enchanting, blooming in the night sky with ephemeral beauty. Come, fight, Zhou Chaoyang roared, the arrowhead bursting forth in a dazzling display of colors. Lu Chuan regarded the arrowhead with indifference, propelling himself towards Zhou Chaoyang the moment his power peaked. I am a swordsman, a master of swordsmanship. Observing Lu Chuan's blade, Zhou Chaoyang did not release his bowstring. A flicker of regret crossed his face as he redirected his bow towards the heavens. The golden arrow soared skyward, exploding in the distant firmament. Rippling golden waves that spread across the entire sky. You insolent wretch, dare you? A voice of fury echoed through the skies, only to be met with silence. As Zhou Chaoyang released his arrow into the sky, Lu Chuan's sword glided across his neck. Zhou Chaoyang clasped his throat, turning to Lu Chuan with a face full of regretful mirth. My apologies, young brother. You are leveraging my momentum. Lu Chuan retracted his killing intent, his brows furrowing deeply. Zhou Chaoyang slowly raised his thumb in admiration towards Lu Chuan. Do not blame the crown princess. We have awaited this day for far too long, and at last, we have this opportunity. Zhou Chaoyang smiled softly, gazing into the distant lights of myriad homes. May the people of Great Wei find peace and prosperity after this night, free from the specter of calamity and the fear of reckless slaughter by cultivators. For this vast expanse of heaven and earth, I, Zhou Chaoyang, am hardly worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. As Zhou Chaoyang's laughter gradually faded, his head was sent soaring into the sky, a spray of warm blood cascading upon the land. Lu Chuan gazed at Zhou Chaoyang's serene countenance and let out a profound sigh. Cherishing the severed head, Lu Chuan gracefully descended and arrived before the imperial study. In the 18th year of Xuanwu, 3 8th-tier cultivators engaged in a fierce battle in Taiyan City, resulting in the deaths of 70,000 innocent civilians. In the same year, a 9th-tier evil cultivator was cornered in Changfeng City. The pursuers, disregarding the lives of the common folk, unleashed chaos within the city, leading to the demise of 120,000 civilians. In the 19th year of Xuanwu, over 100 cultivators fought in Lingwei City, leaving half the city in ruins and civilian casualties exceeding 200,000. Before the imperial study, Zhao Yunlan opened the book in her hands and began to read aloud, word by word. This tome chronicled the grievous incidents that had transpired on the lands of Dawei, wherein cultivators harmed the innocent. These harrowing figures were the result of the blood of countless civilians. Though her voice quivered, it grew ever more resolute. In the 20th year of Xuanwu, enough. From behind the closed doors of the imperial study came Chao Xian's furious rebuke. These are mere accidents, unavoidable misfortunes. Do you threaten your own father for the lives of some lowly commoners? Accidents? What a fine excuse. Zhao Yunlan retorted with a cold smile. Had it not been for your indulgence of these cultivators, would such calamities have occurred? Impudent. To whom do you speak? With a forceful shove, Zhao Yunlan burst through the door, her fury palpable. Upon seeing her, why do you not kneel? Chao Xian nearly erupted in rage as he noticed the figures at the door failing to pay their respects. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, dozens of guards beside Zhao Yunlan knelt on one knee, facing Chao Xian. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Though the voices were few, they resonated with immense strength at that moment. Rebellion. Treasonous scoundrels. Chao Xian was infuriated to the point of smoke pouring from his 7 orifices. Zhou Qiaoyang, hastened to subdue these traitorous rebels. At that moment, this befuddled emperor remained oblivious to the fact that the foremost combatant of the imperial city had already perished. Enough of your shouting. A chilling youthful voice suddenly pierced through the air. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Yunlan's body trembled involuntarily. Turning to the source, she beheld Lu Chuan holding Zhou Qiaoyang's severed head, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be contained. Dead? Dead. Chao Xian gazed at Lu Chuan, his soul nearly fleeing in terror. Imperial Guards. Imperial Guards. I still have hundreds of thousands of elite Imperial Guards. Capturing you treasonous scoundrels would be more than sufficient. However, Chao Xian's words were abruptly cut short, for half of the Imperial token was in Zhou Qiaoyang's possession. The Feng Battalion had already entered the city. Zhao Yunlan interrupted Chao Xian, and this became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Feng Battalion, aside from the Imperial Guards, was the most elite military force of Dawei. In the absence of direct control over the Imperial Guards, it was merely a matter of time before the Feng Battalion took command. Realizing that the tide had turned against him, Chao Xian slumped onto the threshold, as if aging a decade in an instant. Yunlan, when did you begin to orchestrate this? Zhao Yunlan, with an expressionless gaze, looked towards Chao Xian and questioned. Does it even matter? Chao Xian, initially smiling, suddenly erupted in rage. You have but a few years left to live. What do you want with the throne? Enough. Zhao Yunlan straightened her posture and declared, I shall establish new laws for the Great Way. So naive, so utterly naive. Chao Xian scoffed, shaking his head. Do you truly believe that laws can restrain practitioners? Huh. I will force them to comply. As she spoke, Zhao Yunlan gestured to her guards to escort the former emperor away for rest. Zhao Yunlan, let me remind you, the foundation of the Great Way lies with these practitioners. Should you eradicate them, the state will falter. Laughable. The true foundation of the Great Way is the countless ordinary citizens. Facing the incessantly clamoring Chao Xian, these words escaped Zhao Yunlan's lips through gritted teeth. You may leave now. I wish to converse with this young master. With a wave, she dismissed her guards and wearily sank to the ground. Lu Chuan approached and sat beside her, placing Zhou Xiaoyang's head on the ground. Zhao Yunlan lifted her tear-filled eyes, staring blankly at Zhou Xiaoyang's serene, lifeless face, lost in silence. After a prolonged moment, she turned to Lu Chuan and asked, Young master, do you have any inquiries? Lu Chuan gently shook his head, then nodded. When did you decide to leverage my influence? Zhao Yunlan cradled Zhou Xiaoyang's head in her arms, gazing at the horizon as she slowly replied, It was during my time in Baixia town. After a few days of interaction, I grasped your character. In Baixia town, I released the Immortal Phoenix to return to the capital and notify the situation. The Immortal Phoenix ostensibly contacted my father, but secretly it brought back the Tiger Talisman to inform Zhou Xiaoyang and Prime Minister Wan to begin preparations. Upon my return, I deliberately allowed my father to confine me, knowing full well that he would neglect you. Once you came to him, my father would surely command Zhou Xiaoyang to act against you. As long as Zhou Xiaoyang could harness the dragon's energy to seal the celestial tower, preventing the former emperors from intervening, I would consider it a success. Lu Chuan nodded gently, recognizing the girl's meticulous thought and keen insight. Observing the weariness etched on Chao Yunlan's face, he inquired, "How much longer do you think you can survive?" Unfazed by the question, Chao Yunlan replied, 3 years, perhaps. After my passing, I will keep it a secret, allowing Prime Minister Wen to oversee the court until my brother comes of age. Lu Chuan rose, lightly patting the white sword at his waist. 3 years hence, should I manage to draw this sword, I will come to extend your life. You are worth the journey. With that, he moved towards the door but turned back to add casually, by the way, I have sent someone to deliver the items to the city gate. This time, I shall not go back on my word, correct? I will not. Chao Yunlan nodded vigorously, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Watching Lu Chuan's slender figure retreat, she could not help but ask, "Young master, where are you headed?" "I am seeking the path home." Chapter 84. Lu Dachui, who are you? In front of the royal palace hall, Lu Chuan found himself bewildered by the sight of a weeping maiden, her tears resembling fragrant pear blossoms. Her sudden appearance and ability to manipulate her own sword energy were indeed perplexing. Upon hearing these words, the blurred figure of the girl began to weep even more sorrowfully. "You have forgotten me. You have forgotten me." Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched as he leisurely ambled towards the city gate with his hands behind his back. Seeing that Lu Chuan was ignoring her, the girl immediately rose, crying, and chased after him. "What is your name?" Eventually, the girl ceased her tears, prompting Lu Chuan to inquire about her situation. "Lu Dazue." The girl seemed somewhat displeased, sulking with her head down and her foot scuffing the ground. "What?" Lu Chuan nearly spat out his drink, incredulous at her name. "You are called Dazue? A girl like you has such a name?" The girl puffed up her cheeks in indignation. "That name was given by you." Lu Chuan chuckled awkwardly before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. "What a splendid name. Indeed, it possesses a certain charm. Dazue, Dazue, how melodious and powerful it sounds." He, I knew it was a good name. Hearing Lu Chuan's praise, the girl proudly lifted her head. Lu Chuan couldn't help but wipe away the sweat. Was this girl truly of sound mind? Identity. "Why are you able to command my sword energy?" "Sword spirit. I am your sword spirit," the girl replied, her frustration evident. "Is that so?" "I have no recollection of it," Lu Chuan said, tapping his forehead in confusion. "Otherwise, you sustained an injury that sealed your memories, sealing me along with them. How heartless." "What?" Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. "Injury? Have I sustained an injury to my mind?" He felt as though his intellect was indeed regressing towards a porcine state. If he had sealed his memories, should it not have been due to a mental disturbance? Why was it now attributed to a head injury? This could either be a fabrication from the donkey or a falsehood from Dazue. Do not trust that lunatic's words. At that moment, a Fu came panting from a distance. "Who are you calling a lunatic?" Dazue's face suddenly split, revealing sharp, jagged teeth, a menacing glare directed at a Fu. The fissure appeared to originate from her mouth, extending grotesquely to her ears, resembling a monstrous creature with an insatiable appetite. "Humph, shut your wretched mouth. Do you not possess any self-awareness regarding your origins?" A Fu, unusually assertive, retorted. "You foolish donkey, if it weren't for you, my master would not be in this feeble state. I will slay you." Dazue was undeterred, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront a Fu. "Feeble? Is that directed at me?" Lu Chuan felt unjustly accused. How could one describe his handsome visage and exceptional charm with such a term? "Come back here." Lu Chuan seized Dazue by the collar, pulling her behind him. "Donkey, are you concealing something regarding the memory seal?" Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, regarding a Fu. A Fu, resolute, nodded with a knowing glint in his eye. "Indeed, there is something concealed, but I cannot divulge it now. When the memories are unsealed, the truth will naturally surface. Master, this donkey harbors ill intentions. Allow me to deal with it." Dazue, incensed, prepared to charge at a Fu again. Lu Chuan grasped Dazue by the ear, admonishing her, "Behave yourself. As a young lady, what propriety is there in resorting to violence?" "Ouch, ouch. I understand, I understand." The hammer that tugged at his ear was painfully excruciating. Lu Chuan released his grip and gently nodded at a Fu. After years of companionship, Lu Chuan was still willing to trust this foolish creature. It must have had its reasons for concealing the truth. After all, life was quite pleasant now, devoid of burdens, and there was no need to dwell on the matter. Seeing Lu Chuan's willingness to believe him, a Fu was nearly moved to tears. The bond they shared over the years was an ineffable depth of friendship. Haha, handsome. I've brought you something wonderful, a Fu said mischievously, opening his mouth wide to reveal a small red gourd that sprang forth. Lu Chuan took the gourd, feeling its weight and exquisite texture, and curiously inquired, "What is this?" "The finest sword-nurturing gourd." Haha, a Fu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with pride. In this world, sword cultivators typically used such gourds to nourish their flying swords. Of course, a distinguished figure like you would have no use for it. Besides nurturing flying swords, it can also be used for storing wine. Not to mention, the one you hold could easily contain half a river. Ah, you truly went to great lengths for this. Lu Chuan beamed, as he had been lamenting the lack of a vessel for wine. But where did you find such a thing? I picked it up on the road. Do you believe me? A Fu turned his head aside and began to whistle. I believe you, not at all. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. In fact, it was evident where the gourd had come from. Surely, a Fu had taken advantage of the recent turmoil in the Great Wei imperial city to pilfer it from the treasury. Lu Chuan accepted it without hesitation and hung it at his waist, muttering defiantly, "These scoundrels, using my influence to scheme for power. And I receive a mere gourd as recompense. How unreasonable." Unreasonable? Not at all. Quite reasonable. A Fu chuckled in agreement. Although the gourd was not worth much, it was a token of his appreciation. Subsequently, Lu Chuan, with gourd in hand, began to scour the capital for wines. To his delight, different types of wine could be classified and stored within the gourd, eliminating any concern of them mixing together. If the sword cultivators learned that Lu Chuan was using the only chaotic gourd in the vast Haoran world to store wine, it would surely infuriate them. For an entire afternoon, Lu Chuan traversed the capital's wineries, purchasing every last drop of wine. Thus, from that day forth, a legend of a wine immortal began to circulate throughout the capital. During this time, Zhao Yunlan also sent word, delivering the 5 elements body technique, along with over 1 million spirit stones. However, Lu Chuan only accepted the technique, declining the spirit stones, as their initial verbal agreement did not include them. Lu Chuan was known for his strong sense of contractual integrity. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The treasury has been robbed. Zhao Yunlan, preparing for her enthronement ceremony, was taken aback. The royal treasury had accumulated the wealth of the Great Wei over hundreds of thousands of years. If it were stolen, even as the reigning emperor, she could not bear the responsibility. What was taken? Zhao Yunlan inquired calmly. The chaotic gourd is missing, according to the guards. They claimed to have seen a skinny donkey. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlan laughed, knowing well that Lu Chuan had a fondness for wine. Zhao Yunlan waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. All was well. Chapter 85. One must have integrity. The 5 elements overlord body technique, upon reaching the 3rd realm of divine path, could trigger a unique ability that grants immunity to all elemental arts and mental attacks. The crux of the 5 elements overlord body lies in discovering the method of balance, with the most expedient way being the pursuit of the essence spirits of the 5 elements. To break through the chi condensation stage of the overlord body requires 3 million high-grade spirit stones, while the breakthrough to the blood chi stage demands 8 million. Lu Chuan almost coughed up foam as he finally comprehended why the 5 elements overlord body was so poorly regarded. Setting aside the challenge of finding a method of balance, the resources required are astronomical. Lu Chuan estimated that to ascend to the 9th realm, approximately 2 billion high-grade spirit stones would be necessary. Beyond the 9th realm, not only does one need insight, but one must also possess the essence of the 5 elements. How ridiculous, Lu Chuan scoffed, disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. With the cultivation method for the 5 elements overlord body in hand, Lu Chuan could now practice from the 1st to the 9th realm. With his ability to control, he could temporarily achieve balance among the 5 elements. As for realms beyond the 9th, that would be a concern for another time. You wanted to show off, but now regret it when offered spirit stones. What a complete fool. A Fu, with wide, clever eyes, began to mock. You insolent rascal. I'll have you know. A hammer perched atop Lu Chuan's head delivered a swift kick to a Fu's face, sending the unfortunate creature flying. Since its appearance, the hammer had refused to return to its previous form. Lu Chuan allowed it, merely reducing it to the size of a palm-sized figure to amuse himself. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. This scene had played out no less than 10 times in recent days, and he had grown accustomed to it, opting to ignore it. Isn't there a lack of spirit stones? Let's go on a heist and see what we can uncover. A Fu soon scampered back, its clever eyes darting about. Recently, There's a neutral small nation that boasts the largest auction house in the entire Tianyuan continent. If we seize an opportunity there, we are bound to strike it rich. Moreover, this nation is where the Emperor's dojo is about to manifest, killing two birds with one stone. What could be more delightful? Do you take me for some sort of bandit? Off to a zero-cost acquisition, Lu Chuan retorted, delivering a punch to a Fu's head. Isn't that exactly what we're discussing? A Fu stubbornly raised its cracked head and uttered its final words. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes again. Anhui Nation, a peculiar entity on the Tianyuan continent, exists as a neutral realm. In this land, it is nearly impossible to live peacefully without taking sides. Yet, Anhui Nation has thrived for over 100,000 years as the sole neutral nation. The reason for this stability is simple. It was once the residence of the gluttonous emperor for the longest time. In the vast world of Howren, one may disregard anyone's face, but one cannot afford to offend the gluttonous emperor. After all, those who fail to show respect to that second-rate figure have long since found themselves buried beneath the grass. Even though the gluttonous emperor has departed for 100,000 years, Anhui City remains a pilgrimage site for cultivators. Certainly, Anhui Nation is also renowned for another notable industry, its auction houses. Countless precious treasures emerge daily in renowned auction houses. There are no items beyond your reach. Only those you cannot afford. Isn't this place, with its myriad resources, precisely the realm for protagonists like me? Today, I shall embark on the grandest zero-cost acquisition in history. Before the capital of the Anhua Kingdom, Fubo City, a long queue was forming to enter. Among the crowd, a masked youth in a cloaked, emaciated donkey gazed at the gleaming golden characters of Fubo City, erupting into sinister laughter. What are those two doing? Hurry up, there are others waiting behind. My apologies. My apologies. Lu Chuan hastily removed his hood while pressing down on the oversized hammer poised to erupt above him. He then swiftly slapped his companion A Fu, exclaiming, "Damn it, stop suggesting such absurd ideas." A Fu, feeling utterly frustrated, insisted on entering the city. You could just take your sword, charge in, and let the blood flow like a river. I wonder who would dare refuse payment. The hammer above Lu Chuan's head, surprisingly, seemed to agree with a Fu's notion. Indeed, let us storm in together. The men can be turned to fertilizer, and the women shall serve as wives to our master. This one is particularly significant. Lu Chuan spat vehemently. "Pa, do you take me for a ruthless murderer? Isn't that the truth?" Both the hammer and a Fu echoed simultaneously. "Young man, in need of spirit stones, are you?" chuckled a soldier guarding the city gate. After all, the duo had loudly conspired, and those around had overheard. Seeing Lu Chuan's strikingly handsome, yet deceptively weak appearance, the crowd dismissed it as mere jest. "What? Do you think I am in need of spirit stones? How dare you assume I am impoverished?" Lu Chuan shot a fierce glare at the soldier. His striking beauty and low cultivation level, combined with his fierce demeanor, gave an impression akin to playful pouting. The soldier, in good humor, replied, "The Sun family in the East City is recruiting attendants, offering 10 premium spirit stones per month. You might give it a try. If the young lady of the Sun family takes a liking to you, your ascent would be no fanciful dream. Living off others? I relish that notion." "Huh, am I that sort of person?" "A true man must possess integrity," Lu Chuan declared, his composure unwavering. "Integrity cannot be eaten," the soldier remarked, handing Lu Chuan a jade token. "This is a pass for entry into the city and the auction houses. Guard it well. Losing it will cost you 1,000 premium spirit stones. Why not just steal?" Lu Chuan accepted the jade token, tucking it away with care. Amused by Lu Chuan's charming demeanor, the soldier couldn't help but smile, inscribing a few characters in the air. "Little one, I have notified the Sun residents. You may report at your convenience. Rest assured, you shall not suffer losses." Disdainful fools, Pa. Lu Chuan swaggered into the city. Once inside, he headed straight for the East City. "Donkey, what expression is that? I merely wish to experience the taste of living off others. Do not misconstrue my intentions." Such a shame, such a shame. Do you not care about your family's honor?" A Fu lamented, observing Lu Chuan's excited demeanor. The master of the unaging mountain, the inaugural sovereign of the Qing dynasty, and the head of the heavenly mechanism pavilion had, just moments ago, entered the grand city of Fubo. Within the magnificent lord's manor of Fubo City, Yi Guqing was leisurely sipping tea while attentively listening to the reports from his subordinates. As the lord of Fubo City, he also held the title of the nation's ruler of Anhui, a tradition that had long been established in this modest realm, where the title of emperor felt rather pretentious. As he listened to the thunderous names being mentioned, Yi Guqing furrowed his brows, unable to suppress a sigh. The imminent emergence of the great emperor's Tao field was news that could not remain concealed, especially with the celestial phenomena already manifesting. However, he pondered the number of malevolent entities that might swarm into Fubo City, and he deemed this to be far from favorable news. Chapter 86. Mysterious Runes. The Sun Family, a prestigious clan in Fubo City, boasted the highly regarded Changyue Auction House, one of the top 3 in terms of influence. Recently, an overwhelming influx of cultivators had beset Fubo City, rendering the auction house inundated with business. The former household servants had all been dispatched to assist in the auction house, necessitating the recruitment of a new batch of servants to ensure the smooth operation of the estate. Little ancestor, I beseech you, do not act impulsively. Living off others is not an option. At the entrance of the Sun residence, Afu tugged at Lu Chuan's clothing, attempting to halt his advance towards a life of dependency. Yet, Lu Chuan, possessing a robust strength, merely dragged Afu along into the Sun estate. Young man, are you lost? The guard at the entrance obstructed Lu Chuan. Observing Lu Chuan's charming appearance and his modest cultivation level, the guard's tone remained relatively gentle. Yes, we must have taken a wrong turn. Afu quickly interjected, only to receive a sharp slap from Lu Chuan across the face. I have come to apply for the position of a servant. Lu Chuan grinned mischievously at the guard, subsequently recounting his recommendation by the city guards. The guard pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Indeed, since there is a recommendation, follow me. The guard led Lu Chuan to a secluded courtyard, giving a few instructions before departing. Before long, a graceful woman appeared in the courtyard. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a perfectly oval face and exquisitely refined features, clad in an elegant long dress. Her demeanor flowed like a gentle stream, serene yet not ostentatious, exhibiting depth without restlessness. You must be the child that old Zhang mentioned. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, the woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, revealing his lively and adorable nature. Hello, beautiful sister. Lu Chuan, eager to secure his place, feigned innocence. How delightful. You are charming and sweet-tongued. Who could possibly resist? She responded with warmth. I am Sun Kai-dai, the steward of the Sun residence. You may call me Aunt Sun from now on, the woman cheerfully stated, reaching out to ruffle Lu Chuan's hair, unaware of the frenzied sword spirit perched atop his head. Seeing such disrespect, the hammer spirit, De Chue, sprang up, baring its teeth and preparing to confront the woman. Fortunately, Lu Chuan was quick-witted and grasped De Chue tightly in his palm. Hey, dear sister. This is my little spirit beast. It is rather unruly. Sun Kai-dai furrowed her brows as she glanced at the imposing hammer in Lu Chuan's palm, feeling a certain discomfort. However, recognizing Lu Chuan's inferior status, she refrained from delving deeper and instead inquired about some basic details. Lu Chuan, with his incessant prattling, concocted a sob story, portraying himself as a pitiable orphan. This woeful facade stirred Sun Katie's nurturing instincts, nearly bringing her to tears alongside him. Little one, you shall work in the young lady's courtyard from now on, receiving 15 high-grade spiritual stones each month. Furthermore, we will provide you with cultivation techniques for each level. With diligent effort, anyone in the Sun residence has the opportunity to achieve greatness. Thank you, Sister Sun, Lu Chuan sweetly replied. Indeed, one's good looks can serve as a passport. Had he been disfigured and unattractive, such treatment would undoubtedly be unattainable. Lu Chuan's tasks were straightforward, tending to the spiritual flowers and herbs in the young lady's courtyard daily. Driven by his dream of a comfortable life, he dedicated himself earnestly. That very night, he worked overtime, memorizing all the information about the spiritual items. The following day, he diligently watered and added soil as needed, executing his duties fluidly, much to Sun Katie's satisfaction. However, Lu Chuan felt somewhat discontented, for he had yet to encounter the beautiful heiress. Without even meeting her, how could he claim to be living off her? How intriguing. That night, Afu cheerfully entered Lu Chuan's modest room, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What has got you so riled up? Lu Chuan quipped, playfully swatting Afu. Unfazed, Afu tossed his head. Big shot. Guess what I've discovered? No, I'm just here to enjoy a comfortable life. Don't bring me trouble. Lu Chuan was well aware that Afu was up to no good and prepared himself defensively. Afu, undeterred, approached Lu Chuan, his intelligent eyes gleaming. Look at this. With that, Afu projected an image before Lu Chuan. The screen was shrouded in darkness, with sporadic ancient runes flickering by. "What is this?" Lu Chuan asked, feeling a strange tingling sensation at the back of his neck as he observed the fleeting runes. Known for his audacity, it was unusual for him to feel such an unsettling sensation, especially in his current state of mind. "I don't know," Afu replied earnestly, shaking his head. Lu Chuan nearly spat out his drink, delivering a punch to Afu's head. "You don't know? Why the excitement then?" Afu restored his head and exclaimed, "It's precisely because I don't know that I'm thrilled. It's the first time I've encountered runes that I cannot analyze." "Really?" Lu Chuan scratched his head, pondering the validity of Afu's reasoning. Afu grinned and began to explain. "There exist two possibilities. First, the rune may originate from elsewhere, not belonging to this realm. Second, it could stem from an unrecorded epoch, rendering me unable to deduce its origins." Lu Chuan thoughtfully stroked his chin, deeply pondering the matter, until he finally blurted out a few words that nearly left Afu flabbergasted. "Why should I care?" Afu spat out a mouthful of drool in response. "How can it not concern you? Your presence in the Sun family surely has a reason behind it. Perhaps these runes are guiding you, young man. Do not shun your destiny." "Shut it." The drowsy hammer emerged from Lu Chuan's embrace, irked by Afu's interruption of his slumber, and raised his tiny fist in annoyance. Suddenly, Lu Chuan seized Afu by the neck, dragging him to the door and tossing him outside. "Stop bothering me with your nonsense. Sleep." Today, the esteemed Wu Guoshi was to visit the residents, and one must be particularly mindful of their demeanor. On the following day, Lu Chuan found himself assigned the task of serving tea, as per Sun Kai-Dai's instructions. However, he was bewildered as to why this duty fell upon him instead of the maids. Yet, upon hearing that the young lady of the Sun family would be present, he felt invigorated. It's merely serving tea. For a taste of life as comforts, it matters not. Chapter 87. A mischievous young servant Zhou Yu is a prominent figure throughout the Tianyuan continent. After all, rarity enhances value, and a scholar who reaches the pinnacle of the annihilation realm is nearly unparalleled in this era. In a world where scholars struggle for recognition, Zhou Yu stands as a beacon of hope for all intellectuals. Most importantly, his own prowess is formidable. In the south, there is Zhou Chaoyang, and in the north, the esteemed Zhou Lang, both embodying the extremes of literature and martial prowess. Absent the emergence of ancient prodigies, these two are nearly the zenith of combat strength on the Tianyuan continent. Due to the impending opening of the Emperor's Taoist temple, Zhou Yu arrived in Fubo City. Coincidentally, the young lady of the Sun family happens to be an ardent admirer of Zhou Yu. Furthermore, the Sun family has recently acquired some remarkable items that require a prominent figure to endorse their auction house. Zhou Yu, possessing both prestige and strength, is the unequivocal choice. Thus, it follows naturally that the head of the Sun family offered an exorbitant sum to engage Zhou Yu as a patron for the upcoming auction. This was Mingxin tea, which required ample time to be steeped with premium Tianquan water before consumption. This tea matures once every 3,000 years, capable of dispelling inner demons and illuminating the mind. Moreover, our Sun residence is the sole proprietor of a single plant, yielding merely half a pound upon maturation, which the master is generally reluctant to consume. When delivering the tea, speak little and maintain decorum, Sun Kai-Dai instructed, diligently teaching Lu Chuan the art of tea-making in the tea room. Her fondness for Lu Chuan was evident. Otherwise, such a coveted task would not have fallen to a mere newcomer. "Rest assured, sister, I am dependable," Lu Chuan exclaimed, confidently thumping his chest. Even the hammer, perched atop his head, fervently assured Lu Chuan of his reliability. Observing this delightful duo, Sun Kai-Dai couldn't help but smile. "You are a charming individual. A graceful turn before the master will surely leave a lasting impression, ensuring that when the time comes for him to seek assistance, you will be remembered," Sun Kai-Dai remarked, then turned to fetch an exquisite tea tray. However, as she pivoted, Lu Chuan impulsively lifted the tea bowl. The clear, fragrant tea wafted into the air, curling upward in delicate wisps of steam, imbued with an almost mystical aura. Unable to resist, Lu Chuan inhaled deeply. Ah, the aroma. De Chue also leaped onto Lu Chuan's hand, eagerly joining in the indulgence. Sun Kai-Dai, holding the tea tray, nearly choked with amusement at this entertaining duo. All right. Wait a moment, and I shall save you a piece of tea leaf. The time has come. It is time to present it." Sun Kai-Dai playfully ruffled Lu Chuan's hair, almost provoking De Chue into a frenzied state. Lu Chuan ambled out with the tea tray, but after just a couple of steps, he couldn't resist and took a delightful sip from the tea bowl. The tea slid down his throat, leaving a sweet aftertaste, and his entire being relaxed in bliss. Oh, indeed, I am but a simpleton, unacquainted with the finer things in life. Lu Chuan mused, having consumed an extraordinary amount of vitality elixirs. De Chue hopped onto Lu Chuan's hand, eagerly licking the tea bowl with its tiny tongue. Delicious. De Chue imitated Lu Chuan's actions, swaying its head in sheer delight. Goodness! Lu Chuan exclaimed, grabbing De Chue. Are you a dog? Your tongue can curl like that? You've consumed half the tea. Looking at the remaining tea, Lu Chuan felt a wave of frustration. Delicious, delicious. De Chue flailed its little arms and legs, still yearning to get at the tea bowl. Lu Chuan quickly placed De Chue back on his head, covering the bowl. Save your appetite. We can have the donkey rummage through the treasure vault later. That creature is a habitual offender and should be able to procure something for us to enjoy. Gaga gaga, you're the best, master. De Chue cackled, resembling a quacking duck, causing Lu Chuan's eyelids to twitch. He wondered where this little one had learned such antics. Your Excellency, please. Master Sun, please. In a serene courtyard, Zhou Yu was discussing the upcoming auction with Sun Baimo, the head of the Sun family. The charming Sun Lianxue stood behind Sun Baimo, casting glances at Zhou Yu. Sun Baimo, having been blessed with a daughter in his later years, indulged Sun Lianxue to an extraordinary degree. She, in turn, proved to be a source of pride. Completely free of the vices often associated with the second generation, embodying a refreshing elegance. Sun Lianxue was renowned not only in Fubo City, but across the entire Tianhuan continent for her beauty. She possessed not only a lovely appearance and kind heart, but also exceptional talent. It was said that her gifts rivaled those of the Long Princess of the Great Way, born with the immortal phoenix. Yet, Sun Baimo harbored concerns about his precious daughter's overly gentle disposition, fearing she might struggle to embrace the family business. Presently, aside from his passion for the auction house, Sun Baimo's greatest interest lay in finding a suitable son-in-law. Coughing softly, Sun Baimo sensed an unusual tension emanating from Sun Lianxue behind him and could not help but clear his throat twice. Sun Lianxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she stole another glance at Zhou Yu before lowering her gaze to her toes. Zhou Yu was not only refined and cultured, but also strikingly handsome. What young woman could remain unaffected? Sun Baimo was reluctant to allow Sun Lianxue to associate too closely with individuals like Zhou Yu. Even if Zhou Yu were willing to marry his daughter, it would likely result in the Sun family being devoured whole rather than merely climbing the social ladder. Sun Baimo deftly shifted the topic. Master Guosher, would you care to sample my family's Mingxin tea? Zhou Yu clasped his fists and replied with a smile. I have long heard of its renown. It is a rare pleasure to have the opportunity today, so I shall not be polite. Bring the tea, Sun Baimo proclaimed, pride evident as he lifted his chin. The Mingxin tea was unparalleled across the Tianhuan continent, and Sun Baimo certainly had reason to take pride in it. Here it comes. Lu Chuan scampered over, balancing the tea tray. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Yu's body jolted, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Turning to glance at the young servant clad in azure, he found himself momentarily stunned. Zhou Yu could never have anticipated that the god of death would appear in the Sun family, and as a mere servant, no less. Sir, the tea you requested is still warm. Oh, this young man is quite handsome and has a promising future. Lu Chuan cheerfully placed the tea tray on the stone table. Handsome indeed. De Chue gazed at Zhou Yu, his eyes sparkling as he raised his small fist. As for the earlier admonition from Sun Kaidai, it had long been cast aside. Observing Zhou Yu's unusual expression, Sun Baimo assumed that Lu Chuan had inadvertently offended him, and he felt a surge of anger rising in his throat. The young lad is simply naive. Please do not take offense, Master Guosher. With that, Sun Baimo shot a fierce glare at Lu Chuan, urging him to step back. However, Lu Chuan, with his defiant demeanor, returned the glare. You little rascal. Sun Baimo's temper flared, his face flushed with indignation. If you weren't destined to be my future father-in-law, I would twist your head off, you little brat. You resemble an old turtle more than anything. Lu Chuan scoffed, smirking before casting a flirtatious glance at Sun Lianxue. Little girl, would you like a pretty boy? Just say the word, and I'll have one delivered to you at once. Chapter 88. The soft and adorable one. Sun Lianxue, a young girl, had never encountered such brazen and shameless behavior. She turned pale in fright, timidly tugging at Sun Baimo's sleeve. I don't know you. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Baimo's anger reached a boiling point. Had it not been for Zhou Yu's presence, he might have broken Lu Chuan's legs on the spot. Master of the Sun family. Please do not be angry. Do not be angry. Zhou Yu, regaining his composure, cheerfully interjected, it is only human nature to admire beauty. Miss Xue is indeed a captivating beauty, and thus draws attention. Sun Baimo was at a loss for words. How could Zhou Yu side with this disrespectful young scoundrel? Little master, please join us. Comforting Sun Baimo, Zhou Yu then offered a bow to Lu Chuan. Sun Baimo was taken aback, for Zhou Yu had shown him the courtesy reserved for a junior. You know me? Lu Chuan plopped down casually, gazing at Zhou Yu with curiosity. We have met once before, though I was in the shadows while you were in the light. Zhou Yu seemed keen to befriend Lu Chuan, revealing little in the way of concealment. Although Lu Chuan appeared somewhat daft, his mind was quick, and he swiftly realized that this individual was connected to the assassination attempt on Chao Yunlan. Due to Lu Chuan's brief stay in the desolate continent, his involvement was limited to the matter concerning Chao Yunlan, which was quite straightforward to deduce. On the side, Sun Baimo found himself at a loss, uncertain of the origins of this impudent servant. However, Lu Chuan showed no intention of pursuing accountability, viewing his dealings with Chao Yunlan merely as a transaction devoid of emotional entanglements. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your promising future. Lu Chuan cheerfully pushed the teacup, half consumed by the hammer, towards Zhou Yu. Sun Baimo's eyelids twitched. He was perplexed by the audacity of this little servant. Too kind. Too kind. Zhou Yu laughed as he lifted the teacup, only to find it half empty, nearly causing him to sputter. It was evident that it had been pilfered. The sight of Zhou Yu holding the half-filled cup darkened Sun Baimo's expression, and he inwardly cursed Lu Chuan, wishing he could strangle him. What surprised Sun Baimo was that Zhou Yu, unfazed, savored a sip from the cup. Excellent tea. Sun Baimo's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What had caused the esteemed Grand Master Zhou to become so amiable? Since the little master is present, I shall refrain from intruding on this lively exchange. After finishing his tea, Zhou Yu stood and expressed his gratitude to Sun Baimo. He then bowed to Lu Chuan, saying, Little master, I shall not disturb you further. Indeed. Promising young man, in the future, mention my name when you enter or exit, Lu Chuan replied nonchalantly, exuding an air reminiscent of a rogue. Sun Baimo was left dumbfounded. After much effort to invite this revered figure, the matter seemed to have come to naught. Esteemed Grand Master, please stay, the terms are still negotiable. Sun Baimo assumed that Zhou Yu intended to leverage the situation regarding the servant, hastily pursuing him. Hey, little sister. Lu Chuan intercepted and aimed to follow Sun Lianxue, excitement causing his hands to rub together. What do you want? Help. Sun Lianxue's complexion turned pale as she realized she was cornered, especially since this was her own home. Do not call for help. No one will hear you, no matter how loud you scream. Lu Chuan advanced towards her step by step. Indeed, no one was nearby, as Sun Baimo had taken others away for a conversation with Zhou Yu, fearing eavesdropping. The task of delivering tea had been entrusted to Sun Kaidai repeatedly. Sun Lianxue had never encountered such a situation, retreating in terror as tears welled in her eyes. Oh dear, this little lamb is simply too adorable, Lu Chuan said, extending his hands to firmly press against her delicate face. He then proceeded to rub it vigorously, turning her pale cheeks a bright red. Whoa! What do you want? Sun Lianxue cried out in fear. The old physician said my stomach is weak and I shouldn't eat hard foods. What do you suggest? Lu Chuan chuckled, finding this soft, tender girl immensely entertaining. Then perhaps soft food is in order. Sun Lianxue replied, sniffling. Do you have any soft rice? Lu Chuan suddenly leaned in, his eyes sparkling like stars, fixated on her. As she met his gaze, Sun Lianxue realized she had been played. The young servant displayed no intention of being frivolous. He was merely amusing himself. Sun Lianxue possessed a heart as exquisite as a finely crafted jade, a gift bestowed upon her by the heavens at birth. This heart enabled her to perceive a multitude of sensations and discern between good and evil. Before her stood this young servant, who, despite his flowery words and the vigorous rubbing of his own face, exuded not a trace of malice. Of course, there was neither malice nor a hint of affection. He was simply playing with himself. Well, could you please step aside? I wish to find my father. Sensing that Lu Chuan bore no ill intentions, Sun Lianxue's courage swelled slightly, though only marginally. She intended to adopt a fiercer demeanor, but her voice emerged soft and sweet, resembling a playful pout. Haha, Lu Chuan chuckled heartily. This little girl is utterly delightful. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Do you indulge in soft food? I generally do not prefer soft textures, but if you enjoy them, the kitchen can prepare them for you. Sun Lianxue timidly retracted her neck. Haha, this little girl is simply too charming. Oh dear, what are you doing, my little ancestor? At that moment, Sun Kaidai burst into the courtyard. Upon spotting Lu Chuan cornering Sun Lianxue against the wall, she immediately grew alarmed. Sun Kaidai seized Lu Chuan's arm and rushed towards the back door of the Sun residence. Finally freed to catch her breath, Sun Lianxue regarded Lu Chuan's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. She had never encountered such a person, devoid of both malice and goodwill, resembling an emotionless automaton. Quickly, we must leave. When the master returns, he will surely break your legs. Sun Kaidai thrust a small ring into Lu Chuan's palm. Inside were a few spirit stones and some pills. Once you journey south and enter the Great Wei Kingdom, you will be safe. Lu Chuan regarded Sun Kaidai quizzically. Sister, why are you treating me so well? I have only been here for 2.5 days. Why the favoritism? With a helpless smile, Sun Kaidai replied, if my brother had not encountered misfortune, he would be of your age. Now let us go. You are truly a source of worry. Emotional attachment, indeed. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had foolishly entertained the notion that Sun Kaidai harbored feelings for him, contemplating whether he should reciprocate her affections should she confess. Little rascal, where are your thoughts wandering? Observing Lu Chuan's lewd expression, Sun Kaidai shot him an exasperated glare. Chapter 89. Business negotiations concluded. Master Guosher, please wait. Sun Baimo chased after Zhou Yu, perspiration dripping from his brow. The price is negotiable. You may name your figure. And I, son, shall not haggle. Zhou Yu, with a wry smile, halted. You misunderstand, Master Sun. Your household possesses a deity. Why incur further expenses? Sun Baimo furrowed his brow in suspicion. The deity Zhou Yu spoke of could only refer to that loquacious young servant. Yet, that rascal was merely of the first realm. How could he possibly be so? Though uncertain of his intentions, Master Sun must seize this opportunity. Zhou Yu, with an enigmatic smile, took his leave of the Sun residence while Sun Baimo remained in a daze. Is it truly a hidden master of profound abilities? Yet, it hardly appears so. Aside from resembling a delicate youth, where is the demeanor of a true expert? Sun Baimo murmured to himself as he turned to return home. Since Zhou Yu had said as much, he resolved to take a gamble. Why are you so stubborn? Lu Chuan, far from fleeing, unexpectedly returned to the small courtyard. Although the charming Sun Lianxue had long since slipped away. Observing Lu Chuan and that little rascal savoring the tea leaves, Sun Kaidai felt her blood boil with urgency. Although the head of the Sun family was generally amiable, Lu Chuan had committed a grave offense. Even the most patient of individuals would feel anger. While it would not lead to killing Lu Chuan, breaking a leg and expelling him from the Sun family was certainly unavoidable. Why are you so stubborn? De Chue mimicked Sun Katie's tone, bouncing above Lu Chuan's head. You little brat, do you wish to perish? Lu Chuan replied with irritation, rolling his eyes and pressing De Chue into the tea bowl. This pair of lively mischief makers nearly caused Sun Kaidai to lose her composure. At that moment, Sun Baimo hurriedly entered the small courtyard. Sun Katie's face turned pale as she rushed forward, pleading with Lu Chuan, Master, please calm your anger. The child was merely playing and does not understand. I shall educate him properly. The fault lies with me for not providing clearer instructions. All right, Kaidai. Go attend to your matters. I have something to discuss with the young brother. Sun Baimo interrupted her. Young brother? Sun Kaidai momentarily found herself at a loss, turning her head awkwardly towards Lu Chuan. Dear sister, please tend to your own affairs. I shall treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises. Lu Chuan cheerfully waved his hand. With her mind in a muddle, Sun Kaidai could only retreat anxiously. Young brother, how about we discuss a matter? Once Sun Kaidai departed, Sun Baimo eagerly approached. Lu Chuan found it amusing. Sun Baimo's temperament was quite commendable. Had it been someone else, they might have already reprimanded him. Sun Lianxue's gentle nature likely mirrored her father's character. As Lu Chuan twisted the tea water from De Chue's form, he chuckled. In truth, I merely wandered about out of boredom. You seem like a decent fellow. Do speak of your matter. Sun Baimo's heart soared with joy, and he quickly replied, Recently, I acquired a batch of goods, but they are exceedingly valuable. During the auction, I require someone to assist in standing guard to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Upon finishing his explanation and noticing Lu Chuan's silence, Sun Baimo hastily added, Of course, you will not stand guard for free. Your reward will be fully compensated. All right. A trivial matter, Lu Chuan nodded. Sun Bimo exhaled in relief. How does 5 million top-grade spirit stones sound? Wow, a wealthy individual. Lu Chuan's eyes crinkled in delight. The affluence of this desolate continent was indeed incomparable to the impoverished Tianyuan continent. Well, young brother, although you keep a low profile, you lack fame. Sun Bimo said somewhat awkwardly as he gazed at Lu Chuan. This statement revealed that Sun Bimo still harbored some doubts regarding Lu Chuan. Considering Lu Chuan's outwardly low cultivation level was quite alarming. Lu Chuan, however, was unconcerned and nodded. No issue. I will merely stand guard. You may seek others if you wish. Seeing Lu Chuan's agreeable demeanor, Sun Bimo finally felt reassured. For the sake of caution, Sun Bimo sought to enlist the assistance of renowned cultivators to stand by his side. This way, the presence of these powerful and illustrious figures would serve as a deterrent to any nefarious individuals, while the esteemed Lu Chuan, whom Zhou Yu held in high regard, would provide covert protection, ensuring absolute safety. My young brother enjoys tea. I shall send some Mingxin tea over shortly. Moreover, do refrain from wearing those servant garments. I will also send over a set of silk robes from the manor for you. Sun Bimo demonstrated his adeptness in social niceties. Lu Chuan, in his carefree disposition, remained oblivious to the principle of receiving no reward without merit, accepting everything without reservation, even if he had no use for them. He could always sell them for spirit stones. My lady, you have been lost in thought for an hour. Are you still pondering the esteemed national master? Teased the maidservant. Xiao Hong, observing Sun Lianxua daydreaming by the window. How vexatious. Sun Lianxua puffed her cheeks and rubbed her face, still tender from the earlier encounter with that young man. Xiao Hong, do you think there exists anyone in this world devoid of emotions? Xiao Hong, while tidying the room, chuckled. It seems improbable. How could one live without feelings? Indeed, Sun Lianxua found her thoughts drifting back to that young man, whose eyes sparkled like stars, yet held an air of languor. Why is his visage perpetually etched in my mind? Hey, handsome fellow, can you guess what the Sun family will auction tomorrow? Lu Chuan, in his small abode, was enjoying a hot pot with De Chue when a Fu, his astute companion, rushed in with eager eyes. It wouldn't be that mysterious rune, would it? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Ah, it seems you've grown quite clever of late. A Fu remarked, suddenly lunging forward with remarkable speed, snatching Lu Chuan's dipping dish, which was brimming with his saliva. A Fu devoured the dish whole, savoring it with unabashed delight. I could easily sweat you dead, Lu Chuan exclaimed, feeling a shiver run down his spine, and promptly pounced on a Fu, delivering a series of playful blows. Wash that off. De Chue, in a stupor from drinking, raised his small fist to join in the fray. There's something. A Fu cried out, trying to divert Lu Chuan's attention. Spit it out quickly. Lu Chuan returned to the table, preparing a fresh dipping dish. I did some tracking. This rune coming into the possession of the Sun family feels rather off, a Fu said, glancing greedily at Lu Chuan's new dish. Humph. Sensing Lu Chuan's impending wrath, a Fu quickly turned away. I can't decipher this rune. It leaves me feeling uneasy. Tomorrow, while you stand on the platform, be vigilant for any suspicious individuals. Lu Chuan nodded. He too found the rune unsettling and wished to elucidate the matter further. Chapter 90. A well-bred young man with a sharp tongue. Xiao Chuan, come change your clothes. Early in the morning, while Lu Chuan was nursing a severe headache from last night's revelry, Sun Kaidai knocked at his door, presenting a meticulously crafted outfit. When Lu Chuan had come for his interview, he had exchanged his dashing sword attire for tattered, coarse linen garments to ensure a smoother process. The two long swords were temporarily entrusted to a Fu. Thus the members of the Sun residence had yet to witness Lu Chuan's extraordinary demeanor. Alas, after half the night spent drinking. As the door swung open, a wave of alcohol wafted forth, prompting Sun Kaidai to cover her nose and chide him playfully. Oh dear, just a little indulgence. Lu Chuan replied with a sheepish grin. Sun Kaidai shook her head in resignation and handed him the garments, stating, These are the clothes my master requested I bring to you. You must change quickly as we are to head to the auction house soon. She refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired between Lu Chuan and Sun Bimo. Though curious about her master's shift in attitude towards Lu Chuan, she had never felt the need to pry. Such a woman, with such a temperament, was indeed rare. Are these clothes valuable? Lu Chuan asked, examining them with a hint of disdain. Their ostentatiousness was far from subtle. Sun Kaidai pondered for a moment before responding. They are worth approximately 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, crafted from top-quality ice silkworm silk, which possesses substantial resistance to fire-based magical techniques. Goodness! Lu Chuan exclaimed, placing the garment on the table. I'll stick to my own attire. We can sell this later and split the proceeds. Sun Kai-dai nearly choked at his words. What are you thinking? Quickly change. Many distinguished guests will be at the auction house today. We cannot afford to disgrace my master. Sister, rest assured. I may not be much, but I possess one admirable trait. My handsome and dashing appearance. I would never bring shame upon anyone, Lu Chuan declared, snapping his fingers lightly. Instantly, his drab servant's attire transformed into a stylish black and white sword outfit. As the saying goes, a man is defined by his attire, a horse by its saddle. And with this change, Lu Chuan's aura was instantly elevated. Sun Kai-dai blinked in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. The Lu Chuan from moments ago, a lively and charming youth, had now metamorphosed into a graceful nobleman. How is this possible? She marveled, circling around him in disbelief. How do I look? Dashing, right? Lu Chuan tossed his hair flamboyantly. A fu, bring forth my sword. Sun Kai-dai almost gasped in shock. One moment he was a refined gentleman, and the next, he had transformed into a rogue with his words, shattering her expectations. A fu appeared, placing the two long swords before Lu Chuan. Once Lu Chuan strapped the swords to his waist and lifted the small red gourd in hand, he fully embodied the persona of a charming swordsman. Splendid. Sun Kai-dai's eyes sparkled as she adjusted his clothing, smiling brightly as she reminded him, do take care. Indeed. Lu Chuan nodded gently, feeling a stirring in his heart. After so many years, he had long forgotten the warmth of familial bonds. The concern reflected in Sun Kai-dai's gaze rekindled the faint memories of his parents and relatives. Although they had only known each other for a few days, they had managed to touch the softer parts of each other's hearts. Fate, indeed, is a wondrous thing. Upon reaching the entrance, a luxurious carriage drawn by spirit beasts awaited them. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, Sun Baimo's mouth fell agape, astonished by the stark contrast in his appearance. Beside them, Sun Lianxue wore a bewildered expression. Could this dandy before her truly be the same little rogue from yesterday? Oh, the charming girl is here too. Come join your brother, Lu Chuan said, unable to resist teasing the delicate Sun Lianxue. In an instant, her defenses crumbled. And Sun Lianxue was certain this fellow was indeed the same scoundrel from the previous day. How could a seemingly decent person have such a tongue? Who was he trying to reason with? Little Shui, go sit in the same carriage as the young master, Sun Baimo said, directly pushing Sun Lianxue towards Lu Chuan. Father, Sun Lianxue exclaimed, caught between embarrassment and anger. Although she knew Lu Chuan harbored no ill intentions, she still lowered her head, too timid to meet his gaze. You young people surely have common interests. Take your time chatting, we are in no rush. Sun Baimo exclaimed cheerfully, personally arranging a carriage for Lu Chuan. You old rascal. Lu Chuan said, bemused. Was he trying to recruit him as a son-in-law? Come on, what is there to be shy about? Sun Baimo urged as he noticed his daughter hesitating to board the carriage and gave her a gentle push. Father, how can I face others if they see me like this? Sun Lianxue clung to the carriage door, her eyes brimming with tears. Who dares to comment? I'll have their tongues. Sun Baimo shouted indignantly, forcefully prying her small hand from the door. Losing her balance, Sun Lianxue tumbled into the carriage, landing squarely in Lu Chuan's embrace. Observing the flustered and tearful Sun Lianxue in his arms, Lu Chuan reached out, playfully ruffling her cheeks. Hey, little beauty. No need to rush, but if you can't wait, I wouldn't mind right here. Don't come near. Sun Lianxue squealed, escaping Lu Chuan's grasp and retreating to a corner, trembling. Ha ha ha, come sit down, or I might just strip your clothes off. Lu Chuan could hardly resist the urge to tease her. She was simply too adorable. Sun Lianxue shivered in fright, and, wiping her tears, reluctantly took a seat opposite Lu Chuan. What do you have in your hand? Lu Chuan inquired, noticing the exquisite little box Sun Lianxue held in her left hand. Tofu, she said pitifully, opening the box to reveal a rich aroma of soy. However, the tofu had crumbled into a mushy mess. Upon seeing the shattered tofu, Sun Lianxue couldn't help but burst into tears. Don't cry, Lu Chuan glared at her fiercely. Instantly, she fell silent, pouting with a face that resembled a rain-soaked pear blossom, full of grievance. I heard from father that you would be accompanying us to the auction house. And you mentioned liking soft food, so I made you some this morning. Haha, you are such a delightful little girl. Lu Chuan took the small box from Sun Lianxue's hands and noisily devoured the tofu. I know you mean no harm. Seeing Lu Chuan enjoy the tofu she had made, Sun Lianxue's expression visibly brightened. Who told you that? I eat children, several at a time. Lu Chuan shot her a fierce glance. Don't frighten me, Sun Lianxue said timidly, retracting her neck. You have no malice, but neither do you possess kindness. Huh? Lu Chuan mused, intrigued. He typically showed little emotion. Yet this girl had discerned his true nature, a heart of innocence. At this moment, a Fu appeared, seizing the opportunity while Lu Chuan was distracted, and with a swift flick of his tongue, snatched away the small box that had been moistened by Lu Chuan's saliva. How delightful! A Fu swallowed the box, wearing an expression of pure ecstasy. Damn it, you perverted beast! Lu Chuan exclaimed, moving in to restrain a Fu, delivering several punches that crushed the creature's head. Murderer! You're killing it! Sun Lianxue, nearby, was so frightened that she burst into tears. Chapter 91. The Emperor's Contract. What's all this fuss about? Have you never seen the world? A Fu quickly regained his composure, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Lianxue. This girl possesses a pure heart. She can sense the varied emotions in different people. So it's no wonder she recognizes your emotional void. No. They say I have a heart as clear as a bell, Sun Lianxue timidly retorted. A Fu spat derisively. A bunch of fools. A heart as clear as a bell belongs to an astute individual, and you, my dear, are far from being astute. Oh, Sun Lianxue puffed up her cheeks, feeling somewhat wronged. Hee. A Fu then turned to Lu Chuan, his lips curling into a sycophantic grin. Handsome fellow. There's a peculiar aura in the city, something that doesn't quite belong to this world. What aliens? Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wait a moment. A Fu suddenly turned, baring his large tusks and roaring at Sun Lianxue. Ah! Sun Lianxue was so startled that she rolled her eyes back and fainted instantly. Lu Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly scooped the unconscious Sun Lianxue into his arms, using his thigh as a pillow to settle the little girl. Why the hell did you scare her like that? Lu Chuan slapped a Fu across the face in frustration. TCH, haven't you eaten? A Fu shrugged off the slap, even mocking Lu Chuan. I've noticed you've been quite deranged lately. Lu Chuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the donkey a lesson. Just kidding, don't be impulsive. A Fu quickly jumped back, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Letting this girl know things she should not is not beneficial for her. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and reiterated his previous statement. A Fu nodded. There is indeed a strange aura in the city that I cannot decipher. The only possibility is that this energy source does not belong to the framework of this world. Lu Chuan frowned. What do you mean? If I tell you too much, you'll just be confused, a Fu said, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. In a nutshell, this aura likely originates from another world or has lingered from an unknown era until now. What impact does it have? Lu Chuan's interest was piqued. Such unknown power should provoke the heavenly law suppression, much like how it treats you. A Fu's brow furrowed as he spoke. However, currently, the heavenly laws are eerily silent. I suspect they may have been tainted. Lu Chuan scoffed. And what proof do you have to back that up? A Fu disdainfully curled his lip. Proof? I don't need any. I have already connected with this world and can synchronize with the heavenly laws. I can perceive even the slightest change in them. The heavenly laws now seem lifeless, likely influenced by this peculiar aura. Lu Chuan tossed his hair in a flamboyant manner, intrigued. Interesting. Are we facing an alien invasion? Haha. The invincible swordsman fiercely combating aliens sounds utterly delightful. Curiously, if they were from another realm, they should be constrained by the Emperor's covenant, rendering them incapable of entering this world. Afu pondered aloud. If this power once existed in this world, it shouldn't exert such a profound influence on the heavenly Tao. The Emperor's covenant? What is that? Lu Chuan inquired, intrigued. Afu proudly lifted its head, for knowledge was indeed its forte. The Emperor's covenant is a protective barrier. If a world has birthed an emperor, it harnesses that emperor's power to create such a barrier, preventing the invasion of external forces. Your homeland possesses a similar barrier known as the Panga Covenant. Without the protection of the Panga Covenant, that small place you call home would have long been trampled upon. Huh, what are you talking about? If there is the protection of the Emperor's Covenant, how did I enter this world? Lu Chuan retorted, unable to contain himself. You know nothing, Afu scoffed. The Emperor born in this world is merely your second-rate fellow from across the dimensions. When compatriots meet, there are tears of joy. The Emperor's covenant cannot possibly restrict those from the same world. Interesting, Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. Afu's expression turned grave. The issue lies in the fact that the Swallowing Sky Emperor, the most formidable figure throughout history, has established a barrier here with his imperial decree. Theoretically, no other force should be able to intrude. You're foolish. If it's not an external force, then the problem lies within. Why dwell on this matter? Lu Chuan reasoned simply, viewing the issue with clarity. That may be true, yet something feels amiss. This aura has appeared too abruptly and peculiarly. Afu shook its head. Regardless, when we catch that rascal, we will deal with him severely. Are you instructing me on how to act? Lu Chuan rebuffed, sending Afu sprawling with a swift motion. The little face was brimming with youthful vitality. With nothing better to do, Lu Chuan began to playfully tease Sun Lianxue. Her beautiful visage contorted into various shapes. Ouch! My face hurts so much. Sun Lianxue awakened, her first sensation being the sharp pain on her face. She glimpsed Lu Chuan's chin, followed by his starry black eyes. In those dark orbs shimmered a mix of teasing, languor, and indifference. It dawned on Sun Lianxue that she was lying on Lu Chuan's lap, and she sprang up in alarm. Ha! Seeing Sun Lianxue's intense reaction, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. I'll let you rest on my thigh. You must also allow me a moment of repose. No, please. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Sun Lianxue retreated to the corner, pitifully refusing. If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you, Lu Chuan chuckled, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, followed by a cacophony of curses from outside. Lu Chuan frowned, parting the curtain to peek out. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw a luxurious vehicle blocking the road ahead. The recent tremor must have been caused by the chariot spirit, triggered by a sudden halt. At this moment, the members of the Sun family were engaging in amiable greetings with another party, the Dragon family. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, prompting the naive Sun Lianxue to lean closer to Lu Chuan. Her curiosity piqued. Are you truly afraid of me, or do you not fear me at all? Lu Chuan found himself perplexed by this young lady. If he were to assert that he was not afraid, a mere glare from him could bring her to tears. Conversely, if he admitted fear, she was now nestled so closely. Indeed, just as Afu had said, she was rather foolish. The Dragon family was utterly detestable, constantly troubling her father, and they even intended to marry her off. Humph. Sun Lianxue grumbled in frustration. Chapter 92. The Schemed Sun Family. Ah, is that not the head of the Sun family? So busy rushing. Are you on your way to the auction house? A slick young man, adorned with ostentation, leaped from a lavish carriage. He navigated through the crowd of verbal skirmishers and approached Sun Baimo's vehicle, brazenly shouting, Long Outyin, what is the meaning of obstructing the road? Sun Baimo frowned and lifted the curtain. Uffed. Upon hearing the name, Lu Chuan couldn't contain his laughter. Long Outyin. Ha ha ha. Sun Lianxue looked at Lu Chuan with confusion, having just sensed a sudden wave of joy emanating from him. He is the eldest son of the Dragon family, Long Outyin. Is there an issue? Sun Lianxue scratched her head in bewilderment, unable to fathom Lu Chuan's merriment. No issue at all, haha. Lu Chuan could no longer suppress his mirth, plopping down with glee to watch the unfolding drama. Dear head of the Sun family, please do not be angered. Once my father arrives, he will naturally clear the way, Long Outyin said with a cheeky grin, bowing mockingly to Sun Baimo. Sun Baimo's expression darkened. His teeth clenched so tightly that the muscles in his jaw were visibly tensed. The Dragon family was the foremost clan in Fubo City and also operated the auction house. As the adage goes, business rivals are like enemies, and competition inevitably leads to entanglements of interest. A bit of friction was to be expected. However, Sun Baimo never anticipated that the Dragon family would dare to block his path on the main thoroughfare. Sun Baimo understood that despite Long Outyin's solitary antics, countless eyes were undoubtedly watching from behind. It would take considerable effort to pass through this day unscathed. It seemed that Fubo City was currently unsettled, with the city lord, Yi Guqing, preoccupied with matters beyond the auction house. The Dragon family had seized this opportunity to act so brazenly. Speak. What conditions must be met for me to proceed? Sun Baimo inquired directly, wishing to avoid unnecessary banter. How forthright, head of the Sun family, Long Outyin replied, puffing out his chest. It's quite simple. I've heard that your auction house has recently acquired a batch of fine goods. We do not require much. Just have to be handed over to our Dragon family's auction house. Huh. You Dragon family members are all of the same ilk, perpetually akin to insatiable hounds. Sun Baimo retorted, his frustration bubbling to the surface. To relinquish half of this batch of goods, which represented his entire fortune, would be tantamount to signing the death warrant for the Sun family. What did you say, old man? Long Outyin thundered, his composure shattered. At that moment, a luxurious dragon carriage glided into view, halting not far away. The curtain was lifted, revealing a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression, who turned to glance at Sun Bimo. Father, Long Outyin hastily darted to the side of the vehicle. This old fellow just insulted us. The middle-aged man shrugged dismissively. Brother Sun, since there's nothing left to discuss, let us linger here. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as another figure appeared atop the luxurious vehicle that obstructed the road. This individual, with white hair and beard, bore the semblance of an elder, yet exuded an aura of vigor and strength, his physique robust and formidable. He was Imo Winyong, the enigmatic master of the Everlasting Mountain, a veritable powerhouse of the Annihilation Realm. In the Tianhuan continent, aside from superpowers like the Great Wei Dynasty, there exists another force, sanctuaries of cultivation that have endured through time, such as the Everlasting Mountain. Rumor has it that within its depths lies a miraculous herb that can infinitely prolong the life of cultivators, which is the origin of its name. Imo Winyong himself was an ancient being whose years were beyond reckoning. After Zhou Yu declined to support the Sun family, Sun Bimo found himself in need of a renowned cultivator to endorse the auction house, and the contact for this was none other than Imo Winyong. They had already reached an agreement, with half the commission already paid. However, the reality was that Imo Winyong was not at the auction house as expected. Instead, he had allied with the Long family to undermine Sun Bimo. Zhou Mountain Master, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing him, Sun Bimo's countenance darkened ominously. Are you truly so dense that you cannot comprehend? Long Outyin sneered from a distance. He then turned to Imo Winyong and respectfully bowed. Ancestor. The utterance of this title sent chills down Sun Bimo's spine. The Long family was evidently entwined with the Everlasting Mountain, their concealment profound indeed. Reflecting on the ease with which he had managed to engage Imo Winyong, Sun Bimo realized it was rather abnormal, especially since Imo Winyong had approached him willingly. It appeared that everything had been orchestrated by the Long family. Master Imo, as a formidable figure, do you not fear the mockery of the world for employing such tactics? At this juncture, Sun Bimo could only resort to verbal sparring. You exaggerate, Master Sun. Imo Winyong, without even glancing at Sun Bimo, replied nonchalantly. Competition in business is merely a matter of tactics. Your own foolishness is to blame. Indeed, Sun Bimo chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. In the realm of cultivation, it is not the means that matter, but the outcome. He turned to glance at Sun Lianxue, his heart heavy with concern. Should he disappear one day, how would his naive little girl navigate the treacherous landscape of the cultivation world? Father, Sun Lianxue called softly. I'm fine. Sun Bimo forced a smile. Turning back to Imo Winyong. I concede. We can split the goods, and will you now clear the way? Agreed. Imo Winyong nodded, but then shifted his tone. Outyin has taken a fancy to your daughter, Master Sunday. If you do not mind, may I propose this union? Upon hearing this, Long Outyin's eyes sparkled with desire as he gazed at Sun Lianxue, for he had long coveted her. If I could wed this exquisite woman with a heart as delicate as a finely crafted gem and, through secret arts, transplant her heart into my own, the benefits for my future cultivation would be immeasurable. Sensing the fervent gaze of Long Outyin, Sun Lianxue's face turned pale with fright, prompting her to timidly retreat behind Lu Chuan. Witnessing the close interaction between Sun Lianxue and Lu Chuan, Long Outyin, who had long regarded Sun Lianxue as his personal possession, was filled with fury. He shot a menacing glare at Lu Chuan, contemplating how to eliminate this pretty boy. Heh! Sun Bimo chuckled coldly, realizing he had been awaited here. With only one precious daughter, how could he possibly allow Sun Lianxue to marry into the tainted Long family? Furthermore, he intended to pass on his vast business to Sun Lianxue. Marrying her would be tantamount to acquiring the Sun family's fortune. The Long family certainly plays a shrewd game. Other matters may be negotiable, but this one is forever unattainable. Does Long Outyin even reflect on his own worthiness to be with my daughter? Sun Bimo confronted him directly, declaring that for the sake of his daughter, he could oppose the entire world, let alone the Long family. The old man, do not overstep your bounds. Long Outyin was beside himself with rage. Chapter 93. Step aside, I am about to show off. As he focused on his beloved daughter, Sun Bimo's expression shifted. His brows knitting together. His eyes radiated a sharp, cutting light as he shouted. My dignity requires no validation from others. You little brat have no place to speak here. Long tongue, if you wish to swallow the Sun family, we shall see if you possess the stomach for it. With the conclusion of Sun Baimo's words, dozens of figures surged forward at great speed. Though few in number, their movements exuded the might of tigers and dragons. After years of operating in Fubo City, how could Sun Baimo lack any strength? These individuals were his trump card. Filangshi, the middle-aged man in the carriage, chuckled darkly, never expecting it to come to this. Filangshi is an ancient method of cultivation requiring dozens of like-minded individuals to practice together to achieve its effects. It is said that once perfected, a coalition of practitioners can wield the might of Fulong, capable of contending with formidable cultivators of the Annihilation realm. The emergence of Filangshi would compel the Long family to weigh the consequences of fully severing ties with the Sun family. Should a conflict arise, it could potentially devastate a significant portion of Fubo City, prompting intervention from Yigu City. Remembering the city lord, renowned as the Sword Immortal, Long Tongue's expression fluctuated. Moreover, Sun Baimo is notorious for being a doting father. He would do anything for Sun Lianxue. Long Tongue harbored no doubts about Sun Baimo's resolve to confront the Long family for his daughter's sake. Ultimately, Long Tongue smiled and shook his head. Brother Sun, do not be angered. If you do not wish for little Xue to enter the Long family, then let it be. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin grew anxious, leaning against the carriage window and exclaiming, Father, that one do. While our ancestor is present, we must finalize this marriage today. Slap. Long Tongue raised his hand and struck Long Outyin, silencing him. You have no say in this matter. Long Outyin was momentarily stunned by the slap, lowering his head in silence. Brother Sun, we shall meet at the auction house. Long Tang, with a smile devoid of warmth, prepared to walk away. Wait. At that moment, Lu Chuan, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly spoke up. All eyes were drawn to the extraordinarily handsome young man. However, the level of strength he exhibited was laughably inadequate. Sun Baimo was equally bewildered. Having revealed his trump card just to evade this crisis, he questioned the unfolding absurdity. Little brother, there's nothing more to discuss. Let us proceed to the auction house. Shut up. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shut up. Just then, De Chue poked his little head out from Lu Chuan's embrace. Having indulged a bit too much the previous night, he had just woken up and began mimicking Lu Chuan's speech. Sun Baimo's lips trembled as he observed the duo, one large, one small, both of whom seemed far from formidable, making him feel he had been thoroughly duped by Zhou Yu. At that moment, Mo Wenyong, who had been maintaining a fade of indifference, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had noticed the small red gourd that Lu Chuan was holding. If he was not mistaken, it was the legendary chaos gourd that had been missing for over 200,000 years. Recalling the legends surrounding this gourd, Mo Wenyong's gaze ignited with fervor. Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Mo Wenyong, a disdainful smile tugging at his lips, before turning his attention back to Long Outyin. Brat, did you just glare at me? The members of the Sun family erupted in laughter. Was this how one incited enmity? You little rascal, what did you say? Long Outyin, still seething from the slap, found himself confronted by an insolent fool. Oh dear. Lu Chuan flamboyantly tossed his hair. Everyone step back. Today, I intend to show off in front of Long Outyin. Ha. You little trickster, are you performing acrobatics with those two swords at your waist? Long Outyin dismissed Lu Chuan entirely. After all, no sensible person would regard a mere novice at the word realm as a threat. Even the dogs raised by the Long family would scarcely glance at a chi condensation cultivator. Moreover, a true cultivator, even a sword practitioner, would never wear their swords at their waist. To the eyes of seasoned practitioners, Lu Chuan's demeanor resembled that of a street performer. Like to laugh? Lu Chuan suddenly surged forward, charging at Long Outyin, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Be careful. Mo Wenyong reacted swiftly, but it was too late to intervene. Save me. The shadow of death loomed as Long Outyen's plea was left unuttered. Blood spurted forth uncontrollably, akin to a faucet gone awry. Long Outyen's head had vanished, his body collapsing too late, blood spraying forth with a sound reminiscent of the wind. By the time onlookers could discern Lu Chuan's figure again, he had already returned to his original position, holding a fresh, severed head. So weak yet so pretentious, Lu Chuan remarked, lifting his foot to kick Long Outyen's head as if it were a soccer ball. What a goal. I may not feast on sea cucumbers, but I can certainly score a good kick. The bloodied head sailed into the horizon, and Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. All of this transpired in a mere blink, not exceeding 2 seconds. By the time the crowd came to their senses, the dust had settled. Longting's anguished roar reverberated throughout Fubo City. "You wretched beast! For killing my son, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder today." Longting, consumed by fury, unleashed his true essence, shattering the carriage in an instant. Leaping into the air, he hurled a fist towards Lu Chuan, causing a colossal shadow of a fist to materialize in the sky, akin to one forged from gold, exuding an overwhelming might. "Golden fist, brother, evade quickly!" Sun Baimo shouted in urgency upon witnessing the immense fist shadow. Despite Longting being merely a cultivator of the heavenly punishment realm, his ancient divine technique, the Golden Fist, endowed him with the ability to contend with those who had just entered the annihilation realm. Impulsiveness is a demon. A son can be reborn. Why succumb to rage? Lu Chuan jested, casting a glance at the massive fist shadow, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. At this moment, Mo Wenyong discreetly withdrew, observing Lu Chuan from a distance. His heightened senses warned him that should he engage with this youth, he might meet the same grim fate as Long Outyin. Longting noticed Mo Wenyong's actions and immediately sensed something amiss. After delivering a punch, he prepared to escape into the sky. "Did I permit you to leave?" Lu Chuan scoffed. Blade Claw. With his fingers curled, he forcefully yanked at the sky, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. 5 enormous black fissures tore through the air, accompanied by a low, mournful wail, as if they were gaping wounds emitting agonized groans. Lu Chuan's claw had astonishingly rent the very fabric of space. The chaotic currents of space surged forth, wielding the power to tear asunder, colliding violently. Longting found himself ensnared within this riven space, struggling to expand his domain. Yet the turbulent distortions of space relentlessly sliced through his efforts. More terrifying was the fact that within these chaotic currents lurked sword energies capable of obliterating everything. In this shattered realm, Longting could not sustain his domain. A cultivator of the divine path's third realm, once unable to uphold their domain, found their most potent techniques rendered useless. Longting frantically swung his fists, but the golden fist shadows were swiftly obliterated by the gales of chaos. "Ancestor, save me!" he cried out, realizing that if this continued, he would meet his demise. Yet Mo Wenyong, indifferent to his plight, fled without a backward glance. With no hope left, Longting turned his last desperate plea towards Lu Chuan. "Brother, you possess great magnanimity. Spare my life, and I shall accede to any condition you propose." Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. "What do you take me for, a benevolent saint?" "Humph, who instructed your son to glare at me? The sins of the father lie with the son." Puffed. Longting felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking on his rage. "It was my wayward son who offended you. He is dead. So you should have calmed your ire. I beseech you, grant me a path to survival, and I shall bestow upon you all the wealth accumulated by the Long family over the years." "Huh," Lu Chuan retorted, his head tilting in disdain. "What do you think I am, a beggar in need of alms?" With that, Longting spat forth a mouthful of blood, realizing that this insolent fellow was impervious to reason. The fractured space grew increasingly violent, and the protective artifact was on the verge of being entirely consumed. In the throes of despair, Long Tongue's face contorted with fury. "You wretched creature, since you seek to annihilate us, let the entirety of Fubo City accompany us to our doom." With that, Long Tongue frantically produced a small orb, the size of a fist, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Upon seeing this orb, Sun Baimo's expression shifted dramatically. "Little brother, stop him quickly. That is an ancient demonic seed, the devouring worm. It consumes everything." However, Sun Baimo's warning came too late. Long Tongue had already sprayed his blood upon the orb. A dark radiance erupted from the orb, and within its light, countless arcane symbols flickered ominously. Soon, a piercing shatter echoed as the black orb emitted a chilling hum that struck terror into the soul. A ribbon-like tendril of black gas surged forth from the orb. With Lu Chuan's keen perception, it was evident that this was not mere gas, but a multitude of almost imperceptible insects. "Ha ha ha, let us perish together." Long Tongue roared madly, extending his arms and allowing the black gas to invade his body. In an instant, his form dissipated into the air. In the blink of an eye, a cultivator of the heavenly punishment realm was entirely devoured by these insects, leaving nothing behind, not even a trace of his spirit. No wonder Sun Baimo was so terrified. The chilling hum resounded once more as the black gas surged from the shattered space. After consuming Long Tongue, the gas seemed to grow in strength. To Lu Chuan's astonishment, these insects could maneuver freely within the fractured space. His sword chi seemed utterly ineffective against them. However, Lu Chuan soon found himself unable to maintain composure as the insects began to devour the remnants of his sword chi. The insects that ingested his sword chi transformed in color, shifting from pure black to a kaleidoscope of hues, shimmering with an eerie light. A razor-sharp aura emanated from these creatures, rending the air as they flew. Oh no, I seem to have caused a tremendous disaster. Lu Chuan awkwardly scratched his head, realizing the gravity of the situation. That madman Long Tongue. Seeing this scene unfold, Sun Bai Mo urgently shouted, "Fulong, escort the young lady out of the city, quickly. The farther, the better." Meanwhile, within the city lord's estate, Zhou Yu and Yi Gucheng, who were enjoying tea, also noticed the commotion on the street. The city lord, Yi Gucheng, gazed into the distance with a pale expression. Indeed, that thing still clings to Long Tongue. The permanent seal we agreed upon. This scoundrel has played me for a fool. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow in concern. Brother Yi, wasn't this creature supposed to be long extinct? Why has it resurfaced? Yi Gucheng gritted his teeth and shook his head. A few years ago, it appeared at an auction and was acquired by the Long family. I intervened in this matter, and the Long family assured me they would permanently seal the devouring worm. It was my oversight. Zhou Yu sighed heavily. In recent years, the emergence of chaotic entities has become increasingly frequent. Even those from ancient and primordial times are appearing once more. It seems we are on the brink of a cataclysm. There is no time for discussion on this matter. The esteemed national master and I shall take a look. For the emergence of the devouring insect must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, the entire Fubo city may be devoured whole. With a wave of his hand, Yi Gucheng summoned ripples in the air, and the two figures vanished into thin air. The devouring insect, how intriguing. At the grandest tavern in Fubo city, a man and a woman exchanged amused glances, observing the unfolding chaos. Shall we investigate? If this creature is not resolved promptly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. The woman elegantly raised her eyebrows, turning towards the man. He nodded in agreement. The devouring insect is nearly impervious to all forms of attack and can only be sealed using special methods. It would be wise for us to take a look. What a bold move, stirring trouble right upon arrival. At the city gates, a young man in tattered clothing, cheerfully attending to the entry formalities, gazed skyward. I'll go ahead and enjoy the spectacle. I'll collect the passage token later, he said, his figure fading before the gate. Come with me to have a look. It seems to be the devouring insect. In a small tavern, Zhu Gaming set down his chopsticks mid-meal. He picked up a nearby feather fan, and with a gentle wave, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared on the ground. The white-clad general behind him placed a silver ingot down, and together they vanished into the formation. A graceful woman strolled through the bustling streets, indulging in the local delicacies when suddenly, an ethereal shadow appeared behind her. The shadow respectfully bowed to the woman, "Madam. Longting has released the devouring insect, and the youth who previously dispatched 2 of our companions from the Chiohong Tavern is also present. Isn't Zhou Yu in the city? A scholar so concerned with the world will surely take action." The woman bit into her pineapple with a hint of vexation. The shadow hesitated before speaking, "Madam. The devouring insect has consumed the boy's sword energy and seems to be evolving in an uncontrollable direction. The situation may spiral beyond our control." The woman's eyelids fluttered nervously. What news from those ancient ones in the city? The shadow pondered briefly. The couple from Tianxi, Zhu Gaming and Zhao Tong from Shishu, Yi Gucheng, Zhou Yu, and the newly arrived Finghua Sanyue are the only ones making a move. Others remain quiet. Bah! The woman spat. Not a single soul from other continents has stirred. The shadow nodded. Currently, the city is gathering at least 50 peak obliteration realm cultivators from the vast Hauran world. And aside from our Tianhuan continent folk, the rest are merely spectators. Chapter 95. The arrival of various deities. The devouring insect has consumed Lu Chuan's sword energy and is evolving in an uncontrollable manner. Several peak obliteration realm cultivators in the city responded promptly to the news. Yi Gucheng and Zhou Yu were among the first to arrive at the scene. Upon their arrival, they beheld a chaotic whirl of black mist formed by the devouring insect, emanating a terrifyingly sharp aura that sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan stood below, earnestly discussing something with the donkey. "Little master, how is the situation?" Zhou Yu inquired, having met Lu Chuan on a previous occasion. Lu Chuan held a favorable impression of the scholarly individual. For anyone who was not detested by Sun Lianxue, must surely possess commendable qualities. Lu Chuan shook his head, stroking his chin with a serious expression. The situation may be rather dire. According to my family's donkey's analysis, these insects should be formless entities capable of devouring anything. He paused, scratching his head. Oh, by the way, these insects have consumed some of my sword energy, which could pose quite a problem. Coughing, Zhou Yu almost choked. He had witnessed Lu Chuan's sword energy and understood just how formidable this young man's prowess was. Master, how does the situation stand? Yi Gucheng approached at that moment. Having heard about Lu Chuan from Zhou Yu, Yi Gucheng treated him with great respect, as it is said that like attracts like. And Zhou Yu's companions could not be lacking in merit. Observing the upright and dignified Yi Gucheng, Lu Chuan recounted the situation once more. Yi Gucheng gazed at the ominous black mist above and nodded. They have yet to launch an attack. They must be digesting the Master's sword energy. We should take this opportunity to seal this realm together. Without hesitation, Yi Gucheng waved his hand, summoning a dark green longsword. The blade glimmered with a faint chill. The hilt adorned with a dragon motif, exuding an air of authority, while the blade was as sharp as the frost of autumn. Lu Chuan found this intriguing, for it was his first encounter with a swordsman wielding a long sword rather than a flying sword. Yi Gucheng bowed respectfully to Lu Chuan. I have heard from Brother Zhou that the master is a renowned swordsman. I must seek your guidance once this matter is resolved. Lu Chuan, unabashed, tossed his hair flamboyantly. Certainly, no problem at all. The onlookers from the Sun family, who had yet to retreat, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon witnessing Lu Chuan's shameless demeanor. Yi Gucheng was famously adept in swordsmanship, his blade already transcending the ordinary. No one would dispute that he was the foremost swordsman in the heavenly desolate continent. I shall go first, Yi Gucheng declared with a smile, then focused his breath and spirit. A harmonious rhythm resonated as he synchronized his breathing with the cosmos. As the cadence steadied, a faint ethereal figure emerged high above. A sword that soars to the heavens, indeed. The Sun family members watched in exhilaration. The phantom, initially distant, in the blink of an eye, had arrived above the devouring insects. With a single stroke, it drew upon the very essence of this realm. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes as the air was unfurled like the pages of a book, drawing the devouring insects into its wake. Even the most discerning observers could see that this sword strike carried unparalleled spatial prowess. Brother Zhou, it is now your turn. Yi Gucheng commanded as he sheathed his sword, turning his gaze to Zhou Yu. I shall now make a fool of myself. Zhou Yu smiled faintly, producing an ancient book that appeared weathered with age. He opened the pages, unleashing a myriad of tiny characters that fluttered forth. These characters encircled the swirling spatial anomaly, setting down a profound formation. The space quaked violently, and boundless divine light surged upward, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous realm. Legend has it that the Grand Master of the Great Wu Kingdom, having lived a mundane life, attained enlightenment at the age of 98 through study, transforming from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of obliteration within a single day, thus crafting a legacy unparalleled in history. Listening to the discussions among the Sun family, Lu Chuan nodded vigorously. From now on, if anyone dares to claim that studying is futile, I shall not hesitate to shatter their heads. Esteemed lords, might we, as a couple, join in the festivities? At that moment, a pair of celestial beings descended gracefully from the heavens. They were the divine couple from the heavenly pool. The Sun family, now entirely unperturbed, recognized that with so many formidable powers gathered, the devouring insect would not dare to stir trouble. The man was named Zhang Chuzhong, and the woman was Bai Chuyong, the revered leaders of the enigmatic sacred land, the heavenly pool. Unlike other exalted sanctuaries, this couple held a remarkable reputation across the desolate continent, frequently descending to vanquish evil and aid the weak. We are troubled to impose upon you. Yi Gucheng bowed respectfully to the couple. They exchanged a glance and nodded gently, swiftly forming a hand seal. This seal, known as the infinite illusion of the sea, was a powerful binding technique. It was this very technique that the couple had once employed to seal the malevolent night demon that plagued the region. The sound of tides roared as an illusory sea surged forth, engulfing the entire space. My friends, may I also join in the revelry? At this moment, Zhu Geming and Zhao Tong made their entrance. Upon seeing them, the crowd's pupils dilated in surprise. Zhu Geming's numerous achievements are too many to recount, but his mastery of the 8 formation diagram alone could render him unmatched. Accompanying him was his guard, Zhao Tong, wielding the seven serpent spear, a legacy of the Western Shu war god, also unparalleled in the realm. These two were indeed the pinnacle of martial might. Brother Zhuge, please. Zhou Yu, familiar with Zhuge Ming, greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. Zhuge Ming nodded, elegantly waving his feather fan, conjuring an expansive 8-formation diagram in the sky. This grand diagram enveloped the couple's illusory sea, and countless mystical numbers rippled forth, further solidifying the seal into an unbreakable fortress. How intriguing indeed. How could such a grand spectacle proceed without my presence? Just as Zhuge Ming paused, a young man, clad like a beggar, emerged into view. Fenghua Sanzhou. Yi Guqing furrowed his brow. Fenghua Sanzhou was a renowned peak cultivator of the annihilation realm, shrouded in mystery, with an ambiguous background. His actions, often oscillating between righteousness and malevolence, did not endear him to many. Ah, Lord Yi, do not harbor such hostility. There are countless eyes upon us, watching the cultivators of the desolate continent make fools of themselves. Even I, lacking in decorum, would not dare to cause disruption at such a juncture. Fenghua platform. Fenghua Sanzhou chuckled, raising his hand and forcefully tugging at the sky. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens, and soon, 4 Fenghua platforms materialized at the corners of the seal. Crimson flames ignited, casting a fierce glow that enveloped the entire space. Although the onlookers were unaware of the nature of this phenomenon, they could ascertain it was a form of sealing technique. Their hearts eased, relieved that no chaos was being wrought. Great Commander, do you believe these seals will prove effective? At this moment, Lu Chuan engaged in conversation with a Fu, who was squatting nearby. Lu Chuan shook his head. It is unlikely. They will probably be breached. Chapter 96. So many abnormalities, dear brother. Your words are indeed misguided. We, as the pinnacle of combat prowess on the Tianquan continent, should not be stymied by a mere devourer bug. With so many of us present, it is rather implausible. Observing Lu Chuan's refined features, Fenghua Sanyu approached him with a mischievous glint in his eye. Is this fellow truly an old lecher? Feeling the intense gaze of Fenghua Sanyu upon him, Lu Chuan's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Step away, lest I pluck your eyes from their sockets. Lu Chuan glared fiercely at Fenghua Sanyu. To his surprise, this only seemed to excite Fenghua Sanyu further. Young brother, you are undeniably charming. If you choose to follow me, I assure you, I can provide ample protection on the Tianquan continent. Now, call me Brother Sanyu. With that, Fenghua Sanyu audaciously reached out to lift Lu Chuan's chin. Lu Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in indignation. Just as he contemplated the notion of removing this lecher's eyes and thwarting that wandering hand, his loyal companion, De Chui, leaped forth, sinking its teeth into Fenghua Sanyu's finger. Known for its ferocity, De Chui would not allow anyone to take advantage of Lu Chuan. Ouch! Fenghua Sanyu yelped, feeling a piercing pain radiate from his fingertip. His entire arm began to turn black at an alarming pace as the sword energy began to taint his body. Realizing the impending danger, Fenghua Sanyu's expression shifted dramatically, compelling him to sever his own right hand. Fortunately, he acted decisively. Had he hesitated, De Chui might have been the end of him. If a mere spirit sword were to slay a peak practitioner of the annihilation realm, it would surely provoke laughter among the ranks of the powerful. My apologies for the intrusion. Fenghua Sanyu retreated rapidly, as a new arm grew in its place. The onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle. While practitioners of the annihilation realm could regenerate lost limbs, none had ever done so with such swiftness. Lu Chuan, too, caught the attention of all except for Zhou Yu and Yi Guqing. They were baffled by how this seemingly lowly cultivator managed to achieve such a feat. With a roll of his eyes, Lu Chuan placed De Chui atop his head to quell its desire to bite. Finally pacified, De Chui began to playfully tug at Lu Chuan's hair, prompting him to worry he would soon be left bald. There should not be any major issues. And if the seal could not hold, it would truly be a dire situation. Observing the sealed space, which remained relatively calm, Yi Guqing finally felt a sense of relief. However, just as Yi Guqing spoke, a sound of cracking echoed from within the sealed space. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared at the center of the sealed space. The cracks swiftly spread outward from that point. Quickly, reinforce the seal. Everyone, lend me your strength. Yi Guqing's countenance changed in alarm as he soared into the air. The others, unwilling to linger, followed suit, ascending into the sky. Be careful, my dear. Do not ascend. It is dangerous. Allow your brother to go. In the chaotic month of March, Fenghua dared to provoke Lu Chuan, exhibiting a remarkable audacity. You little rascal, I shall flay your skin. Lu Chuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. You little rascal, I shall flay your skin. De Chue mimicked, raising his tiny fist. Silence, young lady. Your words are nothing but filth. Lu Chuan flicked De Chue on the head. The little one tumbled twice before regaining his balance, bursting into tears. Handsome fellow, I have a task for you. Will you accept? Afu, with his tongue lolling, attempted to lick Lu Chuan's face. Bang! In a fit of anger, Lu Chuan delivered a punch to Afu's head, erupting in a furious tirade. What in the world? Are there really so many perverts these days? Hey, calm down. Calm down. Afu hastily scrambled to his feet, a glimmer of wisdom lighting up his eyes. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated in Lu Chuan's mind. Side quest triggered. The danger of city destruction. Quest description. The devouring Yuan worm absorbs the chaotic sword chi and evolves into the devouring Yuan chaos worm, which will pose a catastrophic threat to the entire Fubo city and even the Tianhuan continent. Difficulty, epic level. Options, 1. The host may choose to join the sealing army to resolve the danger of city destruction. 2. The host may choose to assist the devouring Yuan chaos worm in devouring Fubo city. Rewards. Completing the first option grants the host the title of Guardian. Completing the second option grants the host the title of Enemy of Humanity. Guardian. When the host fights for others, they receive a special enhancement, increasing physical strength by 30%. Enemy of Humanity. When facing humanity, the host gains a special hatred enhancement, reducing the true essence limit of human cultivators by 10%. What a chaotic mess. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in disdain. This reward is quite generous, Afu grinned. Approaching Lu Chuan. The disaster is your doing, so you must resolve it, and there are rewards to be gained. It's a win-win situation. That makes some sense. Lu Chuan nodded. Just then, a silver spear hurtled through the air from a distance, its immense power distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Damn it, someone is adding insult to injury. Even the usually refined Zhou, you could not suppress his curse. Boom. As the crowd focused on the silver spear, a tower engulfed in azure flames descended from above. Scatter. This is the purifying glass fire. It will ignite the karma within cultivators. Those words sent a tremor through everyone's hearts. Which cultivator was free from the burdens of past deeds? If ignited, they would likely be reduced to mere ashes. The crowd promptly dispersed, helplessly watching as the tower violently collided with the seal. The already cracked seal shattered completely under this impact, releasing a cloud of indistinct mist into the sky. This is bad. How did it evolve into a chaotic attribute? The faces of the crowd paled. They were the elite, and they could discern the transformation of the devouring Yuan worm at a glance. Fenghua, be cautious. It's coming. The newly evolved swarm spiraled in the air before charging directly at Fenghua. Ha, brother is waiting here. In the midst of the raging flames of battle, the valiant Fenghua Sanyu displayed no fear as a radiant long sword manifested in hand, cleaving down upon the swarming insects. The heavens trembled with the fury of thunder and wind, as the sword conjured a tempest of divine lightning that enveloped the horde. For the moment, the swarm was ensnared, and Fenghua Sanyu unleashed his ultimate move once more. The thunder pool, a formidable force, loomed above, an immense citadel forged of lightning, descending with a crushing weight. Chapter 97. Sword 8. This was indeed the thunder pool, reminiscent of the techniques once wielded by the devouring emperor of the skies. Yi Guqing seemed to recall something, his voice laced with astonishment. Could it be that this audacious youth shares a connection with the devouring emperor? A wave of confusion swept through the onlookers. No. This appeared to be a diluted version of the thunder pool, as recounted by the elder generation. The devouring emperor had once utilized this very technique to subdue the 36 demon realms beyond, granting the vast world of Howren a millennium of peace from demonic disturbances. Be cautious. Zhuge Mingyu waved his fan, conjuring a diagram of the 8 trigrams to shield Fenghua Sanyu. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, disrupting the very fabric of space. We cannot withstand this. These insects have consumed my thunder pool. Scatter. Fenghua Sanyu had no time to express gratitude to Zhuge Mingyu as he plummeted towards the ground. Even the mightiest of lightning attributes failed to inflict harm. The crowd comprehended that even their efforts would be futile against the swarm and hastily dispersed. Dear beauty, I come to your rescue. Fenghua Sanyu charged towards Lu Chuan, intent on fleeing with him. However, just as he reached Lu Chuan, a sharp blow struck his forehead. Dazed and disoriented, he stumbled like a toppled frog. Such a heavy slap. He coughed. Bah, it's nothing. Lu Chuan spat defiantly before soaring into the sky. Ouch. Senyu, are you alright? Sun Baimo seized the opportunity to rush forward and assist Fenghua Sanyu. Who are you? Fenghua Sanyu, still reeling, struggled to regain his balance. I am Sun Baimo of Fubo City. The youth who struck you just now is my future son-in-law. Sun Baimo, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sought to forge connections. What? Fenghua Sanyu was struck dumb by this revelation, as if thunderstruck. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must leave this place swiftly. Sun Baimo urged, pulling the dazed Fenghua Sanyu away from the scene. Your sword energy will likely have no effect on them. It is best to lure the swarm outside the city. A Fu steadfastly by Lu Chuan's side began to offer guidance. Damn it, are you instructing me? Lu Chuan retorted, kicking a Fu aside as he charged toward the swarm. At that moment, the horde was assailing the couple by the heavenly pool. Though others provided cover, the swarm's insatiable appetite was grotesquely overwhelming, rendering them immune to all forms of attack. Moreover, the swarm's speed escalated to a near ignorable level of spatial distance, placing the couple in mortal peril, with scarcely a moment to maintain their protective domain. Back to back and facing imminent danger, the couple remained steadfast in their devotion, unwilling to abandon one another. It is somewhat unsatisfactory to perish here. Zhang Chuzhong chuckled wryly as he repelled the swarm. Old man, be careful. Suddenly, Bai Chuyong pivoted and positioned herself in front of Zhang Chuzhong. The swarm of insects had clearly been shaken apart, yet astonishingly, it reformed instantaneously. Zhang Chuzhong's eyes widened in horror, but it was already too late. The swarm moved with astonishing speed, closing in on Bai Chuyong. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's figure appeared, swifter than the swarm itself. With a resounding thud, both husband and wife were struck, sent flying through the air. The sword 8 divine manifestation unfolded. Lu Chuan surged forth, his sword energy soaring into the heavens, curiously morphing from black to a brilliant gold. Bathed in this radiant energy, his hair and eyes turned golden, as if he were forged from pure gold. Exuding an awe-inspiring presence, Lu Chuan's 12 sword techniques encompassed heaven, earth, man, wind, flower, snow, moon, deity, ghost, demon, culminating in the final 2 moves of great annihilation. Among these, only the sword 8 divine manifestation was distinct. The other techniques were ruthlessly violent, born for slaughter, while this particular move radiated righteousness and celestial might. Created for protection, the swarm collided with Lu Chuan's golden sword energy, only to be thwarted. Infuriated, the tiny insects screeched and began to gnaw and bite in a frenzy. Lu Chuan turned to Yi Guqing and commanded, "Find the scoundrel who shot the arrows earlier. Once I deal with this nuisance, I shall return to handle those 2 shameless brats." "Rest assured, master," Yi Guqing replied with a nod. With that, Lu Chuan ascended into the sky, the agitated swarm trailing behind him. Sword 8 divine manifestation, grant me your protection. He soared higher until he reached the clouds, unleashing the extended techniques of sword 8. Golden light spread across the sky, enveloping the vast Fubo city below. A golden rain of swords began to fall, infusing the city with a warm, spring ambience. Sun Lianxue watched this enchanting scene, gently extending her hands to catch a drop of sword rain. As it dissipated in her grasp, it formed a golden shield, enveloping her within. Sun Lianxue beamed with joy. "Oh my, you've changed. You actually used sword 8. I thought I would never witness that technique in my lifetime." A Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You do talk too much," Lu Chuan retorted, lifting his foot to kick a Fu out of the golden light's reach. The swarm surged forward, devouring a Fu entirely. "Are you trying to kill me?" A Fu reappeared beside Lu Chuan, his eyes bulging with fury. "Oh, how come you're unharmed?" Lu Chuan teased, playfully tugging at a Fu's ear. His expression one of innocent curiosity. I am neither a living being nor a substance. What can these insects do to me?" A Fu replied proudly, reveling in Lu Chuan's playful touch. Such a pervert. Lu Chuan quickly withdrew his hand, a look of disdain as he wiped it on his clothing. "You ought to think of a solution. These creatures are immune to your sword energy. If they consume your golden divine manifestation, there may be nothing left in this world that can harm them." Lu Chuan frowned as he observed the swarm gnawing at his golden sword energy. Indeed, this was not a viable strategy. Lu Chuan drew his sword and attempted to swing it a few times. Just as a Fu had mentioned, the sword energy failed to inflict any harm. A Fu watched with amusement. This thing had been a tremendous disaster in the ancient times, and in this era, it wreaked havoc without restraint. Suddenly, Lu Chuan seized a Fu by the neck, shaking him violently. Stop pretending to be a big shot. You must have a solution, don't you? Well, there is a way, but you must kiss me first, a Fu replied with a sly grin, displaying an audacity that would make a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Lu Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down on the spot. Abruptly, Lu Chuan halted, recalling something, and took down the small gourd hanging from his waist. Grandson, can this gourd capture these pests? Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, cheerfully inquiring. Chapter 98. A series of twists and turns. Lu Chuan understood this character all too well. The foolish donkey never engaged in meaningless actions. This gourd appeared to be a small token of goodwill, yet Lu Chuan, well aware of his nature, knew it could not be so simple. He had refrained from questioning it all this time, knowing the donkey wouldn't harm him, thus choosing to ignore the underlying mystery. Hush, 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 a Fu whistled, turning his head away, pouting his lips. You're overthinking this. It's merely a gourd for drinking. A Fu's demeanor only solidified Lu Chuan's suspicions. Lu Chuan uncorked the gourd and bellowed at the swarm of insects. Grandsons, dare you respond? A Fu could no longer contain himself, sputtering. What are you doing? This is amusing. Son Wukong, son the traveler, I am your grandfather. Lu Chuan fiddled with the gourd, yet there was no response. Damn it! In a fit of frustration, Lu Chuan struck a Fu on the head with the gourd, leaving a lump the size of a fist on his crown. Did you skip a meal? A Fu mocked disdainfully. Fuming with rage, Lu Chuan hurled a Fu away once more. If I can't deal with this swarm of insects, how will I survive outside? Lu Chuan withdrew the sword and, with a tremor in his body, unleashed an overwhelming surge of blood energy. Sword armor, he murmured, and soon a suit of golden armor enveloped him. Having completed these preparations, Lu Chuan stepped beyond the confines of the golden sword energy. The swarm, seeing Lu Chuan, charged at him frantically. With a swift motion, Lu Chuan reached out and, moving faster than the swarm, pinched a small insect in his palm. These tiny creatures were astonishingly tenacious. Undeterred by being captured, they began to gnaw at his hand. Ugh, filthy pests. Lu Chuan stuffed the insect into the gourd and quickly sealed it. Cough, cough, is this really effective? A Fu nearly burst out laughing at the sight. To test whether the gourd could contain the chaos-eating insects, Lu Chuan placed the creature inside, letting it sit for a short while before uncorking it. A Fu could no longer bear to watch Lu Chuan's foolish antics, and spoke up. Don't worry, it won't escape. This gourd has a significant origin, and the interior connects to a prison. Any living entity entering the gourd will be automatically drawn to that space. I will settle the score with you later. Lu Chuan knew that this gourd was not as simple as it appeared, casting a fierce glare at a Fu. A Fu mumbled, isn't it for your own good? Acting as both father and mother, what do I gain from this? Now that a method had been discovered, the subsequent tasks became considerably easier. Lu Chuan braced himself against the swarm of insects with his sword armor, capturing them one by one and stuffing them into the gourd. A Fu shook his head in disapproval, yet he had no viable alternatives. Since Lu Chuan was merely at the qi condensation stage, he could not activate the gourd with his true essence. Gradually, as the number of insects dwindled, they sensed something amiss and began to flee from Lu Chuan. However, despite their swiftness, they could not outpace him. Thus, a bizarre and comical scene unfolded in the sky, as the voracious chaos worms, which even peak obliteration realm cultivators could not contend with, were being chased chaotically by a seemingly insignificant young man at the first realm. After stuffing the last little worm into the gourd, Lu Chuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, a massive black mountain plummeted from the heavens above. Although it was still at a considerable distance, in the next instant, it broke through the constraints of space and landed directly above Lu Chuan's head. Crack! Lu Chuan, with his stubbornness, foolishly attempted to brace the mountain with his head. Given Lu Chuan's speed, he could have evaded it. But doing so would have meant the mountain would crash into Fubo City. In that fleeting moment, the image of Chao Yunlan, weeping before the Emperor of Dawei, recounting the tragedies of civilian casualties, echoed in his mind. Perhaps Lu Chuan himself was unaware that along this journey, certain individuals and events had subtly influenced his actions. However, the weight of the mountain was beyond imagination, nearly crushing Lu Chuan's head into his torso. A colossal shadow loomed over Fubo City. And if Lu Chuan could not withstand it, the entire city would likely be reduced to rubble. The immortal mountain. The cultivators within the city watched in horror as their faces drained of color. Mo Wenyong, that scoundrel, disregarded the lives of countless civilians in Fubo City. Particularly, Yigu Chung was so enraged at this sight that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. The immortal mountain was not only a sacred place for cultivation, but also a relic passed down from ancient times. It was said to be forged from star meteorites found in the primordial mines. These meteorites were not only immensely hard, but also terrifyingly heavy. Even a fist-sized meteorite could crush an entire mountain. With such a massive object descending, no one could endure it. Even the legendary titans of antiquity would likely be reduced to mere pancakes. As the immortal mountain approached the ground like a falling star, countless low-level cultivators and civilians in Fubo City stared blankly at the sky, powerless, with scarcely a moment to feel fear. Only those great obliteration realm cultivators within the city could teleport away in such a brief span of time. The shadow of the immortal mountain grew larger, the aura of death crashing in like a tidal wave. Just as the mountain was about to make contact with the tallest structure in Fubo City, the Lord's Mansion, the colossal black mountain suddenly halted. Those who had narrowly escaped finally had a moment to experience the dread. The cries of children echoed throughout Fubo City, a relentless chorus that filled the air. Many gazed toward the Lord's manor, and it was there that someone finally spotted Lu Chuan, dwarfed beneath the great mountain like an ant. Was this the individual who stood against the ageless mountain? A myriad of emotions surged within the crowd: doubt, disbelief, gratitude. Little master, we shall assist you. Yi Guqing leaped into the air without leaving the city. At the same moment, several figures soared upward from the city. Those who had previously aided in sealing the devouring chaotic insect. Oomph, an obstruction. A cold voice rang out just then, followed by a silver spear slicing through the sky, charging in from outside the city. This was the very spear that had disrupted the seal earlier. Zhao Tong, it's up to you. I will go lend that young brother a hand. Zhuge Ming nodded towards Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong said nothing further. A gleaming silver spear appeared in his hand as he ascended. As the silver spear emerged, the tower that had shattered the seal, accompanied by the pure world glazed fire, also materialized, hurtling toward the ageless mountain. Beast, do not harm my cherished one. The furious Fenghua Sanyue transformed into a bolt of thunder, surging toward the tower. Fenghua, do not act rashly. The crowd gasped in horror. Without sufficient protection, coming into contact with the pure world glazed fire would likely reduce them to ashes. Fenghua Sanyue, having reached this level, was no fool. He conjured a massive blue figure from countless bolts of lightning, ensuring his physical form did not directly contact the pure world glazed fire as he met the tower head-on. Chapter 99. Breaking the Mountain. Are you alright, little brother? Yi Gucheng, Zhou Yu, and the couple from Tianqi rushed to Lu Chuan's side, collectively bracing against the ageless mountain. The weight of the mountain was beyond imagination. None of them were particularly strong, and despite exerting all their might, they could not budge it an inch. I will open a domain to hold it steady. Brother Yi, try using your sword to see if you can sever the ageless mountain, Zhou Yu said, gritting his teeth as he listened to the rising cries within the city. Opening a domain was a considerable expenditure and burden for cultivators. A cultivator at the Annihilation Realm could only open a domain once every 3 days, making them reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary. With the Emperor's Tao field about to manifest and the undercurrents swirling in Fubo City, Zhou Yu's willingness to open a domain at this moment truly showcased his dedication to the people. My head aches, my head aches. Lu Chuan, slightly dazed, shook his head. The blow from above had nearly caused him a concussion. Little brother, it's wonderful that you're fine. The crowd rejoiced sincerely, astonished by Lu Chuan's remarkable strength that allowed him to withstand the ageless mountain. Stand back, stand back. What are you all gathering for? Lu Chuan exclaimed, twisting his neck as he braced against the mountain. With a resounding crash, he unleashed all his might, astonishingly propelling himself upward against the ageless mountain. Fenghua Sanyue, who was withstanding the tower above, was startled. Had he not reacted swiftly to evade, he would likely have been knocked senseless. While Fenghua Sanyue managed to dodge, the tower was not so fortunate. The ancient mountain of Bulao was forcefully thrust upward by Lu Chuan, resulting in a solid collision. The pure world's glazed fire was dislodged, cascading onto the summit of Bulao. The fierce flames spread forth, enveloping the entire mountain in an instant. Lu Chuan, bearing the weight of the burning, ebony mountain, soared into the skies. Onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether this was still a mere mortal. It was Lu Chuan who first regained his composure, indignantly proclaiming, "I urge everyone to assist in locating the culprit. The pure world's glazed fire is exclusive to the bald monks of the Tiandu continent. That silver spear must belong to Jun Wuxiang, the spear god of the Hao Tian continent, regardless of the reasoning or the individual behind it. Anyone daring to commit such brazen acts of violence on the Tian Huang continent must face the consequences." Lu Chuan astutely elevated the matter to a conflict between continents. Others, equally infuriated, were prominent figures who could not allow anyone to trample upon their dignity. They transformed into streams of light, rushing toward the outskirts of the city. Moments ago, Bulao nearly touched the ground. These obliteration realm beings must have long since slipped away, so they had to venture outside the city to search. "Are you not troubled?" A Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, cheerfully inquiring. "None of your business." Lu Chuan disdainfully sniffed. "And you as well? Why not seek shelter? For the sake of those commoners of Fu Bo City?" A Fu grinned, his eyes filled with concern. Lu Chuan had never been struck in such a manner, though unscathed. A Fu felt a pang of sympathy. "Get lost, you're quite bothersome." Lu Chuan kicked a Fu away with a flick of his foot. "Oh, I'm scared." De Chue crawled out from Lu Chuan's embrace, incessantly patting its chest. This creature was exceptionally skilled at fleeing. In the brief moment of the mountain's descent, it managed to burrow from atop Lu Chuan's head into his arms. Lu Chuan found it amusing. "Fear not, allow me to perform a little spectacle for you." With that, Lu Chuan once more exerted his strength, propelling Bulao beyond the confines of Fu Bo City. In the same breath, the blade, Sheng Sheng, was drawn. A streak of black radiance burst forth from the tip of the sword. This black light surged toward Bulao, albeit at a leisurely pace. Then came the second strike, swifter than the first. Following this, the third strike, which surpassed the speed of the second. The fourth and fifth strikes followed suit, each faster than the last. In that fleeting moment, Lu Chuan unleashed a total of 9 strikes, their velocity so great that it appeared as though only a single strike had been executed. The trailing sword energies caught up to the preceding ones, intertwining into a singularity. Such exquisite swordsmanship. The amalgamated 9 strikes converged upon a single point, exuding an immeasurable might. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the sword energy crashed against Bulao. This metal, reputed as the hardest and heaviest in existence, was shattered in that instant. Time rewound 15 minutes. Within the chaotic gourd, I claimed the earthly prison. The beings imprisoned within belong to Master Ku Rong, and the sword-nurturing gourd is for Brother Jun. In a great mountain outside the city, 3 individuals were engaged in discussion. The one articulating the distribution plan was Mo Wenyong, who had earlier slipped away under Lu Chuan's gaze. Standing opposite him was a rotund monk with a plump visage. The monk, known by the Dharma name Ku Rong, was a practitioner of Buddhism from the Tiandu continent. The strength of Tiandu continent ranks fourth in the vast realm of Haoran, second only to the Tianguan continent. However, Tiandu is a rather unique place. While other continents are characterized by various powers vying for dominance, Tiandu is predominantly governed by Buddhism, which monopolizes the resources of the entire land. The monks, with their shaved heads, are thriving, enjoying a life of abundance. Should a conflict arise, it is likely that Tianguan continent would not stand a chance, as its numerous factions lack the unity that defines Tiandu. To the left of Mo Wenyong stands a tall, handsome young man named Jun Wuxiang, hailing from the formidable Haotian continent. Haotian is the undisputed ruler of the entire Haoran realm, a fact that no one dares to contest. Jun Wuxiang himself is a notable figure in a land teeming with formidable beings. After slipping away from Lu Chuan, Mo Wenyong sought out these two to discuss matters of significance. Their conversation naturally revolved around Lu Chuan's little gourd. This chaotic gourd has been missing for several tens of thousands of years, and few know its secrets. Fortunately, Mo Wenyong is among them. Its origins are ancient, tracing back to the primordial era as a fruit born from a gourd vine that coexisted with the heavens and the earth. Inside this gourd lies a connection to a realm known as the Earth Prison, a confinement for the great malevolence of the chaotic age. However, Mo Wenyong is not interested in the beings imprisoned within. Rather, he is drawn to the prison itself. The Earth Prison is forged from the essence of one of the 5 elements, namely the essence of earth. If he could infuse this essence into the everlasting mountain, Mo Wenyong is confident he could take that step towards attaining the supreme realm of half-emperor. The monks, on the other hand, covet the malevolent beings confined within the earth prison. If they could be converted through Buddhist doctrine, transforming them into protectors, it would significantly bolster the power of Buddhism, making the eastward spread of their teachings no longer a mere fantasy. As for Jun Wuxiang, he merely seeks to join in the excitement. Being a native of Haoyin, he looks down upon practitioners from other continents. Yet he acknowledges the gourd's potential as an excellent gift to nurture his beloved flying sword. As the three engage in lively conversation, Master Qurong, his face glistening, suddenly changes color. Master, is something amiss? Mo Wenyong inquires, frowning. Qurong shakes his head. It's nothing. I suddenly lost contact with the Linglong Tower, but have just re-established it. Mo Wenyong exhales in relief and offers a compliment. Master's Linglong Tower nears the quality of a divine artifact, combined with my everlasting mountain. Although that young man is peculiar, subduing him should be well within our capabilities. Master Qurong is pleased with the praise and replies, Hee, Mo, your everlasting mountain is the true treasure. Once infused with the essence of earth for refinement, it will surely reach the level of a divine artifact. Moreover, Jun's weapon is also a rare marvel. Even against a peak Oblivion Realm opponent, it would suffice for suppression. Jun Wuxiang chuckles insincerely. How can my humble spear compare to your esteemed artifacts? Just as the three engage in mutual flattery and envision a bright future. High above in the distant firmament, a thunderous explosion suddenly resounded. Mo Wenyong turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Enraged, he exclaimed, my everlasting mountain has been shattered. With the destruction of his life-bound artifact, he was grievously wounded. The other two were equally horrified. They were well aware of what a star meteorite was. To witness the everlasting mountain, forged from such a celestial stone, being obliterated left them profoundly shaken. Quickly, we have likely provoked someone we should not have, Master Qurong decisively declared. All three, having lived for tens of thousands of years, understood the gravity of the situation and showed no hesitation in their intent to flee. Master Qurong was the first to prepare for action, but before he could make a move, a delicate, pale hand rested upon his shoulder. Instantly, his body was beset by a wave of dread. Who? When did they approach? Why had he felt no warning? A profound confusion and terror filled his heart. Simultaneously, the other two felt a similar touch on their shoulders. How utterly preposterous it was that three peak cultivators of the Annihilation Realm had unknowingly allowed someone to draw so close. To speak of it would be utterly laughable. Oh, gentlemen, engaged in quite the lively discussion, I see. A voice, laced with 3 parts mockery, 3 parts murderous intent, and 4 parts